7 years ago, a great catastrophe occurred. A terrible tragedy known as a dungeon break plunged humanity into a living hell. This young man is Sangun, whose parents died in that disaster. The day he lost everything, Sangun cried tears of blood and swore that he would become a hunter and tear those damn monsters to 100 pieces. And 7 years later, that day had finally come. Sangun was kicked out of the hunter training center and was now sulking in a park commemorating the great catastrophe. Every awakened person gets a few months to complete their training at the facility and become a hunter. But he had lingered there for an unexpected 7 years. Because of that, everyone around him looked down on him with utter contempt. They were afraid his failure would tarnish the center's reputation. Even though Sangun trained diligently every day, he never achieved anything. This made him feel completely helpless, able only to take his anger out on his surroundings. Just then, he overheard a motivating conversation from a little girl nearby. Her father had sacrificed himself to protect everyone when the monsters poured in. Because of that, the little girl believed that when facing hardship, you must always be strong and never give up. They seemed like just innocent words, but they became a huge source of motivation for Sangun. In the pouring rain, he rushed to Dong-suk's house to beg for one more chance. However, the result was Dong-suk flying into a rage, punching him in the face, hurling a few insults, and then leaving. Sangun's state was utterly pathetic at that moment. He wished he had a unique trait, or even just a little bit of talent. Just as it seemed Sangun had given up, a single teardrop fell and successfully awakened the Tower of Trials. It pulled him into a strange space where even breathing seemed difficult. The Tower of Trials required each player to choose their desired difficulty, and the rewards would be proportional. Of course, Sangun, with his countless efforts, chose the highest difficulty. Immediately after, he was transported to the first trial tower. All of his abnormal stats were reset to their initial values. The first place Sangun set foot in was a vast desert, and the Tower of Trials provided him with a short sword. The reward for completing this trial was a unique trait, just as he had wished. This made Sangun go wild with excitement. He tried to run towards the sword, but the sand began to move. A sand golem several times larger than Sangun appeared before him. All Sangun had was 10 minutes to fight something considered impossible. Just a single lift of its leg or a stomp sent him tumbling. Even worse, the penalty for failure was death. Sangun ran for his life after hearing his punishment, looking back and wondering to himself, can I really escape these sand golems just by running? The giant sand golem relentlessly chased him. It looked slow, but because of its size, it was actually very fast. Being in an unfamiliar environment, Sangun's stamina quickly depleted. His body slowly adapted to the desert environment, improving his speed and stamina, but his endurance couldn't handle 9 minutes of non-stop running. Sangun just clutched his sword and kept moving forward. This world gave me a sword and told me to survive. But that's easier said than done, isn't it? In this life or death situation, he only had 2 choices. One was to run until he died of exhaustion, and the other was to fight and die. Sangun thought anxiously. Damn it, how can I possibly beat that thing? He remembered the people who mocked him. What a shame. That bastard. He's so stupid. He doesn't know his place. His hatred boiled over. Damn it, in this world, you're nothing. Sangun gritted his teeth in anger. Am I just going to try to run away and die a pathetic death? He let out a loud yell and turned back to fight it head on. No, the sweat Sangun shed had to be repaid. He glared at it, thinking to himself, 7 years of trying to become a hunter. When it comes to theory, I can confidently say I know more than most hunters in the field. If I just keep running, it'll be useless. I have to at least find another way to survive. Sangun identified its weakness. Sand golem-type monsters stop moving if you can destroy their energy core, but its body is too hard to penetrate, and the core is usually placed in a hard-to-reach spot. Sangun came up with a bold plan. He sped up and ran towards the sand dune up ahead. If that's the case, both he and the sand golem monster would fall down the sandy slope. I just need to make it easier to reach. Sangun did a flip, plunging his sword into the ground to soften his landing. The sand golem, due to inertia, fell flat on its face, rolling a few times before stopping. Sangun slowly slid down after the monster. He remained wary of any movement from it. He timed the distance perfectly and then jumped. At that moment, Sangun landed right next to its core. I can reach it. Sangun smirked triumphantly. Having located the spot, he immediately swung his sword down onto its core right here. Instantly, Sangun was thrown back, still holding his sword. He looked on, bewildered. Sangun felt a pang of disappointment, having only managed to crack it. But that was enough to hurt the sand golem. It shot up, and he frantically jumped back. It's harder than I thought! Seeing his escape route cut off, Sangun gritted his teeth, sweating nervously. Damn it! Sangun was about to charge in for another strike, wishing he could just land one more hit. Before he could even get close, it grabbed him. Now it was the monster's turn to be triumphant. I knew it. It looked at him with contempt, uttering words of scorn. You're nothing! What a shame, you bastard. He's so stupid, doesn't know his own limits. Hearing this, the blood rushed to Sangun's head. He gripped his sword tightly. Sangun was so angry veins were popping on his forehead, and he screamed, Stop! Although Sangun was covered in wounds, He used all his strength to launch his sword at its core. Get lost, you bastards! The sword finally pierced the golem's core. It screamed in pain as a notification appeared. You have destroyed the Sand Golem's energy core. Time remaining, 7 minutes and 8 seconds. You have completed the trial. The Sand Golem crumbled into pieces. He lay collapsed on the ground under the scorching desert sun. Sangun began to get up. I did it! He clutched his wound, coughing up blood. Did I really defeat the Sand Golem? Me? Thinking about the victory, he forgot the pain and let out a smirk. It was an incredibly difficult fight to win. The system announced, Congratulations on clearing the first floor of the Tower of Trials. He struggled to his feet. I'm alive. Another notification appeared. The reward for clearing the trial is the unlocking of a unique trait. The bonus reward for clearing the trial is 500 points. Sangun froze for a few seconds. He couldn't believe his eyes and stepped closer. Unbelievable. Sangun looked at his scratched up hands and thought, for the past 7 years, I've tried so damn hard. All I ever got in return was scorn and ridicule. The notification repeated, You have unlocked a unique trait. You have been granted the unique trait, Necromancy. I can become a hunter too. He felt a mix of joy and anxiety. However, all of this is only possible if I survive. Before he could finish the thought, something strange began to glow in front of Sangun. His eyes widened in surprise. Sangun wondered, what is this? He stepped closer to take a look. Out of curiosity, Sangun reached out a finger to touch it. A black miasma appeared where the Sand Golem had died. The system issued a prompt. Your unique trait, Necromancer, has been activated. Do you wish to absorb the Sand Golem's soul? Reading this, he paused to think. Absorb the soul? This black miasma is my unique trait. Do you wish to absorb the Sand Golem's soul? Yes or no? Before Sangun could even decide, the black smoke from the Sand Golem's soul flew towards him. Before he could even react, a notification appeared. You have absorbed the Golem's soul. Your proficiency has increased by 7%. He was completely bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, a red flame emerged from Sangun's chest. It scared the hell out of him. Then, it slowly sank back in. The system stated, soul count, 1 out of 10. The soul flame began to merge with him. I can feel the soul. This means I can store more souls if I continue to absorb them. Sangun closed his eyes, sensing the new power. If I try doing this. The system provided a guide. You can permanently increase your stats by absorbing the stats of a collected soul. Strength increased by 3. Stamina increased by 2. Sangun was astonished. I can feel it. It feels like energy is overflowing through my entire body. Sangun was hit by one surprise after another. My stats actually increased. All my training day and night can't compare to absorbing this one soul. I couldn't raise my stats for 7 years, and now I can finally increase them myself. The system displayed skills, traits, Necromancer, proficiency 7%. You can absorb the souls of the dead and use them as you wish. Sangun exclaimed happily in his mind. If I return with this skill, I can become a hunter. A black portal appeared in front of him. The system announced, please proceed to the waiting room. Sangun hesitated for a long moment before stepping towards the portal. I guess I don't have any other choice right now. The moment Sangun stepped through to the other side, he collapsed to his knees. His wounds were so severe, he wasn't sure if he could keep going. My injuries are actually way worse than I thought. Suddenly, a green aura of energy radiated from Sangun's body. The wounds quickly vanished along with it. Sangun stared at his body in astonishment. My wounds! They're all healed! Sangun didn't want to think about it. He just wanted to rest and recover his strength. He walked to the bed in front of him. Does my body just heal after the trial is over? I lost so much blood. I'll just forget about it for now. But why would they put only a single bed in a room this freaking huge? However, Sangun couldn't fall asleep. All sorts of thoughts were racing through his mind. What should I do now? Can I escape this tower? This tower. Why did it summon me here? Suddenly, a notification popped up, startling him. The system sent him a message. You can use the following 5 commands: information, storage, community, inventory, and trial. Saying the command will activate it. Hearing this, Sangun thought about the 5 commands. He slapped his cheeks to focus and steel himself. Okay, let's focus on survival for now. The system added. Trial. Time until the second floor trial opens is 23 hours and 21 minutes. You cannot select a trial yet. Please wait, he muttered. I knew it. There are more trials. Community. You have entered the community. Difficulty. Hard. A flood of messages from other players appeared simultaneously. Can someone please explain what's happening? Is this everyone? My stats and skills have reverted to what they were before my awakening. What am I supposed to do now? You think you're the only one? My stats also reverted to pre-awakening levels. He read through the messages and let out a small "oh." So this is the community. Sangun read everyone's messages thoughtfully. Everyone in the chat is confused, and it seems like some non-hunters were dragged in here too. Suddenly, an administrator entered, and everyone's messages were deleted. Huh? Administrator 30 has joined. The chat has been disabled. Sangun panicked. The administrators had blocked all messages, leaving only their own announcements. We have important information to share with those who have passed the trial. He saw the word important and quickly activated his text storage. Important information. I don't know how to get back. I need to remember all of this. Focus. One by one, the administrators made their announcements. We will teach you how to use the points you received during the trial. Points are used as currency in the Tower of Trials, and the simplest way to use them is in the shop. In the Tower of Trials, you won't be able to drink a single drop of water without points, and points can only be obtained through trials. He was stunned as he read this. Points can only be obtained in trials. In other words, I need to do everything I can to get used to the tower's rules. Not being able to drink water without points means I'm forced to enter the trials to get them. After they finished, they reopened the message channel. That is all we wanted to announce. Administrator 30 has left. Chat has been unlocked. Sangun covered his face and gritted his teeth. I thought I could become a hunter if I returned. He looked at his sword. As Sangun was about to give up, he remembered he couldn't do much with just a single shop-bought longsword. Sangun bought himself a wooden shield. He trained relentlessly. The administrator's words still echoed in his head. All hunters lose their stats when they enter the tower, but it's apparently easier to relearn skills they've used before. Sangun trained until he was drenched in sweat. That's why I can't forget that we don't share the same starting line. If I don't train, there's no way I can catch up to them. He trained until he was exhausted and collapsed on the floor, and that blue light appeared around him again. It restored all his stamina. He stood up and rolled his shoulders a few times. Perfect. Thanks to the waiting room's recovery ability, I can train more easily. I can easily get more training in for the next trial. As he was warming up, his stomach rumbled, killing the mood. Sangun opened his inventory to find something to eat. What should I do about this hunger? There wasn't much in his inventory, besides basic materials, a shield, and a weapon. He bit into a dry ration, pondering. I only have 40 points left to spend. If I hadn't received the bonus reward, I couldn't have even dreamed of buying a shield. A system notification appeared. Time until the second trial opens. 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Time is passing faster than I thought, he mused. Even the chat was restless. It's pretty quiet now that the second trial is about to begin. Sangun stared at his inventory as a negative thought surfaced. Can I survive again? He resolutely pushed the thought aside. No, I will survive. The system announced the countdown to the second trial floor. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The second trial floor is now open. The system presented him with a choice. Do you wish to enter the second floor of the Tower of Trials? Sangun leaned forward, stepping into the trial. The system quickly transported him to the stage. You have entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Sangun was astonished by the terrain. I guess it's a forest this time. The system displayed the mission. The objective of this trial is assassination. Assassinate the Orc Chieftain within the time limit. An Orc Chieftain, Sangun thought. This time, he had appeared on a cliffside. At the foot of the mountain was a tribe. Sangun looked down in surprise. An orc village. Countless green giants were standing guard in the village. Fear began to creep into Sangun's heart. They want me to sneak into the orc's swampy home and defeat their chieftain. Towering amidst the trees were crude houses built from grim spears of bone and wood. It reflected the wild and resilient nature of the orc tribe. Two massive tribesmen, holding imposing spears, scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. Sangun hid among the trees, staying out of the two guards' line of sight. He stared at them, speculating. Usually in these trials, if a goblin tribe has guards, you can assume the tribe also has hunters. Successfully defeating a goblin hunter is unpredictable, but the real issue is the sheer number of them. To defeat all these goblins, you'd need a party of at least E-rank hunters just to ensure survival. Sangun really needed help. He couldn't just charge in and fight them head-on alone. What should I do, he wondered. This is truly hopeless. He decided to retreat for now, to carefully formulate a plan. I'll fall back, plan, and then return. But just then, an idea flashed through his mind, something that could be useful. Sangun let out a cold, excited laugh. I've figured it out, a way to complete this trial. He gathered some dry branches and started a crackling fire on a piece of rough wood. At the same time, he stared gleefully at his system screen. Great, that's enough wood for a fire. Now, Sangun moved the burning piece of dry wood towards the system screen to place it in storage. Instantly, the first successfully stored item appeared on the screen. He smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Oh, it worked. The sparkling blue sky cast down vibrant rays of sunlight. Flocks of birds freely painted quiet strokes across the sky. Although the goblins always look dim-witted, they are actually a rather diligent species. The goblins had been out hunting since early morning, bringing prey back for the tribe. He stood behind a tree, observing their every move. The hunters always go out in the morning and return at sunset. There's still plenty of time until then. The only way to complete this round, the most difficult one with a large number of high-level monsters, was with fire. For Sangun, fire was the only way to defeat them. A goblin from the tribe came to greet a guard who was chatting about something. He stared in that direction, speculating. According to the Hunters Association, the goblin guards weren't always on duty. They could return to the village to eat and rest. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to make his move. He immediately took a burning piece of wood from his system and decisively threw it into the nearby bushes. Sangun quickly ran off with a determined look in his eyes, and immediately, a massive fire erupted. The tribe members panicked, scrambling to get water to put out the fire. The tribe was being consumed by the flames. Thick smoke billowed high into the sky, glowing red in the middle of the forest. If I use fire to isolate the village, I won't have to worry about facing the returning goblin hunters. Before that, I have to take out the 2 goblin hunters. Over here, some goblins were running around, carrying buckets of water to fight the fire. A goblin in a white shirt rushed towards the nearby water source. As he was scooping up water, he sensed something was wrong behind him and turned around with a confused look. Sangun immediately slashed his sword straight at the goblin's head. Caught off guard, he was struck by a blow that went from the back of his neck through his chest, causing him to spit up a mouthful of fresh blood and let out a pained scream. After he fell to the ground, an orb emitting a red and black aura appeared over his body. A system notification sounded. The unique trait Soul Absorption has been activated. Do you wish to absorb the goblin's soul? Sangun chose yes, and the aura immediately entered his body, being absorbed with ease. He smiled smugly like a victor. That's right, this is how it's done. The system continued to display its message. You have absorbed the goblin's soul. Proficiency has increased by 9%. Sangun looked down as the last of the aura was absorbed. Suddenly, a massive goblin with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. With a look of disbelief, he turned to face it. Sangun instantly sensed the danger and clenched his teeth. A guard! The goblin was furious and immediately raised its weapon for a powerful strike. A blinding light flashed downwards. Sangun tried to block the attack with his shield. The goblin's attack was too powerful, creating immense pressure. Sangun knew this was bad. He couldn't just keep defending. He immediately used his absorption skill. The system instantly understood and displayed a message. Stored souls have been used. Your stats will be temporarily boosted. After gaining this new power, he knocked the goblin's massive blade away. A blue aura, a sign of his system-boosted power, enveloped him. Sangun's eyes blazed as he charged straight at the goblin for a head-on attack. Night had fallen, and the fire was still raging, yet to be extinguished. Meanwhile, Sangun had easily taken down the goblin. The system immediately displayed a notification. The rapid recovery skill has been regenerated. At the same time, he absorbed its soul. He let out a quiet sigh of relief after a grueling fight with the massive goblin. If I had made even one mistake, I would have been in serious trouble. Your stats have been temporarily boosted. Sangun stared at the system window in surprise. Stamina +4. That guard actually boosted my stamina. Strength +2. Agility +3. Great. At this rate, the risk of fighting the remaining guards will be much lower. It was time for Sangun to reveal himself. He coldly emerged from the sea of flames, slowly advancing on the goblin settlement. The goblins stared in shock at his appearance, but didn't forget to make threats, chattering menacingly in their own language. He stared right back at them. 3 hunters, 1 guard, and an old chieftain. 5 of them in total. Sangun calculated that if he could handle the guard, defeating the chieftain wouldn't be a problem. The chieftain grunted, signaling his minions to charge and attack him all at once. Sangun wasn't afraid. He could take them on alone. Thanks to absorbing the guard's soul, these hunters were no longer a threat to him. Instantly, with a single basic sword strike and lightning-fast speed, he easily defeated 2 of them. But then he noticed something. A goblin with sharp, glowing red eyes suddenly lunged at him with a sword. It replaced the fallen goblin and launched an attack from his left. Sangun managed to raise his shield just in time to block the surprise blow. He grimaced from the immense force of the blow. At that moment, he realized the guards had separated from the chieftain. It seemed they weren't protecting him anymore. That means the only obstacles left are these guards. Sangun quickly leaped back to dodge the attack. He readied himself for a counterattack, his eyes sharp as he drew his sword back, gathering his strength. Then, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight through the goblin's stomach. It instantly coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Seeing his subordinate defeated so easily, the chieftain panicked and began to summon a fireball. Sangun successfully finished it off and pulled his sword free. The fight had taken a lot of his energy, and he panted, trying to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the chieftain had gathered a massive fireball and immediately launched it towards him. Sangun stared in panicked astonishment at the blinding light hurtling his way. The chieftain extended his hand, guiding the fireball's attack. Sangun raised his shield just in time, but the pressure from the fireball was immense, forcing him to grit his teeth and scream as he struggled to hold it back. The chieftain smirked, confident that Sangun wouldn't be able to withstand the blast. But after the thick smoke cleared, Sangun's figure was still standing there, completely unharmed. The chieftain stared in horrified disbelief. The system announced the achievement Fire Endurer had been unlocked, and the fire resistance skill had been formed. He was still standing after that inferno, but parts of his clothes were burned away. A long streak of blood trickled down from his left eye. Sangun smirked as it became his turn for revenge. You're all dead now. Sangun now stood face to face with the Orc Chieftain amidst the smoldering ruins. The flames still blazed fiercely all around, creating a brutally intense scene. The Orc Chieftain showed no fear, raising his scepter to launch another attack at him. But just as he prepared to attack, Sangun moved like lightning, a single slash from his sword zipping across the chieftain's arm. The arm holding the scepter was severed from his body. The scepter also snapped in two. The Orc Chieftain screamed in agony. Sangun had chopped off both his hands, and blood poured onto the ground. The chieftain could only look back at him helplessly, his face filled with bewilderment. Then, he turned and ran towards a hut. Sangun gritted his teeth, staring intently in the direction the chieftain fled. He followed the bloody footprints, stepping into the hut. He coldly swung his sword, shattering the door to see what the chieftain was hiding inside. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. The Orc Chieftain was embracing two small children, who cowered trembling behind his arm. A tiny, trembling hand touched his pant leg, a little goblin clutching it in a final plea. Its eyes welled up with tears that streamed down its cheeks as it sobbed. Sangun was taken aback, thinking to himself, so you monsters value family too? He looked at the crying child, truly pausing to think, hesitating for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled his own dark past, a desperate voice shouting and urging him on. Sangun, run! You have to survive. It was a happy photograph of a family of three, but it was quickly shattered and bloodstained in a single nightmarish night. But it turned out the tears were fake, as the little goblin pulled a small knife from behind its back. Its eyes turned ferocious and red, and seeing his guard was down, it immediately thrust the knife forward. But Sangun easily saw through its cheap trick, striking it on the head with the pommel of his sword. How foolish. It immediately fell, crying out in pain with a bloody nose and an indent on its head from his sword's pommel. He laughed coldly. Even if I become a ghost, I will exterminate every last one of you monsters. Seeing his child injured, the Orc Chieftain immediately charged forward with the other little goblin to attack him and get revenge. Sangun's gaze sharpened as he prepared to counterattack, not planning to let them off easy. The system panel chimed with a notification. Congratulations, you have completed the second part of the Tower of Trials. After fighting the high-level monsters of the Orc tribe, his shield's durability was severely depleted. I can't use this shield anymore, but thanks to you, I'm still alive. Sangun repeatedly tapped the system screen, looking up information. That was a really close call. He looked at the numbers on the panel curiously. Half of the members are dead? That's intense. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes widening as he noticed something unusual. Huh? A message in the chat channel caught his attention. Kim Sung-hun, look at him wiping out half of the members. Han So-jin, I used a question ticket to find a way back to Earth. He stared at the message in astonishment. There's a way to return to Earth? He suddenly recalled the bustling scenes of the real world. Everyone was out there, happy and enjoying life. Sangun processed the information. One of the 5 commands usable in the Tower of Trials immediately appeared on the screen. Information. Please write your question. The question was sent, and an administrator would send a reply. You get 1 question ticket when you reach a new floor. He decided to take a chance. I can use my question ticket for this. By sharing information obtained from question tickets, the chat room had become a place to share discoveries. Skipping the minor details, this was the main point. Upon completing the 5th floor, a temporary return stone will be available for purchase, allowing you to return to Earth for a few days. There was also information that after clearing the 7th floor, there would be a large-scale system expansion, and a permanent return to Earth item would be sold. Sangun began to strategize. If I return to Earth with my current abilities and performance, I could become a famous hunter. The system chimed again with a notification about the Necromancy trait. Basic effect, can absorb soul power and use it at will. Additional effect 1, can permanently increase stats. He clutched his head, overwhelmed. If I had this ability on Earth, it would be a massive advantage. I really want to go to Earth. He fell back into thought. I've only completed the 2nd floor. It's a long way to the 8th. He comforted himself. Stay positive. My stats, which were once empty, are now at an average level and approaching 20. There, the system panel displayed his personal information. Sangun, strength 18, durability 15. Sangun decisively tossed his singed and tattered jacket to the ground. He began to absorb the souls, and streams of black and red energy gathered, glowing in front of his chest. I risked my life for these 5 souls. Time to absorb them first. Immediately, his personal stats increased. Sangun, strength 27, durability 25, agility 33. He could feel the immense power himself. I'm overflowing with strength. Hansien immediately dashed forward to test it out. Could he clearly feel that this was what he'd heard of? A world that transcends humanity. Hansien started to get more interested in this absorbed power. He laughed with excitement, continuing to run tests inside a cube he had created. He got so excited that he kept jumping around and was about to slam into a wall, unable to stop in time. Seeing the impending disaster, Hanshin yelled out loud, but it was too late. He crashed straight into the wall, causing an explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. His silhouette was perfectly imprinted on the wall before he fell flat on his back. Despite the injury to his face, Hanshin was thrilled, happily wiping blood from his nose and smiling to himself. My body couldn't handle the sudden power-up. He then opened the system shop and began using his money to buy items for combat. You have purchased the Great Tree Shield, D rank, crafted by a dark sorcerer from a massive dead tree. A buff activates when its durability gets low. Hanshin bought an inventory bag as well. Using the equipment he was rewarded with last time would be perfect. Black Steel Dagger, E+ rank. Forged from black steel that has absorbed dark magic. Assassin's Cloak, D rank. Its magical effect increases movement speed for 1 minute, with a 24-hour cooldown. He finally finished his purchases and was now fully outfitted with brand new gear. Hanshin let out a sigh of relief and started getting used to his new gear to continue his journey of conquest. I'll familiarize myself with all the equipment and my stats before the next challenge. He leaped forward, testing a few swings of his sword. He gripped the sword in his hand, full of determination. I'll become so strong that no one will be able to touch me. After finishing his training, Hanshin proceeded to the 3rd floor. He arrived in a place filled with dagger-sharp stalactites, chilling in the darkness. The teleportation circle had brought him here for his next mission. The system's voice rang out, "You have entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials difficulty selected, hard. The theme of this challenge is a duel." He stared ahead at a place emitting a white light. Looking up, he guessed to himself, a cave? Suddenly, the system's warning rang out. In 10 seconds, the Shadow Guard will enter. Time didn't allow for hesitation, as it ticked away continuously. With 5 seconds left, Hanshin got into a ready attack stance. It could enter from any direction, just like the Golem. I need to be ready. The system's countdown echoed. 3 seconds. 1 second. The Shadow Guard is entering. He remained on high alert, ready to fight at any moment, unaware that a doppelganger was hiding right behind him in his shadow. Suddenly, he sensed something, and in that instant, the dark figure launched a surprise attack. The doppelganger smirked with a challenging look. Caught off guard, he was hit by the surprise attack, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Simultaneously, his mission appeared. Defeat the Shadow Guard, the doppelganger. Hanshin spun around, his bright blue eyes filled with fury. He immediately threw a sidekick at the doppelganger, but it swiftly dodged by leaping backward. A tense battle between Hanshin and the doppelganger unfolded within the dark, cold cave. It stuck out its long tongue with a taunting expression, while he looked slightly exhausted, sweat dripping down his cheeks. The system's notification rang out instantly. You have activated the rapid recovery skill. Hanshin's body healed quickly, closing the wound the doppelganger had inflicted on his side. He thought to himself, if I hadn't dodged that, it would have cut right through my spine. He stared at it with curiosity. Wait a second, that stance. He noticed the doppelganger's strange behavior as it suddenly drew a sword and a shield. He realized what was happening. That bastard, is it mimicking me? Sure enough, it was copying his every action, gesture, and stance. Well, he was in it now. He decided to go all in. The only way to find out is to fight. He then dashed toward the doppelganger to attack. He gracefully swept past it. The doppelganger glanced back, shocked at his incredible speed. Instantly, blood splattered through the air as he successfully landed a slash across its body. Blood streamed from the doppelganger's wound onto the ground. Hanshin stared in astonishment at its body. Just as he thought, the doppelganger's body was regenerating. The gash across its body was slowly closing up. It glared at him with fiery red eyes, gritting its teeth in fury. Hanshin gave a cold smile. So it can use a healing skill. Then it was the doppelganger's turn to counterattack. It dashed toward him, surprising Hanshin himself. It was perfectly replicating what he had just done. Hanshin prepared to counterattack, thinking, I knew it. This monster is copying me. He then landed a solid kick to its side and leaped up to attack. If that's the case, I can exploit the flaws in my own swordsmanship to defeat it. Hanshin then unleashed a flurry of attacks on the doppelganger. He thought to himself as he fought, that's it, just like this. Suddenly, its sword pointed directly at him, catching him completely by surprise. A loud clang echoed as he managed to block the fatal blow with his sword just in time, sending them both flying backward. He stared blankly at it. What the hell? Before Hanshin could regain his composure, a red streak flashed toward him. The doppelganger was slashing wildly in his direction. Hanshin brought up his shield to defend. He gritted his teeth, holding back its furious barrage of attacks, while wondering in astonishment. That wasn't a fluke? Did it really improve that much in such a short time? He then shoved it back and prepared to use one of the system's features. The doppelganger's eyes widened in surprise as it noticed something strange. Hanshin's cloak began to transform, emitting streams of blue light as the system window instantly popped up. In this situation, Hanshin knew he couldn't drag this out or he'd lose, so he decided to risk it all and take him down before it was too late. I can't let this go on any longer. I need to finish it within a minute, 59 seconds remaining. Depoer remained incredibly ferocious, letting out a threatening growl. Then Hanshin leaped off the ground, launching a direct attack with his power-enhanced cloak. He rushed swiftly toward him. Depoer was no slouch either. A sword slash came flying, which he dodged just in time, but he couldn't avoid a light scratch on his cheek. A long trail of blood appeared on it. Then Hanshin gracefully spun around. The tip of his sword plunged straight into its neck from below, and he ruthlessly thrust upward. Hanshin smirked coldly. Success. Depoer immediately fell, crying out in agony, but he couldn't celebrate for long before Depoer launched a surprise attack. It sliced off the hand holding his sword, and his arm was instantly severed from his body. Flying into the air, he was completely caught off guard. The splattering blood shocked even him. Then Hanshin cried out in agony from his lost arm, but he told himself he couldn't lose to it. It's not over yet. I need to focus. He looked at Depoer's body, puzzled. It's not moving? Even with such a high-level healing ability, it still needs time to recover. Seeing Depoer motionless, he realized this was the best chance to finish it. This is my chance to kill it. But then he realized, how can I do that without a sword? Suddenly, the system notification chimed. 15% movement speed, 11 seconds remaining. He gritted his teeth and raised his shield arm, ready to risk it all again. That's right, this is completely insane. But Hanshin wouldn't let himself give up. It's better to die trying than to die for nothing like this. He yelled and charged toward the motionless creature, shouting with determination. Depoer now sensed the danger, confused by his actions. Hanshin ran like a madman toward it. It also eagerly stuck out its sharp tongue, raising its sword to attack him. Hanshin kept shouting, his eyes filled with determination as he flew forward, armed with only his shield. Then he slammed his shield straight into Depoer. It couldn't dodge in time and was smashed into the cliff wall before falling to the ground. Its body was completely shattered and began to break down. It let out an agonized growl. Consciousness faded from its eyes. Black blood flowed from its mouth to its forehead, and its body trembled violently. Then Hanshin raised the blood-soaked shield high, preparing to finish it off before it could regenerate. His eyes filled with rage as he cursed, die, and decisively smashed the shield down onto its body. Its head was instantly severed, flying into the air, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have completed the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, the system announced. You have entered the waiting room on the 4th floor. All status effects and injuries have been healed. Instantly, golden streams of light emanated from Hanshin's body, restoring and healing his wounds. The arm that was severed by Depoer was quickly restored to its original state. He tentatively moved his newly formed arm to test it. Hanshin's expression was tense as he threw a powerful punch at the wall in front of him. Instantly, a loud explosion erupted. A large, cracked crater formed in the wall, sending debris flying everywhere. He was thrilled to see his arm had fully recovered its strength, giddy with excitement like a child. It seems to be completely healed. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Soul count 1 out of 5. He guessed it was Depoer's soul, which he'd received from the cave after completing the 3rd floor trial. I wonder why. Compared to the other monsters I've faced, its soul density is on a whole different level. Hanshin could clearly feel its power. The soul he absorbed was incredibly special. The system chimed again. The soul absorption trait has reached 100% proficiency. Soul absorption E, basic effect, allows the user to absorb the souls of deceased creatures and use them at will. He stared at the system window in amazement. I can absorb their skills? Then, another notification window appeared. He vaguely felt it was similar to how he obtained rapid recovery after his near-death experience. Hanshin recalled his fight with the Orc tribe monster. Skills aren't easy to come by at all. Nevertheless, he was very excited. I never thought I'd possess such a strange trait. Of course, there are risks involved with it. In any case, this also depends on my own luck, the system chimed. You have entered the community. Community difficulty, 4th floor. 3 screens appeared before his eyes. Since this was his 3rd time, the waiting room felt as familiar as home. Suddenly, Hanshin stared at the system window in surprise. He started reading the messages in the chat channel. Information about the next trial appeared on the screen, posted by experienced players. After reading, he muttered to himself in confusion. An integrated trial? Hanshin thought. It looks like I'll have to work in a team. The conversation about the trial continued on the screen. A competition between hunters simply means trying to kill each other. He stared in astonishment at the information he had just received, feeling a bit scared. He was truly bewildered. Do I have to kill people in this trial? The system announced the format of the 4th floor trial. You may be paired with another challenger. The 4th floor trial begins. Time remaining, 1 day. Basic trial completion condition. Defeat the Goblin King within the time limit. After the announcement, the system immediately teleported him to the trial location. 2 people appeared in front of him who would form a team with him. Hanshin stood between them, feeling a bit awkward. He found it a bit strange. This felt a little weird. He'd only ever encountered monsters before, so it was surprising when a girl spoke up first. Now that we're a team, let's start with introductions. She pulled back the hood of her cloak and introduced herself. My name is Lee Haeon. Haeon was very friendly and continued. My specialty is supporting the team. I'm also an E-rank hunter. A voice suddenly rang out after she finished her introduction. A hunter, huh? Well, I guess the hunter on our team isn't too bad after all, the man spoke. I'm Lee Sangun, a hunter who specializes in close quarters combat, and a D-rank hunter. Sangun frowned, disliking the man's attitude toward Haeon. Why is he acting like that? If he's D-rank, he must be pretty skilled. Finally, it was his turn, and he was very courteous, politely introducing himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Han Sangun, and I also specialize in close quarters combat. However, I'm not a hunter yet, just someone hoping to become one. Sangun was stunned to hear this. What? You want to become a hunter? The man's contempt was obvious. Just make sure you don't get in my way. Sangun was furious when he heard that, but he held it in. They were a team now, and he couldn't afford to cause trouble. Sangun remained calm, standing his ground. I'm confident I can pull my own weight. Sangun was satisfied. That's more like it. At the same time, the man didn't forget to add a warning. I'm warning you now, if I see you becoming a burden to the team, you'd better scram. The man's taunts didn't discourage him, as he was all too familiar with such scorn from others. It's fine, I'm used to this. I've already forgotten about it. Sangun ordered Sangun. Hey newbie, just stay in the back and take care of the minions. Despite the man's taunts, Sangun couldn't deny his skills. Even though he disliked the man, he could see his abilities were considerable, just as he'd claimed. Sangun knew what he had to do. In the Tower of Trials, skills are what matter most. The system window displayed the rules. The theme of the trial was a 3-on-3 competition. Cooperate with your teammates and complete the trial before the other teams. The castle gates will now open. Immediately, goblin monsters charged toward them. Sangun gritted his teeth, using his greatsword to parry their attacks. He never expected there to be so many goblins. How can these goblins be so organized? He grew furious that no one was helping him as he was surrounded and attacked, roaring in anger. You damn newbie, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and fight! Sangun was enraged by the insults but still went over to help him. He easily defeated several goblins, not forgetting to throw a sarcastic remark at Sangun. You're not even paying attention to what's going on. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Haeon was still trying her best to provide support from the rear. I'll finish the spell soon. Just a moment. But Sangun impatiently snapped at her. Shut up and hurry up and support me. Now. Haeon was flustered. I've already used all of my support spells. Suddenly, Sangun appeared beside her and gestured. Looks like he needs help. Just a moment. She tried to stop him, confused. Wait, but she could only call out his name helplessly. Han Sangun. He had already dashed to where Sangun was fighting the goblins. Haeon cried out in despair. If you leave your post, who's gonna watch my back? Then she turned around and stared in utter shock. Huh? Behind her, all the goblins had been annihilated, their bodies strewn across the ground. She stared at the scene, astonished. Impossible. Meanwhile, 2 goblins were attacking Sangun head-on. He was growing tired from holding them off for so long, as their numbers were overwhelming. He cursed, "These damn bastards!" Suddenly, another one appeared, swinging an iron ball in its hand, preparing a surprise attack. It hurled the iron ball toward him. Sangun was too preoccupied with the fight to notice the sneak attack. Instantly, the ball slammed into his arm. The sword flew from his grasp as Sangun cried out in pain. His greatsword clattered to the ground. Just then, the iron ball was about to strike him right in the face, while another goblin leaped into the air, sword raised with a ferocious expression, preparing to land a fatal blow. He saw the imminent danger and raised his bare hands to defend himself, cursing loudly. Sangun was seething with rage, his face covered in wounds. If my team didn't have a damn noob. But before he could finish, Sangun appeared in a flash, cutting through the goblins and saving his life. Sangun thought he was dead. Covering his face, he realized he was still alive. Surprised, he wondered, what just happened? He saw a goblin collapse instantly, its nearby companion looking on in shock. It was then he realized the person standing before him was Sangun, and he stammered, "The newbie." Sangun just gave him a cold command. "Lee Sangun, fall back!" Sangun was stunned, staring blankly at his back. Sangun lost his patience and warned, "You're in my way!" After that, he unleashed a flurry of fatal strikes on the goblins, felling them one after another. The system immediately announced, "You have obtained the Goblin Hunter achievement." Watching him fight, Sangun's jaw dropped, and he was left speechless, drenched in sweat. After defeating the goblin monsters, Sangun walked past their bodies with a commanding presence. At the same time, their souls were being absorbed by him, as streams of black and red energy flowed into his body. Sangun contemplated the traits he had absorbed. This black smoke that's radiating out must be making it impossible for the monsters to track my movements. Now, fighting these things will be much easier. The system window chimed with a notification. The souls you have absorbed have been completely used to increase your stats. You have absorbed a skill from the goblin race. He stared at the screen in amazement. A basic F-rank goblin skill, named Owl's Eye, granted wider night vision and heightened senses for detecting targets within your field of view. Curious, the system immediately empowered him. His eyes emitted a brighter, dazzling blue light. An increase in night vision ability? Sangun began to test his vision after the upgrade. He could perceive things from incredibly far away, and his vision within the dungeon had expanded greatly. And there was also the sensation of detecting objects in his line of sight. Sangun smiled smugly. This was incredibly lucky. Right now, he was with his two teammates. The three of them had finally regrouped after a long time fighting goblins. Sun was extremely grateful for his actions, no longer holding his previous scornful attitude. Newbie, you're lucky you only had to face low-level goblins, but luck is a form of strength too. Congratulations on taking them down. The guy laughed gleefully with his hands on his hips as if he were the victor, leaving Sangun and Hyen to watch helplessly. Then Sangun pulled up the hood of his black cloak and announced, "Thank you. From here on out, I'll take the lead. If there's any danger, I'll let you two know." His sharp gaze showed his resolve. "Do you two have any objections?" Sun grew thoughtful, frowning slightly at his declaration. Then, he had to accept his decision. "Fine. But if I'm not leading, what do I do?" Sangun immediately gave him a task. "Your job is to watch our backs and protect Hyen." Then he turned to order her. "Hyen, stay in the middle of the formation and watch our flanks. Report anything you see to me." Hyen was happy that he trusted her, replying, "Yes, I understand." She was very excited about this trip, exclaiming, "All right, let's move out." Immediately after, they fought the goblins with perfect coordination. The system window pinged continuously. Goblin soul has been absorbed. Skill proficiency increased to 11%. Skill proficiency increased to 12%. Time remaining, 14 minutes and 37 seconds. They continued moving to a desolate, ruined place. With Hyen in the middle, they all grew bewildered. Something seems off, doesn't it? There were so many goblins before, but now there are none. Suddenly, Sun noticed something and paused for a moment, then immediately dashed forward. Hyen was confused to see him suddenly take off. "What's wrong?" She and Sangun followed him. When they arrived, Hyen was shocked. Oh my god! In front of them was a large fountain surrounded by numerous goblin corpses. Sangun bent down to examine one of the slain goblins. Seeing this, Sun panicked. "It looks like another group has already passed through here. How are they so fast?" Sangun reached out to check the blood on the body. He could tell it was still fresh, meaning they couldn't have gone far. They needed to hurry. If that party defeats the boss here before them, the penalty for failure would be executed immediately. That penalty was just one word: death. He realized they needed to speed up and informed his two teammates. "Hurry up, you two!" Meanwhile, the group that had arrived before them was fighting some goblins. They all charged forward to attack, but their blows were useless against Jinhu's sturdy shield. He easily fought them off by himself. Suddenly, on top of one goblin, a person appeared, causing it to glance up in shock at Xion, who was brazenly standing on it. His teammates were startled. Xion glanced over with a bored expression and spoke impatiently. "These monsters are so annoying, let's just find the boss already." As soon as he finished speaking, the goblins attacked him in unison. Xion lightly leaped into the air, causing the goblins to attack each other. He then decisively beheaded the one he had been standing on. Xion's eyes glowed red as he gave an arrogant, cold smile. "Weaklings!" After that, he easily defeated all of them with just the two swords in his hands. Jinhu watched Xion take them down so easily, full of admiration. "Xion, you're amazing." Sangun beside him smiled. "Thanks a lot." Xion acted arrogant again, criticizing, "You two useless pieces of crap, especially you, Jinhu. You can't do a damn thing." "What do you mean?" Jinhu was confused and just gave a weak laugh. Yes. It's all thanks to you." Xion felt helpless, seeing that his scolding had no effect. "Whatever. Scolding you two is pointless. Open the door to the boss." Xion stood to the side, urging Jinhu, "Hurry up and open the door." Jinhu replied, "Yes, just a moment." But he stood there looking around curiously. Are there any monsters left? However, after he turned away, in a dark corner where Xion couldn't see, his expression turned resentful as he cursed inwardly. "That bastard." Immediately, a system notification sounded. "Your party has met the conditions to open the boss room. The entire party, proceed into the palace to face the Goblin Chieftain. The Goblin Chieftain will not appear if there are more than 2 parties in its area. Parties within this restricted area cannot escape until the Goblin Chieftain is defeated." Afterwards, a red cube formed, enclosing the castle. At this, Xion was surprised and smirked. "What, 2 parties?" Suddenly, Sangun noticed something and shouted, "Hey, look!" Approaching them were Sun, Sangun, and Hyen. Sangun led the way, staring intently at them. Xion was not happy about the presence of the 3 newcomers. So there were other bastards here too? Sangun didn't care what he thought of them. He just wanted to complete the mission quickly and spoke up. "They seem pretty strong, especially the one in the lead. I'll go first." Then he ordered, Hyan, stay behind and use agility and recovery spells on me. Sun, carefully protect her and don't let them get close. Hyan responded, okay, I understand. Then, Sangyun didn't forget to remind them. They took down the goblins that quickly, so we can't underestimate them. He instructed his two teammates, I'll go in first. You two be ready to support me. Watch your energy levels. Don't run out when it counts. Hey Ion immediately cast the spell Wind's Footsteps, while nodding and saying, I understand. The system continued to announce, agility increased by 2, recovery increased by 5, the support effect will last for 10 minutes. She had buffed him as he prepared to attack Sion's group. Sangyun thought to himself, I've mastered this power now, and I've gained a lot of experience to get here. But this is still going to be a tough fight. Sion, Jinhu, and their teammate all looked ahead warily. All three took a stance, ready to counterattack. He's coming. Get ready. Sangyun rushed forward with incredible speed, his green eyes flashing with a cold light. If this is who I am now, then I can do this. He seemed to glide across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Sion was intimidated by his appearance, his eyes showing his terror. Sion quickly fell back, letting Jinhu take the lead with his shield to block the attack. Jinhu immediately used his shield at maximum power. Jinhu was a bit startled but quickly complied. Yes. He channeled power into his shield, his eyes flashing with determination. Activate shield. A brilliant golden light erupted, creating a large enough space surrounding all three of them, looking like an incredibly solid barrier. Sangyun kept charging, then decisively leaped high into the air and swung his sword down. The sound of the sharp blade grinding against the barrier from Jinhu's shield was ear-splitting. A second later, the barrier shattered completely, sending Jinhu flying backward as fragments scattered everywhere. Songjun continued his assault, without pausing, moving like a flash of lightning as he delivered swift slashes, quickly finishing off two of the three opponents. Hei Ion and Sun watched the scene, their mouths agape in astonishment, because Sion had managed to defend himself and survive. Seeing this, Sangyun glared at him and prepared to charge. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with pure hatred. Sangyun attacked relentlessly, forcing Sion to constantly retreat. Their two swords clashed, creating a deafening sound. Sion struggled to parry Sangyun's blows, thinking to himself that something was very strange. He gritted his teeth. My skills are definitely more refined, but he's using strange stances to block my attacks. Meanwhile, Sangyun silently decided he should use more power. He shot straight behind Sion before he could even see him. Sangyun swung a blow down at Sion. It's over. A clear clang rang out. Sion had somehow managed to block the sword strike, leaving Sangyun utterly astonished. His face showed clear disbelief, and his whole body froze for a moment. Sion gritted his teeth, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Sangyun immediately realized something. It was his eyes. He could see the path of his sword. Then, Sion jumped back, keeping a certain distance from him. A second later, a shield flew towards him, catching him off guard. The shield had been intentionally thrown by Sangyun. Seizing the opportunity, Sangyun shot forward like an arrow and slashed straight at Sion. His blood immediately spurted out. He coughed up blood but still managed to utter a final curse. You damn bastard. Sangyun's system immediately appeared. Congratulations, you have completed a special mission. A supplementary reward will be given for the 4th floor trial. Hei Ion and Sun approached where he was standing. The space suddenly became unusually quiet, and Sangyun's sword-wielding arm was trembling uncontrollably. Hei Ion noticed this and wondered, is he shaking? She hesitated before asking him, excuse me, are you okay? He just replied in a low voice, I'm fine. Hei Ion watched him with unconcealed surprise. He must be in shock after killing someone. I thought he was so tough and cold. A second later, Sangyun turned to her and Sun and said, I'm going to fight the boss right now. Is that okay with everyone? Sun replied with a serious face. I'm fine. Hei Ion agreed. Me too. After that, the three of them fought the horde of goblins together. Sangyun didn't hesitate to charge forward and slash at the Goblin King's throat. He jumped onto the Goblin King, stabbed it hard in the back, and then pulled his sword out, causing it to let out a pitiful cry. The system's announcement rang out. You have completed the objective of the Goblin King trial. Sun was stunned on the spot, his face showing horrified astonishment. He's a monster. The system continuously sent notifications. Congratulations on completing the 4th floor of the trial tower. You will be transferred to the lobby. Hearing that, Sun quickly used it as an excuse to leave. I'll go on ahead. He then stepped into the portal and quickly vanished completely. It seemed Sangyun wasn't going to go with her. He said to Hei Ion, Hey Ion, I hope you return safely. She let out a soft, but she didn't leave right away and just stood there, which confused Sangyun a little. After a moment of hesitation, Hei Ion finally spoke up. Maybe I'm overstepping my bounds by saying this, but you only did what you had to do. She was referring to what happened earlier, when Sangyun had eliminated the other team of 3. Hei Ion's next words truly surprised Sangyun. It was something someone had to do. If you hadn't done it, Sangun, I would have had to. He then smiled faintly and replied, I'm glad you think so. Hey Ion suddenly opened her system. A second later, a notification appeared on his system. Challenger Hey Ion has sent you a friend request. Hey Ion turned around, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Thanks to you, we completed the 4th floor trial, but it's a little annoying that I didn't get any rewards. Before she left him a message. After you return to Earth, look for Hey Ion of the White Silver Guild. Sangun pressed his lips together as he watched her, his face showing little emotion. Hey Ion stepped into the portal and disappeared. Now alone, Sangun muttered to himself, I'm alone again. I have to make a decision. On the corpses of the other 3 people was a blazing red orb, looking as if it were on fire. Sanguin pursed his lips and thought to himself, whether or not to absorb a human soul. When I first discovered this ability, I always hesitated because I knew that once I did this, it would mean crossing a line from which there is no return. He reached out his hand. I've made my decision. Sangun proceeded to absorb the souls of the enemies he had just eliminated, telling himself that he had to get stronger, but not by killing people. However, if the situation demanded it, he would still do it. Sangun was incredibly determined. His dream of becoming a hunter had awakened the deepest desires within him. The Tower of Trials gave me a chance, and I'm going to hold on to it tightly. I want to continue climbing this Tower of Trials. He then used the portal to continue to another floor in the Tower of Trials. The system sent him a new notification. You have arrived at the 5th floor lobby. It also brought some interesting new information. The system has been expanded. The trial synthesis is a system that will rank all registered challengers. He found this quite interesting. A challenger ranking? A blank field appeared on the system panel. Please enter a nickname. Sangun stroked his chin, thinking seriously. He typed on the system panel and said to himself, this should do. The system updated instantly. Your nickname has been changed from Han Sangun to Hunter. 4th floor trial rankings. Sanjun looked at the leaderboard and exclaimed in surprise, wow, this is fast. I'm ranked 2? Suddenly, his eyes widened. On the system panel was his information at rank 16, Hunter, A-. His face clearly showed his astonishment. My rank is much higher than I thought. The notification chimed again. Challengers in the top 50 will be called pioneers. Those designated as pioneers will receive benefits on the 8th floor. If you maintain your position as a pioneer until the 8th floor, you will receive a special privilege called an aura. Sangyun stared intently at the system panel. An aura? What kind of skill is that? He swiped his hand, closing the system window. I'll find out when I get there. Sangyun then absorbed the souls he had obtained. Please select the soul you wish to absorb. Souls possessed 4 out of 15. Player Lion, Player Li Jin, Player Im Sangyun, Goblin King. The power in his body skyrocketed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Now I really feel like I've surpassed the limits of a human. At the same time, Sangun used some gold coins to buy an item. You have purchased an F-rank return stone. The system sent its information to Sangun. Return stone F+. You can return to your original location within 3 days. He held the return stone and looked around, wondering if he could bring his equipment along. The system announced, you have used the return stone. You will now return to Earth. Sangun held it firmly in his hand and smiled confidently. I'm returning to Earth. The system has accepted Sangun's request. The wish of Challenger Han Sangun has been granted. You have absorbed the return stone and are now returning. He was sucked into a large spatial rift, his face showing clear panic. A moment later, everything returned to normal. A notification from the system sounded, Challenger Han Sangun has returned to his residence. In 3 days, you will return to the Tower of Trials. The scene around him was now his bedroom on Earth. He lay on his bed and slowly opened his eyes, his face slightly dazed. Sangun stared up at the ceiling, then slowly pushed himself into a sitting position, his eyes scanning the room. Looking at the papers taped to the wall, he thought to himself, I'm really back. This was a moment he couldn't forget. He flopped back onto the bed with a thud. First things first, I need to sleep. Compared to the bed in the waiting room, this was true paradise. However, his body, which hadn't been washed in a long time, reeked horribly. Sangun had no choice but to bolt upright. That smell is atrocious. I need to shower first. Suddenly, he stepped on something. Under his feet were his shield and sword from that other world. Sangun picked up his 2 weapons, his face filled with excitement. I just did it on a whim. I can't believe you can actually bring items from the Tower of Trials back to Earth. This means other challengers can do it too, he muttered to himself. I need to move quickly. As more people return to Earth, items will become more plentiful, and the pockets of those who hunt for them will get deeper. Sangun stared thoughtfully at the sword and shield in his hands. I need to sell these as soon as possible. But the only problem is that only people with a hunter certification can sell items. He suddenly noticed the papers taped on his wall. Normally, I would have to register for the hunter certification test and take it on my next return to Earth. Sangun picked up his phone, looked at the screen, and sighed to himself. It's going to be a busy few days. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Training Center, hunters were training incredibly hard. Dong-suk stood on an upper level looking down at them, supervising, when the phone on his desk suddenly started vibrating. Dong-suk picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Director Hoang Dong-suk of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center speaking." The caller was Sangun. "It's Han Sangun. Do you remember me?" "Do you remember me, Director?" "Director Dong-suk." He tilted his head, trying to recall, and then answered, "Of course I remember you. If you want a refund on your membership fee, you can do it online. There's no need to call me directly." Sangjun quickly replied from the other end of the line, "I don't need a refund." Hearing this, Dong-suk was a bit surprised and asked for confirmation. "Are you serious? Think it over carefully before you decide." Sangyun answered bluntly, "I've thought it through." He immediately presented his condition. "However, I need your help with something." Dong-suk sighed and spoke to him directly. "If you want to increase your usage time at the center, I can't approve that request." But that wasn't what Sangyun was asking for at all. "Help me pass the hunter test." Hearing him say that, Dong-suk fell silent. He recalled Sangyun's evaluation results and said to him, "Have you forgotten your general ability test results?" "Ah, you're an F rank, the lowest level on the scoring chart." He seemed quite calm as he replied, "I know." Dong-suk continued, "You also don't have any special traits or skills, so even if you ask." But Sangyun, seemingly losing his patience, cut him off bluntly. "So, does that mean you still can't help me, even if I pay the membership fee?" Dong-suk hesitated for a moment before replying, "If you're offering money, I have no reason to refuse." Sangyun seemed to have already known this outcome, smirking as he said to him, "All right, let's do it. Help me pass the hunter test today." Afterward, Sangyun took a shower to wash off that horrible smell. He opened the bathroom door, and hot steam billowed out. As he passed by a large mirror, he suddenly stopped. Sangyun looked at his powerful physique in the mirror, his expression slightly stunned. He looked down at his own body and muttered to himself, "My body has changed quite a bit because of what I've been through." He quickly put on a white shirt, but now wasn't the time for self-admiration. The hunter test was scheduled, and he had to hurry. As soon as he stepped out the door, Sangyun saw the girl who lived in the apartment next door, his neighbor. His gaze lingered on her for a long moment. The normal life he had long forgotten made just seeing a neighbor feel peaceful. Sangyun had to walk past her. He bowed his head politely and greeted her. "Hello." The neighbor turned to look at him, thinking to herself, "It seems my neighbor is an older guy trying to become a hunter." She also replied politely, "Hello." He walked straight ahead with a slightly formal smile. "See you later." The neighbor's face flushed slightly. But has he always been this tall? A moment later, Sangyun was down in the building's lobby and out on the sidewalk, hailing a cab. However, no cars stopped. It was hard to catch a taxi today. He glanced around as if thinking about something. The very next second, Sangyun gathered his strength and shot forward. He rushed off at an incredible speed. Sangyun felt extremely thrilled, thinking running there would be fun, wouldn't it? He suddenly leaped into the air, arriving in the blink of an eye. A moment later, Sangyun was standing in front of the Hunter Association building. He calmly walked inside. Dong-suk was already waiting for him. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked. Sangyun smiled and spoke first. "Long time no see, Director Dong-suk." He also smiled in return. "What took you so long?" Sangyun's expression suddenly darkened, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. "I've had to deal with some personal matters recently, so it feels like several years have passed for me." Dong-suk was a bit surprised to hear that. Personal matters? He just gave a vague answer like that. The man in the black suit standing next to Dong-suk stepped forward to speak with him. "Hello, I am Inspector Kim In-hoo, responsible for grading the hunter test." He looked at him and announced, "As you are already aware, for this hunter test, you are exempt from the written exam and the interview under the supervision of Director Dong-suk. Do you have any questions about the test procedure?" Sangyun immediately replied, "No, I understand everything." After hearing this, In-hoo gestured inwards. "Very well, let's begin the test. Please follow me." After that, Sangun entered the examination room, holding a long sword in his hand. Dong-suk, standing outside, said to In-hoo, "Inspector Kim, as I said, make the test as difficult as possible." He replied nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry. I have prepared the toughest opponents for a swordsman." In-hoo, observing from the outside, said to Sangun, "If you are ready, please select the difficulty for the test." He pressed his lips together and stared straight ahead. "You can choose a difficulty on a scale from level 1 to 10. He recalled his previous test. In the last test, he had chosen difficulty level 1, and he had failed miserably, losing to a single goblin. His hands had trembled uncontrollably, his face showing fear and cowardice because he was just a weakling. This time, he was a completely different version of his former self. "I choose." Dong-suk, standing outside, smirked and muttered, "Of course he'll choose level 1, but Sangun, contrary to his expectations, said firmly, 'I choose level 10. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Sangyun glanced back at him, his expression full of confidence and pride. Dong-suk broke out in a cold sweat, but he still looked down on Sangyun as before. This crazy bastard. The system appeared immediately after, and a familiar notification rang out. The test will now begin. Defeat the Phoenix. Sangun's whole body froze for a moment, his movements incredibly sluggish, and the system immediately reminded him, your movement speed has been reduced by 25% due to the Predator's roar effect. The sword in his hand now had a rather large crack. Dong Suk, standing outside, laughed inwardly. There's no way he'll pass the test. Just to be safe, I'll destroy his weapon. His eyes flashed with malice. This is reality for arrogant kids who don't know their place. Inside the examination room, a fire phoenix soared overhead, radiating immense power. It let out an incredibly piercing shriek. The heat it radiated made the room grow hotter and hotter. Sangun, however, showed no fear or worry, his eyes flashing with a blue light. 5 years ago, Manhwa's name had appeared on the list of candidates who successfully passed the Hunter certification. He was still very young at the time. Everyone who earned their certification cheered wildly, and he was no exception. I passed. At that moment, I thought I was the best. However, as time went on, he was eventually left behind. The gap between him and his peers grew wider and wider. Eventually, I gave up because I couldn't catch up. He had been stuck in the same spot for so long. In the world of hunters, natural talent is everything. I had to accept the truth and stop striving. Manhwa found reasons to justify his own shortcomings, as people often break before an insurmountable wall. He stood before the wall that held him back, clenching his fists, thinking to himself, it's not just me. Everyone goes through this. Returning to the present, watching Sangun prepare to battle the Fire Phoenix, Manhwa seemed to be projecting his own twisted way of thinking onto him. So Sangun, in that examination room, you should just give up too. Sangun's sword broke in two, just as he had wished. Sangun couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the broken blade. He retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the Phoenix while thinking, no matter how low-grade this weapon is, it shouldn't have broken so easily, right? He immediately glanced outside. No way. Manhwa was standing above, looking incredibly smug. He bared his teeth in a sinister grin. What are you going to do with that broken sword now? The Fire Phoenix tilted its head back, preparing to unleash an attack on Sangun. An instant later, it spat a scorching fireball aimed directly at him. A glint of determination flashed in Sangun's eyes. Well, this is more convenient than I thought. This is a perfect opportunity to test the skill I learned in the 4th floor trial. The gravity around him surged. Sangun stepped forward, causing the ground to crater beneath his foot. Instantly accelerating, he leaped high into the air, dodging the Phoenix's fireball. Sangun suddenly latched onto the ceiling. This move even startled and confused the Phoenix. He grinned in delight. My speed has increased quite a bit compared to when I used the assassin's cloak, huh? The Fire Phoenix once again prepared to strike. Sangun launched himself off the ceiling, hurtling straight towards it. He was so fast that the Phoenix had no time to react. He used the broken blade to stab it directly in one of its eyes. The Fire Phoenix instantly became disoriented, flying erratically through the air as blood sprayed out. Sangun landed on the ground below, looking up at the Phoenix and muttering, just as I thought, that sword is too short. To finish it off, he picked up a brick from the floor. Sangun got to his feet, got a running start, and powerfully hurled the brick towards the Fire Phoenix. It actually managed to split the Fire Phoenix's head in two. Before dying, it let out a pitiful shriek. The brick didn't stop there, embedding itself in the wall right behind where Manhwa and Inhu were standing. Manhwa was terrified and couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, what the hell was that? The Fire Phoenix cooled down and fell to the ground. The system immediately made an announcement. Congratulations, you have passed the examination. Standing below, Sangun smiled and waved at Manhwa. Hey, are you all right up there? I didn't expect it to fly that high. His gaze was filled with triumph and provocation. After the test concluded, a staff member cheerfully handed him a card. Congratulations on becoming a hunter. Sangun took it and thanked her. The staff member added, you've been registered with the Hunter Association. From now on, you're an official hunter. Sangun seemed quite excited. So I can enter dungeons and sell items now, right? She smiled and nodded in confirmation. That's right. Meanwhile, in Manhwa's office, a loud bang echoed as a fist slammed on the desk. He lost his composure and demanded, Inspector Inhu, explain what just happened. His voice was laced with resentment. I told you to fail him within 10 seconds, not let him pass. Inhu, sitting across from him, loosened his tie in annoyance. That's hilarious, he said nonchalantly. Because we did our best. But with Sangun's abilities, the difficulty you requested was already adjusted to a level he shouldn't have been able to pass. Manhwa refused to accept this, trying to find a way to knock Sangun down. Then what about giving him a lower rank? Inhu immediately replied, that's impossible. He defeated the monster for the minimum D rank test in just 10 seconds. If we only give him a D rank, I will definitely be questioned by the association. Manhwa still refused to give up. You have to make it happen. Just then, Sangun opened the door and walked in, interrupting their conversation. I got my certification. Inhu reacted quickly, giving a slight cough to signal Manhwa to be quiet before turning to him and saying, "Congratulations, Han Sangun." He walked straight forward, his steps firm and steady. He stopped, standing in front of Manhwa, and asked with feigned concern, "You don't look well, sir. Is something wrong?" He forced a stiff smile and replied, "Congratulations." "Ah, no. I should call you Hunter Han Sangun now." Sangun didn't let him off that easily, intentionally bringing up the past. "Ah, that reminds me." His next words made the atmosphere in the room grow tense. Director Hoang Manho's rank before retirement was C rank, wasn't it? He was silent for a moment before asking in a strained voice, "What are you trying to say?" Sangun put on an innocent expression. "Well, I seem to recall you once calling me talentless." He didn't hold back and bluntly criticized Dong Suk, causing his face to twist in anger. "Honestly, I think you're the incompetent one." Unable to contain his rage, he immediately lunged forward. The brat Inhu didn't expect things to go this far and quickly reached out to stop him. "Calm down." As Dong Suk's fist was about to hit Sion's face, he showed no fear, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Just as I thought, he's easily provoked." Immediately after, he smoothly sidestepped, dodging the punch. Sangun instantly lowered his stance and delivered a painful blow to Dong Suk's stomach. His voice was now as cold as ice. "This is just self-defense." Not stopping there, he also casually slapped Dong Suk across the face, his smile looking completely harmless. Now this is revenge. Looking at Dong Suk, whose face he had easily swollen, Sangun thought to himself, "Is this the power of an X rank?" Soon, the sky darkened, and before heading back, Inhu arranged a private meeting with Sangun. After some conversation, he asked him doubtfully, "You want me to become an exclusive hunter for the association?" Inhu nodded and replied, "That's right." He smiled and made an incredibly attractive offer. "The base salary is 1 million won. We can negotiate if you want more, you won't be at a disadvantage." Sangun looked at the employee card Inhu handed him and muttered, 1 million is a lot. Thinking he had easily agreed, Inhu started flattering Sangun. "Because we see great potential in you." But he cut him off, Inspector. He bluntly exposed today's events. "You manipulated the test's difficulty, didn't you?" He glanced at him, then coldly turned and walked away, casually tossing the card to the ground. "I have no problem with negotiating, but I won't sign a contract with untrustworthy people." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. In his room, Sangun was watching the news on his laptop, where rumors had recently surfaced about hunters being summoned to the Tower of Trials. Afterwards, he closed the laptop and said to himself, "Now everyone knows about the Tower of Trials." Looking at his phone screen, he let out a faint smile. "I sold some items for a pretty good price and made good use of the last 3 days." His tone suddenly turned cold. "It's time." The system appeared right on cue, and the familiar notification sound rang out. "You will soon return to the Tower of Trials." The blue light from the system panel reflected on Sangun's face. "Perfect." The system's warning sounded again. "Time is up. You are being transported back to the Tower of Trials." Sangun fell into the spatial rift once more. "I can finally feel the joy of gradually becoming stronger." He gave a gleeful smile. Things are about to get busy. A moment later, bleak gray walls appeared right before Sangun's eyes. He shot up with a slightly startled expression. Seeing the empty room with only a single bed, he finally felt at ease. "So I'm back in the Tower of Trials." Looking at the chest beside the bed, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. "My items being here means I can freely bring things back and forth between Earth and the tower." He then put everything into his system inventory, storing the items in his personal inventory to keep things tidy. Once done, he rolled over on the bed once, and then leaped off. He cracked his knuckles for a bit, ready to conquer this Tower of Trials. 4th floor cleared, time to enter the 5th floor. The system appeared and sent him a notification. "You have achieved the first return accomplishment. You have acquired the skill Eye of Truth." Immediately after, his eyes flashed with a purple light. The system quickly updated the information for Sion. "Eye of Truth A. Proficiency. None. Used to see the true nature of observed targets. It can also distinguish truth from lies in another's words." Sangun was extremely pleased with this new ability. "Not only can I see an item's information, but I can also tell if someone is lying." The corner of his mouth lifted, his eyes shining brightly. "What an amazing skill. I got a high-rank skill right after coming back." Sangun opened the shop interface on the system panel. He used the money he had saved up during his days on Earth to buy some new weapons. "You have purchased a lightning sword. You have purchased a D+ iron shield." After receiving the weapons, Sangun tested them out and made his own assessment. "This sword seems expensive, but since it only requires one hand, my attack speed will be faster, and it comes with an additional effect." The system also added, "When attacking a target, there is a 10% chance to inflict an additional lightning effect." After hearing that, Sun felt quite lucky. Any item with an extra effect is a win. After getting his new weapons, Sangun was ready to prepare for the next mission. "Let's go." On the system panel was a question. Do you accept the fifth floor trial? A portal then opened. Sangun immediately stepped inside. All right, let's go in. The system updated instantly. You have entered the fifth floor. The mission for the fifth floor is to hunt a designated target. Time limit, 1 day. Fifth floor trial completion condition. Eliminate the werewolf leader in the Valley of Wolves. A few seconds later, Sangun found himself in a barren land, with a high cliff right in front of him. Sangun felt very intrigued. Hunting werewolves, huh? The next second, a pack of ferocious wolves appeared. They surrounded him, their red eyes glowing as if looking at a juicy prey. Unable to wait any longer, they pounced, rushing in to tear Sun to shreds. He didn't flinch, swinging his sword and cutting down a whole bunch of them. One that persistently chased him was promptly kicked away. The entire pack was thus eliminated by him. These small wolves are a bit weak. The wolf he had just kicked came to a stop under a large foot. Seeing it, Sangun was a little surprised. Several giant silver wolves appeared at the same time, and the small wolf was like an ant at their feet, trembling as it crawled to the side. A silver wolf opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. Its eyes were bloodshot, its aura incredibly powerful. They snarled as they slowly closed in on him. Sangun gradually backed away, his expression still one of shock. But just a second later, a look of delight flashed in his eyes. It seemed the target he needed to eliminate had finally appeared. The pack of silver wolves couldn't hold back any longer and charged like wild beasts, and Sangun launched himself off the ground. He charged straight into the middle of the wolf pack. The warm-up was over. Now the real fight began. His sword sliced a deep gash across one wolf's back. This fifth floor trial was proving to be somewhat interesting. Sangun moved in a zigzag pattern, injuring several silver wolves with a single swing of his sword. The system immediately sent him a notification that his swordsmanship skill E had reached 100% proficiency. Sangun then calmly landed back on the ground. Not bad. He calculated in his head that the swordsmanship skill he acquired on the third floor was nearly maxed out. It was true that skills from the lower floors weren't great, so he needed to find some new ones, so as not to waste the experience points. 2 more wolves suddenly lunged at him. Sangun raised his sword forward, taunting them. "Come at me, you mutts! Let me grind some levels!" A short while later, the entire pack of silver wolves had been completely annihilated. Soul orbs began to rise from their corpses. Sangun reached out and absorbed them. The lightning effect hadn't activated much in the past few battles. It seemed a 10% chance was a bit low. The system continuously sent him notifications. You have absorbed a dire wolf soul. Skill proficiency has increased by 16%. Looking at the system window, he muttered to himself, "Not much experience, but my soul summoning skill has increased a bit. Let's see how much its proficiency will increase after I absorb more wolf souls in this fifth floor trial." Sangun slowly advanced, apparently reaching the center of the valley. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. As he walked forward, he saw the ground was littered with the corpses of silver wolves. That's strange. Why are there so many dead wolves? He bent down to examine a corpse, a clean cut that split it in two like this meant someone else had been here before him. Turning to the side, he discovered a few more clues. There were marks on the cliff face as well. To investigate this, Sangun immediately used the new skill he had just acquired, Eye of Truth. His eyes scanned the slash and sent the data to the system. It instantly sent him the information, D-rank light sword /1. The cut was quite fast and precise. The person who made this slash is quite skilled. Sangun stood up, wondering to himself, a proficient skill user? His expression darkened. Even with the analysis, there were still many things he didn't understand. This was looking like a tough opponent. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and Sangun immediately rushed toward the source. Hearing that sound, he took off like the wind, charging straight ahead. He seemed to have discovered something, a look of slight surprise on his face. In front of him was a large cave. Just then, a silver wolf was sent flying out of it. It tumbled across the ground. Sangun's eyes widened, and he was a bit startled himself. There it is. The system's notification rang out. Conditioned to pass the fifth floor trial, the werewolf leader is dead. Determining cause and method of resolution. Sangun's face darkened, his gaze turning icy. My target has already been defeated? What do I do now? The system suddenly reported. Analysis complete. It had no choice but to assign Sangun a new mission. A challenger from another dimension has invaded your mission space. Adjusting mission objective. Eliminate the challenger who has trespassed into your mission space. That challenger was Ket. Seeing the man's enormous figure, Sangun couldn't help but be astonished. He invaded this space? A challenger from another dimension? He had just learned a new secret. So there are other dimensions besides Earth? Does that mean there are many other trial towers? A worried expression appeared on his face. Things were truly becoming unpredictable. Seeing Sangun standing motionless for a while, Ket spoke first. A challenger from an underdeveloped dimension? I suppose you're here for the mission, right? He pointed the tip of his sword at him threateningly. Are you too scared to speak? It looks like this is the end for you. Sangun gritted his teeth, his face wary. This guy was going to be tough. The system appeared, reminding Sangun, Eliminate the challenger who has trespassed into your mission space. A strong wind kicked up, and the atmosphere between him and Ket grew incredibly tense. Sangun stared ahead cautiously, thinking to himself, I had no idea my target could be stolen by someone else. A worried look crossed his face, but I guess I should be grateful the trial hasn't failed yet. Seeing him just standing there, Ket lost his patience. Your inability to answer proves you're terrified. In that case, I'll begin. Prepare to die. Seeing the man take a stance, Sangun's guard went up even higher. He's attacking! Ket charged forward with his sword, his speed so fast it was a blur. To block the blow, Sangun lifted the dead werewolf's body off the ground. He kicked it hard toward Ket to create a distraction. The silver wolf's corpse shot forward. Ket calmly swung his sword, sending the body flying, but his eyes suddenly darted to the side. While Ket was focused on the corpse, Sangun had quickly circled around behind him. He raised his sword, growling, Got you! He lunged, thrusting his sword at Ket's body. A piercing sound rang out, and a moment later, a look of shock spread across his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? I was trying to slice his armor in two. Ket angrily raised his sword. A surge of power enveloped the blade. You think it's that simple? He slashed straight at Sangun with incredible force. Sangun had to use his shield to block the blow, but just a moment later, his shield shattered into pieces. He was thrown back by Ket, his sword falling from his hand. Hansien was at a disadvantage, his body slamming hard against a rock behind him. He was severely injured from that last blow. Hansien gritted his teeth, trying to get up. His wrist was broken, and fresh blood dripped to the ground as Ket approached him. Laughter echoed throughout the valley. I can't believe you managed to block my light sword. That's a bit troublesome, isn't it? You're not as easy to take down as I thought. Hansien clutched his wound, shouting at the man, an intruder from another dimension. How were you able to invade my dimensional space? Hearing this, Ket mocked him, just as I thought, a total newbie. You don't even know what a floor intrusion is. Hansien could do nothing but curse in anger. Damn it! He muttered resentfully. Why does this stuff always happen on my tower trial floor? Ket was now very close to him. He raised his sword and said coldly, Don't blame me. The tower has always been like this. You just didn't know. I won't drag this out. I'll end it right here. Hansien couldn't die here. He reached out his hand to stop Ket. Wait, he said, trying to get more information from him. At least can you tell me what a dimensional floor intrusion is? The man stared at him for a long time, as if deep in thought. Then he made a decision. Well, you're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter. He began to explain to Hansien. One of the features unlocked on the 8th floor is called Dimensional Floor Intrusion. With a Dimensional Floor Intrusion ticket, you can buy a ticket from the shop to interfere with someone else's trial. Hearing that, Hansien had a question. Also, you mentioned an origin dimension. Does that mean you're from another dimension? Ket replied casually. Where else do you think I could be from? After getting his answer, Hansien slowly stood up. I see. His eyes flashed with a purple light. Eye of Truth. The system quickly received his command and activated the skill. Target is telling the truth. Hearing the system's notification, Hansien confirmed the information, so the guy wasn't lying. Ket realized he had used the Eye of Truth on him and immediately flew into a rage. That was incredibly insolent of you. How dare you scrutinize me? Hansien just smiled, provoking him further. Oh, yeah, I did. What are you going to do about it? His words only made Ket even angrier. What? How dare a newbie bastard like you? Hansien looked at him and asked. Since you gave me the information I needed, want to know something interesting in return? He glanced down at his broken arm, explaining, I can endure an arm like this thanks to a skill called pain resistance, which means I don't actually have to hold it because of the pain. The very next second, he let go of his broken wrist. As he let go, Hansien used a system ability. The rapid recovery skill activated, and his wrist healed instantly in the blink of an eye. My rapid recovery skill automatically heals it. I did that because I figured you'd only spill some real information if you thought I was at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Ket couldn't believe he'd been led on by Hansien this whole time. He swung his sword back forcefully. So you're a swordsman with healing abilities? But if your real strength is only what you showed earlier, it doesn't change the fact that you're about to die. Hansien smiled, stomped his foot on the ground, and kicked his sword up into his hand. I'm not as weak as you think. His eyes gleamed with delight. For some reason, my power just keeps on rising. The system continuously announced, your stats have been permanently increased by reserved souls. Seeing this, Ket was startled. You have both healing and enhancement skills? Meanwhile, Hansien had already taken a stance, ready to attack. The special effect of the assassin's cloak has been activated. The aura around him became incredibly powerful. Instantaneous acceleration. Ket couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in astonishment, This is crazy. How can a challenger on the 5th floor have so many skills? Right after that, Hansien charged forward powerfully. The two clashed in battle, the sound of their swords deafening. Ket was pushed back. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it! Is it because this is the 5th floor? How can he be this strong? To defeat Hansien, the man unleashed his full power. You damn newbie! Hansien saw something, an aura. He leaned back, dodging the tip of Ket's sword. In an instant, Ket charged forward, surprising Hanshin. Hanshin was forced to retreat, and seeing this, Ket pressed his advantage. It was a high-level enhancement skill. Getting hit by it would be very dangerous, Hanshin calculated in his head. But since my stats are higher, I believe I can avoid life-threatening damage. The real problem is, his armor is a high-grade item that I can't penetrate with my current abilities. While dodging the man's attacks, he carefully approached to strike the armor. But if I keep putting pressure on it like this... Suddenly, Hanshin's sword flashed with a brilliant yellow light, and Ket's entire body seized up as if electrocuted, convulsing uncontrollably. Ket didn't have time to understand what was happening and screamed in pain. What is this now? The system then displayed a notification. Lightning Sword. Attacks with this weapon have a 10% chance to create a lightning effect. A very smug smile appeared on Hanshin's face. That's right, that's more like it. Immediately, Ket was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His body tumbled across the ground, and his hoarse groans echoed. Hanshin frowned. He thought to himself, it would have been tough if that armor really resisted the paralysis effect, but thankfully, this match was already decided. At that moment, Ket trembled violently, struggling to get back on his feet, but his body was completely drained of strength. He muttered in self-reproach. Under normal circumstances, I would have won. How can a challenger from the 5th floor possibly have so many techniques? He stepped closer, his voice as cold as ice. You're the one who got careless because you trusted your armor and the level difference too much. Sangun tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, this is the end. Ket panicked and tried to bargain. Wait, I'll answer any of your questions. But Sangun's eyes in reply were filled with killing intent. I don't need to. In that instant, he flicked his wrist, and the tip of his sword plunged straight through Ket's chest, making him shriek in pain. That bastard! Red blood spurted out and splattered across the ground, his trembling hand struggling to reach forward. But a second later, his body lost all life, his hand falling limply to the ground. Sangun watched, his expression unfazed. I'm becoming more and more indifferent to killing. Then he let out a soft sigh. But hesitating every time I have to kill will lead to big trouble. Immediately after, the system notification sounded, congratulations, you have completed the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Just then, Ket's body started to dissolve, turning into wisps of bright smoke. This startled him, and he immediately focused on absorbing the remaining aura. The light gradually gathered in his palm and dissolved into his body. A moment later, Ket disappeared completely, and the system announced a new update. You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Ket Draft. Strength increased by 15%. Sangun sighed in relief. He almost couldn't absorb it. I wonder if you disappear if you die in another dimension? He then waited for a while, frowning when no reward appeared. But where's the reward notification? Just then, the system explained that the trial's difficulty level does not include a reward. All rewards will be modified. Hearing this, his expression changed slightly as the system's voice rang out again. You have learned the skill 3-step/A+. Sangun smiled faintly. The C. Rank reward has now become A+. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. The original reward changing this much just shows how strong that invading knight was. Getting an A+ skill is awesome. The system continued to announce, you will now enter the 6th floor lobby. All injuries and abnormal status effects will be removed. Challenger Sangun's information will be displayed on the status board. As the spatial portal opened, he slowly stepped through it. He muttered as he walked, inventory. Instantly, the item inventory opened, revealing countless glowing pieces of equipment. He took off his jacket and sat down to rest. So, invasion dimensions really do exist. I can't let my guard down in the Tower of Trials. He reminded himself to save as many questions as possible for the 8th floor. A moment later, the assistant system's voice sounded. Please write the question you wish to ask. The admin will answer your questions to the best of their ability. The number of questions you can ask is 5, he muttered. Should I ask what an invasion floor in another dimension is? And will I be warned if a challenger from another floor invades my trial mission area? With that thought, he sent it. I guess that's enough. The system announced that his question had been sent. Surprisingly, the reply came very quickly. The answer has been received. He was taken aback by the speed. That was fast? Sangun immediately opened it to read. The invasion floor is a system that allows you to invade another person's trial area, but only within the first 10 levels. However, you cannot interfere with special trials such as combined trials. This is a function you can acquire on the 8th floor. This means you cannot use it right now. After reading, he paused for a moment. Sangun's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the answer I needed on how to invade someone else's mission space. But immediately, a red warning appeared. You cannot obtain this information on your current floor. Only the first question was answered, so your question count will not be fully depleted. He was confused after hearing that. What? Don't I get an answer for every question I ask? Sangun sighed softly. At least he didn't waste a question for nothing. Then he exclaimed excitedly, time to try out the best stuff I have. Inventory. He hurriedly opened his item inventory, then took out a broken shield and a chest. The system's voice sounded. You have used Kroken's magic repair box to fix the mysterious hunter's shield. You have used one Kroken's magic repair box. Looking at the gleaming shield, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Oh, the repair function of this box is better than I thought. Immediately after, the system displayed another message. You have used a cleansing stone. Sangun glanced at the stone in his hand and shrugged. I thought this cleansing stone was a pretty useless item. However, when he rubbed the stone on his skin, a cool, magical mist spread out, which felt satisfying, but using it for a bath is actually pretty great. A moment later, the system continued to announce, the remaining time to enter the 6th floor is 1 hour and 12 minutes. Seeing this, he gave a faint smile. Still plenty of time, huh? Let's take a quick look at the trial rankings and the community board. When he opened the ranking board, the list of challengers appeared. Sangun was stunned. I'm third? He couldn't believe his eyes. Jumping from 16th to 3rd? Sangun let out a smug smile. I guess I'm getting the benefits of being a top ranker now, huh? Let's see what I'll get when I reach the 8th floor. Just then, the system displayed, you have entered the hard difficulty community. A noisy chat log appeared. Buy a skill that resists debuffs. The chat popped up while he was still feeling confused. The system was flooded with curses. You bastards, stop the robbing and killing. You inhuman monsters. He thought with a headache, this is pure chaos. Just as they said, this place is completely lawless and chaotic. What is this? Hanshin wondered. The debuff resistance skill is one of the most actively traded skills right now. Isn't it like a double-edged sword? While its ability to resist mental instability is pretty good, it has its drawbacks. The user has to give up a skill slot to carry it and can only use it in a few specific situations. But I think I should still take it. Suddenly, something interrupted his train of thought. A new notification caught his attention. Hey, did you guys know that the bastard who gave us info on the 4th floor changed his name to Princess Sue? Even if it's just a competition among challengers, are they really planning to team up and kill him? Hanshin frowned skeptically. He's the guy who wrecked things on the 4th floor, isn't he? I remember he was the one who intentionally made everyone hate each other. A flash of irritation passed over him, and he muttered, don't tell me I have to see that guy again. Immediately after, he dismissed the system interface. Princess X, huh? I'll remember that name. Shortly after, the system popped up again. Will you accept the 6th floor challenge? The interface window disappeared. The challenge reward is a B-rank mystery box, and the penalty for failure is death. Hanshin took a deep breath and stepped through the dimensional gate. In an instant, the scenery before him changed completely. An immense sea stretched to the horizon. He squinted in surprise. An ocean this time? The system announced. Teammate allocation is complete. Cooperate with them to finish the challenge. He looked around, bewildered. Wait a minute. Hanshin glanced around, completely puzzled. Where are my teammates? Don't tell me they're asleep? Suddenly, a sharp spear shot straight toward him. Hanshin reacted instantly. He shot his hand out, grabbed the spear's shaft, and yanked hard, pulling a man flying out of the dimensional gate. The man's body slammed onto the ground, his face a mask of panic. Hanshin spun and slammed the man down onto the stone ground. He stepped closer and demanded, attacking your own teammate? What do you think you're doing? The man gritted his teeth and yelled, damn it! You'll understand if you check the community board, he said nonchalantly. Killing you is the easiest way to get the reward. Hearing this, Hanshin raised an eyebrow. So it's okay to kill your teammates, as long as there's a reward? The man suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. You hypocritical bastard. Before you pretend to have a conscience, take a look around. Just then, screams erupted from all sides. Wait, stop! We're teammates. People blinded by greed were frantically stabbing and killing their allies. It's not my fault. If you have to blame someone, blame the trial tower. Blood sprayed everywhere, as groans mingled with the sharp clash of metal. Just die already so I can get my reward. All around, there was nothing but the sound of desperate cries. You traitor! Help me! The man looked at him and spoke. Do you get it now? Amidst the chaos, the man in front of Hanshin laughed and cursed him. You damn hypocrite! Hearing that, Hanshin couldn't take it anymore and raised his sword, and without a moment's hesitation, he cut the man down. Nearby, 2 others were shaking hands. In times like these, we should join forces. A man named Mock chuckled. I'm glad I found someone who thinks the same way. The woman beside him frowned slightly. How can they betray each other so openly? He gave a sarcastic smirk. They're just a bunch of fools. How do they expect to clear the trial without cooperating? However, he never expected the woman to suddenly run him through with her sword, a triumphant smirk on her face. You're right. You should have realized I'm the type who doesn't need teammates either. She shot him an ice-cold glare. How can you call yourself a challenger if you shake hands without letting your guard down? The system immediately announced, you have obtained the backstab achievement. Stamina has increased by 1. A purple-haired guy standing nearby tilted his head at Hanshin and said, be honest, you want that reward too, don't you? He then cleared his throat. Stop with the hypocrisy. In that instant, a calculating glint flashed in the man's eyes. An opportunity. Seeing Hanshin was distracted, he lunged forward, yelling, "Die!" His sword slicing through the air, aimed right at him. However, in a split second, Hanshin had already spun around and countered. The tip of his sword plunged back through the man's chest. The man coughed up blood in agony. Damn it. How? The system updated quickly. You have obtained the betrayal achievement. Strength has increased by 1. Hanshin's lips curled into a slight smirk. He looked down at the man with contempt. Too weak. With that done, Hanshin took a moment to reassess the situation. A special trial? A team-based challenge. Even so, this trial isn't that different from a regular event. He began to walk forward slowly. But getting a high-grade skill for winning makes it a pretty decent quest. I need to make sure I win this one. I won't kill anyone without a reason, but if someone gives me a reason, that's a different story. At that moment, not far away, another challenger raised his hands, forming hand seals. He expertly created a magic shield, and the water around him began to churn. A transparent sphere of mana enveloped his entire body. He threw his head back and laughed smugly. This trial was made for people like me who can use water-based magic. However, before his laughter could even fade, he felt a chilling, killing intent. He could only watch as Hanshin charged toward him from a distance. His figure became a blur, and in the blink of an eye, Hanshin leaped high into the air, his eyes burning with killing intent as he stared down at him. The man screamed in terror, "Who is this bastard?" But Hanshin didn't reply. He stomped down hard on the sphere, making the man inside shriek in despair. "This is a bulletproof magic shield, you moron." But just a moment later, the orb exploded, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Hanshin mercilessly smashed a fist into the man's face, making him cough up blood as his body was sent flying. He then slammed hard onto the ground and died instantly. Hanshin landed with a completely calm expression. "I might have gone a little overboard, but if I do this..." Nearby, another challenger's face turned pale at the sight, and he trembled as he backed away. "Is he a high ranker? I'll just take another route." To the right, a blonde guy who witnessed everything had sweat streaming down his face as he stammered, "What a monstrous bastard." Hanshin glanced over, thinking to himself that he could scare off the others. "To be honest, I really want the reward, but I don't want to kill people without reason." At that moment, the system announced, "Capture the base in the challenge. If a member of another team enters your base, the capture process will be paused. Prevent the enemy from capturing your base." He mused quietly. "I just need to hold this base for another 10 minutes. Hanshin sat down cross-legged, pondering. The high-level challengers who didn't use a return stone on the 5th floor must have cleared the 6th floor immediately upon entering, right? Most of the people here are low-level, so this should be pretty easy for me." His face was pensive, deep in thought. "The 6th floor's challenge is making me think about a lot of things. Not trusting anyone and showing misplaced compassion is the real mistake. This is the real lesson to be learned from this challenge." After a moment, Hanshin decided firmly, "Anyone, even a teammate, can be an enemy. Even if I spare someone and let them go to another base, they'll just end up dead anyway." Just then, the system's sudden announcement surprised him. "Someone has entered your base." He turned around to see a group of 4 people approaching. Hanshin grinned. "Pretty impressive. You're wondering why there are 4 people in a 2-person team challenge, right?" Seeing them arrive, Hanshin replied casually, "It's pretty obvious just by looking at you guys." He smirked sarcastically. 4 guys sticking together, combining 2 teams to gain an advantage over the others. Songjun wasn't fazed and even laughed. "That's right, just like you said. Die, you bastard." Immediately, 2 members of his team rushed forward at lightning speed. Hanshin instantly took a defensive stance, gripping his sword's hilt. He placed his hands before his chest and commanded, "Heart in sync." His entire body lit up as energy coiled tightly around him. The special attribute of the skill, Heart in Sync. Kim Ji-hyun's pain will be shared with Hanshin. Then, without hesitation, he plunged the sword into his own arm. Blood dripped down as a fierce aura erupted from him. His hand radiated a frenzied energy. The sword fell to the ground, and the system immediately intervened. Pain reduction skill activated. All pain will be reduced by 15%. Just then, the bald guy in front charged aggressively, throwing a bucket of water directly on him. Hanshin froze for a second. Seawater? The system immediately displayed, "You have touched the challenge's seawater. Strength decreased by 10, agility decreased by 10, stamina decreased by 10. Debuff duration remaining, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. He frowned in disbelief. "There's a debuff for touching the seawater?" Looking at them surrounding him, his expression turned strange. "This is going to be bad." The 2 guys on the other side rushed at him at the same time, their swords slicing through the wind. But Hanshin remained calm, the corners of his lips curling up with interest. "If I were a normal challenger..." The 2 men with swords charged toward him, their footsteps pounding heavily on the ground. One of them swung his sword down, but Hanshin dodged in an instant, letting the blade slice through empty air. Hanshin said contemptuously, "Your plan to get rid of my weapon and debuff my stats wasn't half bad, but you made one fatal mistake." Right after, he shot his hand out, gripping the man's neck tightly, pulling him close, and said coldly, and that is the fact that you picked the wrong opponent. Next, Hanshin slammed the man violently onto the ground. The sight made the other 3 men stare in horror, their mouths agape. The system quickly registered, you have received the achievement, one-hit kill. You have learned the skill, contempt for the weak. The bald guy charged aggressively, repeatedly shouting, die, you bastard. The system immediately responded, the stats of all current opponents are lower than yours. As he swung his sword powerfully down at him, his expression turned to confusion when he realized Hanshin had vanished from his sight. In the blink of an eye, he landed a powerful kick to the man's face. The force of the kick made him stagger, unable to react. The moment he stumbled, Hanshin brought a crushing blow down on the top of his head. The system immediately issued a notification. You have received the achievement Ruthless Killer. Dexterity has increased by 1. The bald guy collapsed, his fresh blood staining the ground red. Songjun's face was a mask of pure terror. He walked slowly towards the remaining 2. Ji-hyun anxiously turned and asked, what do we do now? Should we attack at the same time? Just then, Songjun suddenly drew his sword and slashed straight at Ji-hyun's leg. Blood splattered everywhere as Ji-hyun screamed in agony. He fell to the ground, his body trembling and writhing in pain. Instantly, Hanshin also felt an excruciating pain shoot up from his own leg, forcing him to his knees as a cold sweat broke out. Hanshin recalled, just as that guy said, pain is the only thing we share. Thankfully, the actual damage isn't. But the problem is, my movements will be restricted by the pain, Ji-hyun shouted in anger. You bastard, are you even human? However, his opponent stabbed Ji-hyun again, throwing everything into chaos. Songjun yelled, stay away from me, you bastard. But now Ji-hyun could only plead in agony. Stop it, he screamed in a panic. I'll put a hole in this guy if you get any closer. He stood up, pushing through the pain, thankful he could still move thanks to his pain resistance skill. But in this state, it would be hard to face that guy. In this situation, Sangun was helpless. It seemed this was the only way, wasn't it? His gaze shifted to Ji-hyun as he made a decision to eliminate the mage whose heart beat in sync with his. With that thought, he dashed towards him. Sang-yoon delivered a clean slash to Ji-hyun's neck, killing him in one blow. A second later, an intense pain spread across his own neck. Sang-jun clutched his neck in agony, trying to endure it. Seeing this, Song-jun thought to himself, this is my only chance. With that thought, he hastily grabbed his sword and charged. However, just as he swung his sword down, he immediately raised both hands to block it. Sang-gun's eyes glared with a warning. This feeling is pretty intense. You're curious about it too, aren't you? A wave of cold aura washed over him, making him tremble in fear. I'm screwed. He yanked the sword from Song-jun's hands. Despite his blood-soaked hands, Sang-gun gritted his teeth and charged forward, cleanly severing his head. The system immediately confirmed. You have obtained the achievement, Cold-Blooded Tower Climber. You have received 1,500 points. The system continued to announce, time is up. You have occupied a territory. Everyone around cheered with joy. We're still alive! They couldn't hide their elation. We did it. Hey, stop it, that's disgusting. He remained silent amidst the cheers, wondering if someone had instigated so many people to be enthusiastic about the man-killing achievement at the start of the trial. In the end, the winners were those who managed to keep their teams intact. He looked at everyone. Of course, some were so traumatized they had gone mad. They kept muttering. There were some exceptions. I didn't do anything wrong. Those bastards got killed. It was their own fault anyway. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Sang-gun looked at his blood-stained hands and wondered, to others, do I look like a monster like that? Just then, the system's monotonous mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations, you have cleared the 6th floor of the trial tower. Please proceed to the waiting room. Immediately after, a spatial gate opened. Sang-gun didn't hesitate to finish off the remaining survivors. Blood and souls vanished into the air. The system quickly registered. You have absorbed the soul of Lee Song-jun. You have absorbed the soul of Kim Ji. You have absorbed the soul of Song Jin-uk. Your innate talent, Soul Beckoning, has increased by 1 rank. Soul Beckoning D. The system didn't forget to remind him, you have entered the 7th floor's waiting room. As soon as Sang-gun stepped inside, he received a notification. Achievement list has been created. Seeing this, he was a little surprised. Achievement list? An achievement panel appeared before him. S-rank achievement, First Regressor. E-rank achievements, Firebearer, Goblin Hunter, Traitor. He was excited. S-rank achievement, First Regressor. Ah, this is no ordinary achievement, is it? Sang-gun curiously tapped on the system panel. Should I check the details? The system displayed, One-Shot Killer, C-rank, obtained when you kill a challenger in a single blow. Ruthless, E-rank, obtained when you continuously kill many challengers without hesitation. Cold-Blooded Tower Climber, D-rank, obtained when you kill more than 5 challengers in a single trial. Seeing this, he assessed himself. Looks like I've gotten quite a few achievements from killing, huh? he muttered, summarizing the main points. And when you get an achievement, it seems you're awarded skills, stats, points, and various other rewards. Sangjun tried opening his inventory, and the interface immediately displayed Random Box B Rank, a box wrapped with a golden ribbon that will give you a random item. When opened, you will receive an item from F rank to B rank. He sighed with a look of disappointment. A random box, huh? I guess the reward for the 6th floor trial isn't going to be that great. If it's an item from F to B rank, there's not much to look forward to. Sangun suppressed his feelings and reached out to untie the gift box. Let's just open it and see. I'll finish absorbing the souls later. As soon as he opened it, a brilliant light spread out, and something from inside the box suddenly leaped out. It tumbled in midair, then landed on the ground with a strange shape, its whole body a vibrant green with 2 long ears. He looked at it with an utterly bewildered expression. Sangun forced a smile. What is this? Am I supposed to catch it? Across from him, the goblin stared at him with an expectant look. He reached out and lunged for it. The slippery goblin jumped up to dodge, starting to annoy Sangun. He continued to try and grab it. However, the goblin was still agile enough to slip away. Sangun, determined not to lose, crouched and leaped, and at that moment, his hands managed to grab it tightly. Sangun burst out laughing. Gotcha now. The restrained goblin shrieked in anger. It suddenly bit his hand hard, making Sangun scream in pain. The goblin seized the opportunity and quickly jumped out of his hands, a triumphant look clear on its mischievous face. Sangun was completely pissed off. I was going to go easy on you because I thought you were cute. He clenched his fist and shot towards it. But now I'm serious. But the goblin was still faster. It jumped high, causing him to slip and fall to the ground. Sangun frowned slightly. Determined to get revenge, he sprang up. Sangun jumped and flipped in midair. Then he landed hard right in front of the goblin, while Sangun clenched his fist. Then he put all his strength into a punch straight to its head, delivering a critical hit. A deep hole was indented in the goblin's head, with smoke billowing out. In an instant, its entire body exploded into pieces. The system's announcement rang out, "Congratulations, you have received the highest ranked item possible from a random box." His eyes widened in astonishment. The highest rank? So it's a B rank item, huh? Right after that, a necklace appeared. A well-forged iron necklace. An iron necklace containing the life's work of a master blacksmith who worked with iron his entire life. When mana is infused, the Blessing of Steel will be activated. It requires a continuous supply of mana. However, there is no skill cooldown. He took it from the system. Hanshin stared at the necklace in his hand, stunned. A well-forged iron necklace, huh? He curiously decided to check it out. The system immediately displayed its details. The Blessing of Steel effect from the B-rank well-forged iron necklace has been activated. Your skin has adapted to an attribute that can absorb 10% of damage from all physical attacks. A faint light spread around his body, much to Hanshin's surprise. It increases all sword-related skills by 7% and absorbs 10% of physical damage. In fact, it's even better than most A-rank items. It's a broken item because it has both offensive and defensive effects. He excitedly put the necklace around his neck. I wasn't expecting much, but it seems I've hit the jackpot with this thing. However, as soon as he put it on, the system issued consecutive warnings. You have run out of mana. The Blessing of Steel effect from the B-rank well-forged iron necklace has been deactivated. He clicked his tongue in frustration. I guess the downside is that it consumes a ton of mana. He had no choice but to tuck the necklace into his shirt. I should save it for emergencies and build up my mana first. Hanshin looked at the system window with some hesitation. Now then, should I check out the innate talent that just ranked up? The system displayed a prompt. Do you want to challenge the 7th floor of the trial? This notification successfully confused Hanshin. What's going on? I'm sure challengers are always given a certain amount of time to rest in the waiting room before entering the next floor of the trial. He was momentarily suspicious. Clearing the trial faster isn't a bad thing for me. But doesn't this also mean the waiting time has disappeared for others too? The system quickly responded, "You have entered the hard difficulty community." Right after that, a series of messages appeared in the chat. Spirit of the Tower, hey everyone, did you guys know the waiting time is gone? He quietly assessed the situation. Just as I thought, it's happening to others too. The administrator's chat was going crazy, so slow. But I don't think this is a big deal. Hanshin pondered and calculated silently. It seems the disappearance of the waiting time doesn't mean much to everyone else, huh? It doesn't bring any benefits to the pioneers either. They only care about going home. He concluded that it was because most of them were high-ranking challengers. Just then, the chat's topic suddenly shifted. Gold Digger spoke up. I'm seriously getting chills from that bastard who sold the resistance skill. The veteran hunter calmly interjected. Those bastards must have survived and are keeping quiet out of guilt, he thought silently. The atmosphere is different from the 6th floor too. Those player-killing bastards must all be silent now, because the next trial is solo anyway, so there's no reason for them to draw attention to themselves. Hanshin's face darkened. Those player-killing bastards who treat their comrades' lives as mere tools are definitely my targets. I need to be more on guard. Besides, Hanshin thought with a bit of excitement, I should train a new skill that won't be swayed by any other diverse skills. He took a deep breath to get started. Now then, let's check out the Necromancy skill that ranked up to D rank from the 6th floor. With that thought, he opened the system window to look. Innate talent, Necromancy D, proficiency percentage, basic effect can absorb the souls of the dead to enhance or fortify stats. Hanshin pondered for a moment. It seems the basic effect has changed a bit. Before, it only increased my stats, enhancing, fortifying mana, defensive shields, but now it can modify things like my magic or give me a defensive shield. I was hoping this skill would increase the efficiency of soul absorption, but it seems that's not the case. However, I still need a defensive skill that can protect my body. Hanshin then took his sword out of the system, tossing it up for a spin. Let's see how good the soul shield is. He took a breath. Well, even if my arm gets chopped off, the waiting room has a recovery effect anyway. So, as the sword spun in midair, Hanshin clenched his fist and swung it up to block. Immediately, a fierce pressure erupted, causing the system to issue an urgent warning. To prevent injury, the souls have absorbed the damage. Player song Jane Wook's soul has been used. Number of souls held 3 out of 30. He was momentarily surprised. Hanshin couldn't hide his joy. This is much better than I expected. He began to calculate carefully again. I'll keep 3 souls for now, to use for defense instead of absorbing them all. Hanshin switched to the trial rankings tab. He looked at the screen with a hint of disappointment. 4th place, huh? Looks like I've dropped in rank. It's a little disappointing, but not that important. After all people need to do is stay in the top 50 to become a pioneer. Hanshin stretched and sighed softly. It's really annoying having to check this and that in the waiting room now. I must be running out of time. He immediately opened a spatial gate, so I'll just head into the next trial. The system displayed, the 7th floor trial will begin immediately. Difficulty hard. The objective of the next trial is to prove yourself. Time remaining 40 minutes. Trial clear conditions. Pass 3 trials within the given time. Immediately after, Hanshin was teleported in front of a grand hall. He looked around the place in surprise. A hallway? Is this one completely different from the previous trials? Sangun walked slowly, observing the situation. He couldn't sense a single presence, which was almost unnerving. A light breeze rustled his hair, and a flash of light appeared at the end of the hallway. Then, in that instant, a brilliant blue light swirled around, threatening to swallow Sangun into another world. Before he could even process it, the system announced, "You have entered the first trial area." In the blink of an eye, he was standing in a desolate wasteland. Sangun stood stunned. Before him was a mountain of giant sand dunes. Seeing this, he thought to himself, I knew it. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Then, from beneath the sand, something enormous surged upward. A thick cloud of dust obscured his vision. In that moment, Sangun recognized it as the Sand Golem. He took a deep breath, realizing this place was making him go through the trial tutorial all over again. The system announced, trial clear condition, pass 3 trials within the given time. Hearing this, Sangun thought to himself, so this means I have to clear the 3 trials I've already passed all over again. He gazed forward. Honestly, I could easily defeat a sand golem with my eyes closed now. So is this why they want me to hurry up and get to the 8th floor? However, this time, something far larger slowly emerged from the ground. The deafening sound made the earth tremble. Sangun looked up in astonishment. But are golems usually this big? The giant monster's eyes glowed fiercely. Sangun laughed in amusement. It looked 3 times bigger than before. The sand golem raised its stiff arm. Its eyes flashed menacingly, aimed straight at him. Sangun smirked. All right, let's see what you've got. Instantly, Sangun shot forward, his figure cutting through the violently swirling sandstorm. His eyes still blazed with killing intent. The sand golem roared, slamming its massive arm down and making the ground shake violently. However, Sangun had already leaped onto its head in a flash. Sangun frowned, puzzled. This is strange. He scanned its massive body, feeling very suspicious. Why can't I find this sand golem's core? Did it move its core further inside as its body grew larger? Suddenly, the sand golem tilted, causing Sangun to lose his balance and almost fall off. A look of alarm crossed his face. But Sangun quickly leaped away, dodging a fierce sweep from its boulder-sized arm. Before Sangun could even land, the sand golem swung its hand to snatch him. The immense power was suffocating. Its hand closed in on him like it was crushing a tiny grain of sand. Suddenly, for a brief moment, a blinding light erupted from its arm. Sangun seized the opportunity to twist free from its iron grip and slide safely to the ground. He quickly calculated, if this isn't working, I'll just have to slice this sand golem into pieces. With that resolve, Sangun swung his sword, the steel flashing blindingly amidst the sandstorm. Sangun landed lightly on the ground. Just as his sword fell, the golem's severed arm started to reconnect. Its head, split in 2, was also reforming. Sangun narrowed his eyes, not at all surprised. Just as I thought, it's like trying to cut sand with a knife. I'll have to find and destroy the golem's core another way. Seeing the massive creature go into a frenzy because it couldn't catch him, Sangun laughed out loud. That only made it angrier. How annoying can I be? He tried to move out of the danger zone, but it immediately stomped the ground, causing the entire area to shake as if it would explode. Sangun leaned aside to dodge, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. The sand golem roared and charged at him furiously. The force of each step sent sand flying in all directions. At this point, all Sangun could do was evade. Damn it. As he quickly analyzed the situation, he realized it wasn't as simple as just dodging the golem's attacks. The pressure radiating from its body impacting the ground was immense. Just then, its giant fist shot towards him. Sangun immediately rolled to the side. He ran desperately, but in a flash, the ground gave way. Sangun slid down and fell into a deep pit. The sand golem loomed over the edge, sending sand flying everywhere and burying him. From the pit, Sangun hissed angrily. Okay, now I'm getting annoyed. The sand golem looked down from above. Its crimson eyes glowed with ferocity. He tightened his grip on his sword and stood up firmly. The moment the sand golem dove down, he took his stance and activated the 3-step slash skill. The system displayed 3-step slash skill, proficiency 0%. Basic effect, use mana to empower the blade for 3 attacks. With that, Sangun swung his sword. His body moved like a flash of lightning, severing the sand golem's massive hand. Each slash was like a tempest, both powerful and decisive. During the attack, Sangun thought to himself, I could have destroyed it with just one hit, but then his expression darkened. I was pretty annoyed when that imposter challenger invaded my trial. After a moment, Sangun smirked. But now I'm actually grateful to that bastard. Thanks to him, I've gained a lot more combat experience. Sangun rushed forward to attack the sand golem, his sword flashing amidst the swirling dust. This damn golem can regenerate its body with sand. I just have to keep smashing it to pieces until I find its core. He sneered, mocking the creature in front of him. So go ahead and keep regenerating. He raised the sword in his hand. Because I'll just keep slashing. A storm of slashes rained down, giving the sand golem no chance to defend itself as it took the full force of the attack, and I won't stop until you're completely shattered. However, no matter how much he slashed, its body regenerated endlessly. Sangun panted, sweat dripping from his chin. What a persistent bastard. Where the hell is its core? Just then, his pupils suddenly dilated. He looked at the sand golem in disbelief. By the way, since when did you get so small and cute? The more Sangun watched, the more bewildered he became, suddenly imagining the sand golem with a cute, pouting face. Sangun analyzed silently. I'm guessing the amount of sand making up the golem's body is used as a resource, and that resource can't be drawn infinitely from the environment. That would explain why the golem is getting smaller, if this is true. A delighted smile crept onto Sangun's face. Hey golem, want to lose some weight with me? The sand golem immediately roared, and they both charged at each other simultaneously. Sangun spun in midair, unleashing a powerful kick that created a deafening crash. The gleam of his sword flashed along with Sangun's burning will. The sand golem was momentarily shattered into hundreds of pieces. It immediately crashed to the ground, its body trembling in pain, but it quickly regenerated and stood back up. The sand golem glared at him, growling angrily. Just then, Sangun's eyes lit up as if he'd seen something. Found it. Sangun gripped his sword hilt excitedly. It's on the golem's back. Slashing its body is pretty tough because it's so hard. This is taking a lot of my energy. But I've finally found its core, he calculated to himself. Did I just spend about 10 minutes? The time limit for the 7th floor trial is only 40 minutes. I need to handle this quickly. Just then, the sand golem swung its fist at him. Sangun hastily dodged out of the way. He didn't hesitate to counter with his sword. You got faster after losing some weight, huh? That's pretty interesting. I'd love to play with you longer. But in a flash, Sangun zipped behind it and continued. I don't have the time. He poured all his strength into a single thrust, stabbing straight into the core. One strike ended it all. The core shattered, and a cry of agony echoed through the sandstorm. The system displayed a notification. You have proven that you can overcome your fear. Then, the next congratulatory message appeared. The first trial has ended. The sand golem began to fade away. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the space. Sangun warily turned to observe it. Knowing he was about to be transported, he resolved to collect its soul. Alright, the golem's soul. The teleportation gate began to pull Sangun in. He reached out to grab the soul. However, the gate was too fast, and Sangun missed. A system notification immediately rang out. You have failed to extract the soul. He was furious when he received this message. My ability. The system continued to announce, you will now enter the area for the second trial. Prove that you have overcome your intellect. However, upon arriving, the scene before him left Sangun astonished. Huh? He furrowed his brows warily. The surrounding area was in chaos. The orc village from the second floor trial? Just as I thought, This trial is based on previous floors. Sangun slowly and carefully advanced, but a moment later, he froze, as if something was waiting for him. A horde of orcs was already there. Sangun tensed up the moment he saw them, thinking to himself, "On the second floor, I destroyed the orc village. Is this the aftermath?" At that moment, a lifeless orc hunter lay on the ground. Another orc approached and gently closed its eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled uncontrollably, consumed by an immense rage. The entire horde of orc hunters roared together. Sangyun quickly recognized it as the berserk state, a phenomenon that occurs when monsters become extremely enraged. He assessed the situation for a moment and sighed to himself, "Not a single one of these berserk orcs will be easy. I'm so unlucky." The entire horde of enraged orcs charged straight towards Sangyun. They were all wielding heavy weapons, but he stood his ground calmly. Sangyun's brows furrowed, his gaze firm and determined. "But then again, you shouldn't show such obvious grief over losing your family." Very quickly, the system announced. Instant acceleration skill has been activated. Triple slash skill has been activated. He gripped his sword and rushed toward them, at least not in front of me. After some time, an orc fell to its knees. Even in defeat, the Orc Chieftain continued to growl, his body covered in wounds, while many of his kin lay defeated on the ground. Seeing the Orc Chieftain trembling uncontrollably, Sangyun asked, "Well, does it hurt? You had to stand by and watch your family die." His words successfully enraged the chieftain. The Orc Chieftain roared endlessly, leaping up and using the last of his strength to make a final stand against Sangyun. However, without any difficulty, he dodged the attack. Sangyun's gaze hardened, emitting a blue glint. With a single strike, he sent his opponent's head flying. The system notification rang out immediately after. "You have proven that you have overcome your intellect. The second trial has ended." Learning his lesson from missing the soul collection last time, Sangyun didn't hesitate and turned around immediately. "I can't delay any longer." He reached out and began to collect the souls. Streams of souls flowed one after another into Sangyun's body. The system chimed with continuous notifications. "You have absorbed the soul of an orc hunter. Proficiency increased by 6%. Souls possessed 19 out of 30. Sangyun was overjoyed by the news. "Excellent." The notifications still hadn't stopped. "Instant acceleration skill has leveled up to D rank. You will now enter the area for the third trial. Prove that you have overcome your hesitation." Hearing the announcement, he started to feel that something was strange. This challenge is so random. In the blink of an eye, Sangun was teleported to another place. He looked at the scene before him in confusion. "Is this the chase area on the 6th floor? Sangun began to observe his surroundings to get a better grasp of the situation. The previous challenges were on the 1st and 2nd floors, so I thought this would be the 3rd. But a moment later, he remembered something and sighed in frustration. "Ah, it was foolish of me to expect logic from a tower that uses such a stupid intelligence challenge." Sangyun called out to summon his inventory, and what came out was a special healing potion, which increases stamina and magic by 20%. He quickly opened the cap. Without hesitation, Sangyun chugged the liquid inside. In an instant, his entire body was restored. Much better. Sangyun observed the wild landscape around him, and an idea came to mind. A moment later, he used all his strength to throw the empty bottle into the sea, just to pollute the tower. But before he could do anything else, Sangyun was faced with danger. Waves rose higher than his head. All the tiles behind him were flung into the air one by one. Sangyun couldn't believe his eyes. "I only threw a single bottle." Immediately after, the system announced that the effect of the assassin's cloak had activated. Speed increased by 15%. The moment he heard that, he took off running with all his might. Sangyun thought seriously. "I've completed all the requirements of the challenge so far, which means to pass this, I have to find the red chase tile. The waves were still rising relentlessly, and I can't touch the water." He just dashed forward, not daring to delay for a second. "I'll move much faster. At least it won't be able to catch me." Before Sangyun could even feel relieved, disaster struck. Great. At this speed, the very tile he stepped on was flung into the air. A notification rang out at that moment. "You have touched the challenge's water. Strength decreased by 10. Agility decreased by 10. Stamina decreased by 10. Penalty time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Now, the tiles on the water's surface continued to be tossed up relentlessly. And here I thought the tiles would fly up in order? Sangyun was flung into the sky along with them. This is what I get for thinking the tower operates on logic. He gritted his teeth and activated his skill, instant acceleration. The very next second, Sangyun shot upwards like a gust of wind. The tiles in that area continued to be flung into the air. Sangyun gritted his teeth, his expression still full of confidence. "You think I'm going to die here?" His figure zipped from one tile to the next. It didn't take long for Sangyun to spot the red tile on the other side. He locked onto his target and launched himself toward it. The red chase tile. Sangyun was giving it his all. Will this annoying challenge be over soon? Out on the water, a whirlpool was still relentlessly growing, but he didn't let that stop him. He continued to push forward powerfully. Sangun was just about to touch the tile. Now it's coming straight for me. He launched himself into the air once more. Sangun's eyes were filled with hope. Just a little more. The whirlpool was still chasing him relentlessly. Just then, Sangun seemed to notice something as a wave crashed into him. Sangun cried out in pain instantly. Just as streams of dark energy were attacking him, the system made an announcement. Unique effect. The adamant protection necklace has been activated. 10% of all physical damage will be absorbed. The notifications rang out repeatedly. A soul has absorbed damage meant for the user. A goblin hunter's soul has been destroyed. Those streams of dark energy seem to be growing even stronger. A goblin hunter's soul has been destroyed. Sangun seemed to realize that he must have been affected by that attack. The shield protected me from the damage of that last impact. Not long after, he finally managed to break free. Without a moment's rest, Sangun dashed forward. His speed was now like the wind, but it seemed it was no longer enough. Time remaining. 0 seconds. The unique effect of the assassin's cloak has ended. Sangun cursed silently in anger. Damn it, I'm out of mana. Instant acceleration is about to end too. He held out his hand, and a red orb was quickly summoned. Sangun immediately popped it into his mouth. He even covered his mouth with his hand to keep the energy from escaping. Very quickly, the system announced that his magic power and energy had been replenished by using a goblin hunter's soul. Sangun was very pleased with this result. Good, my strength has returned. The whirlpool was still churning relentlessly. Sangun didn't have much time, so he rushed toward his goal. The red tile was right before his eyes, just a little further. But at that moment, a pillar of water shot up right in front of him. Sangun's eyes widened in shock at the sight. He couldn't contain his frustration, and cursed, damn it. Sangun once again pushed himself to the limit to get through. I don't know if I'll make it. A pair of wings appeared on his back, carrying him straight into it. Sangun's figure grew faint as he entered the water. However, as expected, he was still hit by a blast of power. A goblin hunter's soul has been destroyed. A moment later, Sangun was thrown out. Just like that, he was once again far from the red tile. Sangun's body, completely drained of strength, was in freefall. Unwilling to give up, he screamed in despair. But somehow, the red tile was right where Sangun was about to land. As he landed, dirt and stone flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. A goblin hunter's soul has been destroyed. Souls possessed. 12 out of 30. After a long moment, the dust began to settle. Hanshin lay on the red brick, covered in wounds. But a moment later, his eyes widened in shock as those monstrous waves were all aimed at him. He tried to suppress his fear to face it. Soon, the system announced, "You have proven that you have overcome fear. The third trial has ended." Those waves gradually dissipated, and a moment later, they turned into water, pouring right onto Hanshin's head. Although he was furious, he could only feel helpless. This damn trial, pissing me off right to the very end. After everything, he finally returned. Congratulations on completing the 7 floors of the Tower of Trials. Please proceed to the Grand Hall, the system announced. Arriving at the Grand Hall, Hanshin had now returned. He let out a long, frustrated sigh. This trial, a sense of unease was constantly growing inside him. Honestly, I almost failed. He unconsciously bit his lip. It's already this difficult at this level. I don't know what the 8th floor trial will be like, and my luck won't hold out if I'm not properly prepared. Suddenly, a sound caught Hanshin's attention. A moment later, the system made an announcement. 1,000 people have completed the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. The system is beginning to expand. The skill shop has been initialized. An intermediate trial has been created. The return point is now usable. The cross-floor invasion system has been activated. He observed the panel and thought, a skill shop, a return point, and cross-floor invasions. These are all things I need. But then, the most important message appeared on the system. You are the pioneer challenger on all floors. Please choose your aura. Hanshin's expression immediately became firm. This is it, the aura, the benefit of being a pioneer on all floors. However, the system added a reminder. Challengers with an aura will receive traits, skills, and effects. Please choose carefully. This immediately bewildered Hanshin. Has the Tower of Trials ever given advice before? This means the auras have a special significance. The choices appeared on the screen. Choose your aura. Ruler, Hunter, Sprout. He stroked his chin, pondering. So, these are the auras. Let me read the descriptions first. The first one is Ruler, an aura that changes based on personal achievements. It's more of a general type than a special one and is closely connected to traits. This is currently the most suitable aura for challenger Hans Hanshin. Hanshin was surprised after reading it. It affects all abilities and traits. Most importantly, he noted the emphasis. The Tower of Trials said this was the most suitable aura for him. Hanshin didn't stop there and continued to check the others. What about the other auras? Next up was Hunter, an aura that anyone can use. It has a deep connection to improving abilities and skills. The description stated this is a somewhat suitable aura for challenger Hans Hanshin. He began to feel more conflicted. This one isn't too bad either. So, what about the last one? Without much thought, Hanshin clicked on the remaining one, Sprout, an aura greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. The harder you work, the stronger you become. This sucks. Finally, after reviewing them all, he made his choice. I'll just ignore this aura and choose between the first two. Hanshin navigated the system screen. The one I choose is. He confidently pressed the button for his chosen aura. In an instant, the system channeled energy into Hanshin. You have chosen Ruler. Through the unique effect of the Ruler aura, your trait will begin to evolve. The list of choices is based on the challenger's current abilities. Summoner, who uses absorbed souls. You can summon powerful immortal skeletons. Magic Swordsman, both swordsmanship and magic will increase, and any related skills will be learned 3 times faster. Creator, item creation skills increase, and any related skills will be learned 3 times faster. Hanshin was a bit surprised. This is the effect of the Ruler aura. Then, without any hesitation, he pressed the button. It's an easy choice. The system continued with a trait notification. Necromancy has been added to the Summoner trait. Some effects have been adjusted. An information panel appeared immediately after. Stats of Hanshin. Aura. Ruler. Trait. Summoner. D. Unique Authority. Skill combination. The Ruler aura. The Unique Authority. Skill combination. Streams of energy flowed into Hanshin's body. After an unknown amount of time, the process finally stopped. At last, Hanshin was now incredibly powerful. I have my own aura now. He continued to press buttons on the screen. Proceed. The system screen immediately displayed the information. Unique Authority, Skill Combination, Effect. You can combine any 2 skills. Hanshin was stunned, still unable to process it. I can combine 2 useless skills into a new one, he screamed internally. This is amazing. Soon, another notification appeared. Opening skill panel. Please select 2 skills to combine. Rapid Recovery, E. Pain Resistance, D. Fire Resistance, F. Pressure of the Weak, F. Hanshin wondered, which ones should I choose? He began to ponder. Skills I don't use often. The screen then displayed a list of skills. Pressure of the Weak, F. Ceaseless Combat, F. You have selected 2 skills. Do you wish to combine them? Yes. No. Hanshin pressed the button on the screen. Good. It's combining now. Very quickly, the system made an announcement. Skill combination successful. A brilliant flash of light appeared, and then a new skill was created. The screen displayed the skill. The skill, Powerful Breakthrough, has been created. Hanshin's jaw dropped as he read the information on it. Skill, Powerful Breakthrough, Proficiency, 0%. Effect, can break through any restriction or obstacle created by skills or innate abilities. However, your mana level must be higher than that of the one controlling the restriction for it to be effective. This is what I got. He still couldn't believe it. I thought if I was lucky, I would at least get an E rank skill. F equals D, but it produced a D rank skill. After a moment, he burst into hearty laughter. This skill is insane. Oh, Hanshin tapped the system screen to try again. The system displayed the information just like before. Opening your skill list. Please select the skills you wish to combine. Sharpshooter's Insight, F. Fire Resistance, F. You have selected these 2 skills. He unhesitatingly pressed the button on the screen, agreeing to combine them. Yes, it didn't take long for a flash of light to appear. Skill combination successful. Hanshin was filled with anticipation, wondering what he would get this time. Very quickly, the system showed the result. The skill Enhanced Eyes E+ has been created. Enhanced Eyes E+, Proficiency, Effect. Grants clairvoyant vision even in obstructed environments. Vision is also enhanced. Hanshin was a little disappointed with the result. It only went up 1 rank this time. He started to ponder something. Is that all? Hanshin began to speculate. Scorn the Weak, F. Relentless Combat, F. The result of combining Scorn the Weak and Relentless Combat was pretty good because of their high compatibility. He seemed to have reached a conclusion. So that means Sharpshooter's Insight and Fire Resistance aren't compatible. Sharpshooter's Insight, F. Fire Resistance, F. You can tell just by looking at them that they don't match. I guess that's the reason. After a long day, Hanshin collapsed onto his comfortable bed. Lying there, he was still thinking, and about that glorious reward for repeatedly being the pioneer. Something about it feels off. Hanshin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Was it really due to my hard work? Or was I just lucky? He suddenly fell silent, his mind going blank. Suddenly, Hanshin shot up in bed. Forget it. Time to check the reward. He opened the system screen and was stunned. Swift as the wind, A+. Proficiency 0%. Effect. Increases movement speed by 10%, just as the skill's name implies. This effect can be stacked up to 7 times. When the maximum stack is reached, the skill's cooldown is 1 day. Hanshin read the information in astonishment. A full 10% increase in movement speed. That's incredible. And I can stack it up to 7 times. He began to imagine himself moving at the speed of light. That means I can increase my speed by up to 70%. Hanshin also discovered something special. This skill costs no mana. He was now incredibly excited. You could say swift, as the wind is practically flawless. Hansien began searching through his inventory. Before long, he had put on a new pair of boots. A system notification quickly followed. Acceleration boots, C+, attack speed plus 3%, movement speed plus 5%. The boots are decorated with small wings made from Magitech. Movement will gradually accelerate until a certain speed is reached. Hanshin looked at the boots, extremely pleased. I love how all the floor rewards are related to speed. The notifications kept popping up. You have now entered the skill shop, displaying the list of available skills for purchase. Petrification D+, Immobilize E, Demi-Monster F, Enchant Weapon E, Instant Acceleration D+, Mana Sense D+, Mana Shield D+, Vision Enhancement F. Hansien hesitated. He hadn't expected the skills in the shop to be so lousy, and they were pretty expensive too. He made his disdain clear. The Instant Acceleration skill costs 8,000 points. That's a damn ripoff. But in the end, Hansien had to bite the bullet. But I still need a magic-related skill. Soon after, the system confirmed, you have purchased Mana Sense D+. 15,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the skill Magic Resistance D+. 12,000 points have been deducted. Magic Resistance D+, proficiency 0%. Your body partially resists external magic. If the user lacks the Mana Sense skill, its effectiveness will be drastically reduced. However, Hanshin's eyes filled with confidence. With this skill, I'll be able to defend against mind-affecting skills like the one from before. Just then, streams of energy once again flowed into his body. Mana Sense D+, proficiency 0%. The mana in your body will form a perimeter around you, enhancing your mana sensing capabilities. Mana Sense was being engraved into the user's body, yet Hanshin still felt a sense of discomfort, as if he were being burned alive. A blinding flash of light filled the room. The surge of energy lasted for a while, only subsiding after a long moment. Hansien slowly stepped off the bed to get a feel for his body. He was a little surprised by the unfamiliar sensation. He gently took a few tentative steps around the room. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes calculating something. A moment later, Hanshin poured all his strength into his leg and stomped hard on the floor. Hansien's power instantly radiated throughout the room. His eyes widened in utter shock. Hansien began to wonder, could it be that learning those skills also increased my physical strength? He was now incredibly thrilled, thinking he'd gotten a real bargain. Just then, another system notification appeared. You can use Necromancy to awaken a nearby corpse. At this time, the rank of the awakened being will be proportional to the quality and quantity of the souls used. Hanshin pressed it out of curiosity. I'm pretty curious about this awaken the dead skill. But then he had another thought. I'll try it out in the arena later. Hanshin put his hands on his hips and sighed. He was incredibly conflicted. Now, it's time to decide. Hanshin's eyes burned with determination. Should I challenge the next trial directly or return to Earth? Just then, a notification rang out from the party recruitment board. An emergency gate has appeared at the Great Cataclysm Memorial Plaza, looking for a tank, a D rank or higher healer. A hunter was trying to recruit party members. The young man was very worried. Gosh, why can't I find anyone to join? Suddenly, someone approached and started mocking him. Geez, still looking for party members? He kept asking, why don't you just give us the gate pass? The man smirked cunningly. The gate pass will be revoked if you don't enter within the time limit. So why not make a quick buck and just hand it over? The young man looked annoyed upon seeing them, thinking to himself, he's here again, what a pain. He repeated, I've told you before, I have no intention of handing it over. You damn punk. The man laughed contemptuously. Why do you think you haven't gotten any party requests with all these hunters around? Looks like I'll have to be the bad guy. He then directly exposed the young man. Let me be blunt. You're just an E rank. The young man's face went blank at his words. Who would want to party up with a piece of trash like you? They all burst out laughing at him. That stung. But he was right. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Still have room in your party? Everyone looked up at the person who stepped forward. Sangun took out his identification. I'm Han Sangun, a C-rank hunter. He glared at the group. Am I qualified? The young man didn't even have to think, jumping to his feet and agreeing immediately. Yes, of course. The other guy immediately got angry. Hey buddy, didn't you see us waiting here? Are you blind? Sangun paid him no mind, just letting out a smirk. He coldly shot back. If you're that upset, you should have joined Li Qianwu's party. The guy yelled, What? You got a death wish? Furthermore, Sangun shot a death glare at his opponent. Get your hand off me now before I break it. The bully was intimidated by Sangun's aura, and he fearfully snatched his hand back. He then wondered, how is his aura so strong? Don't tell me he's a C rank like me. Just then, the bully's cronies got excited. Look at that overwhelming aura, as expected of our boss. He immediately turned and glared at them. It's not me, you idiots. Then, the bully cleared his throat. Since the association staff are waiting, I'll let it slide this time. To his crony's surprise, he urged, "You should count yourself lucky. Let's go." Meanwhile, Lee Chun-woo scratched his head anxiously. "Why did you have to cause trouble right at the start?" Sangyun suddenly called out, startling him, "Hunter Lee Chun-woo." He glanced at Lee Chun-woo and suggested, "Given the situation, it doesn't look like anyone else is going to join our party. Shall we just head in?" He was completely bewildered. Lee Chun-woo couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Just the two of us?" Afterwards, Sangun went through the gate with him. Lee Chun-woo cautiously scanned his surroundings. "I can't believe we actually went in." Seeing his nervousness, Sangyun reassured him, "Don't be too scared. I can handle most of the monsters in a D-rank dungeon." Hearing that, he calmed down a bit, and Lee Chun-woo suddenly became curious. "Mr. Han Sangyun, is this your first time entering a dungeon?" Sangyun was silent for a moment, then confirmed, "Yes." After speaking, he thought to himself, "Because the Tower of Trials doesn't count as a dungeon." Then Lee Chun-woo spoke up hesitantly. "What I'm about to say might be a bit rude, especially since we just met, but clearing a dungeon is a matter of life and death. I feel I need to make this clear." He asked a blunt question. "Between an E-rank hunter and a C-rank hunter, who do you think has a higher mortality rate?" Sangjun fell silent after hearing this. Meanwhile, Lee Chun-woo continued on. "Most people think lower-ranked hunters like E-ranks are more likely to die, but in reality, it's the C-rank hunters." He continued to analyze in detail. "It's because E-rank hunters know they're weak, so they're always overly cautious. Meanwhile, C-rank hunters tend to be overconfident, which is why their mortality rate is often higher." He gave an example to illustrate. "It's just like driving a car. The accident rate increases if you're overconfident." Then, Lee Chun-woo said with a worried tone, "Dungeons are far more dangerous than you might think." He added cautiously, "And we came in here without a tank or a healer, so your overconfidence worries me even more." Before Lee Chun-woo could finish, Sangyun cut him off. "Yes, you're right." After his lecture, he made a suggestion. "I may only be an E-rank hunter, but I have plenty of dungeon experience, so please let me be the party leader." Sangyun heard him out and agreed, deciding it was for the best to ensure their success. "All right, let's do that." Lee Chun-woo immediately bowed. "Thank you for your consideration. Please don't take it the wrong way. This is for the safety of us both." Once they agreed, he urged him on, "Let's get moving now." Songjun followed, thinking, "I'll just have to trust him for now." That is, until they saw a lizard man, and Lee Chun-woo cried out, "A lizard man." He stared at it with extreme caution. They're known for their weapon mastery. This is bad. Lee Chun-woo assessed the situation and proposed a plan. "I'll go and provoke it. When its attention is on me, I want you to aim for an opening." Sangyun followed his lead, replying, "Got it." He thought to himself from the back, "I'm curious to see how an experienced hunter deals with this." At that moment, the lizard man charged forward aggressively. Lee Chun-woo also rushed in to fight. But to Sangyun's surprise, they didn't attack each other physically, they just shouted. He watched, confused as they swung their weapons and yelled. Sangyun couldn't believe it, thinking, "Don't tell me they're having a shouting match?" He was displeased by this spectacle. "I only have 3 days, since this return to Earth is just temporary. I don't want to waste my time on a single lizard man right at the dungeon entrance." So, Sangun stepping forward surprised him, and he watched as Sangun proactively offered, "Let me take it down." Seeing this, Jong-gu hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, hold on, it's dangerous." Sangyun paid no mind to his words and charged forward. With a burst of speed, he unleashed an attack and easily annihilated the lizard man. Jong-gu was stunned by the sight. Sangyun looked at its mangled body and said, "I stepped in because I'm in a hurry, so I hope you understand." Jong-gu was dazed for a moment before speaking. "I get it. I understand. I guess that's fine. You had a point, you spoke up, and now I have a proposal. May I share it?" Jong-gu immediately nodded in agreement. "Of course, you can say anything." A second later, Sangun pointed to himself, "I hope to lead the team from now on." After that, many more lizardmen appeared, and he bravely charged forward, easily annihilating all of them. They chased after Sangyun to attack, only to see him leap off the ground, dodging the lizard man. Sangyun landed from above, finishing it off. Jong-gu was dumbfounded watching him fight. He looked at Sangyun with admiration. This was a one-sided massacre, and he didn't stop there, continuing to slaughter the lizardmen. With every swing of his sword, Sangyun dispatched them with ease. Jong-gu was stunned as he witnessed everything, thinking he might be watching a super rookie in action. Next, Sangyun plunged his sword into the lizard man's chest, then pulled out a monocore from within. At the same time, the system announced that the monocore was extracted from the lizard man's heart and was very useful in alchemy or crafting. Then Sangyun stuffed the backpack full of monocores for John. He spoke with some guilt. "Sorry, I can't do anything to help besides carrying the gear." Looking at the current situation, Jong-gu said, "Based on the amount of loot we've gathered, there's almost nothing left here," he replied, not noticing a lizard man attacking from behind. "About the loot," Sangyun said, slightly tilting his head to dodge its attack. Then he quickly spun around to counterattack. Sangun unleashed a blow that sent the lizard man flying. It was thrown hard, crashing into the cave wall. Countless rocks and debris began to fall. Gu quickly raised his hands to cover his head, dodging the debris. After taking down the lizard man, Sangun instructed, "Let's discuss that after we get out. It could be dangerous if we lose focus." Gu watched Sangun and said, "Sorry, but of course I'll do my best to protect you." Then the system displayed a flood of information. "You have absorbed the soul of a lizard man. Your proficiency has increased by 0.7%. You have absorbed the soul of a lizard man. Your proficiency has increased by 0.7%. As he absorbed it, Sangun thought to himself, "I'll just absorb the souls while pretending to yawn." Suddenly, a thought struck him. 0.7%. It seems it's getting difficult to raise my proficiency with D-rank monsters. Soon, Sangun and Gu arrived at a large cavern. Seeing it, Gu thought in surprise, "We actually made it to the boss room, with just the two of us. So this is the entrance to the boss room." He suddenly felt excited, thinking he never expected to challenge a boss, when just clearing half the dungeon would have been a success. Then Gu looked over at him, but with this guy, clearing the entire dungeon was completely possible. Just then, Sangun turned and asked, "So, I want to enter the boss room. What about you?" Gu immediately agreed. "Of course, but don't you need to rest?" He quickly replied, "No, I'm fine." Then Gu went inside with him. "All right then, let's go." Soon, the two of them came face to face with the Lizard King. Gu couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the Lizard King." He then asked curiously, "What's your plan?" Sangun calmly replied, "You wait here." Gu couldn't believe it, blurting out, "What? Wait, you don't have a plan or something?" Meanwhile, the Lizard King charged aggressively with its sword. Sangun smiled without a hint of fear. Not really. The monster charged fiercely from a distance. Sangun was extremely surprised by its terrifying speed, so he stepped back to dodge its attack. As Sangun dodged, he realized its speed was incredibly fast, completely unfitting for its large body. However, he wasn't scared at all, because Sangun had already gotten behind the monster. He swung his sword, thinking it's not like I can't keep up with it. Just then, it counterattacked with its tail. Sangun couldn't defend in time and was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Gu shouted worriedly, "Mr. Han Sangun." At that moment, Sangun calmly kicked away a large boulder. As Sangun landed safely, the system announced that a soul had absorbed the user's damage. Suddenly, he broke into a devilish smile. "That's right. It has to be at least this difficult for me to properly test out my new skills." Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were about to die." While the monster was staring intently at Sangun, he stood there and spoke calmly. "But your throne is broken." Sangun suddenly had a bad feeling. "Why do I feel like this is a bad omen?" Just then, it gathered its power and let out a growl, and the monster radiated an incredibly terrifying, murderous aura. He was immobilized, and at the same time, the system prompted, "The slow movement skill has been activated. All movements will be slowed by 25%. Sangjun quickly created a defensive shield, and the system displayed a notification. "The powerful breakthrough skill has been activated. The player has twice the magic energy of the user of the slow movement skill. All slowing effects on movement have been nullified." Seeing this, the monster roared in anger. Now he thought in surprise, "I was a little unsure because it was a skill created through combination, but it works pretty well." While the monster was glaring murderously at Sangun, a cry of pain suddenly echoed through the cave from Gu. He had been attacked and couldn't help but cry out. "I can't control my body." W trembled as he pleaded, "Mr. Han Sangun, please help me." Its eyes changed as it spotted new prey, and he was startled to realize it. Wait, the monster was now aggressively charging toward him. Sangun was furious at its actions. "Hey, you lizard bastard! Your opponent is me!" He chased after the monster at top speed, but Sangun still couldn't catch up. "Damn it, I'm too far away." Then, he suddenly cried out as his eyes turned red, summoning from the realm of the dead. Next, Jiangshi appeared to block the monster. They attacked it with their weapons, but the monster immediately unleashed an attack, wiping out all the Jiangshi. He wasn't too surprised by this sight. Of course, they weren't nearly strong enough, but in that 1 second he created, Sangun seized the opportunity to attack it, triggering a system notification. The skill Graceful as the Wind has been stacked, increasing all movement speed by 60%. The current skill stack progress is 6 out of 7. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved him. The monster collapsed, displaying a message. "The dungeon boss, the Lizard King, has been defeated. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. Following that, countless notifications appeared. Your stats have increased significantly from absorbing the Lizard King's soul. Strength has increased by 1 point. Agility has increased by 1 point. Stamina has increased by 1 point. Strength has increased by 4 points. And stamina has increased by 5 points." He was momentarily stunned by the information. "You have fully absorbed the Lizard King's skill? The skill, Spirit Eye. Proficiency, passive effect. During a fight, you will be able to see an opponent's invisible attacks. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ujin yawned and lamented sorrowfully. Other than 3 gates opening at once, nothing special has happened. How boring. Ujin turned to ask, "Hey, nothing noteworthy has happened, right?" His subordinate behind him confirmed, "That's right. Nothing at all, Captain." Hearing this, he mused that normally, after the Vanguard Hunter team clears part of a gate and leaves, the Association's raid team comes in to finish the job by defeating the boss. Ujin sat there muttering, "We're from the same association, so why doesn't our team get any commissions? Those awful raid teams. I'm so jealous." However, he smiled happily, thinking that if the raid team cleared the gate in a single go, his management team would get a bonus. Suddenly, Ujin calmed down and closed his eyes and thought, that would only be possible if they had an A-rank hunter, and it would be insane for such a high-level hunter to be here. Just then, Sangun and John W. returned. To everyone's surprise, a subordinate announced loudly, "The Vanguard team for the 3rd gate has completed their raid and come out." Ujin turned in surprise, asking, "It's already over?" People were still murmuring in disbelief. "What? Only 2 people raided this dungeon? They must have come out after clearing half of it." The sight before him made his eyes widen in shock, because the spatial gate was changing color. Ujin thought in terror, realizing that the gate turning gray meant the boss room had been cleared. A moment later, Ujin ran toward him in a panic. He rushed forward to question Sangun. "Is it true that the gate raid is complete?" He glanced at Ujin and spoke coldly. "Excuse me, but who are you to ask me that?" Only then did the man straighten his clothes and introduce himself. "Please forgive my rudeness. I'm in charge of the gate that suddenly appeared in this park, the captain of the Hunter Association's gate management team." At the same time, John W. walked over and asked curiously, "Are you here to buy the ownership rights to the gate?" Ujin immediately confirmed it. "Yes, we'd like to make an offer to the 2 of you." Before he could finish, John W. cut him off. "In that case, it's not my decision to make," Ujin blurted out, bewildered. "What?" He was stunned as the young man explained. Hunter Han Sangun cleared this dungeon all by himself. Ujin's mouth fell open in shock. If he did it all by himself, he must be an A-rank hunter. Sangun immediately denied it. "No, I'm a C-rank hunter, but that's not important right now, so why don't we get to the main point?" He got straight to the point. "How much are you offering for the gate's ownership rights?" After speaking, Sangun silently made some calculations in his head. "If I reveal that I'm from the Tower of Trials, it will only cause more trouble." Ujin regained his composure and said, "If you want me to be direct," the gate management captain, Ujin, named a figure, offering to buy it for 1 billion won. He thought in disbelief. 1 billion won? Elsewhere, a heavy stack of books was placed on a desk. Hyun panted as she muttered, "I'm so tired. I've been working non-stop ever since I got back from the tower." Just then, a sound rang out, startling her. Hyun took out her phone, wondering, who's calling at this hour? Then she stared at the screen. Stunned, Hyun glanced to the side, where a nameplate on her desk read, "Management Team for Tower of Trials Challengers, Team Leader Lee Hyun." She thought back on recent events, musing that this would surely bring about a change in the High Council. The decision was made, and now things have gotten this big. Hyun clutched her head in frustration, thinking that even though the challengers were in hiding, she never imagined finding them would be this difficult. The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she became. "I haven't even been able to recruit 10 people. Furthermore, the ones I did find were all challengers who had chosen the easy difficulty in the Tower of Trials. This isn't enough to satisfy my superiors." Then, Hyun looked down at the street below, thinking, "Come to think of it, I wonder what he's doing right now." An image of Sangun came to her mind. A guy so strong it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he cleared the 4th floor all by himself. Sangun. Hyun suddenly felt a pang of regret, thinking she should have made him an offer back then. Just then, a sound startled her. Haeyeon pulled out her phone, wondering, who could be calling at this hour? She was then stunned to see the message on her screen from Sangun, the man she met on the 4th floor. "Haeyeon, if you're back, can we meet for a bit?" The phone screen was displaying his main account balance, a savings deposit of 19,291.6 million won. Sangun stared at his phone, bewildered. He thought about how he had earned nearly 1.3 billion and couldn't help but exclaim, "This feels like a dream." Sangun, extremely excited, said, "This is awesome. Should I buy a house?" Just then, the bell on the door chimed as Haeyeon entered the cafe. Seeing her, he called out, "Miss Haeyeon, over here." Haeyeon saw him and smiled at Sangun. Sangun looked at her appearance and guessed, did she run all the way here? As Haeyeon approached, he began to speak. "Could you spare a moment of your time?" Before Sangun could finish, she cut him off. "Mr. Han Sangun, you didn't even reply to my message." Haeyeon questioned him irritably. "Do you have any idea how long I waited for your text?" He then admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry about the message. I'm not really interested in things like that, so it seems I missed your message. After hearing this, she pointed at Sangun and requested, then buy me a coffee and a slice of cheesecake. He quickly agreed to Haeyeon's request. All right, deal. Of course. The coffee was brought out quickly. She then asked curiously, have you stopped climbing the Tower of Trials? Sangun immediately denied it. No, I'm planning to continue again. Actually, I contacted you because I have something to ask. Haeyeon was very surprised to hear him say that. Sangun hesitated for a moment before continuing. I need to join a guild, one that will allow me to freely enter the Tower of Trials and raid dungeons. He quickly stated his conditions. 1. The right to refuse a guild summons. 2. The guild will not interfere with my activities inside the tower. He didn't stop there, continuing. 3. The right to use the guild's dungeons whenever I want. Is there any guild that would agree to these conditions? After speaking, he realized the atmosphere had changed. Did I ask for too much? Haeyeon suddenly spoke up, startling Sangjun, Mr. Sangjun. She bluntly stated that the conditions he listed were impossible. If you look at it from the guild's perspective, they wouldn't gain anything from you at all. He also felt that he had been too demanding. I guess I did ask for too much. A moment later, Sangyun was stunned when Haeyeon grabbed his hand and saw her holding it tightly as she proposed. But please, join my White-Silver Guild. Haeyeon tried her best to persuade him. I will make your impossible conditions possible. A while later, Sangyun was lying on the roof of a bus, breathing in the fresh air. He laughed happily, raiding a dungeon, selling items, and even joining a guild. I was really productive yesterday. Then, Sangyun thought seriously, although, to join the guild, there's one more thing I have to do. He recalled what she had told him earlier. Solo a C-rank dungeon. You need to accomplish that for my superiors to accept your demands. The freedom to use the guild's dungeons can't be given to just anyone. Haeyeon was still seriously analyzing. That means only a select few can reap the benefits of the White-Silver Guild's dungeons. You have to be a rising star or a skilled challenger that the guild has high hopes for. Sangyun, however, proposed without hesitation, please prepare a C-rank dungeon for me to clear by myself. She gripped his hand firmly, asserting, I will make sure you don't regret your decision. The scene changes to U District in Bundang, Chunbo Mountain. As Sangyun calculated to himself, I'll run from here to there as a warm-up. So he placed his hands on the bus roof, and Sangyun gathered his strength to jump. Then, he powerfully leaped off the bus. Sangyun's speed was so fast it surprised everyone. Meanwhile, a portal appeared before Haeyeon's eyes. She spoke politely, Hello, I'm here to book a raid for this dungeon in 1 hour. When Haeyeon showed her card, the person in charge quickly recognized her. Your team leader Haeyeon of the White-Silver Guild, right? He pointed towards the table and chairs nearby. There's still plenty of time, so you can sit under this tent and rest for a bit. She heard him and replied, Yes, thank you. Just then, Sangyun also arrived. Haeyeon, I'm here. Then he let out a surprised gasp. Because Sangyun's running speed was so fast, it created a strong gust of wind that blew away the tent here. He hurriedly held down the table and chairs, saying, I'm sorry. I ran so fast it created a shockwave. But she just stared silently at Sangyun. Haeyeon looked at him in utter amazement. Did he really create such a powerful gust of wind just by running? After a moment of thought, she spoke. You're early, Haeyeon thought with admiration. Is he even human? Sangyun just said blankly, I had nothing else to do. So now she pointed towards the portal. I've completed the legal procedures. Please let me know when you're ready. He immediately confirmed. I don't mind if we start right now. Seeing this, Haeyeon went inside with him. Then we will begin the dungeon raid for you to prove your abilities. Sangun was completely surprised to see the scenery here was a field. He suddenly spoke up. Lee Haeyeon, please signal me immediately if you think you're in danger. She replied very calmly, I'm fine. Sun was completely caught off guard by her reaction, only to see Haeyeon raise her hand to touch her necklace. Ah, I'm wearing an artifact the guild gave me. It's an item that can create a shield, and although it's not very strong, it also has an invisibility feature. She didn't stop there, continuing her explanation. Besides, if monsters notice me, I can hide on my own. So, I think I should keep my distance. Hearing that, he remarked, sounds good. Then, Sangun quickly ran forward. That way, I can fight without having to worry about you. At that moment, the system announced that the skill Spirit Eye had been activated. He was completely surprised. Is this the skill I absorbed from the Lizard King? At the same time, Sangjun sensed something unusual. He couldn't believe he could perceive invisible enemies. This was the power of Spirit Eye. Something was rushing toward him from a great distance. Those things were getting closer and closer to Sunday. He reacted instantly as a monster prepared to ambush him, revealing sharp fangs as if it wanted to eat Sangyun alive. Haeyeon was stunned by the sight. Monsters with a deadly poison in a C-rank dungeon. A moment later, she screamed in panic, Han Sangyun, be careful, this is an irregular dungeon. As he swiftly reacted and attacked the monsters, they were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Haeyeon couldn't believe it, thinking, impossible. This isn't normal. Then, in a flash, she thought gleefully, I knew it. My decision wasn't wrong. In the middle of the golden field, Sangun charged forward, relentlessly slashing the monsters emerging from the portal. Each of his sharp slashes swiftly took them down one by one. Sangun's blade struck down, unleashing a brilliant burst of powerful golden magic. He frowned, his eyes flashing with resolve as he thought, lightning flash activates, so rarely I almost forgot I had it. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Sangun with a loud roar, drool dripping from its mouth as it lunged at him. Sangun swiftly grabbed the monster's tail. He built up momentum, running straight forward, preparing to slam its body into the ground. In an instant, Sangun had thrown the monster, causing a large section of the ground to crack. With that taken care of, he turned back. Sangun raised his sword arm and looked toward Heian in the distance to announce, "I've cleared this area, Heian. You can come over now." She stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape at his strength, marveling to herself, "I can't believe he cleared the boss room in under 1 hour, and on a solo run no less." What's even more amazing is that this is an irregular dungeon. The monster, with bloodshot red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, let out a terrifying shriek. The poison death fiend is a type of monster you can't take lightly. The image of Sangun standing silently before a pile of defeated poison death fiends came to mind. A single poison death fiend is a monster that C-rank hunters are typically advised to take on with a full party, yet he defeated them so easily all by himself. Heian watched his back as he headed straight into the portal, assessing, Han Sangun is going to grow even stronger. Her gaze never left Sangun for a second as she silently predicted, he'll reach a level where his current self will be completely incomparable. Streams of magic flowed into his body as the system's buzzing voice made an announcement. As all possessed souls have been consumed, stats have increased. Strength has increased by 4 points. Agility has increased by 3 points. Stamina has increased by 4 points. And magic power has increased by 6 points. Endurance has increased by 7 points. Sangun looked ahead, analyzing the situation. If it's only at this level, the boss won't pose much of a threat. He stared intently at the ominous portal ahead and announced, "I'm heading into the boss room now." Sangun and Heian walked through an eerie, gloomy space, the only sound being the rustling of leaves. She stopped short, looking up at the sky obscured by tree branches, and said in a low voice, "Something feels a bit strange." Walking behind him, Heian continued to voice her thoughts, oblivious to a speck of light hurtling down. It's impossible that we can't sense a monster's presence this completely. She sensed a powerful aura approaching her and looked up, his eyes widened in utter shock. A monster slammed its arm down right where Heian was, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere. "Watch out!" In an instant, Sangun had swept her into his arms, dodging the attack. Heian, still disoriented, could only stare at him with wide eyes. The monster opened its maw, forming an orb of magic within, and then fired a massive blast of energy at Sangun. Heian pointed toward the monster and screamed in terror. "Sangun, behind you." In an instant, the spot where they had just been standing exploded into a thick cloud of dust, completely obscuring their vision. Suddenly, his silhouette appeared, carrying Heian as he leaped high out of the smoke. Sangun landed on the ground, his knees slightly bent. He surveyed the situation and said in a low voice, "That was rather dangerous, so I hope you'll understand why I had to move you without your consent." Heian stepped out of his arms and countered, "No, I'm in your debt." Sangun looked at the bleak cloud of smoke and continued, "All right then." The monster crawling on the ground came into his view. "I'll go and take care of this." She turned to Sangun and asked hesitantly, "Do you want me to use an enhancement skill? We can always confirm the skill's effects another time." He stood up, gripping his sword tightly, and refused without hesitation. Sangun's eyes showed firm determination. "I just need a moment." He decisively leaped down to the monster. Sangun landed right in front of it, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. When the monster saw him, its eyes widened, and it let out a loud roar. He crouched low, his eyes glowing brightly along with the system's display. "The instant acceleration skill has been activated," the system announced just as the monster stomped its foot on the ground. "Thanks to the exclusive effect of the C+ speed boots, temporary acceleration has been enhanced." Sangun placed a hand on the ground, gathering momentum towards it amidst a series of buzzing mechanical notifications. The graceful as the wind skill has been activated. All movement speed has been increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress 7 out of 7. In an instant, he pushed off the ground and charged at the monster. Sangun zipped past it decisively. The monster glared at him angrily and roared loudly. Sangun flashed sideways, attacking it as fast as lightning. 3-step slash. The monster shrieked in pain as each sword strike hit its body. Its entire head was slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After dealing with the monster, Sangun casually raised a hand. Heian, sitting on a tree branch, had been following his every move. "The boss of the Destruction Blue Flame dungeon has been defeated. The dungeon will be sealed in the next 3 hours. Her face was beaded with sweat, and a wide smile spread across her lips involuntarily. Sangun looked a bit bewildered at the monster he had cut into pieces, wondering to himself, "Now I'm a little confused about who the real monster is here." Did I cut it into too many pieces? Afterward, he and Hyun stepped out of the spatial gate. Walking behind him, she let out a sigh of relief and then exclaimed in admiration, I didn't think you could clear a dungeon like this so quickly. Hyun clasped her hands behind her back, looking at him warmly as she declared, You've passed the test and now you'll be able to use the dungeons owned by the White Silver Guild. Our guild isn't foolish enough to pass up on someone like you, Sangun. Sangun replied without any surprise. That would be great. She turned her back to look at the vast rice field, hesitating before speaking. And although this is a different topic, Hyun thought of the system panel with 3 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard. When you were summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty you chose wasn't that important. She continued, giving Sangun information about the tower's rules. For those who achieved a good score on the easy trial, their subsequent challenges will gradually become more difficult. And conversely, for those who choose the hard difficulty, if your score isn't good, you can switch to the easy level. Hyun's eyes softened slightly as he took in these rules. The fact that you've achieved such absurd growth, despite your ranking being in the top 50 of the tower, means that your difficulty could be lethal. Sangyun's face tightened slightly, his mind picturing countless monsters based on her words. Hyun's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she reminded him in a low voice, So it would be better if you were a little more careful. Sangyun was stunned, his eyes widening as he heard her wish. I want to go with you and watch you grow over the years. That evening, he sat on the edge of a tall building, lost in thought. Sangun bared his teeth and took a hard bite of a crisp red apple. The buzzing sound of the system rang out, breaking the quiet space. You will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. He gazed into the distance, sighing wearily. I've been really busy these past 3 days. The corners of Sangyun's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself. But thanks to that, my stats have increased quite a bit, and I've also gained some more confidence. A beam of light descended from above as the system announced, The time has come. You will now return to the Tower of Trials. Sangyun's lips twisted into an expectant smirk. I'm going back to the tower. He was transported to a room with only a bed, and gripping his sword tightly, he commanded, Trial. The system displayed a question. Do you accept the trial of the 8th floor? Sangyun frowned, raising his hand to select a button on the screen. Another line of text appeared after he made his choice. Please choose the trial's path. Transcription, combat, raid. Sangyun was somewhat surprised, staring intently at the system as he thought. Come to think of it, it did say there would be a path system. Then, he decisively chose the middle option. You have chosen combat. Sangun evaluated the 3 and made his final decision. If I want to increase the accuracy of my necromancy, I need to choose the combat option. The system displayed his selection in sequence. Challenger Hans Sangun has chosen to focus on combat in all personal trials. You will not be able to change your selection after confirming it. Sangun retorted in his mind. Ah, well, I wasn't planning on changing it anyway. He paused for a moment, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was the system panel displaying his aptitude. Challenger Han Sung-yoon has the potential for pioneering. Another notification also appeared. A face-to-face conversation with an administrator will now begin. Currently searching for an administrator specializing in combat, Sang-yoon was stunned, wondering to himself, an administrator? His entire body was enveloped in a spiritual energy after the system reported the search was complete. A conversation with the administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, who specializes in combat, will now begin. Sang-yoon landed on a snowy ground with his hand, surrounded by countless swords. He looked up, letting out a frosty breath, and wondered. This was the system notification. You have entered the world of the Iron-Blooded. Song-joon looked at the sword stuck firmly in the snow, feeling bewildered. The Iron-Blooded world? His eyes glowed brightly as he used a skill to investigate. Eye of Truth. The system immediately displayed, the Eye of Truth skill has been activated. The #1 Iron-Blooded world, the special place where the administrator, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, resides. Uninvited guests are forbidden from entering. Sang-yoon smirked slightly, filled with anticipation. So things like this can happen? He paused for a moment as he read the newly appeared system message. The administrator, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is offended by someone's search. Sang-yoon was endlessly surprised, wondering, an administrator can convey emotions through a message? He turned around, and his eyes immediately fell upon a sword enveloped in a stream of red magic. Sang-yoon watched as the system panel's text changed. The administrator, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is saying to stop doing useless things and follow the sword. He grimly watched the sword as it flew straight ahead. Then, Sang-yoon began to follow the sword's guidance step by step. He slowly moved on, blending into the cold, snow-covered landscape. Sang-yoon stopped, exhaling a cloud of cold air. In front of him was a house with a bright lamp hanging over the door. Sang-yoon pushed the door open and entered. His eyes widened in surprise at a static, mechanical announcement. The administrator, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is watching you. Canaria sat in a chair before the fireplace, smiling directly at Sang-yoon. Welcome, you've finally arrived. Welcome, pioneer. She introduced herself with a solemn tone. I am the administrator responsible for this meeting with you, the iron-blooded tyrant king. Canaria rested her hands on her lap, sitting elegantly with her legs crossed. Sangun watched her intently, making an assessment in his mind. She was surprisingly beautiful, but he kept his eyes on the magic radiating from Canaria and reminded himself. In reality, she was an administrator of the trial tower. She brought her face close to Sangun's. He watched her every move, completely bewildered. When did she? I haven't taken my eyes off her for a second. She reached for a bottle on a cabinet and began to speak. I was wondering what kind of monster you were, but you look quite ordinary. Sangun stared at Canaria's back in shock and forced himself to ask, You know me? She replied casually. Of course, your battles left quite an impression on me. He pressed on. Have you been watching my tower climbs until now? Canaria poured wine into a glass and calmly replied, I only know the final results, as it's impossible to observe the trials below the 8th floor. Sangun's brows furrowed, his mind filled with confusion as he wondered, even an administrator like her can't observe them? Her eyes softened as she swirled the wine in her glass and said, Judging by your expression, you must have realized something. Administrators are not omnipotent like gods. We don't rule the tower. He hesitated before asking, Then what are you? Canaria took a sip of wine and then answered, Rather, administrators are just subordinates of the tower, so you have no need to be afraid. Sangjun was silent after her declaration. As long as I am a subordinate of the tower, I cannot harm you. Canaria glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Let's set this minor issue aside. This personal meeting is a benefit for you. If you're curious about anything, feel free to ask whatever you want to know. Sangun pondered this. A benefit? I certainly don't sense any hostility from her. He then got straight to the point. In that case, can you tell me what this personal meeting is about? Canaria calmly explained, A personal meeting, as I've said, is a benefit for pioneers. You can ask an administrator any question and get an answer without needing a question ticket. Sangun hesitated. Then he frowned, thinking of the challenger he had encountered, and pressed, On the 5th floor, I was nearly killed by a challenger from another world. How did he get to my floor? Can he invade any floor? Hearing that question, Canaria raised her wine glass and smirked, replying casually, There's no particular reason. She glanced at Sangun and continued in a low voice, When you invade a floor from another world, you not only get to take the rewards from it, but you can also receive an even better benefit. Canaria explained an additional rule to Sangun. Challengers from other worlds are often those who have been in the tower for decades. Because of that, anyone who defeats them receives a huge reward, she elaborated. And the tower of this world will one day merge with the towers of other worlds, he asked, back in surprise. What do you mean? Canaria replied casually. I mean exactly what I said. She recalled the lines representing the different stages and spoke. After 20 floors, there will be more combined trials instead of individual ones. Those lines represent the trial stages, the trial process of the Earth dimension, invasion from another dimension, invasion from another dimension, invasion from another dimension, invasion from another dimension. Canaria elaborated. It means you will encounter challengers from other worlds. Sangun secretly realized this meant they were trying to eliminate future rivals early. She gently set her wine glass on the table and asked, Is that everything you wanted to know? His lips parted. I have one last question. Sangyun's eyes flashed with curiosity as he posed his biggest question. What is the trial tower? Canaria fell silent with her head bowed, then replied helplessly, I want to know that too. Sangun looked at Canaria's thoughtful expression and exclaimed in confusion, You're an administrator and you don't know either? Her eyes seemed to reflect her former self as she explained faintly. Administrators were once challengers too. Those who died after the 14th floor were given the privilege of being revived to become administrators. An image of Canaria appeared, covered in wounds, with a drop of red liquid trickling from her head down past the corner of her eye. I once wanted to climb to the top of the tower, but I couldn't. It wasn't just me. None of the deceased administrators ever reached the top. That's why we became administrators. Sangun clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, So, were all administrators just ordinary challengers at first? He looked down at the ground, sharing his thoughts. I was looking forward to learning about the top of the tower. Canaria scowled, her sharp eyes glaring at Sangun. She grabbed him by the neck and forcefully slammed him against the door. Canaria's eyes flashed with resentment as she glared at Sangjun, growling each word. The top of the tower is not something you can speak of so lightly. He was a bit surprised by her over-the-top reaction. Canaria gave a pleased smile at Sangyun's expression. You're not surprised at all. Aren't you scared? He nonchalantly lowered his face and spoke. You said this meeting was a benefit, and I don't sense any killing intent from you. Sangun slammed his hand hard against the door, making a large piece of it crack off. At the same time, he was thrown outside, bracing himself on the snowy ground as the door shattered. Sangun raised his sword high, looking at Canaria with a resolute expression. I won't let you attack me so easily. Her eyes widened, stunned by his actions. Canaria's laughter echoed loudly through the icy snowfield. She looked at Sangun, extremely excited, and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone destroy an administrator's home." He frowned, silently waiting for what Canaria would say next. However, this has convinced me. She called out Sangyun's name in a solemn tone. Challenger Han Sangyun, his face filled with shock at Canaria's proposal. "I want to offer you a master-disciple contract." Specks of turquoise light from the system window began to appear. "You are entering the lobby of the 8th floor." Sangyun was transported, finding himself lying on a comfortable bed. His eyes snapped open, staring straight ahead. Sangyun quickly sat up and made a command. "Exclusive store." The system immediately displayed it. Exclusive store of the contractor. Products, 1000. Skill category. Availability category. Item category. Contractor, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King. He was in awe. He had actually made a contract with an administrator. This wasn't a dream. Sangyun remembered when Canaria raised her hand, creating a flow of magic that materialized into a scroll. Declaration. "I cannot miss out on a skilled challenger with such courage." The system window displayed a rapid succession of messages. "Will you accept this sponsorship contract?" "Agree." The contract has been established. The contractor's exclusive store, where special product points are used, will be created. All stats will be increased by 1 as a reward from the contractor. She flashed a bright smile, saying, "This is so much fun, Pioneer. I'll see you again soon." Sangyun quickly tapped a button on the screen, opening the availability category of the contractor's exclusive store. The system window showed a list of items in that category. List 1 of 3 availabilities. Mind Like a Rock C. Iron-Blooded Soul availability A. Ice Emperor availability D+. Sangyun thought to himself, so there are ranks for the store's availabilities too. He kept his eyes glued to the availability screen. Mind Calm as Water C, Iron-Blooded Soul availability A, Ice Emperor availability D. Sangyun wondered as he looked at their effects on the system if the exclusive availability he obtained on the 8th floor was different from these. He glanced at the page number on the screen, thinking to himself, "First page, let's check the next one." The system immediately displayed an error message. "You do not have permission to open the second page of the availability list. You will be able to open the second page in the 10th floor lobby," Sangyun exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" "So, for now, I can only see these 3 availabilities." Each item, its price, and its description appeared on the screen. Mind Like a Rock C. Price, 1000 products. Description. No matter the situation, you can always make a rational decision. The duration of emotional effects such as anger and hesitation is reduced by half, and combat coordination is increased. Iron-Blooded Soul, A. Price, 6500 products. Description. The soul born from a king with no blood or tears left. Proficiency in weapon-based skills is increased by 2.32 times. All new weapon-based skills start with 10% proficiency. Availability. Ice Emperor D+. Price 800 products. Description. An availability obtained by those who rule the north. In cold environments, stats are temporarily increased, and you will not feel the cold. Sangun put his hand on his chin, looking away thoughtfully. "This is a tough choice. Should I save my product points and wait?" He decisively tapped the screen, making his choice. "No." Afterward, the system promptly announced, "The availability Mind Like a Rock has been purchased. 1000 products have been deducted." Description. No matter the situation, you can always make a rational decision. The duration of emotional effects like anger and hesitation is reduced by half, and combat coordination is increased. Sangyun imagined himself hanging from a mountain, his connecting rope snapped in 2, an availability that would allow him to make a rational decision in any situation. Mind Like a Rock. His hand gripped a rock crevice tightly to avoid falling. Instead of being unprepared, it was better to increase his chances of survival. After all, his floor could be invaded at any moment. Sangyun headed straight for the spatial gate, just as the system posed a question. "Will you accept the trial of the 8th floor?" Then, a series of buzzing, mechanical announcements echoed. "The 8th floor trial will now begin. Difficulty: hard. The theme of the trial is destruction. Completion. Condition: defeat the summoned undead, the Bone Soldier. Failure condition: the challenger's death. Reward for completion: all stats +2. Penalty for failure: death." Sangyun was transported to a place filled with smoke and dust. He stood on high, his gaze sweeping over the horde of monsters standing before the pile below. "What is that? Why are there so many of them?" Sangyun observed each group of skeleton soldiers below, speaking in a low tone. "Is that their strategy? To overwhelm the enemy with numbers?" He looked at them and coldly uttered, "Then I guess I'll get started." Quick as a flash, Sangyun shot straight down. He pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air. Sangyun landed, and the force of his aura sent the skeleton soldiers flying. In the tense atmosphere, he lowered his head and stood up amidst them. Instantly, the weapon-wielding skeleton soldiers rushed towards where Sangyun was standing. He spread his arms wide, not dodging but taking the full force of their attacks. Sangun frowned, let out a breath, and muttered, I can't even get past this wave of monsters inside. Immediately after, he threw a punch that sent each skeleton soldier flying. But these skeleton soldiers seemed too weak. The system window continuously displayed, proficiency has increased by 0.08. 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 Sanguin's face grew bored as he complained. Only 0.08%? Again. Each blow was aimed directly at the skeleton soldiers, and the system immediately signaled. Proficiency has increased by 0.08. 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 Sangjun clenched his hand, raising his fist. Standing in a ready stance, he told himself, I should just forget about increasing my proficiency. I won't get much from this trial. He was startled when he heard a deep, hoarse, and furious voice. Who goes there? What bastard dares to desecrate my sacred land? Sangyun immediately spun around, searching for the source of the sound. He gazed into the distance, concluding, the voice came from over there. Sangyun's face turned serious. He raised 3 fingers, gathering dark magic, absorbed the dead. The system window displayed after he had finished absorbing the skeleton soldiers. You have possessed and absorbed a skeleton soldier. Number of souls possessed, 1 out of 30. Sangyun controlled 1 skeleton soldier to pick up a large rock. Then, it ruthlessly smashed the rock on another's head. He tilted his head, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. I never knew skeleton soldiers could be this useful. Sangun placed a hand behind his neck to massage it, ignoring the fighting skeletons, and spoke. Now I'll leave this place for these underlings to handle, while I go find the boss. He leaped high into the air to depart, and the buzzing notification of a machine rang out. The skill graceful as the wind has been activated. All movement increased by 60%. Current skill stack progress, 6 out of 7. Due to the special effect of the C-grade Swift Boots, your speed has been momentarily increased. Sangyun zipped past hordes of skeleton soldiers as he left. In a flash, he had escaped them and was rushing forward. Sangyun looked into the distance, his eyes widening as he observed intently, his lips moving. Over there, Sangyun took step after step on the ground, charging straight ahead. A skeleton wearing a crown appeared. He dug in his heels, planting a hand on the ground to stop himself. Sangyun's eyes narrowed, his mouth curling into an excited smile. Found you. The skeleton creature shot a sharp glare at him, growling. A lowly human has come to my sacred land. The book in its hand flipped violently through its pages as it roared. You will pay a heavy price. Suddenly, giant monsters appeared from the air, screaming fiercely. Sangyun looked up to observe the newly appeared monsters, silently assessing them. It's on the same level as the Sand Golem. The arrogant skeleton creature looked at him and laughed loudly. Now do you understand what kind of land you've stepped into? Sangyun suddenly spoke up. Whatever, he declared boldly. Can't you summon anything stronger? It was stunned by Sangyun's words. What? He smirked, pulling a sword from the system, and continued, if this is all you've got, I'll be very disappointed. The enraged skeleton creature pointed directly at Sangyun's face, yelling, You damn lunatic. These guards are more than enough to tear that arrogant mouth of yours apart. Immediately, the 2 monsters charged straight at him. Sangyun's eyes lit up as the system displayed. The skill Instantaneous Acceleration has been activated. His blade slashed through the 2 monsters, and then he rushed towards the skeleton creature. It was horrified to see Sangyun standing right in front of it. What? Quick as a flash, he struck, knocking the skeleton creature to the ground, and the system screen immediately displayed. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Sangyun grinned, placing a hand on his chest and thought, this undead creature really increases my proficiency by a lot. The skeleton creature pushed itself up, asking cautiously, Where did a monster like you come from? In its eyes, Sangyun was like a terrifying monster, a question that needed an explanation from an undead's point of view. He looked at the skeleton creature, then raised his sword high, grimly stating the final word. Now let's end this. Sangyun's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something. He stared intently at the book on the ground, thinking, with this, the undead can summon any monster it wants. In that case, Sangyun smiled sinisterly, calculating in his head. Why not make him my slave? The skeleton creature panicked at his terrifying gaze. Sangyun's voice suddenly turned cold as he inquired. You can summon other skeleton soldiers, right? It cautiously asked back. Why are you asking me that? He took step after step closer to the skeleton creature, coldly declaring, If you can't, then this is the end. The skeleton creature reached out, trying to stop him. Don't come any closer. Go away. Sangyun continued to question. When can you summon a guardian monster? It answered in fear. When a guardian dies, I can summon another one a few minutes later. He issued a command, then summon one right now. The skeleton creature hastily agreed. Okay. Sangun let out a chillingly sharp demand. Do it. It asked softly in confusion. Why? They can't fight you anyway? He glared at the skeleton soldier and raised his sword threateningly. I'm tired. Should I just end this right now? Terrified, it immediately grabbed the book and flipped frantically through the pages. I'll start summoning right now. The skeleton soldier held out its hand to cast the spell, and instantly, two monsters were created and charged at Sangun. He swiftly swung his sword, slicing one of them in half. The skeleton soldier spoke hesitantly. That should be enough, right? Sangun glanced at it and replied grimly, No, this is just the beginning. He kicked the skeleton soldier, demanding it revive all the dead skeleton soldiers and summon more guards. Right away, it raised its hands to shield itself and agreed, yes. In an instant, a newly created monster was cut down by Sunday. One after another, they were sent to the afterlife by his sharp blade. Another monster that got close was sliced to pieces by Sunday. The skeleton soldier screamed in misery. How long do I have to keep doing this? Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Sangun launched an attack at a monster. He glanced at the skeleton soldier, grinned, and replied, Until I tell you to stop. A monster slammed its fist down where Sangun was standing. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he raised his hand to meet it. His hand and the monster's fist collided, erupting in a powerful shockwave. Then, he swiftly grabbed his sword and ran straight up its arm. The system displayed a notification the moment Sun sliced off the monster's head. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Its entire body collapsed to the ground along with the mechanical notification sound. Proficiency has increased by 1.2%. Sangun's eyes widened as he looked at the system, his body enveloped in a turquoise light. The proficiency of the unique trait, Necromancy, has reached 100%. The unique trait, Necromancy, has leveled up. His eyes widened, and a smirk formed on his lips. My Necromancy has reached C-rank? Sangun was slightly startled by the skeleton soldier's weak voice. You insane monster. It leaned against the wall, furiously cursing him with every word. Even demons would be terrified to face you. I will curse you even after I die. The skeleton soldier was exhausted, breathing heavily with each labored gasp. Sun observed it, silently noting, the cracks spread every time it summons. It looks like it's about to break. He gave the skeleton soldier a sharp glare, then raised his sword and spoke nonchalantly. I was planning on using you a little longer. What a shame. Sangun swung his sword without hesitation, sending its head flying off its body. Meeting you truly makes me sick, human. He raised his hand, absorbing the waves of energy in front of the system screen. You have received a reward. Mortal who surpasses demons. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed the soul of the undead. Proficiency has increased by 17.4%. A spatial gate then appeared after the series of notifications. Congratulations, you have completed the 8th floor trial of the tower. All stats will increase by 2 as a completion reward. You have received 30,000 points as a completion reward. You have received 700 items as a completion reward. You have received 300 items as a completion reward. Please proceed to the lobby. The system continuously displayed, you have entered the lobby of the 9th floor. System integration has begun. The administrators are ready to observe the trial process. Restrictions have been lifted. You can now purchase C-rank skills from the skill shop. Sangun looked at his status window displayed on the screen. Sangun, Aura of the Dominator. Strength 67. Stamina 66. Agility 66. Mana 63. Resistance 63. Unique trait, Necromancy. Unique authority, Skill synthesis. Authority, Calm Mind C. Skills. Select for more details. Lines of text appeared on the system. Unique trait, Necromancy C. Proficiency, 0%. Basic effect, can absorb the souls of the dead, simultaneously enhancing or restoring stats and mana. Additional effect 3. When you absorb a soul, there is a 20% chance to acquire a skill from that soul. Additional effect 4. You can protect your body by using souls. However, the number of souls consumed is proportional to the duration of use. Additional effect 5. When you acquire a skill from a soul, the skill's proficiency will be inherited from its previous owner. Sangun laughed excitedly. Absorbing skills is already overpowered, but on top of that, to inherit the proficiency too is just... He paused. There's more? A line on the system screen caught Sangun's eye. Additional effect 3. When you absorb a soul, there is a 20% chance to acquire a skill from that soul. He mused. The probability of absorbing a skill is also clearly stated. Sangun waved his hand and muttered, even though the trials on the previous 8 floors were a bit dull, that doesn't mean the 9th floor will be the same. I need to prepare thoroughly for this floor. He looked at the dagger that had just appeared in his hand, considering, I can still use this sword for a while longer. The remaining problem is my defensive skill. The system displayed the function. Hunter's Dagger Skill D. Max Proficiency. Description: a dagger skill that helps hunters work effectively. Effect: when using a dagger, cutting power increases by 2.5 times, and dagger experience gain is also increased. Sangun kept his eyes on the screen, pondering, my dagger skill has already reached its max level. Now I need a different sword skill to replace it. He touched the system after the announcement. You have opened the skill shop. Purchasable skills are now listed. Sangun furrowed his brow in deep thought. There were very few sword skills he could use. He stated with firm resolve, if that's the case, then I'll just create my own. The system continued to announce, you have purchased Basic Swordsmanship E. 25,000 points have been deducted. Skill: Basic Swordsmanship E. Proficiency 0%. Description: a sword technique that contains the fundamental theories of swordsmanship. Effect: your fundamental understanding of swordsmanship will increase, and the slashing power of your equipped sword will increase by 1.5 times. However, the slash power enhancement effect does not stack with other weapon skills. Sangjun mused. Basic swordsmanship enhances all sword-related skills. He fiddled with the 3 system screens, calculating in his head. To level up the Hunter's Dagger skill using the Skill Synthesis Authority, I need to know the fusion compatibility among my existing skills. The most suitable one must be Basic Swordsmanship. Sangun immediately pressed the screen to make his choice. Hunter's Dagger Skill D, Basic Swordsmanship E. You have selected these 2 skills. The levels of the fusion materials are uneven. The synthesis will revolve around the Hunter's Dagger skill. The synthesis process will focus on the Hunter's Dagger skill. The current success rate for this skill synthesis is 75%. Do you wish to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. No. A brilliant flash of light appeared before him, following the system's announcements. You have successfully synthesized a skill. A new skill has been created. The words on the screen announced that the Demon Hunter Skill C had been created. Sangun's jaw dropped in confusion. Demon Hunter? The system displayed an image of a skull, along with a list of its effects. Demon Hunter Skill C. Proficiency 0%. Details: a swordsmanship style for hunters, created to slay demons. Basic effect: all fundamental knowledge of swordsmanship will be increased. Additionally, the slashing power of equipped daggers and swords will be tripled. However, this effect does not stack with other skills. Additional effect: when fighting non-human enemies, your attack speed will be doubled. Sangun furrowed his brow, silently assessing, my attack speed doubles against non-human enemies, huh? It seems this is a skill specifically for monster hunting. He smiled with great satisfaction, just as I expected. Skill synthesis is really the good stuff. Sangun held 3 cards with 3 skills in his hand, wondering if he should fuse the remaining ones. In society, gambling is a crime. His face was beaded with sweat as he raised a hand and told himself, just one more time. Sangun stared intently at the system window to finalize his decision. I'll check the skill compatibility and synthesis probability. A brilliant golden light and a whirring sound from the system emerged before his eyes. Rapid recovery D. Defy nature D. Lost blood regeneration C. Pain resistance D. Gray blood B. The system window displayed. Skill, Gray blood B. Proficiency description: an extremely powerful ability created by a mutant vampire. Effect: the user's regenerative ability is proportional to their tenacity. Recovery ability is tripled when taking physical damage. Pain is reduced by up to 40% depending on the type of damage taken. Sangun raised an eyebrow, a bead of bewildered sweat trickling down his face. A 3-fold increase in recovery ability is already insane, and it comes with a pain reduction bonus too. He tightened his grip on his sword, muttering, the lobby area has a recovery effect, so I can't test it properly. Sangun thought to himself, at this point, 100 points isn't that much. A series of system notifications appeared. The lobby's recovery effect has been removed. 50 points have been deducted. Fatigue will accumulate, and you will not recover from physical damage. Sangun clenched one fist and raised his sword high with the other, thinking to himself, I've absorbed all the souls, so the protective shield won't activate anymore. He decisively swung a slash at his own arm. Now I'll test it out. A cloud of dust kicked up right in front of Sangun. Streams of red liquid splattered everywhere from his arm. Sangun repeatedly slashed at his arm, causing it to fall to the ground. He watched intently as his arm regenerated in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. Sangun's eyes gleamed with endless admiration. What a marvelous ability. Even though I'm not in the lobby, the recovery is still insane. He pulled his sleeve down, thinking, now I have both the soul shield and this overpowered recovery skill. I honestly don't need anything else. Sangun grumbled. Well, I'll just wear this until it falls apart before getting a new one. I still like it anyway. He scrolled through the information on the system panel, wondering if there were any hot topics on the forum. There's nothing noteworthy. Sangun didn't hesitate any longer and stepped straight into the spatial gate. There wasn't much waiting time left, and there was no reason to wait anyway. The system messages appeared continuously without stopping. You have entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty: hard. The theme of this trial is combat. Time remaining: 1 day. Trial completion conditions: annihilate all monsters in the arena within the time limit. The trial is failed if the challenger dies or the time limit expires. Completion reward: receive the beast's instinct skill C. Penalty for failure: death. Sangun's eyes widened in utter shock after reading the words on the screen. He warily eyed the figure in front of him after the system's warning. Currently, the trial of Challenger Hansun on the 9th floor is extremely dangerous. A challenger from the Murim world has infiltrated this floor. The challenger's trial target in the martial arts world has been defeated. Sangun frowned, speculating. This was Sunhack, standing over the dead monsters, who turned to him and said, "So you've finally arrived?" Due to a new development, the trial target has changed. The old man closed his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and introduced himself in a deep voice. "I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance." Suddenly, the system displayed the target. Eliminate Sunhack, the challenger in the martial arts world. Sanjun carefully observed Sunhack, pondering that he was a challenger from another world. He furrowed his brow tensely at Sunhack's question. "What is your name?" Sangun asked back doubtfully. "Why are you suddenly asking for my name?" The old man replied calmly. "Because I have already revealed my identity." He gave Sunhack a sharp look, getting straight to the point. "You must have ill intentions for invading my floor of the tower. Then what's the use in talking?" The old man coldly retorted. "It is the minimum courtesy between fellow martial artists. It seems your mind is still quite narrow." Sangun felt helpless at Sunhack's words, thinking to himself, "I'm speechless. Why are all the challengers from other worlds so bizarre?" The old man materialized a sword in his hand and spoke coldly. "Very well then. It's useless to talk to someone who doesn't understand etiquette." Instantly, Sunhack lunged straight at Sangun. The old man swung his sword through the air, creating a series of other swords. Sangun watched as countless blades controlled by Sunhack rushed toward him. The system displayed the skill he had just activated. The skill, graceful as the wind, has been activated. Movement speed has increased by 30%. Current stat count is 3 out of 7. A determined glint appeared in Sangyun's eyes as he looked forward, nimbly striking down each sword. Sangyun and Sunhack both retreated simultaneously, maintaining a certain distance. The old man brought his sword back, somewhat impressed. "So there are masters here as well?" Sangyun remained silent at Sunhack's words of admiration. "Forgive me for underestimating you." He let out a long sigh, startling Sunhack with his demeanor. "Cut the courteous act." He looked directly at Sunhack and continued grimly. "You came here to kill me and take the reward, if that's your goal." Sanjun's eyes turned bloodshot, his tone filled with disgust. "Why bother with the pretense? It's disgusting." Sunhack narrowed his eyes, retorting sinisterly. "It's obviously because you come from a world we have never seen with our own eyes." The old man raised his sword, which was glowing with a golden light. Sunhack slowly lowered his blade toward Sangjun, saying, "Farewell, nameless swordsman." He raised his sword to block the waves of dark energy enveloping him. A drop of sweat ran down Sangyun's face under Sunhack's pressure. "The opponent has used their unique ability, Sword Light. You will be blinded for 5 seconds. In an instant, he was plunged into a dark space with no light. "I can't see anything." The system displayed a notification. Mana resistance skill activated. Blindness duration reduced to 2.5 seconds. Sangyun cautiously raised his sword in front of him, deep in thought. "Awesome." The mechanical sound rang out again. "The Spirit Eye skill has been activated, allowing you to perceive attacks invisible to the naked eye." Sangyun was so focused on what was in front that he didn't notice a sword rushing at him from behind. He gritted his teeth and tilted his neck to dodge the blow, but it still grazed him, sending red fluid flying. "You have achieved the blind dodge accomplishment. Agility increased by 2. Sangyun swung his sword in a long arc through the air. The dense black aura that had enveloped him instantly began to dissipate. The loss of vision from the unique trait, Light Sword, has ended. Sunhack calmly placed one hand behind his back, raising his sword high with the other. The system announced, "Gray Blood skill activated." Sangyun's face was beaded with sweat as he thought in relief. That was a close call. Sunhack's expression darkened when he saw his technique had been countered. "How did you know?" Sangyun braced his hand on the ground, pointing his sword at the old man. "The instantaneous acceleration skill has been activated. The graceful as the wind skill has been activated. All speeds increased by 50%. Skill passive stack progress is now 5 out of 7. He rushed at Sunhack with blazing eyes, filled with relentless determination. The old man was stunned by Sangyun's attack. Sunhack quickly raised his sword to block the blow. The two blades clashed violently. Sangyun brought his sword back, preparing for another strike. He decisively raised his leg and kicked towards Sunhack. The old man leaped high to dodge the blow, then aimed his blade at Sangyun's leg. He quickly landed and spun to avoid Sunhack's move. The old man reached out and grabbed Sangun's sword-wielding wrist. Seizing the opportunity, he lifted his leg and kicked straight at Sunhack's hand. Amidst the billowing dust, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Sunhack sensed the aura around Sangun and made an assessment. The dark magic you use is very strange. His eyes widened in astonishment as he pondered. Unbelievable. I've improved this much, yet our stats are still the same. Without another word, Sangun gathered momentum and leaped high to attack Sunhack. A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he brought his sword back and growled, "I won't hold back anymore." The sword in Sunhack's hand slowly descended as the blinding skill activated. Due to the unique trait, Light Sword, you will be blinded for 5 seconds. Sangun was once again plunged into a dark, lightless space and cursed inwardly, "Damn it!" He raised an eyebrow and activated a skill in the system. The mana resistance skill has been activated. Blindness duration reduced to 2.5 seconds. The Spirit Eye skill has been activated. Sangun gritted his teeth and raised his sword to defend against Sunhack's magic as it approached. This is insane. His attack speed has increased drastically. His face drenched in sweat. He was shocked to find a slash closing in on him. Sangun raised his sword to block the blow following a static-filled mechanical announcement. The unique skill Iron Protection from the B-rank Forged Iron Necklace has been activated. 10% of physical damage will be absorbed. His sword arm was severed the moment the system skill ended, and the pain resistance skill activated. Sangun gritted his teeth, glancing at his arm and wondering to himself. Iron Protection couldn't block the entire blow. A black wall surrounding him gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouette of Sunhack standing before him, mid-swing. The vision loss from the unique trait Light Sword had ended. Sangun dug his feet into the ground to keep his balance. He whirled around, unconsciously taking a few steps back. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapsed, sending Sangun plummeting down. Sunhack was also shocked by this turn of events. Without hesitation, the old man swung his sword down into the spot where Sangun had fallen. At that moment, his severed arm had just regenerated. Sangun regained his momentum and shot upwards, zipping past Sunhack. The old man whipped his head around, searching for Sangun's silhouette. He landed on his feet, raised an arm, and bit down hard. Sunhack stared at Sangun with sharp eyes, remarking grimly, "More dark magic. I thought you were a skilled martial artist, but it seems you only know how to borrow those techniques from other places." Sangun lowered his head, clenching his fist as he retorted, "Isn't the unique trait you're using also a skill you received from the tower?" The system displayed each skill. Skill, Graceful as the Wind has been activated. All speeds increased by 70%. Skill Passive Stack Progress, 7 out of 7. Sangun looked up at Sunhack with utter contempt. What a hypocrite. The old man pointed his sword at Sangun and sneered, "Planning to use dark magic again?" A swordsman relying on such borrowed skills. He didn't answer, instead raising his sword high and charging at Sunhack. The old man swiftly raised his own sword to block Sangun's strike, exclaiming in shock, "What is this?" Sangun's eyes glinted as he spoke in an ice-cold tone. "How about you die by these borrowed skills?" Sunhack tightened his grip on his sword, roaring as he parried Sangun's attack. He recalled how he had surpassed countless others, how he had cleared innumerable challenge floors. Red drops trickled down his blade, a testament to the countless challengers from thousands of worlds he had slain with this very sword. Sunhack contemptuously pictured Earth, a world so weak it was like a honeypot, especially those from Earth who were so pathetically weak they were called the honeypot. Sangun's razor-sharp blade flashed across the old man's face. "A mere challenger from Earth can't even touch a single hair on my head. Besides, using the unique trait Light Sword was enough to finish them in a single blow." Sunhack was somewhat stunned by Sangun's powerful attack. This time should have been no different. The old man dodged to the side, his tied-up hair fanning out from the movement. A dark red stream trickled down Sunhack's face. Sangun pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Sunhack stood some distance away with his back to him. Sangun let out a long, relieved sigh. Meanwhile, Sunhack's face was covered in wounds, and he was panting with exhaustion. He remained silent as countless system notifications appeared. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is astonished by the young challenger. The administrator, Monster of the North, has predicted your imminent defeat. The administrator, Ruler of the Night, is intrigued by the young challenger. The administrator, Hero of the Black Island, is amazed by the young challenger's skill usage. Sunhack's eyes flashed with hatred as he ground his teeth. The old man lowered his head, tightening his grip on the glowing sword in his hand as numerous skills activated. The skill 2-for-1 strike has been activated. Attack speed is doubled. The skill Light Sword Aura has been activated. The sword is enveloped in light energy. The skill Piercing Blade has been activated for the next attack only, doubling the sword's sharpness. The skill Divine Step is activated for 1 minute. Movement speed is increased by 2.8 times. Sangun bared his teeth in a grin, charging straight at Sunhack while mocking him. "Don't you look down on magic?" The system displayed a message. "The penalty for the invasion floor is now in effect. All stats are reduced by 8. You are unable to use a portion of your skills." The old man fumed internally. "Damn it!" The mechanical voice crackled with the report. The skill 2 for 1 strike has been forcibly deactivated. The skill Light Sword Aura has been forcibly deactivated. The system announced, the cooldown for the unique trait Light Sword has ended. The unique trait Light Sword has been activated. Sangun scanned the area in front of him, thinking to himself that he was getting used to this rhythm. He activated a skill. The skill, Spirit Eye, has been activated. Sanhak raised his sword high and advanced toward him, roaring, "You damn demon, I'll cut you to pieces." A brilliant slash descended from above, aimed right where Sangun stood. He assumed a defensive stance following the system's notification. The skill 3-step slash has been activated. The next 3 attacks will be enhanced by the skill's effect. Sangun's eyes blazed to life as he gritted his teeth and charged forward, decisively unleashing a powerful strike. The murky black space gradually faded, revealing Sangun and Sanhak facing each other. The vision loss from the unique trait Light Sword had ended. Exhausted, he collapsed to his knees. The sword fell from Sangun's hand, clattering to the ground. He and Sanhak stood in silence amidst the swirling dust and smoke. The old man's body trembled as he tried to take a step forward. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out, "Impossible!" The old man staggered weakly behind Sangun. The moment Sangun regained enough strength to stand, Sanhak collapsed completely, falling to the ground. Sangun's expression relaxed into a smile of relief as he read the system notification. "Congratulations, you have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials." Sangun stood tall, collecting the items Sanhak left behind. The system window displayed a notification. "You have absorbed the soul of the challenger Bitch Sung. All abilities have been increased by 27%. Getting a satisfactory result, his face was calm as he remarked, 27%, huh? Not bad. After that, a series of notifications appeared from the system. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 9th floor of the Trial Tower. The reward and difficulty of the tower floor have not been determined. The reward is being re-evaluated." Sangun pondered this information for a moment. A similar case had occurred before regarding this matter. He was worried about how the result would be evaluated. Before he could think too much, the system announced again, "Evaluation complete. The reward will be granted." The skill 6th Sense C+ has been created as a mission completion reward, awarding 35,000 points, plus a bonus of 1,000 items. You will now be teleported to the main hall. Sangun focused on evaluating all the information he received. 6th Sense, huh? It seems to be a higher rank than the basic reward, Monster's Instinct. With that settled, he decided as he walked towards the teleportation gate. "All right, I'll take a closer look after I get to the main hall." Standing before the gate, a series of status notifications suddenly appeared in front of him. "The Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is impressed by your battle. The Administrator Beast of the North is going crazy over your efforts. The Administrator Ruler of the Night is amused by your performance. The Administrator Hero of the Black Island is cheering for your battle." His face showed a hint of surprise at this. Then, 2 pieces of information appeared. The system is being updated and administrators can now observe the trials. He became thoughtful again. He had received a message about this before. Suddenly, Sangun revealed a satisfied smile and thought to himself, "After all, most of the administrators who witnessed my fight were moved. I feel quite proud, because if you look at it another way, it means they've acknowledged me." Not letting him rejoice for too long, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King spoke up with a reminder. The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King is scowling at the reactions of the other administrators. The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King is reminding you not to be swayed by the other administrators. Hearing this, he replied with a helpless expression, "Yes." Suddenly, the White Crane Swordmaster made an offer through the screen. "The Administrator White Crane Swordmaster wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive shop. Do you agree?" Sangun's eyes widened in surprise, wondering what the White Crane Swordmaster wanted. He looked suspicious of everything and wondered, what is going on? Are they acting like this just to grant me an authority? As if sensing his concern, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King offered an opinion. "The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King suggests that you can accept this authority." He was still unsure and asked himself, "Can I really accept it?" Hearing this, she informed him through the screen. "The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King says that they grant authority to gain the favor of contractors." Sangun couldn't stop thinking about her words. Favor? What's so good about gaining favor from those who have already completed their trials? Putting that aside, he asked, "So, will you contact me at some point?" Hearing this, the White Crane Swordmaster's status updated. The Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is laughing and says, "Not just once, but many times." After that, the Iron-Blooded Tyrant King appeared to reassure him. The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King says that the granted privilege isn't that beneficial, so you shouldn't worry about it too much. Sangun was lost in her confusing explanation. It's not a great privilege, yet they want to gain my favor? In the end, they just want something in return for giving me something, right? As if he had figured it out, he thought, then I don't need to hesitate. Then he tapped the screen in front of him to respond. "Thank you." A series of notifications appeared one after another. The authority of the administrator White Crane Swordmaster has been added. Sword Key Master has been added to the exclusive shop's authority category. As expected, the White Crane Swordmaster status appeared. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is smiling, hoping you will remember his kindness. Sangun replied, I understand. I will make good use of it. Finally, he stepped out of the teleportation gate. The system panel displayed another notification. You have entered the 10th floor main hall. The system has been expanded. You can now enter the common area. His eyes showed clear surprise upon hearing about the common area. Sangun's face remained calm as he wondered, can the administrators also observe what happens here? To avoid wasting time, he spoke out to test the waters. Are you all still watching? He was met with an unusual silence. Sangun felt embarrassed by his own suspicious thoughts and let out a couple of fake coughs to move on. Suddenly, the system displayed a status notification. The contractor's authority shop is now open. Category: Authority. List 1 of 3 authorities. Serene Mind, C. Owned authority: Iron-Blooded Soul, A+. Authority: Ruler of Winter, D+. Authority: Sword Key Master, C+. As if seeing something unexpected, Sangun's eyes widened as he stared at the information. Then he tapped on it. The screen he tapped switched to the introduction for the Sword Key Master C+ authority. Price: 1,500 items. Description: Sword key that only top-tier martial artists can use. It is the embodiment of power. It is stronger than a normal sword aura, and when you purchase it, it allows you to enhance your weapon with mana, ki, or other types of energy. However, the mana consumption will increase proportionally with the activation time. Sangun was quite surprised by what he saw and thought to himself, I can channel mana into my weapon and use sword ki. Then he exclaimed, they said this was just a normal ability, but it seems pretty decent. He then exclaimed, I can see the next page now. The next page in the system was the authority category, list 2 of 3, the Bone Regeneration C+ authority. Iron Blood Sword Skill, A-, Death God's Hand Skill, B-. Next, a series of information was clearly displayed on the screen. Bone Reconstruction Skill C+, price 1,500 products. Description: Bone structure is reconstructed to suit all types of martial arts, and stats are increased by 2. Iron Blood Sword, A-, price 5,000. Description: You can summon an Iron Blood Sword made of mana, which is not the user's mana. However, the user can only summon one sword at a time. Death God's Hand, B-, price 2,500 products. Description: Necromancy and Dark Magic are twice as effective, causing a slight debuff after injuring an opponent while holding an item. Observing all the incredible information made Sangun exclaim, these skills are amazing, but reality quickly brought him back to his thoughts. But I only have 2,000 products in my account. With such a small balance, Sun had to think carefully. The skills he needed to buy now were Bone Reconstruction and Sword Key Master, one of these skills. Lost in indecision about which one was worth it, an idea struck him. Which one should I choose? Should I earn more money? Sangun's hand suddenly moved as he remembered that the old man Bisung he met on the 9th floor was also a powerful individual. The stimulating thought strengthened his resolve and spurred him to action. To avoid dying like the others, I need to get these skills. The system displayed a confirmation message. Sword Key Master Authority C+ has been purchased. 1,500 products spent. Sword Key Master Authority has been activated. As soon as the system finished its announcement, the sword in Sangun's hand emitted a fearsome aura. He quickly got into a stance with the sword in his hand to feel it out. There are 3 skills that use mana. However, this one feels completely different. In this moment, he could feel the sound of a violent waterfall and then the sound of a gently flowing stream. All of it combined made him ponder. If the other skills channel mana into the sword like a waterfall, this skill is like a gentle stream. It seemed Sangun adapted very quickly, as the system immediately displayed a notification. Sword Key Master skill has been active for 1 minute. Mana consumption increased by 2%. Sword Key Master skill has been active for 2 minutes. Mana consumption increased by 4%. Sword Key Master skill has been active for 3 minutes. Mana consumption increased by 6%. The continuous stream of notifications made him look surprised as he calculated. So every minute, the mana consumption increases by 2%. That means it'll consume 100% of my mana in just 50 minutes. Now that he understood how it worked, the light in the sword in his hand gradually faded. A notification appeared, deactivating Sword Key Master skill. Its power made him think, I need to control the amount of mana I use with this thing. Next, Sun tapped the screen and wondered curiously, what about the 6th sense from the 9th floor? The information displayed said, 6th sense skill C+, proficiency 0%. Effect: Your senses will be enhanced until you can use the 6th sense. Reading the description made him think, so that means my senses will be improved, huh? He stroked his chin, staring intently at the screen as he assessed it. If my senses can reach such a peak, there must be a lot of benefits. Having made up his mind, Sangun stared at the two words on the screen, community, and thought with anticipation. All right, I hope someone can guide me in this new plaza. The system displayed another notification. You have joined the community. Difficulty: hard. 10th floor community, 721 out of 1,321. A series of messages appeared one after another. This is Suji. I've entered the plaza. There are so many damn foreigners here. I think the plaza is a common area for many countries. I'm here, but I have no freaking clue what this place is. Why did they make this? It's probably an area for people to trade. First thing I noticed was the automatic foreign language translation. So cool. I think I just saw a Japanese S-rank hunter. What the hell? There are S-rank hunters in the tower too? Shit. I believed them. I had some idea about this place, but when I got here, I received a lot of messages from Administrator Vaughn. How come you got so many and I didn't get any? You must be in camp 347, right? It was just as he expected, and he thought to himself, I knew it. To get a grasp of the situation, Sangun had to scroll continuously while thinking. There were quite a few new comments about the plaza since he reached the 10th floor lobby, when suddenly he saw something that made him pause. Before him was a message from Strongest Swordsman. When I got to the plaza, a strange foreigner offered to trade authorities with me. This made him look surprised and wonder, you can trade authorities? While searching for information, Sangun paused, intrigued by what he read. A place where you can see countless contestants and conduct transactions with the administrators. That made him smile with amusement and decide, well then, I should go there and experience it for myself, right? The system announced. You will be teleported to the 10th floor Grand Hall. At the same time, at the teleportation gate, two people had just been teleported to a street with a few people moving about. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he exclaimed excitedly, so this is the plaza? Then he flashed an excited smile as he thought, I used a question ticket to ask a few things. I'll just go get as many benefits as I can and then come back. And with that, he casually started to move. But hidden in the bushes, someone was watching him. It was Minujin, who was observing his direction with his arms crossed. Then he let out an interested smile and speculated, I think these bastards are from Korea. Beside him, Jongjin added, that's right, he's a Korean A-rank hunter. I remember reading his file. Suddenly, Minujin's smile turned strange as he showed a look of disgust. It's so annoying how they still think they come from some powerful country. Mujin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he wondered, they let you kill people outside the square, don't they? Meanwhile, the young man was just calmly walking down the path. Suddenly, a series of notifications popped up as the brown-haired youth was forced down by something, making him collapse to the ground. His mouth hung open, clueless as to what was happening. Mana consumption reached 100% upon using the special skill, Weakening Light. Under the effect of the terrifying special skill, all skills are reduced by 20%. Under the effect of the Chilling Gaze skill, his body parts weakened, and he trembled all over. He shivered as he tried to tense up, gritting his teeth and struggling to say, my body. Suddenly, a sneering laugh made him jump and turn his head, only to see Mujin and his crew approaching. Realizing they were the cause, he was both annoyed and confused. Stop it, please. What are you doing? The man crouched down to face him, licking his sword with a threatening look. I'm also wondering, what are we doing? You're Korean, right? You're from the kingdom of mighty hunters, so you should know, shouldn't you? The young man frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration, thinking, I'm dead. I haven't even started the trial, and they're already here to rob me. As the sword moved closer to him, someone shouted, Please, stop! The girl beside him, seeing things had gone too far, stepped forward to challenge them. You people, are you allowed to do this? If you don't stop, I'll report you to the community. Mujin frowned in annoyance. Then, putting on a nonchalant expression, he stood up and replied, Oh, really? Fine. If you take his place, I'll think about stopping. Min showed a twisted grin, his expression menacing. Then he slung the sword over his shoulder and got straight to the point. If you leave all of your items behind, like I said, I'll let one of you leave. Faced with 3 large hostile men, she panicked and shouted, What are you talking about? Seeing her reaction, Mujin grew even more excited and asked, Or should I take them from you myself? Just then, he sensed something brush past him from behind. He whipped his head around to see a hooded figure calmly strolling past them. Finding it odd, he frowned and asked, Who the hell is that? Watching the figures retreating back, his curiosity got the better of him and he called out, Hey, Black Hood! Hearing someone call him, Sangun turned around, pulling down his hood in a friendly gesture. Are you talking to me? Mujin confirmed, Yeah, you. But the 3 robbers' smiles twisted as they asked, You're Korean too, aren't you? Suddenly, a wave of dark energy from the 3 of them surged towards Sangun. Unfazed by their attack, he murmured softly, I was just trying to be humble. Sangun gently countered. A blue light suddenly enveloped his entire body. A series of notifications appeared. Powerful breakthrough skill has been activated. Mana shield skill has been activated. Mana block has been nullified. The 20% stat reduction has been nullified. Paralysis has been nullified. Sensing something was wrong, Mujin's brow furrowed. His eyes revealed his shock at the scene before him. He drew the sword he had just received from the system, and with terrifying power, Sangun declared, "You started this." Ready to strike back, Sangun dashed forward as the system announced the activation of the instant acceleration skill. Realizing he was facing a formidable opponent, Mujin quickly fell back behind his two cronies. With blinding speed, Sangun zipped past them, shouting, "Lightning Ice Shield!" Before they could react, they were all struck, their faces frozen in shock. Without giving them a moment to breathe, Sangun, his fist crackling with excitement, charged straight for his prey. He gently punched the nearby wall, causing it to crack. Hearing the sound, the brown-haired man and the girl turned to look, their mouths agape. Mujin, who was standing behind that wall, saw the massive indentation form before his eyes and stumbled backward in fear. Sangun's fist smashed down, shattering the wall to pieces. His powerful figure emerged from the dust. Seeing this, Mujin's eyes went wide with terror as he screamed, "Wait! I was wrong!" Sangun mercilessly pressed his sword to the man's throat, ignoring his pleas. "Please don't." A system notification appeared. "You have absorbed the soul of player Hun Mujin. You have absorbed the soul of player Leon Jin. You have absorbed the soul of player Nam Jun Hun. Proficiency has increased by 6.4%. The battle ended with overwhelming power. Now, only 3 people remained on the forest path. The girl suddenly spoke up. "I'm sorry. I should have helped. But the fight was over faster than I expected." He reassured her, "It's fine. You can go now. Don't worry about it." She bowed to them and said, "Thank you." After she left, the brown-haired young man asked, "Are you a ranker?" Sangun turned and replied, "You could say that," thinking to himself that he had, after all, always been in the top 10. Hearing this, the young man broke into an excited smile and said, "I see. It's an honor to meet you. I'm only alive because of you. Thank you so much." Sangun thought to himself, "I only helped him because I thought I might be in danger myself." But he replied aloud, "No problem. You can go now." The young man was about to speak, but Sangun had already turned to leave. Then, as if sensing the other had something more to say, he turned his head back to look. The young man made a request. "Those bodies. Please, let me have them." Sangun frowned, confused. "Why?" The brown-haired youth grinned and explained, "Since you saved me, if you give those to me in return." He was a bit stunned when the guy made his offer. "I'll give you a skill." He quickly activated a skill, causing a strange hole to appear in his hand. Gluttony. The 3 bodies that were on the ground moments ago were completely sucked into his hand. After it was all over, he wiped his sweat and smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "So satisfying." Watching the spectacle made him wonder, "Is that a skill too?" The brown-haired young man grinned from ear to ear, tapped the air, and said, "All right, I'll give you a skill as promised." The notification on the screen appeared again, accepting the additional skill from the administrator, Gluttony. Iron Wings had been added to the shop's skills section. Sangun smiled with satisfaction, celebrating silently. "I can't believe I got another skill." The young man suddenly spoke up, adding, "It's a skill that creates wings on your back, allowing you to fly. You can use it right away if you buy it from the store." His face filled with anticipation as he replied, "Thank you." He thought to himself, "I'll check it out as soon as I get back to the waiting room." It wasn't just Sangun. His screen was now filled with lively chatter about the recent event. The administrator, White Crane's swordmaster, is warning others not to approach his challenger. The administrator, Gluttony, is furious about this lack of business ethics. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is complaining about people loitering around his challenger. The administrator, Black Demon, is watching this 3-way argument. Watching the squabble, Sangun mused to himself, "So dramatic." He suddenly grew thoughtful. The way they're fighting over these challengers, there must be something they want from them. Well, I guess I'll find out sooner or later. And so, the two continued on the path through the forest. The brown-haired young man suddenly looked over at him and said, "The public areas are divided into the arena, the auction house, and the gambling area. By the way, I have some information that might be useful to you," he explained. "Right now, the dimensional worlds known to be invading other places are Ares, Volam, and Sion. They are the only 3 dimensions currently invading Earth's dimension." Then he added, "Ares highly values the spirit of knighthood." He continued, "The challengers from Volam are pretty similar, except some are more aggressive." Sangun realized something and thought, "So the Black Knight is from Ares, and White Crane is from Volam." The brown-haired young man continued, "I heard that Kali is home to elves, fairies, and beastmen." Impressed by his wealth of knowledge, Sangun remarked, "You know a lot." The young man grinned and replied, "I learned it all thanks to the questionnaire tickets." Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the gate to the public area. Looking at the bustling crowd ahead, the brown-haired young man exclaimed, "Ah, we finally made it to the public area." Sangun was a bit confused when the young man handed him a small card, saying, "It's not much, "But here's my business card." Taking the card, he read it and replied, "So, you're the manager of the Challenger management team for the Hunter Association?" The young man heard him and said, "If you're curious about anything, feel free to contact me." A system notification popped up. "You have entered the public area. Abnormal status effects will be normalized, and challengers cannot fight one another." As if he'd already made up his mind, the brown-haired young man glanced at Sangun and said, "I think I'm gonna head straight to the auction house." Sangun replied, somewhat distractedly, "Okay, I have somewhere to be too." The young man asked, a bit surprised, "Where are you off to?" Sangun's eyes blazed with intensity as he answered, "The arena." The moment he stepped into the room, a system message appeared. "Welcome to the arena." Sangun was greeted by the sight of three furious-looking young men shouting loudly, "How could that bastard lose? This is a huge loss. He lost again. I could have gotten a skill." Sangun looked at them and frowned, remarking, "This is the arena? It feels more like a sports betting den." The scene prompted a lively discussion among the administrators. The administrator, Black Demon, said it reminded him of the good old days. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, turned away from the arena in disgust. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, was excited by the arena's atmosphere. Seeing an empty seat before him, Sangun wondered, "Can I sit there?" And so, he plopped down into the empty chair. A system notification appeared. "Arena system activating. Choose between betting and fighting." He pondered for a moment. Betting and fighting. Not fully grasping it, Sangun decided to tap the help button. The system explained, 1. The arena is divided into two systems, betting and fighting. 2. If you choose betting, you can place bets on participants in the fights. 2.1. You can lose or earn points depending on the outcome of the challenger you bet on. Taking a moment to process, he guessed confidently, "I'm guessing the people in the back are all bettors." The system continued to explain. 3. If you choose to fight, you can duel other challengers for rewards. 3.1. Once a match is confirmed, each person's real name and ranking will be revealed. 3.2. The match will only be confirmed once you have wagered a reward, such as a skill, item, or authority. 3.3. You will receive rewards corresponding to the opponents you face. 3.4. Once the match is confirmed, you will be able to fight inside the arena. The match ends when one person surrenders, and you will be returned to the exact spot you were in before the match began. Now, understanding the rules, Sangun thought to himself, "I guess it automatically teleports me into the arena once a match is confirmed." Anyway, to sum it up, the only things he really cared about in the arena were the rewards, items, skills, and authorities. With that thought, he confidently tapped the screen and spoke. "Well then, let's see if there are any rewards that catch my eye." Outside, the crowd was buzzing about something. A brown-haired girl spoke with admiration. "Is that Catherine, the Inferno Witch?" The blonde guy next to her, jaw dropped, added, "She's a famous American hunter, right?" The monk behind them just kept chanting Amitabha. The black-haired girl beside them was equally impressed. "I've never seen her in person before." Catherine had already taken her seat, ignoring all the eyes on her. She calmly tapped the screen in front of her, feeling that everything was dull. She wondered if no one was challenging her because she'd won too many times. Catherine looked at her stats, thinking more people would probably challenge her if the match records weren't displayed. Her basic information read, Catherine Benet, USA region, rank 6, skill reward Swordstorm C+, 17 wins, 0 losses. Suddenly, a sympathetic administrator appeared. The administrator, Master of Fire, chuckled, saying the others were too pathetic. Catherine's gaze remained on the screen as she replied, "Yeah, I guess this place is full of cowards. So boring." Realizing there was nothing interesting left, she stood up, thinking she should just leave instead of wasting her time. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. A notification appeared before Catherine. "You have received a challenge." A brief profile of the person followed. Han Sangun, Korea region, rank 3. Skill reward, Demon Slayer C-, 0 wins, 0 losses. Seeing the name, Catherine unconsciously uttered Han Sangjun, confused as to why he would choose her despite having never fought a single match. Seeing this mysterious opponent, she broke into an excited smile and exclaimed, "How interesting." Soon, Catherine and Sangyun were facing each other in the arena, and the system announced, "The match has been confirmed. You are being teleported to the arena." Catherine, in high spirits, expressed, "I like your courage, but you should be more careful when choosing your opponents." He remained silent at her, somewhat smug tone. Quickly, Catherine's entire body erupted in flames, ready to fight as the announcement rang out, Han Sangyun versus Catherine Bennett. "The match begins." She gave a confident smile as if she already knew the outcome and said, "Consider this a learning experience." With the pleasantries over, Catherine raised her arm, and the flames from her body shot into the sky, forming a blazing red fireball. Activating authority, Genesis Flame. Sangyun watched the scene unfold without flinching as she swiftly swung her fiery hand down. The fireball shot towards him with immense power. He calmly sidestepped to dodge the attack, but Sangun was surprised to realize it had changed direction and was now chasing him. At an unbelievable speed, the fireball rushed right in front of him. Catherine, as if victory was already in her grasp, smirked and declared, "It's over." Suddenly, the system appeared, activating authority, Master of Sword Aura. The fireball was now met by a long blade of energy. Sangun effortlessly sliced it in two with overwhelming power, causing the fireball to explode behind him. The development left Catherine gaping in disbelief. Her attack, which she thought would finish him, had been neutralized, making the scene in the arena even more exciting. Her face lost its initial confidence as she heard him reply, "A learning experience." Sangun pointed his sword at her with a thrill, continuing, "I'll be the one giving it to you." In a bamboo forest, amidst the peaceful scenery, someone was under the eaves of a building. Cao Hua was sipping a cup of hot tea. Not only that, she was also watching the ongoing battle in the arena on a screen in front of her, especially the challenger, Han Sangun. Witnessing the recent event, she exclaimed, "I can't believe you've already mastered Sword Aura." Cao Hua stroked the bird on her shoulder, feeling quite pleased, and decided giving him a top-tier special skill was truly an excellent idea. From now on, I need to quickly win this challenger's favor, faster than the other challengers. Then she looked up at the sky as if she had seen the light and thought to herself, this challenger might be able to resolve the grudge that I can't handle on my own. Back to the match, Sangun was fighting with a serious expression. Catherine attacked him with 3 fireballs at once. Seeing them fly towards him, he jumped high into the air, simultaneously activating the skill Instant Acceleration. The fireballs continued to shoot straight up into the sky after him. Sangun decisively and powerfully sliced each fireball in front of him in half. While he was off guard, a flame flared up behind him. Just like that, it caused his cloak to catch fire. Noticing something was wrong, he turned his head in surprise. Sangun quickly landed on the ground. He looked at the damage behind him and thought, without the blessing of the wind, I can't maximize the cloak's effect. Not giving her opponent a moment to rest, Catherine immediately attacked with even more fireballs. Seeing that he was hit, she smugly said, "How much longer do you think you can last?" Then she quickly launched the fireballs at him. This scene caused the observing administrators to reveal their emotions. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is enjoying the flames. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has high expectations of you. The administrator, Demon of the Night, is laughing loudly. While watching the flames, Sangjun continued to counter the fireballs by slashing them. System notification. 3 minutes since activating the Master Sword Key special skill, mana consumption rate increased by 6%. He continued to fight back. The system continued to announce, 4 minutes since activating the Master Sword Key special skill, mana consumption rate increased by 8%. Feeling like this was an endless loop, Sangyun frowned and thought, the longer the fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. As if on cue, a mysterious aura from an unknown source flew into his body. A series of notifications appeared one after another, absorbing the soul of Challenger Sunhawk, B, to permanently increase stats. Willpower increased by 2 points, agility increased by 1 point, strength increased by 3 points, magic power increased by 3 points, endurance increased by 2 points, absorbed one of Challenger Sunhawk's B skills, acquired skill, Lightning Sword Key, B. The system stated skill, Lightning Sword, Key, B, proficiency, is at 0%, described as the divine skill of the Lightning School. Basic effect. When channeling Sword Key, the sword will be covered in lightning, cannot be used without Sword Key. Additional effect. When activated, it enhances the Sword Key, allowing the user to unleash a critical attack. He was a bit surprised and thought, oh, Lightning Sword Key? A critical attack? Does that mean I can shoot my Sword Key? Seeing her opponent distracted, Heian shouted a warning as she prepared to attack. Do you really think you have time to be distracted? Sangyun instinctively glanced up, his face showing astonishment. Dozens of fire arrows had appeared in the sky, aimed straight at him. They shot down quickly, but with his superior speed, he easily dodged the arrows coming from behind, yet it seemed he was too slow to avoid the 2 arrows directly above him. So Sangyun confronted them head-on, slashing with one hand and decisively catching one with the other. Done. He dropped the arrow and switched to attack mode, activating the Blood Rush skill. Sangjun watched the fireball hurtling toward him and raised his sword, thinking to himself, this is my first time, so I'm not sure if this will work. With that thought, an overwhelming aura of power materialized around his sword. He silently resolved, but how will I know if I don't try? And with that, he slashed forward continuously. System notification. Activating Master Sword Key special skill. Activating Lightning Sword Key skill. The slash flew straight toward the fireball, much to Hyen's astonishment. Sensing the immense pressure from the attack, she quickly switched to a defensive stance and shouted, Magic Shield. Just as the wall of fire appeared, Sangyun's slash arrived. She struggled to block the attack, determined to counter immediately, but not giving Hei. In a chance to counterattack, Sangyun, appeared and pointed his sword right at her back. Having seen her opponent's true strength, she closed her eyes in resignation and declared, "You're unbelievably strong. I surrender." He was quickly returned to his original seat. System notification: Challenger Heian has surrendered. You are victorious. Reward acquired: Swordstorm skill C+. You will be teleported to the common area of the 10th floor. Even though he had left the match, Sangun was still a bit preoccupied, remarking, "I treated that as an opportunity to practice my sword key, so I held back. But she's pretty strong. My cloak even got burned because of her." Then he tapped the screen, intending to, "Hey and Bennett, I'll make a note of that." Suddenly, the Swordstorm D skill appeared on the screen. Proficiency at 0%, basic effect activates on thrust. Attack speed will be tripled. Additional effect: when activated, there is a 30% chance the wind attribute will be added to the sword, greatly increasing movement speed. He read the information, a bit annoyed, and thought, "What? I thought it was some kind of advanced swordsmanship, but it turns out it's just a single thrust? I've been tricked." After that, the inner server ranking for the Korean server was displayed. Rank 3, 1 win, 0 losses. He looked at the stats and rejoiced inwardly. Finally, a win. Not one to rest on his laurels, Sangun had to remind himself, "This is just the beginning. I need to get even stronger." His mind made up, he immediately proceeded to the next match. The system announced, "Match has been confirmed," teleporting to the arena. He was quickly teleported to the arena along with Yuji. The system announced, "Sangun versus Awaki Yuji. Match start." Looking at his opponent, he silently assessed, "Rank 11 on the Japanese server. I was really looking forward to this match since you're ranked 3rd in Korea, but you look as ragged as a beggar, so I assume your skills are just as pathetic." Sangun responded with an enigmatic smile. The man frowned in annoyance and asked, "What's so funny?" Yuji's face suddenly darkened when he heard Sangun's retort, "I find it funny because we were thinking the same thing." He flew into a rage, swinging his spear towards Sangun and shouting, "You bastard!" Sangun easily sidestepped the attack. He observed the move and silently assessed, "Is this all Japan's rank 11 has got?" A slight smile appeared on his face as he thought, "I must have gotten a lot stronger." Then, thinking, "Looks like this will be an easy win," Sangun quickly ended the match. As expected, the system announced, "Challenger Owaki Yuji has taken too much damage. You are victorious." He laughed with excitement and said, "Is that all?" And just like that, Sangun quickly finished off another opponent. System notification: "You are victorious." Another notification followed: "You are victorious." He grew more and more excited with each win. System notification: "You have won." After those consecutive victories, the system finally announced, "You have obtained the title, Master of Combat. Strength increased by 2 points." In another scene, in China, deep within the bamboo forest where Hyuk was meditating, his eyes were shut tight. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and spoke, "What is it?" As if receiving unexpected news, Hyuk asked again, "Did you just say that Great Elder Bish-san Hak is dead?" The subordinate confirmed, "Yes, young master." He bowed and explained. His last words before he died were that a place called the Earth Dimension has recently connected to our own, and he had tried to infiltrate that dimension. As if sensing something, he thought to himself, "It must have arrived." Inside that bamboo forest, it seemed like the silhouette of something was about to appear. Suddenly, a mythical creature with sharp teeth rushed forward, howling terrifyingly. The shadow of the mythical creature blocked the light shining on Hyuk, making him a bit pensive. He remained calmly seated on the rock and spoke, "Has it really been 5 years since I took a break from climbing the tower?" Suddenly, Hyuk gestured, and a sword stuck in a distant rock began to vibrate violently. Just as the mythical creature lunged to pounce on him, he caught the sword. Without hesitation, Hyuk leaped high into the air to avoid its attack. Then, he gracefully stretched out in midair. His eyes glinted with killing intent as he dove straight down. With no wasted movements, Hyuk decisively stabbed down from above, straight into the mythical creature's head. With his superior strength, he took down the mythical creature with a single strike. Seeing this, the subordinate thought to himself in awe, to so easily overwhelm a mythical creature like that. The young master's skills are truly terrifyingly powerful. After defeating the creature, Hyuk pulled out his sword and remarked, "The Earth Dimension, huh? Sounds fun." Then, with an amused smile, he declared, "By any means necessary, find the one who killed Bitch Sanhak." In another dimension, Sangun had just stepped out of a portal. The system announced, "You have entered the 10th floor waiting room." He wearily collapsed onto the bed. Sangun smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "My fatigue is all gone, just as expected from the waiting room." Then he tapped the screen in front of him. Sangun looked expectant as he thought, "I didn't expect this, but I've obtained a new special skill." The system displayed the information, "Iron Wings. Value, 1,500 points. Description: a special skill that allows you to use magical power to create steel wings, enabling you to fly at high speed. To maintain the wings, you must continuously channel mana into them. When you run out of mana, the wings will automatically disappear. After reading, he felt excited, thinking, a skill that lets me fly. Just imagining it is enough to make me thrilled, but looking at his current balance made him give up on the idea. The only problem is, I can't buy it right now because I don't have enough points. Setting that aside for now, he proceeded with his plan. Alright, I guess I should start combining now. In front of the excited Sangun, a dense series of screens appeared. The system began announcing continuously. Unique special skill, skill synthesis, has been activated. Skill synthesis complete. A new skill has been created. 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 A new skill. The notifications appeared quickly and continuously. In the light radiating from the system, his face showed clear astonishment. Finally, after an hour of hard work, to summarize, these are the skills I've created. Defense, counter shield. Movement speed, phantom step. Attack speed, wild sword dance. Sangun raised his hand as if to test it out, thinking, one of them is a B-rank defense skill. As he thought that, a shield of formidable power materialized from his hand. The system announced, skill, counter shield has been activated. Looking at the shield in front of him, he was a bit surprised and thought, whoa, that was fast. Sangun took his next action. A portal appeared in front of a large cave. The system announced, entering the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials, difficulty, hard. The theme of this trial is cooperation. Time remaining, 3 hours. Completion condition, prevent the resurrection of the Dark Devourer King within the time limit. Failure condition, the entire team is wiped out before time runs out. Completion reward, B-rank skill proficiency potion. Penalty for failure, death. It continued to explain that team members would be assigned based on individual rankings. Team member assignment complete. The rankings of the team members are listed. The first to appear is rank 1, Kim Sung-hoon. Next is rank 2, Chol, followed by rank 3, Hunter. And finally, rank 6, Princess Sudi. An additional announcement stated that 30 minutes of preparation time have been added. This preparation time will not count towards the trial completion time. During this time, please prepare together to defeat the boss monster. Upon entering, an annoyed Seung-hun immediately spoke up. This is one of those cooperative trials, isn't it? What a pain. Suddenly, Chol, who was nearby, ran over to greet him. Seung-hun, you're climbing the tower too? Sangun stood by, observing the situation. He silently noted that they were the rank 1 and rank 2 players. It seemed they already knew each other from previous trials. From a distance, Sudi was watching the three of them. Suddenly, a strange noise made all three turn their heads. Sudi, having lost his composure, screamed, "You're that bastard I met on the 4th floor." Sangun was confused as the guy pointed directly at him. Hearing this, a curious Seung-hun spoke up. "You two have met on a previous floor?" Judging by his expression, "I'm guessing your last meeting didn't go so well?" Sudi hugged his trembling body and recounted, "You're right. We met on the 4th floor during a cooperative trial, a place where this bastard, in a fit of fear, he loudly claimed he'd been killing people non-stop to increase his power." A brief introduction to the sly-faced man known as Princess Sudi. Despite his handsome looks, Seung-jun's entire life revolved around deceiving others. He was incredibly cunning with his strategies. He would intentionally create conflict by pitting people against each other, then use the chaos to monopolize all the rewards for himself. That was the survival tactic he had perfected. His calculations always paid off, and it proved especially effective in a completely different environment like the Tower of Trials. His villainy made the cunning clown administrator laugh out loud at the contractor's deceitfulness. Back in the present, Sangun maintained a bewildered expression and thought to himself, "Look at that stiff expression of his. He looks like a total psycho. Should I spice things up a bit?" With that thought, Sangun spoke up, "I think you've misunderstood something." Before Sangun could argue, Sudi quickly cut him off, asserting, "What's more, he even mercilessly killed his own teammates." This statement annoyed Sangun, who demanded, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Suddenly, someone summoned a hammer from the system. Seung-hun, holding the hammer, declared, "Instead of having 4 people who can't work together, I think 3 who are on the same page is enough. The trials of the tower are no joke." Then he added threateningly, "Who's telling the truth here? The liar will be eliminated on the spot." Sangun observed the situation and began to calculate his options. "If this goes sideways and I have to fight all 3 of them at once," he frowned, realizing the situation was disadvantageous. That would be the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Chonsuk spoke up, "Everyone, let's just relax a bit." He calmly tried to clarify the issue. "Princess Sudi, you said you met Hunter on the 4th floor, didn't you?" The man replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing his confirmation, Chonsuk immediately reasoned, "Then you must know Hunter's real name, right? Because the nickname system is only implemented starting from the 5th floor waiting room, but you two met on the 4th floor." Sudi froze, stunned by Chonsuk's clever way of handling the situation. If Princess Sudi could state Hunter's real name, this whole mess would be over. He answered slowly, "Well, Hunter's real name is..." Outwardly, he answered calmly, "His real name is Lee Chon-min," but inwardly, He was gloating, thinking, that's right, it's not like there's any way to verify his name in here anyway. Hearing the answer, Chon-suk turned to Sangun for confirmation. Mr. Lee Cheon-min, do you have anything to say? Sangun gave a slight smile and sighed. This isn't fun anymore. As if he'd been prepared for this, he took something out. Sangun held up his ID card, stating, this is my hunter's license. He was secretly pleased, thinking, I just happened to grab this by accident when I returned to Earth, but I never thought I'd be able to use it in a situation like this. Full of confidence, he read his name aloud. My name is Han-sun. Sudi's face twisted in disbelief at Sangun's action. Immediately, Se-eung-hoon, hammer in hand, glared at the man and said, well then, I guess we've decided who needs to be eliminated. Realizing he'd been exposed, Sudi instinctively backed away, thinking, this is really bad. A series of administrator messages appeared above his head regarding the recent turn of events. The cunning clown administrator clicks his tongue at his contractor's incompetence. The master of combat administrator is laughing at your conversation. The seeker of deceit administrator is pleased with the outcome of your pettiness. The watcher of the night dragon administrator is laughing at your fate. He scowled and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I really screwed up. Suddenly, Sangun held up a hand to stop the others, saying, I'm sorry, but I'd like to handle this myself. He stepped forward, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him as he muttered, now I'm seriously pissed off. Seeing this, Se-eung-hun replied, fine, I'll leave him to you. Sudi was surprised by this and thought, what? Only one of them is coming at me? Then he smirked arrogantly, thinking, 2 idiots. There's still hope if I can just kill this one, even if the others hate me. It's too difficult for just 2 people to clear a 4-person trial, so they won't be able to do anything to me. Suddenly, Sangun confronted him. You said a lot of interesting things. Isn't it time you took responsibility for your words? Responsibility? He replied nonchalantly. I don't know what that is. Sudi activated a grimoire, which began to radiate a mysterious energy, as he stated, all I care about is survival. He was full of confidence, unleashing his power as he shouted, besides, you're not the only one with powers. Suddenly, vines erupted at Sangun's feet, trying to restrain him. A system message appeared. The swamp spirit's vines have entangled your legs, but he broke free instantly and charged straight at Sudi. Another system message appeared. The mana resistance skill has been activated. The swamp spirit's vines have completely vanished. Sangun, with intense focus, channeled power into his sword and aimed directly at his opponent. Seeing his attack nullified, Sudi immediately created a shield and exclaimed, what a pain! You have mana resistance? Sangun flew forward and slashed directly at the shield. The impact caused the ground to tremble, and the 2 onlookers were heavily affected as well. Se-eung-hoon remained calm and suggested, we should probably keep our distance from them. Chon-suk, struggling to keep his balance, protested, but I want to stay here and feel the battle up close, man. Ignoring his teammate's plea, Se-eung-hoon grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away, replying, better safe than sorry. Now stop whining. As he was pulled away, Chon-suk looked disappointed. A front row seat is always better. Back to the fight, Seung-jun unleashed his skill while shouting, die, you bastard. He attacked with orbs of formidable power. As Sangun charged forward, he gracefully dodged each orb one by one. The opportunity came. He raised his fist and charged straight at the guy. The punch quickly landed, sending him flying backward. Suddenly, the guy flashed a strange smile and spoke. Looks like the hunter has become the hunted, huh? As if sensing something, Sangun instinctively glanced behind him. Surprisingly, behind him, the 5 orbs he had launched were now gathered in the air. He was a bit surprised, thinking the orbs he had shot earlier seemed to have fully charged, and they unleashed a powerful beam of electricity straight down at Sangun. Seung-jun burst out laughing as if victory was in his grasp, then smugly taunted, you were showing off earlier, now look at you, you bastard. Suddenly, his smile vanished and turned to astonishment as he exclaimed, what is that? Sangun stood firm, enduring the attack under a shield he had created. The system announced that the counter shield skill had been activated. The system displayed the information for counter shield. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect. Once the skill name is memorized, you can summon a red magic shield created from magic power. Additional effect. 25% of the damage received by the magic shield will be absorbed and released in a single blow, along with all adverse effects. With an annoyed expression, he retorted to the guy's taunt. Why so surprised? This is just the beginning. Seung-jun thought to himself, what is this? He blocked that skill so easily. Sangun rushed in like the wind. Seung-jun gritted his teeth and endured. The battle shattered the ground. Sangun continued his assault, unleashing a series of slashes. Chon-suk turned to Seung-hoon and asked, do you know who the challenger Han Sang-gyun is? Seung-hoon replied, no, I've never seen anyone like him among the high-rank hunters. Chun-suk was skeptical, thinking that since he didn't know him, he was likely just an ordinary person. But could that really be the case, watching him fight? Seung-hoon speculated, he might not be a high-rank hunter, but there's one thing I can see for sure. He watched intently, and what he saw was quite surprising. Sangun isn't even using his full strength yet. There's a dangerous glint in his eyes. I think his true power might be on par with mine. Hearing this, Chun-Sok asked curiously, is he really that strong? Even though his rank is 2 places lower than mine on the leaderboard, Seung-Hun pondered. It's just an assumption, but if in all the previous trials he never relied on his teammates, then he might have been underestimated compared to his actual strength. Sangun's eyes were cold as he slashed at Seung-Jun. The sudden attack caught the guy completely off guard. The slash hit his arm, making Seung-Jun scream in pain. He knelt before Seung-Jun's blade. Seung-Hun watched silently from a distance, surprised that he didn't kill but calmly subdued his opponent. Seung-Jun hastily begged, "Wait!" He was helpless. "If you kill me, you won't be able to survive this trial. Look closely. This trial consists of 4 first-ranked people." Seung-Jun shouted, "This is the Tower of Trials! The goal is survival!" His words seemed to sway Seung-Jun somewhat. "Do you think they'd make it so easy that you could pass even with one person missing?" He turned his head to look back, and Seung-Hun immediately understood. "We won't interfere. Do as you please." While Seung-Yun was distracted, it seemed Seung-Jun was plotting something. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately counterattacked. Unfortunately, Seung-Yun had always been wary of him. "You bastard! Who are you trying to fool?" His slash left Seung-Jun with no chance to fight back, sending him flying. The system immediately announced, "Deception trait activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10. Seung-Jun was furious. Damn it, I was planning to hide my trump card. He used all his strength to unleash a final move to finish Seung-Yun. "Die, you bastard." In contrast, Sangun remained perfectly calm, as the battle created an incredibly destructive force, shattering the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The two seemed evenly matched. The system immediately announced, "Swift," as the wind skill activated. Movement speed increased by 40%. Current skill stack progress, 4 out of 7. A whirlwind instantly erupted. Sangun remained perfectly calm. Unlike him, it seemed Seung-Jun was being completely overwhelmed. Sangun coldly declared, "Compared to having only 3 people in the trial, teaming up with trash like you is far more dangerous." The guy screamed helplessly. "Damn it!" The system continued to display that the counter-shield skill would release its accumulated damage in a single blow. Seung-Jun was no match for Sang-Yun, getting a taste of his own medicine. The system announced the successful acquisition of the equipment. Old Cloak of the Vampire Count. Movement speed plus 8%, magic healing plus 10%. One of the favorite cloaks of the Vampire Count of the Callahan region. When attacked, the user can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming stamina or a small amount of current health. Another piece of equipment was acquired. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, reflexes plus 7%, attack speed plus 10%. A renowned sword and one of the treasures passed down in the Blood Demon sect. The blood energy enveloping the blade and the magic flowing in the user's veins will resonate with each other. Sang-Gyun didn't hesitate to put it in his inventory. "These 2 items seem decent. I'll check them out later." Chun-Sok and Seung-Hun then approached Sang-Gyun. Chun-Sok praised him admiringly. "Han Sang-Gyun, you were amazing." Seung-Hun immediately asked Han, "Is everything settled?" Sang-Gyun immediately replied, "Yes, thanks to you two. I was able to resolve it." Just then, the system announced that the 10th floor trial would begin in 10 minutes. "All challengers, please wait for the upcoming trial." The 3 of them turned and left. "All right, let's go." After walking for a while, a stone statue suddenly appeared ahead. Jong couldn't help but be curious. A cavalry statue. It's so huge. "It's not going to come to life, is it?" Seung-Hun replied nonchalantly. "In this tower, it just might." Sangun suddenly realized something. The cavalry statue was somehow distracting him. Sang-Gyun carefully observed the cavalryman's face, deep in thought, as the 3 of them slowly advanced deeper inside. It seemed Jong had realized something. He lowered his voice. "I think we've come to the right place." Jong silently observed the statues. "There are 3 more statues. They're giving me a bad feeling." It seemed something was waiting up ahead. Jong immediately realized it, and this was probably the Dark Tyrant King. The system suddenly announced that the break time was over. The 10th floor trial was beginning. The remaining time would decrease, and the Dark Legion would appear. Prevent the resurrection of the Dark Tyrant King. Immediately, the statue suddenly moved. The statues had awakened. It instantly launched itself from its pedestal, then charged directly at Sang-Yun, Seung-Hun, and Jong, much to the trio's surprise. Seung-Hun stepped forward without hesitation. "Let me warm up first. It's been a while since I got to move." Sang-Yun immediately reminded him. "It's the head." He had figured out the rule for this mission. "We have to stop the guards from bringing the heads they carry on their backs to the Tyrant King." Seung-Hun understood at once. "Good, simple enough." He decided, "Then we'll take them on one-on-one." As soon as he finished speaking, Seung-Hun shot forward like an arrow. The guards immediately blocked their path, and the 3 of them thought in unison, "Good luck." Sang-Yun thought to himself, "I'll take it down in a single blow with my sword key." He immediately slashed at the guard, but it instantly countered the attack. Sangun couldn't help but be surprised as he was knocked backward. Sangun thought to himself, was that sword key? He suddenly realized, so, this opponent isn't a pushover. I wonder if the others are okay. At the same time, Seung-hoon was also struggling with another guard. He was sent flying. The guard didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately running straight for the Dark Tyrant King. Seung-hoon threw his axe to stop it. The guard was knocked backward. Unfortunately, one of Seung-hoon's hands had been frozen. He was in a tough spot. These bastards, they're all at a boss's level. Seung-hoon carefully warned, don't let your guard down. Jong's voice rang out from somewhere. I think the only one who let his guard down was you, Mr. Kim. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Jong acted mysteriously. This hat doesn't really suit me, so to be honest, I don't want to wear it. He remained calm even as the guard charged toward him like a bullet. However, for me to have to put on this ridiculous hat, it also means you're all as good as dead. Jong didn't hesitate to raise his bow and aim straight at it. The arrow shot from the bow like a flash of lightning. What he didn't expect was that the guard easily dodged all of them. It charged directly at Jong. He understood immediately. It's true that when fighting a mage, close combat is an understandable tactic. The bow then transformed into a large scythe. Jong flashed a very confident smile, but that only applies when you're fighting ordinary mages. Sangun thought to himself that since he had only seen the weakest challengers before, seeing these guys now made his blood boil with excitement. He immediately jumped up to dodge the attack. I just need to do my part well. Sangun spun and delivered a kick, using it directly as a weapon. The system displayed, the skill Graceful as the Wind has been activated, increasing the speed of all actions by 50%. Skill point progression, 5 out of 7. Sangun shot forward like an arrow, catching the guard by surprise. The system announced, you are now stepping on a shadow. The skill Secret Shadow Step has been activated, and your temporary strength points will increase. He immediately spun around. The skill Chaotic Blade Sword Technique has been activated, increasing sword swing speed by 10%. Skill progression, 5 out of 10. The Lightning Sword skill has been activated. Sangun slashed directly at the head worn on the guard's back. The head shattered into pieces. At the same time, Seung-hoon also unleashed Lightning Burst. The guard couldn't react in time and was completely incinerated. Seung-hoon had also successfully destroyed the head on its back. Meanwhile, Jong was finishing off the remaining one. His elusive movements left the guard completely on the defensive. Seizing the opportunity, Jong immediately delivered the finishing blow. The guard naively blocked the attack. However, it never expected that the scythe was aimed at the head on its back. The guard screamed in despair, and they turned tail and ran, which surprised Jong a little. Are they running away? Seung-hoon didn't seem too concerned. Now that we've destroyed the Tyrant King's heads, we won't have to worry about it being resurrected anymore. The three continued deeper inside. In that case, let's end this quickly. They followed closely behind the guards. Sangun suddenly realized something. What was that sound just now? Did another one just appear out of nowhere? Sangun was stunned. The guards knelt down, forming a launch pad. The newcomer launched itself upwards, and Sangun immediately recognized it as the statue from the entrance. It shot like an arrow toward the Dark Tyrant King. Sangun immediately understood its intention. He chased after it with all his might. It's too late to catch up. The rider flew off its horse, carrying the head as it flew towards the Dark Tyrant King. Sangun immediately unleashed a skill to stop it. The distance was now just a hair's breadth away. He spun around, a slash that seemed to tear through the air. With the distance now so close, would Sangun succeed in completing his mission? His slash went straight for the Dark Tyrant King's head, and he successfully destroyed it. The guard was utterly stunned, screaming in despair. Chonsuk cried out in joy. All right! Sangun also breathed a sigh of relief. The guard suddenly picked up the crown, placed it directly on its head, then grabbed the spear, about to do something. To everyone's surprise, it directly sacrificed its own head. Sangun, Chonsuk, and Seung-hoon couldn't believe their eyes. The three of them immediately rushed towards the guard. We have to stop it! It slowly lifted the head. The distance was closed in an instant, but it was all too late. The head had been placed in position. Immediately, a fierce storm erupted. Through the thick smoke, a massive figure was gradually appearing. The system immediately announced, the necessary conditions have been met. The Dark Tyrant King is being resurrected. Sangun froze. Oh no. A new quest was issued. Special objective, please defeat the Dark Tyrant King. Chonsuk swung his scepter and charged forward, shouting loudly, we have to stop it. At the same time, Seung-hoon and Sangun also charged. The Dark Tyrant King used both hands to lift its head high, a blinding red light shining everywhere. At that moment, the three of them leaped high into the air, each with a sharp weapon in hand, but it managed to attach the head to its body in time, its eyes glowing a fiery red. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted, the shockwave blasting outwards, engulfing the three small figures. The smoke slowly cleared, and the massive body within was gradually revealed. The complete body of the Dark Tyrant King appeared, and the system simultaneously announced, the conditions have been met. The Dark Tyrant King is being resurrected. Seung-hun frowned, worrying inwardly. Oh no. Suddenly the system chimed in. Special quest. Please defeat the Dark Tyrant King. It didn't stop there. The system also added a reminder. Due to invincibility, all damage is nullified. Challengers with stats higher than the Tyrant King will be unable to inflict damage. After reading it, he was a bit shocked. A unique skill? I've never heard of a monster being able to use a unique skill before. While they were observing, the Dark Tyrant King swung its arm, reaching out to grab the great sword. As it drew near, it immediately snatched the sword and gripped the hilt tightly. The Dark Tyrant King didn't hesitate to swing the sword down at the ground below, where the three of them were standing. Sangjun leaped up instantly, while Seung-hun and Chon-sok also dodged to the side with their weapons. The powerful slash shattered the ground, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. He landed, digging his hands and feet into the earth to steady himself, feeling a surge of frustration. What the hell is that demonic ability? If inflicting damage is impossible, then we're completely helpless. Just then, the Dark Tyrant King targeted Sangjun, its eyes flashing. He himself could feel the approaching danger. Instantly, the great sword slashed down, its size changing flexibly. The Dark Tyrant King seemed tireless as it swung its sword relentlessly. Sangyun had to keep jumping to dodge, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it! His sharp eyes stared it down as he leaped backward to evade the blow. Because I couldn't finish things quickly, it's become this much of a pain. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Sangyun's mind. Wait a minute. He hesitated, watching it approach step by step. Perhaps at that moment, Chon-suk ran over. Sangyun, are you all right? Seung-hun proposed a plan. I think we should find a way to attack that Tyrant King, but before that, let's take care of those knights. But Sangyun remained calm and said, I have a request. Can you two block that Tyrant King's attacks? He paused for a moment before replying. We can't damage the Tyrant King, so wouldn't it make more sense to wipe out the knights first? Sangyun was dead serious. I've thought of a possibility, a way to defeat that Tyrant King. Hearing these words, the Dark Tyrant King's eyes widened in shock. The eyes behind Seung-hun's mask were as bright as ever, as if he was deep in thought. Finally, he turned and agreed. All right, we'll trust you. However, Seung-hun glanced back and reminded him, it'll be pretty tough for us to hold him off, so don't take too long. After reaching an agreement, Sangyun shouted, let's go. Chon-sok immediately replied, yes, sir. The two of them pushed off the ground and charged forward at the same time. When he reached a certain distance, he said with satisfaction, all right. Then he looked up at the minions and announced, you guys will have to play with me for a while. In the distance, Seung-hun's great hammer was glowing, crackling with arcs of lightning. He leaped high and shouted, Thunderburst! A powerful blow descending upon the Dark Tyrant King. After it landed, the system notification still appeared. Due to invincibility, all damage will be nullified. Not a single scratch appeared on its body. Seung-hun landed on the ground. Just as expected, it had no effect. On the other side, Chon-sok also landed. Suddenly the system announced, unique skill. A tyrant's authority has been activated. Its eyes glowed a brilliant red. Its mouth gaped open. It didn't stop there. The system also added a reminder. When showing reverence to the Tyrant King, all previously unpermitted movements will be completely restricted. Instantly, he slammed his hammer into the ground. Even Chon-sok was staggered by the shockwave, having to brace himself to stay upright as he shouted, Sok! On the other side, the Dark Tyrant King had brought its sword down on the ground, shattering the earth and rock once more with a loud crash. A powerful force shot straight towards the two of them. Even so, they held their position. When the system announced that the mana resistance skill had been activated, Seung-hun's hand on the large hammer began to tremble. His entire body was enveloped in a golden light. Immediately after, the system announced that the mark would be temporarily removed from his body. He felt as if all his energy had been drained. The golden aura gradually faded, and he let out a cry of pain. When Zhang opened his eyes, the Dark Tyrant King's sword was right before him. But in that perilous moment, Seung-hun threw himself forward to shield him. He spread his arms wide, trying to prevent Zhang from suffering any harm, and naturally, Seung-hun took the full force of the attack. When he opened his eyes, he saw what had happened. He screamed in shock, Seung-hun! From inside his mask, Seung-hun coughed up fresh blood, then his body went limp and collapsed, and Zhang immediately caught him. Seung-hun, are you okay? Suddenly, a shadow fell over him, and he looked up with his mouth agape. The Dark Tyrant King was already there, swinging its sword right down at them. The massive sword came crashing down without hesitation. Just then, a pair of long legs appeared, sliding across the ground. Sangyun had summoned a large shield, protecting all three of them. As Zhang looked up, he heard Sangyun's voice ring out, Sorry, I'm a little late. He stared at Sangyun, holding back the attack, and joyfully exclaimed, Sangyun! Sangyun then shouted coldly, Absorb! The system immediately announced, You have used all stored souls and your stats have increased. Red orbs from the minions Sangjun had just defeated began to rise. Gathering towards his body, the system chimed continuously. Strength has increased by 4, agility has increased by 3, stamina has increased by 3, magic power has increased by 6, and endurance has increased by 4. The power surged within him as Sangun clenched his fist. At the same time, the system announced that the counter-shield skill would release all accumulated damage in a single blow. A fierce red light erupted from the shield. An invisible force pushed back the Dark Tyrant King's sword, stunning it. The system announced again, Lightning Sword Aura skill has been activated, graceful as the Wind skill has been activated. A green energy enveloped the sword in his hand. Sangun leaped high into the air. Swinging his sword down with one hand, the force was incredibly powerful. He gritted his teeth, furrowed his brow, and screamed internally, "Just reach it!" The Dark Tyrant King was stunned as it took the full blow, sending fragments of its body flying everywhere. Seeing the large cracks, Sangun thought to himself, "Good, it's working." The Dark Tyrant King went berserk, opening its massive maw to roar as it charged forward. The system's announcement rang out, Tyrant's status special skill has been activated. When showing hostility to the tyrant, all previously allowed movements will be completely restricted. Sangun landed on the ground, bracing himself. Sangun gritted his teeth again as the system announced, Powerful breakthrough skill has been activated. Mana resistance skill has been activated. Instantly, a large circle of cracked earth formed where he stood, and the ground continued to shake. In just a few moments, the system announced that all restrictions had been removed. Sangun swung his arm, his body feeling like it would shatter, as a blue aura enveloped him. The power within him transformed. The system chimed continuously. Proficiency for the powerful breakthrough skill has reached 100%. Powerful breakthrough skill has leveled up to C rank. Proficiency for the mana recovery skill has reached 100%. Recovery skill has leveled up to C rank. Proficiency for the mana resistance skill has reached 100%. Resistance skill has leveled up to C rank. Then, the Dark Tyrant King swung its sword to attack him. Sangun summoned his shield to block. The two clashed, causing a massive explosion. Dust and smoke filled the air. He coldly assessed, this situation is incredibly dangerous. But Sangun couldn't help but laugh, wondering, but why can't I stop smiling? He leaped above its head, smirking. Is this the thrill of a victor's instinct? Is this the burning desire within me to grow stronger? Crying out, below, Zhang exclaimed. Man, that challenger. Sangun is a true monster. Seung-hun nodded in agreement. It feels strange. I can't believe I'm watching someone else take the lead. Then he added, but we should be happy for him for becoming a top-tier player. The Dark Tyrant King's sword struck the shield but failed to penetrate, getting repelled instead. The system announced that charging was complete. The counter-shield skill had reached its maximum damage absorption level. Even so, the force pushed Sangun back slightly, and the large shield quickly shrank. He waved his hand to retract it, calculating to himself, if I reduce the attack range of the counter-shield's blast and concentrate the energy, the power of this skill will increase exponentially. The system announced again, the counter-shield skill will release all absorbed damage in a single blow. Energy shot from Sangun's palm, striking the Dark Tyrant King's right arm. It stared blankly at its own shattered arm as fragments rained down. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward. The system announced continuously, graceful as the wind skill has been activated, all movement speed will increase by 70%. Skill stacks are now 7 out of 7, as the skill has reached its maximum stacks. A one-day cooldown has been applied. Wild Sword Dance skill has been activated. All sword-related attack speeds will increase by 10%. The skill's stored points were at 10 out of 10. At the same time, Sangun appeared before the massive body of the Dark Tyrant King. With a single sword strike, he sent its enormous head flying. Immediately, the system announced, You have defeated the Dark Tyrant King. Canaria stood in a snow-white landscape, using an orb to watch his battle. She found it incredibly interesting, unable to believe that a challenger with such insanely fast growth was the one who had made a contract with her. Canaria knew that ordinary challengers trying to climb this tower prepared meticulously to avoid any risks. And after spending a very long time, they still couldn't clear a single floor. Yet she was watching his confident figure on the large orb. But Sangun was an incredibly valuable person, even in other dimensions, to the point where he was considered the embodiment of the desire for growth. She confidently affirmed that the problem was that, after a while, other administrators would also gradually become interested in Sangun. Before Canaria were swords stuck in the snow, and she urged herself that she still needed to secure his backing even faster before any other administrator could notice him. As she finished speaking, a great flame erupted from Canaria, incinerating the place. She was determined to achieve the wish she had always thought of. Back at Sangun's battle, the head of the Dark Tyrant King crashed to the ground, its golden crown falling off and breaking into 2 pieces. The system continuously issued notifications. You have defeated the Dark Tyrant King. Congratulations on clearing the 10th floor of the trial tower. The completion reward, a B+ skill proficiency potion, has been sent to your inventory. You have received a completion reward of 60,000 points. You have received a completion reward of 1,000 items. You have received an additional bonus reward of 1,000 items. Without stopping, the system announced again. Challenger Sangun has made the greatest contribution to the special quest. You have received a special quest reward of 10,000 points. You have received an additional bonus reward of 1,500 items. He smiled in satisfaction, thinking, the bonus rewards are pretty great, but that's because this trial was so difficult. On the other side, Oh Chon Seo, still in disbelief, exclaimed, how? Sangun humbly replied, I have a skill that was quite useful for this quest. I guess I just got lucky. Kim Sung-hun was just as surprised and pointed at him. You've given me quite a few surprises today. I'm sending you a friend request now. Let's talk later. He added that they also needed to treat their wounds. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification arrived. Challenger Kim Sung-hun has sent you a friend request. Challenger Oh Chon Seo has sent you a friend request. At the same time, a large portal opened, and the two of them left together, not forgetting to say, we'll see you later. After that, the system continuously made announcements. More than 1,000 people have completed the 10th floor trial. The system will now begin its expansion. The dimensional travel category has been added to the shop. You can now travel to other dimensions. Sangun was curious. Dimensional travel? He muttered. I guess it means I can go to places like Ares or Wulin, but that's no different from suicide. Sangun wondered why he would need such a stupid feature. It didn't stop there. The system announced more. The administrator's observation field has been expanded to the Earth dimension. You can now chat with administrators in the lobby. The administrator's intervention field has been expanded to the Earth dimension. You can go to an administrator's territory and establish supplementary contracts. However, only one supplementary contract can be established. After the contract is formed, you will be restricted. You can terminate the supplementary contract at any time. He stared at the lines on the screen, a bit stunned. Pausing for a moment, Sangun seemed to understand, so only one supplementary contract was allowed. The one between him and Canaria was an official contract. She was an administrator. But the one between Sangun and Chalk was a supplementary contract. The only thing he wondered was, but if I can terminate the contract at any time, wouldn't the administrator be the one at a disadvantage? Sangun's finger began to move across the screen. Well, I can't say for sure yet, so for now, I'll just organize what I got from the 10th floor. First up was the B+ skill proficiency potion, a potion specially formulated for geniuses with many skills. When used, you can increase a skill's proficiency by 20%. He took out the potion and drank it, and the system immediately announced, you have used the B+ skill proficiency potion. Please select the skill you wish to increase the proficiency of. Next, he wiped his mouth and shouted the command, Grace of the Wind. The system instantly received the command and responded. Confirmed, the proficiency of the skill Grace of the Wind A- has increased by 20%. The skill Grace of the Wind A- has reached 100% proficiency. The skill Grace of the Wind A- has ranked up. At the same time, the system displayed its full information. Skill Grace of the Wind A, proficiency 0%. Effect when the skill's name is called, all speeds will increase by 10%. This skill's effect can be stacked a maximum of 7 times. When the maximum number of stacks is reached, you will consume 1% of your magic power per minute. At the same time, a blue light enveloped his entire body. Sangun felt it and exclaimed, oh, the cooldown is gone, he muttered. Next up is, in his mind was the image of the Dark Tyrant King, where streams of crimson energy gathered in its chest. The system then announced, you have absorbed the soul of the Dark Tyrant King. Your stats will be permanently increased. Strength has increased by 5 points. Agility has increased by 4 points, stamina has increased by 5 points, magic power has increased by 7 points, and endurance has increased by 5 points. And there's more. Sangun's body also absorbed its other skills. The system notifications rang out non-stop. You have acquired one of the skills of the Dark Tyrant King. The skill Mana application A- has been added, and even he was quite surprised by this information. Seeing this, the system didn't hesitate to explain further. Skill, Mana application, A-, proficiency 0%, effective for meticulous mana control. You have stepped into the world of geniuses. Restrictions related to mana application will be removed. However, this skill's proficiency only increases through self-enlightenment. Frequency of use does not affect proficiency. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at the screen with doubt. So, am I a magic genius now? I can't really believe it just by reading this. Suddenly, the system kept popping up with the same message from different people. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant, has invited you to her domain. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has invited you to his domain. The administrator, Blood King, has invited you to her domain. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has invited you to his domain. Sangun was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. His eyes widened as he stammered out, what? All at the same time? After a moment of thought, Sangun accepted an invitation. The system immediately announced, "You have accepted the invitation and will be teleported to the administrator's domain. You have entered the Iron Blood realm." In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to a place covered in ice and snow. Large swords were plunged into the snowy ground. Sangun glanced over and saw a solitary house. There were lights on and black smoke coming from the chimney. Outside, a blizzard was even raging. Suddenly, the door of the house burst open from the inside. Canaria appeared, wearing only a towel, with an incredibly cheerful expression, shouting a welcome. Then she just stood there and laughed loudly. "I knew you would choose me." Seeing this, he was left a bit speechless. Canaria said cheerfully, "Thanks to you, I won the bet. I'll reward you with some snacks." Only then did he understand, thinking to himself, "I was wondering why they all invited me at the same time." "So, it was a bet?" Sangun approached and asked, "Aren't you cold?" She shook her head, walking through the snow. "No." Suddenly he remembered something and had a question. "Can I ask you something?" Without waiting, Sangjun asked right away, "I just got the mana application skill. Do you know anything about it?" Canaria seemed a bit surprised, silent for a moment. Then, she spoke up in praise. "You've got a great skill." "Next," she explained with her hands on her hips. "All right, before we go inside, I'll give you a brief rundown. With that mana application skill, try to channel all the magical power in your body, as much as you can." At the same time, he closed his eyes, cupped his hands over his abdomen, and a white light began to radiate all around. Suddenly, Sangyun's brows furrowed, and he clenched his teeth tightly, as if enduring something. The light on his chest flared up, coursing through his body, and a wave of pain washed over him, making Sangyun throw his head back and scream. At that moment, the system chimed in. "Your mana circuit has been greatly enhanced by the application skill." As he struggled to absorb it, the system sent another notification. "The skill Mana Circuit D has been forcibly enhanced by Mana Application A-." Sangyun remained bent over, drenched in sweat, gradually sensing the changes in himself, feeling as if his physical strength had increased exponentially. He thought with some doubt, then swung his arm and punched straight down, causing the snow to explode in all directions. The powerful shockwave blew back Canaria's hair and the thin towel on her body, forcing her to even use her hands to shield herself. Suddenly, amidst the raging blizzard, a familiar pink cloth floated out of nowhere. Sangyun remained frozen in his stance, his eyes wide as he stared at the situation before him. Of course, that towel belonged to Canaria. A moment later, once they were inside the house, with tea and cake laid out on the table, her sharp voice rang out. Her expression was calm as she remarked, "I didn't know you were the type to do such immoral things." Her words made him choke on the coffee he was enjoying. Sangyun said sheepishly, "You've misunderstood." Canaria just grinned slyly. "Why are you so flustered?" She abruptly changed the subject. "Anyway, when you have time, try activating your magic skills, along with mana application," she explained in detail. Mana application? It enhances skills. Skill enhancement. Once you fully understand how to enhance with mana application, your magic skills will level up accordingly. Only then did he ask, "But why did you call me here?" Canaria replied unhurriedly, "You know that the system expanded when you entered the 11th floor waiting room, right?" "Yes, that's why I could come here without going through the tower." Sangyun listened to her explanation while eating cake. "That's not the reason domain intervention was added. The real motive is to allow administrators to proactively teach their challengers." He was still confused. "What does that mean?" Canaria's eyes glowed red as she snapped her fingers. "It means this." A system notification immediately appeared. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant, has used domain intervention and gifted the challenger a unique skill. Before Sangyun could even process it, the system chimed in again. "A new unique skill has been engraved into your soul. The unique skill Ironblood Sword A- has been engraved into your soul." A light flared up on his chest again, much to his surprise. After it subsided, Sangyun asked curiously, "You can just gift unique skills like that?" Canaria shook her head. "Of course not." He hesitated slightly. "Then," she replied, "this means I've contributed enough to the tower to be able to do this." Sangyun himself understood one thing clearly. A supplementary contract had been added, so it might have been better for her if she had chosen a different challenger. "So why?" He couldn't hold back and asked directly, "Why are you helping me so much?" Canaria didn't hide it, saying, "It's because I can see your potential." The answer surprised him, and he blurted out, "Potential?" She patiently explained. "Administrators are rewarded for nurturing their challengers, but their intentions are not so noble." Canaria asserted that they only invest in challengers for the sake of their own ultimate wishes. Perhaps caught off guard, Sangyun's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, ultimate wishes. Meanwhile, the system relentlessly sent notifications. "The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has invited you to their domain." The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has invited you to their domain. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has invited you to their domain. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, has invited you to their domain. Reading these notifications, he felt a little helpless. unsure of what to do. It seemed Canaria noticed. She smiled slyly and said, "Someone's getting impatient. Let's end our conversation here. I've already given you the special skill after all." At that, Sangun replied as if he'd been liberated. "Then I'll see you later." Next, the system announced, "You have accepted the invitation and will be teleported to the administrator's domain. You have entered the forest." At the same time, he was teleported to another dimension. Sangun walked around for a while, judging the place to be perfect for training. I'm also curious about the training method the iron-blooded tyrant king mentioned. Perfect timing. He let out a soft shout, channeled his mana, and then swung his sword forcefully, accompanied by a blue light. The destructive power was immense, causing the nearby leaves to fall and scatter chaotically. The system immediately chimed in. The proficiency of the skill 3-step/A- has increased by 8% due to mana application A-. With every swing of Sangjun's sword, the system announced in turn, "The skill Instant Acceleration C+ has been enhanced by mana application A-. The skill Instant Acceleration C+ has been upgraded to rank B thanks to mana application A-. The proficiency of the skill Counterattack B has increased by 7% thanks to mana application A+. Only then was he satisfied, but he still wanted to try more. "Now I'll use Sword Key." The sword began to emit a blue light that enveloped him. After that, nothing else happened, leaving Sangun to gape in bewilderment. Sangun gritted his teeth, wondering, why isn't Sword Key activating through mana application? I was planning to level up 3-step slash using Sword Key, but I've tried so many times and nothing's changed. After a while, he was still baffled. This is so weird. Is it because Sword Key is a special skill? Just then, the system chimed with a reminder. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is looking forward to your visit. Seeing this, Sangun decided to put off leveling up his Sword Key for later. He sheathed his sword and replied, all right, I'm on my way." The system replied unhurriedly. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, says okay, while puffing out their cheeks. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Sangjun speculated, "Judging by the nickname this administrator uses, I'm guessing he's an old geezer like Bichsun Hak. These old guys are such a pain to talk to." After walking for a while, he finally arrived, but the sight before him left Sangun a little stunned. The person sitting there was a young woman with long white hair. She spoke first. "You've finally arrived." Siohoa cheerfully introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the administrator, White Crane Swordmaster. I've been waiting for a challenger like you for a very long time." Although his jaw was still on the floor, Sangjun thought to himself, forget the old man, it's a girl. Seeing him just standing there dumbfounded, she asked, "Is there a problem?" He finally snapped out of his daze and replied, "It's fascinating to meet an administrator I've only ever spoken to through messages." Seo Hoa seemed to understand, simply smiling and waving her hand. "I get it. It's tiring to talk while standing, so have a seat." Sangyun didn't hesitate and walked over. "Then don't mind if I do." The moment he sat down, he was surprised but had to admit it felt incredibly refreshing. He then turned to her and said, "Now I understand why you sit out here instead of inside." She laughed. "It feels amazing, doesn't it?" Seo Hoa gazed forward and began to explain, "I've been watching you from here ever since your life or death battle with Bichsun Hak on the 9th floor. Sangjun was very blunt. "So you can observe my trials. Isn't it a waste to give your special skill to a challenger you've just met?" Seo Hoa shook her head. "Of course not. You need to understand your own worth." She then brought up a legend to explain. Even though Grand Elder Bichsun Hak couldn't achieve Light Sword Key, he was still a master swordsman in the Murim. Although he lost a portion of his strength when he entered the tower, defeating a challenger like him is truly a magnificent achievement. Seeing that he was still hesitant, she reminded him, "You don't need to deny it. I have acknowledged you, and so has Bichsun Hak, with whom you signed a contract." The moment she finished speaking, Sangyun was left speechless by this revelation. He suddenly froze, thinking, wait a minute, that means she might hold a grudge against me. Seo Hoa, being incredibly perceptive, noticed Sangyun's change. "There's no need to be on guard. You're simply a challenger trying to earn points." Outside, the waterfall continued to cascade down, and a blue butterfly fluttered playfully. Just then, it flew over and landed on her hand. "I've made contracts with many challengers, but I've never invited any of them here," Seo Hoa stated firmly. "Except for you." He glanced over. Not understanding why, she suddenly proposed, "I think you've figured it out by now, so I'll be direct. Please form a supplementary contract with me." After a brief pause, Sangjun asked, "What benefits would I receive from that?" Seo Hua made an offer. "If you agree, I will make you the disciple of the administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster." Seemingly not understanding, he asked curiously, "So, what are the specific benefits of becoming your disciple?" She explained in detail that an administrator can only take a single disciple in their entire lifetime. Inside the tower, that person would be called the administrator's disciple, meaning you have formed a special contract. and at the same time, it means that challengers who become disciples can purchase all of that administrator's special skills. After hearing this, Sangun furrowed his brow in silence. He remembered Canaria, thinking, so a master-disciple contract is that important? What the hell? The iron-blooded tyrant king never even explained this to me, even though I'm her disciple. Maybe she's a bit forgetful? Sangun wondered. They said a supplementary contract can be cancelled at any time. Why would she choose to offer a lifetime contract when it's so disadvantageous for her? Seo Hua answered without hiding anything. Just like that woman, I chose you to fulfill my ultimate wish. He felt like he was being turned into a weapon. She said it was because she needed the sharpest sword, a sword that will never rust or break. At the same time, So Hua affirmed, you have the potential to become the sharpest sword. Sangyun caught the key point in her words and thought, ultimate wish, that was a term the iron-blooded tyrant king had also mentioned. Maybe it just referred to a simple desire. Without further hesitation, he asked what the ultimate wish was. Her eyes looked a bit dreamy as she answered. Seo Hua herself believed that an administrator's earnest desire stemmed from past regrets and their memories, she continued. Sangun just stared. At the same time, an earnest desire is a privilege granted to administrators by the Tower. Just like the Tower of Trials, it's a trial that can only be given to challengers who have made a contract with the administrator, and when it comes true, the administrator receives a reward. Suddenly, So Hua's tone became a bit somber as she stated, if my earnest desire comes true, you will be able to change the past. He was utterly astonished, his eyes widening. Sangyun felt a sense of disbelief and blurted out, me? If something so impossible could happen, Seo Hua interrupted, the higher you climb the tower, the more you'll find out. You'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Her words silenced him, his eyes showing an internal struggle. Sangun remembered how much he had struggled. That's right. Even when facing danger, if it's the tower, then, he spoke up. Can I ask you one thing? She nodded. Of course. Sangun asked bluntly, what floor will I have to climb to in order to make your earnest desire come true? At this, Seo Hua hesitated a bit and scratched her face. Regarding that, she replied, it would have to be the waiting room of the highest floor of the Tower of Trials. After hearing that, sweat dripped down his forehead. A moment later, the system displayed a notification that a contract had been formed. Instantly, Seo Hua jumped for joy. You made a wise decision, you won't regret it. She just grabbed his hand and shook it up and down. Sangyun ignored this childish action, thinking to himself that in the end, he had agreed to her contract. In his mind, he remembered that towering tower and told himself, the highest floor, I knew that the place I needed to reach to fulfill an administrator's earnest desire would be the very top of the tower. After that, the system notifications rang out continuously. You have been recognized as a true disciple of the administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. Thanks to the disciple's benefit, the effectiveness of authority and skills from the Murim dimension will increase by 10%. At the same time, the system also announced that thanks to the disciple's benefit, mana increases by 3. Challenger Sangyun has been recognized as a disciple of 2 administrators. Thanks to the dual disciple benefit, agility increases by 3. Hearing this, Sangyun resolved in his heart that he couldn't miss the chance to get stronger immediately. He recalled Seo Hua giving him a sword, thinking, on top of that, I even got a special gift. Suddenly, she spoke up, but haven't you heard anything from her? Hearing this, Sangyun glanced over. Seeing that, So Hua said with some hesitation, about the person who's looking for you. At first he didn't understand, then he replied, no, not really. She gently rubbed her forehead and muttered, I don't know what that blood woman is thinking anymore. Oh, my head, it seems she completely trusts you. Then, Seo Hua glanced up and reminded him, of course, I do too, but I have to tell you this. What I'm about to say will cost 1 question ticket. Is that okay? Sangyun casually nodded. Of course not. I don't use them for anything anyway, and I have a ton of them. Suddenly, the system chimed. Challenger Sangyun has used all of his question tickets. Even he was shocked and wondered, it cost all my question tickets? Is the information that important? Across from him, Seo Hua began to explain. In the Murim dimension, there is a powerful organization called the Murim Alliance. There are many people there, and Baek Sung, the one you eliminated on the 9th floor, held the role of an elder in the Murim Alliance. Therefore, there is someone looking for you in the Murim dimension. Sangyun asked more bluntly, don't tell me someone from the Murim Alliance is looking for me and wants revenge? But Seo Hua shook her head. No, instead. The Murim Alliance is in chaos due to an internal struggle for the elder's position. This made him even more curious. Then, who is the one who wants to eliminate me? She replied, the sword dragon from the Namgun clan. At the same time, in Shinjuku, Tokyo, a group of people stood before a large spatial gate. A young man carrying a sword appeared. It was the blue sword dragon, Namgung Hui Wook. His expression, Hui Wook's, was vicious. He is the one who built a name for himself among the ranks of martial arts masters who have lived in the Murim dimension for centuries, and he is a true genius. The moment he arrived, Everyone drew their weapons and surrounded him. Xiaohua's voice continued to explain. Although the direct reason he's looking for you is for revenge, the underlying cause is his curiosity. At the same time, she also wondered, I don't know when he'll arrive, but if you really have to clash with Nam Gong Hyuk, Xiaohua warned seriously, you'll have to prepare yourself to die. Over here, with just a single sword strike, Hai Uke wiped out almost everyone present. Just as she finished speaking, the system announced that you have been transported to the 11th floor waiting room. The spatial gate was also slowly closing. Sangun looked around as he took off his long outer coat. He muttered, Namgong Hyuk, huh? So, to sum it up, a homicidal maniac from Murim is looking for me. They were the ones who invaded my floor first. This is so confusing. Sangyun found a corner and opened the system. He scrolled continuously on the screen, followed by a series of system notifications. Iron Wing Authority purchased. 1,500 points deducted. Return stone purchased. In Sangun's hand was a glowing stone. I've learned a new truth, but it doesn't change anything. Before I face that Namgong Hai Uk guy, I'll have to power level like crazy. Next, the system popped up a notification. You have used the return stone and will return to Earth. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his familiar room, phone still in hand. Sangyun just stared intently at something on it. On the phone screen were 87 text messages and 132 missed calls from Lee Haeyeon. In one message, she asked him to come to the Hunter Association as soon as he read this. He exclaimed in confusion. Lee Haeyeon? Sangyun wondered. What's on her mind? What happened? After a moment, the system announced that the Iron Wing Authority had been activated. He put on his standard gear, and the newly activated wings appeared on it. At breakneck speed, Sangjun's entire body shot through the air. A short while later, at the Hunter Association, countless people were pouring out, each with a different mood. The white-haired guy expressed, at least it's not a mandatory mobilization. Dong-suk replied fervently, I know, right. He was still curious. Hearing the footsteps, it must have been intense. What happened in Japan? Suddenly, a sound echoed in the sky, and both of them looked up. Then, Sangun struck a perfectly cool landing pose. Seemingly aware of the disturbance he caused, he waved his hand and said, My apologies. After that, Sangjun hurriedly ran inside the headquarters. Dong-suk was still bewildered, exclaiming, Did he just fly? The white-haired guy was just as astonished. What? The brown-haired man greeted him enthusiastically. It's great to see you again, Mr. Han Sangjun. I'm very sorry for the trouble at the entrance. Haeyeon, standing beside him, also beamed. Welcome, Mr. Han Sangyun. Sangyun raised a hand to greet them. Long time no see. So what's going on? Why did you call me here in such a hurry? Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Something big happened in Japan. I was worried you'd fly to Japan on your own after hearing about it, so I called you here immediately. He clicked a button on the remote. We need to discuss more, but the situation has worsened, so I'll get straight to the point. A projection appeared on the screen, and the brown-haired man explained, This is a video recorded by a hunter that was sent to us by Japan. He added, The location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Japanese Hunter Association detected a massive energy wave emanating from the gate and sent a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. What was more unusual was the human, who stepped out of the gate, who, despite looking slightly surprised, eliminated 6 A-rank hunters in a matter of seconds. Currently, everyone believes he is a challenger from another world who has come to invade the Earth dimension. Hearing this, he felt a growing sense of unease and thought to himself, a challenger from another world? It can't be. Sangyun, understanding the situation, immediately asked, All the hunters who just left here? Shouldn't you ask all of them to go help Japan? The brown-haired man looked up slightly and replied, About that, it's a complicated situation. Most countries will try to protect their own hunters, so they have blocked any hunters from going to assist Japan. Our country is the same, so we haven't sent anyone to help Japan either. He pressed the remote again. And so, this is the video from the only survivor of the group of 7. In the video, the man advanced step by step, dragging his sword. The hunter could only back away helplessly, crying out, Help me! But the man's eyes remained cold as he swung his sword without hesitation. Hai Yuk, instructed in a menacing voice. The blue sky sword dragon, Namgong Hai Yuk, has come for revenge for Baeksa Hyuk. Tell them that. As soon as the name was spoken, Sangyun's face hardened. He muttered, Namgong Hai Yuk. I didn't think I'd run into him this soon. Just then, he felt something and glanced down at a small hand gently tugging on his sleeve. Although she was worried, she tried to reassure him. Why are you so tense? It's not mandatory to go. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen each other. How about we go get something to eat first? Suddenly, Haeyeon furrowed her brow and asked hesitantly, You're not going, are you? Contrary to her wishes, he replied, I am responding to Japan's request. I will go to Shinjuku, Tokyo. I can't believe it. Her face darkened as she cried out, Why? Haeyeon shouted angrily, Why do you always do such reckless things? You have to think about how others feel too. In response, Sangun gently patted her head. Thank you for worrying about me. Then he turned and walked away, his eyes showing a glint of determination. But there are some things I need to settle. A young Hayuk was shown staring at a sword, lost in thought. Why can't everyone understand sword intent? Two subordinates were supporting an injured man who was gasping for breath, as the young girl beside them couldn't help but ask, Young master, isn't this a bit much for a training session? Just then, a man approached step by step, mastering sword key. At the age of 13, you've already surpassed my younger self. The one who arrived was the first sword. Seeing him, they all shouted in unison, Greetings, sword master. He walked over and patted his head, but Hyok, martial arts are not meant to harm others. They are the path that leads us to the pinnacle. The first sword advised, you must not carelessly injure others. Hearing this, Hyuk remained silent. After some time, the system announced that the Tower of Trials was selecting a challenger from the dimensional martial world. Everyone cheered joyfully. The young master has reached the 29th floor of the tower, but Hyuk himself was still not satisfied. It's still not enough. Climbing the tower can never satisfy my desires. He stood alone in his own world. I can't believe someone who is only 18 years old could achieve something so incredible. Hyuk then shed tears, murmuring, I'm sorry, grandfather. He hesitated, but I think Suddenly, the system chimed in. You have used a dimensional invasion ticket. You have used a dimensional invasion ticket. You have used a dimensional invasion ticket. At this point, Hyuk had become incredibly bloodthirsty, continuously stabbing and killing in a frenzy. He understood himself. I am happiest when I am destroying humanity. Now, Hyuk sat on the roof of a car, watching the raging fire before him. I no longer feel satisfied destroying these pathetic scumbags, and I can't just go on a killing spree around the martial world. Suddenly, he let out a wicked smile, filled with a bit of anticipation. But this guy named Han Sangun might be able to entertain me. The scene shifts to a large airport, where Sangun walks alone down the road with a very serious expression. When he got outside, a young woman was already waiting with a motorcade. With a police escort, the car sped down the road. Upon arrival, she stood before a room and made a welcoming gesture. Challenger Han Sangun, please come this way. Someone is waiting for you inside. Chun-suk grinned happily. We meet again after fighting together on the 10th floor. Seung-hun also spoke up. You're later than I expected. As he walked in, Sang-yoon replied, I heard from the association that you were here. Ah, but is this everyone who's going to support Japan? He said that there seems to be one more challenger from America who will be here to help us soon. He nodded. I see. He thought to himself, even if the three of us are all S-rank hunters, I'm still a little worried. That challenger from another world in Shinjuku is a mysterious monster who could probably defeat all three of us. It would be great if the challenger from America is strong enough. Just then, the door to the room burst open. Hearing the sound, he whipped his head around to look, but when he saw who had arrived, Sang-yoon froze for a moment. He couldn't help but blurt out, Catherine! She was just as surprised. Seeing this, the other woman asked curiously, Do you two know each other? Sang-yoon nodded in confirmation. Yes, we met in the tower, but Catherine shyly scratched her head and turned her face away. I didn't want to meet you like this. Hearing that, he asked curiously, How else did you want to meet me then? Suddenly, her face turned red, and she said very seriously, I wanted to meet you in a normal way. Sanjun recalled something and replied, The first time we met wasn't normal, so what kind of normal meeting did you want? Catherine was a bit annoyed. Well, yeah, but can't you be a little more tactful? You cold-hearted jerk? Witnessing this scene, Seung-hun voiced his speculation. Is this a lover's quarrel? His words stunned her, while he immediately refuted it, carefully affirming, No, never. Catherine turned to look at him, confused, thinking to herself, just saying no would have been enough. Why the heck did he have to add never to it? Just then, the first woman made a formal gesture. Finally, all the challengers have gathered. Please forgive the delay. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the guild master of the Japanese Hunters Association. Ah! Realizing her identity, Sung-yoon was extremely shocked, thinking to himself, she's the guild master of the Japanese Hunters Association? She came all the way to the airport, so I just thought she was a regular staff member. He deduced that Japan must be really desperate. She didn't hide it either. Everyone thought there would be no more help for Japan. But the situation is actually worse than I thought, so they might be cautious about sending their heroes to help. Chun-sok also blurted out in surprise, Even so, there are only 4 of us. Isn't that a bit too few? Catherine rubbed her chin in assessment. This is going to be tough. He clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling. Currently, no other country intends to help Japan, she said with utmost sincerity as she bowed deeply. I sincerely thank all of you here for not turning your backs on us and agreeing to help. This left everyone in the room stunned. Immediately after, Sang-yoon stepped forward and placed a hand on Cheek's shoulder. Please raise your head, Guildmaster. This is not the time for bowing. Witnessing this situation, Catherine was quite surprised, thinking, Han Sang-yoon, this guy. While she was still feeling emotional, she silently assessed him. cold on the outside, but just then he made a serious proposal. Instead, you should increase our reward. Sangun even enthusiastically patted his chest. I propose you double the promised reward, and I will wholeheartedly devote all my strength to helping your country. It's hopeless. Catherine thought helplessly. I knew it. In his mind right now were two words: more money. His expression was clearly cunning and calculating. He wasn't here to be a hero. He was here for the reward and the power-up he'd get from taking down Nam Kung Hach. After a brief pause, Chika also spoke up in agreement. I understand. I let my emotions get the better of me in such a critical situation. The entity that appeared in Shinjuku is no ordinary monster. Since everyone is putting their lives on the line, I promise to double the reward. She suddenly regained her composure and gestured towards Catherine. And the situation isn't completely hopeless. We still have a glimmer of hope for victory. She firmly asserted that the ability Catherine Bennett possesses could change the tide of this battle. Catherine gave a small demonstration, summoning a fireball in the palm of her hand. She introduced herself. One of the authorities I possess is fire pressure, and its effect is that if an enemy stronger than me touches the flame, it will activate this authority. All of his stats will decrease by 10, and some of his random skills will be sealed. These words left the three guys stunned. Catherine clenched her fist, asserting, using this flame, we can win, and we will definitely win if he touches it. Sangun understood clearly. In other words, we have to create a situation where Catherine can activate her fire pressure. A moment later, a specialized aircraft appeared in the sky. It gradually flew towards the area. As a news announcer reported the latest update, China's S-Rank hunter, Peng Ziwen, who arrived to provide support, has encountered an otherworldly challenger. He is still broadcasting live, but neither of them has made a move yet. It seems as if they are negotiating. That's right, this is entirely possible. It has been confirmed that challengers in the tower can communicate with each other despite being from different countries or dimensions. Down below, someone had just appeared before Christopher Rhee, but he didn't even look up, coldly asking, "Are you Sangjun?" Peng Ziwen slammed his fists together, creating sparks, and introduced himself. You practitioner from the martial world, I am Peng Ziwen from China, and you'll soon regret underestimating Earth. Christopher Rhee seemed to sigh wearily. I don't understand why the one I'm looking for hasn't shown up, and instead I get all these pests. Instantly he shouted, "Pow!" To the man's surprise, a punch like a lead weight came flying, twisting his cheek. Christopher Rhee took the hit but wasn't seriously injured, and even asked, "Martial arts?" A spark of interest lit up in his eyes. Interesting. Suddenly, Peng Ziwen just stood there, jaw agape in astonishment. Below, a massive explosion thundered, sending smoke, dust, and debris flying everywhere. On the aircraft, Chun-Sok cursed in frustration. Damn it. Why is that Chinese guy acting on his own? Looking at the situation below, Sung-Hoon assessed, "We're too late." Seeing this, Sangun turned and asked, "Catherine, can you land safely even from midair?" She asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" He said seriously. "I'm just thinking of a great idea." After listening, Catherine nodded. "I see. I have a skill that can nullify all damage upon landing." Sangun replied, "That's good enough." He laid out the plan. If my thinking is correct, we'll need to inflict a massive amount of preemptive damage on him. At that moment, you activate your authority. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed her by the waist. "Please excuse my rudeness." This made Catherine shout in alarm. "Wait! What are you doing?" The system announced that the Iron Wings authority had been activated. Sangun coldly said, "Fly." And just like that, holding her, he dove down below. On the aircraft, Chun-Sok couldn't help but smile. Unbelievable. He always does whatever he wants. He hasn't changed a bit. Sung-Hoon said, "We can't just sit back and watch anymore." Next, the two of them also leaped down below. Catherine finally regained her composure. "Can't you be normal for once? Who just jumps off without any explanation in a situation like this?" But Sangun remained focused on the situation below, frowning as he noted, "It's a good thing that Chinese hunter is buying us time." Her tears streamed backwards in the wind as she thought to herself, "He's not even listening to me." He instructed her carefully, "If you see an opening, use your authority immediately." Now then, he let go of Catherine's waist. Sangun left with a word, "I'm going on ahead," then shot forward. In the distance, Peng Ziwen and Christopher Rhee were clashing fists, creating shockwaves. The boulder in front of him shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions, making Peng Ziwen cry out in surprise. He stared intently at him, curious. What kind of martial art is that if you can't even channel ki into your fist? Then, Christopher Rhee's arms multiplied and became incredibly powerful, punching Peng Ziwen relentlessly, sending him flying backwards to crash hard onto the ground. The rock shattered, and suddenly a beam of power shot out from within. He spun around and swatted it away with his hand. At that moment, Christopher Rhee seemed to sense something rushing towards him at lightning speed. He frowned, glancing back warily. The red light closed in on Christopher Rhee, radiating an offensive force. He used his hands to block the projectiles, but his body was still thrown back. Christopher Ree's entire body slammed hard into the ground, sending up a thick cloud of smoke and dust as shattered rock and debris flew wildly. From that spot, fresh blood splattered on the ground. He was trying to prop himself up, and a large swelling had now formed on his hand, while Sangun was leaning against a cliff wall, striking a cool pose. Afterwards, he managed to stand up straight and sighed in relief. I'm never falling from the sky like that again. Christopher Ree's eyes flashed with a purple light, furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" The system chimed in at that moment. The Blood for Ruin skill has been activated. All pain inflicted on the user will be reduced by 40%. If you barely survive, the proficiency of Blood for Ruin will increase by 20%. Sangun was extremely confident, baring his teeth in a grin. You wanted to find me so badly, but now that I'm here, you don't recognize me? Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Christopher Ree realized, so you're, he seriously affirmed, that's right, I am Hansun. Once again, the system announced, Sword Key Master Authority has been activated. The sword in Sangun's hand glowed with a dazzling blue light. He tensed his body and bent his arms, two massive lumps on the back of his hands, his face darkening. I've been waiting for you. But it turns out you're just a mediocre wannabe using Sword Key. Suddenly, he slammed his fists together. The two lumps burst from the impact, blood streaming down his hands. Christopher Ree didn't seem to care, gritting his teeth. I'm getting pissed now. Sangun, however, replied nonchalantly, so what? He simultaneously lunged forward, thinking to himself that his opponent was unarmed, so he had to attack first. To his surprise, Christopher Ree swung one hand up, enveloped in a golden light. The sword from a distance flew straight into his hand as if commanded, while he continued his charge. The two clashed violently. The surrounding debris and vehicles were affected, sent flying everywhere. Before him were ruins that had been slashed into many pieces, floating in mid-air. Sangun rejoiced inwardly. A direct hit would have surely killed me. The system then announced, the Blood for Ruin skill has been activated. He thought with some annoyance, I thought that blow would have weakened him a bit. Damn it. By now, Sangun was also scratched up in several places, with blood still trickling from his mouth, and he broke my shock-dampening shield in a single blow. Using that skill is going to be difficult now. At this moment, he looked at the sword in Christopher Ree's hand and speculated, is that true sword key? He also realized it and exclaimed, recovery, I didn't expect you to rely on black magic from the tower. Sangun paid it no mind as the system sent another notification. The lightning sword key skill has been activated. He swung his sword down, creating a fissure in the rocky ground. Christopher Ree was still standing there, the slash traveling through the fissure and straight towards his face. Christopher Ree calmly swung his sword, a powerful force of fire rushing forward to counter the attack. At the same time, Chun Sok and Sung Hun appeared from behind him. Both of them launched their attacks simultaneously. Christopher Ree vigilantly spun around to counter. In that moment, Catherine had appeared behind him at some point, and by the time he noticed, it was too late. She shouted, fire pressure! A fireball was launched, and the system displayed an explanation, fire pressure authority. When used on an enemy, all of the opponent's stats will be reduced by 10, and a portion of their skills will be locked. From that spot, a massive explosion roared, and smoke and fire erupted. Seeing the scene before her, Catherine thought in astonishment, did my authority have no effect? Chun Sok pointed to the sky and warned, hey, up there. Christopher Ree was holding his sword high, which emitted a brilliant golden light as he stood on a streetlight. You maggots are ruining my fun. They could feel the instincts of a hunter who had been through many life-or-death battles telling them they couldn't block this attack. The light enveloping the sword grew even brighter. He frowned and yelled, die, you insects. From the sky, that stream of power struck down like the Grim Reaper. All three of them practically screamed, dodge it. Chun Suk gritted his teeth and turned to run. Catherine immediately ran for her life. As for Seung Hun, although he remained calm, he was still running frantically. The pillar of light descended all the same, blinding the entire area. The space suddenly changed. Two hands were clasping each other. It was Seo Hua. Just consider this lesson a gift. It's just a little transfer of mana. Suddenly, a source of purple energy flared up intensely. She burst out laughing. Seo Hua explained. This time it's not just a little mana, because it also contains an emotional bond. Sangun just stood there dazed as he received it. There was an invisible thread connecting them. She asked curiously, so? Can you feel the difference? He pulled his hand back and answered honestly, I felt a little mana the first time, and the second time I felt. Sangun hesitated. The white crane swordswoman is inside of me. It seemed this was Seo Hua's intention. She smiled happily. Good. Now apply it to your sword. But she still advised, however, only use it when you leave this place, because in the presence of an administrator, all disadvantages will be nullified. Instantly, Sangun returned to the battlefield in Japan. At the same moment the pillar of fire energy descended, he launched a counterattack. Christopher Ree, who was floating in the air, stared ahead in slight astonishment. He retracted his sword, and the system sent continuous notifications. Skills and authorities are not used through sword key, but instead originate from the user's enlightenment. You are the first person to use sword key on Earth. The Tower of Trials sends its praise to challenger Hansu In. Achieved man and sword as one by voluntarily increasing the mana consumption of the sword key master authority. The penalty has been removed. Only then did Sangun realize, so this is true sword key. He glanced behind him and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Catherine nodded. "Yes, thank you." She knew very well that in that moment, he had used an attack of equal power to nullify his opponent's move. Both of them were monsters. Suddenly, laughter echoed from a distance, startling them and making them whip around. Christopher Ree was incredibly excited, his mouth wide in a grin. Yes, that's more like it. You almost disappointed me." He was well aware of his own twisted mentality and said, "The more effort you put into a sandcastle, the more fun it is to destroy it." Without hesitation, Christopher Ree charged forward, thrusting straight at Sangun. He slightly turned his body and used his foot to kick away the embers. Sangun gritted his teeth, blocking with his sword while thinking to himself, "All the challengers from other worlds have been a pain, but this bastard in front of me is a complete psycho." He was knocked back and landed on the ground, skidding a long distance even after digging his feet in. Sangun said to the three behind him, "I'm sorry, but can you all please move back? If I have to keep saving everyone like last time, I won't be able to concentrate." Heian looked bewildered, taken by surprise. She tried to charge forward, but Seung-hoon immediately held her back. It was harsh, but it was the truth. Seeing this, he felt extremely frustrated himself. To think that from last time to now, I still can't help at all. Damn it. Seung-hoon didn't forget to remind him. But if there's an opportunity, we'll still carry out the previous plan. Finally, before leaving, he couldn't help but add, "Be careful." Then Chon-sok flew off as well. Next came the intense battle. Two streams of blue and red energy continuously clashed, dragging the fight from one side to the other. The force of their attacks radiated powerfully outwards, shattering all the glass on the buildings and sending shards flying everywhere. A heavy car flew into a lamppost with a deafening crash. From a distance, all that could be seen were two streaks of blue and red light clashing against each other, from one spot to the next, from the sky down to the ground. Suddenly, they both disappeared at once, leaving the city in complete silence. Then, out of nowhere, flames erupted violently, sending smoke, dust, and debris flying everywhere. Chon-sok shielded his face. "Now I get why he told us to fall back. This is incredible." In remarked, "Han Sangun is able to fight evenly with that monster." Seung-hun, however, disagreed. "No, I feel like he's being pushed back. At this rate, he's definitely going to die." At that very moment, fresh blood splattered onto the ground on the other side of the fight. Sangun struggled to block, thinking to himself, "I really thought that by leveling up my sword aura, I could at least put up a fight against him." He remembered Se-hoa saying earlier, "I estimate Nam Kung Haka's swordsmanship skill is rank A." Sangun was well aware his own was only rank C and had to admit it, but even ignoring skills, the guy was just ridiculously strong. Suddenly, his strength gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, causing Hyuk to exclaim in disappointment. "What's wrong?" Sangun panted heavily. "Damn it. I've used up too much stamina on regeneration. If I continue, it'll start to affect my fighting ability." Right at that moment, Heian tossed a red potion towards him and yelled. On his end, Sangun happily exclaimed, "Awesome!" He quickly caught the potion, but just as he opened the cap, his jaw dropped as he stared at what was in front of him. Hyuk lunged forward and kicked him hard. Caught completely off guard, Sangun was sent flying backward, the potion left hanging in the air. Hyuk swiftly grabbed it. "Thanks for this." Then he chugged it down. Seeing that, Heian shouted in disbelief. "No!" Chon-sok cursed in frustration. "That son of a B times, Tesh. I should have poisoned it." Sangun clutched his stomach, trembling as he struggled to get up, sweat pouring down his forehead. Hyuk mocked him. "Humans always cling to something called hope, and you're just the same." The system then notified Han Sangun that a small amount of stamina had been recovered. He growled, "I might just win this fight. If I try my best, I can win in the end. I can survive." Sangun covered his face and trembled. Hyu's eyes blazed red, his expression demonic. "But I'm going to rip that flimsy hope to pieces." The moment your expression shifts from a glimmer of optimism to complete despair, that's the only thing that brings me satisfaction. The battle, of course, was far from over, from one destroyed building to the rooftop of the next. Then, Hyuk punched Sangun straight down through an open section of the building. Despite this, he frowned, thinking unhappily, "I don't like this." Sangun was still gritting his teeth, holding on, his eyes shining fiercely. Hyuk seemed to sense it, and it annoyed him, as if the man's eyes were still filled with hope. Suddenly, he clenched his jaw and swung a powerful fist. Sangun took a punch that sent him plummeting from above, crashing into the ground and bouncing a great distance. He lay amidst the broken rubble, his body shaking in agony. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared before his eyes. Hyuk was now enraged, veins bulging on his face. Sangun had no strength left to move. Why does he still have that look in his eyes? He swung his sword across Sangyun's face, sending blood flying as he roared. Despair now! Sangyun screamed in agony as his vision went black, crying out in his mind. My eyes! Sangyun couldn't open his eyes, gritting his teeth in resolve. Just one final attack. But now he started to doubt himself. But I can't see a thing. There's no way this attack can possibly work. In front of him, Hiyuki prepared to launch another attack. Sangyun ground his teeth, wondering frantically, what do I do? Seeing his state, Heian immediately dashed forward, screaming, Sangyun! Chonsok and Seung-hun were right behind her. Although he couldn't open his eyes, he could hear them clearly and thought with certainty, if they come here, he'll kill them all. Sangyun instantly held up a hand to stop them, yelling, No, stay where you are! Hyuk seemed to have a realization. Letting out an ah, he became extremely excited, his demonic voice rising. So your teammates are the reason you've maintained that look in your eyes for so long. Disobeying him, Heian launched a fireball. But in the blink of an eye, Hyuk was already right next to her. Before Heian could react, he struck her back with his sword, causing fresh blood to spray out as she stared in utter shock. Seeing this, Seung-hun screamed, Heian! A lightning bolt crashed down, creating an opening for her to get away. His whole body began to radiate with brilliant yellow electricity. But it was nothing to Hyuk. He stomped down hard, slamming Seung-hun's face into the ground. As if sensing his comrade's danger, his bleeding eyes darted around, searching. Next, Hyuk grabbed Heian by the hair and lifted her up, his sword at the ready. She struggled and screamed, Let me go! But the flaming sword pierced through her body without hesitation. She screamed out in agony. He laughed with immense excitement. I can smell the cooked flesh. Sangyun fumbled to his feet and yelled, Stop it, you twisted bastard! Seeing this, Hyuk became even more thrilled. He laughed even more demonically. That's it. That's the expression I wanted. Just then, a transparent body lunged forward, but he seemed to have sensed it and narrowed his eyes slightly. He silently summoned a flower made of ice. Then, Cheon-suk struck Hyuk directly, shouting, Ice prison! Instantly, the arm holding Heian was frozen solid. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed her and made a run for it. He thought to himself, she needs first aid. Fast. The ice imprisoning him began to crack. Hyuk scowled and gritted his teeth. This little fly. Then, he spun around, shattering the ice, his eyes glowing a terrifying crimson. Then he launched himself high into the air, heading straight for the two of them. Sensing the danger, Cheon-seok swung his arm and shouted, Ice sphere! And an ice sphere enveloped Heian, protecting her inside. Next, he tried to push the sphere away, thinking to himself that this was the best way to get her as far away as possible. This is all I can do. Now I just need to hide again. Just as Cheon-seok shouted, Hide! Before the magic could even activate, Hyuk grabbed his head in a tight grip, much to his shock. Without stopping, a sword slashed down, and Cheon-seok took the full force of the blow, screaming in pain. Sangyun felt completely helpless. Thinking of Seung-hun, this situation was just like 3 years ago, and now he clawed at his own blind eyes, gritting his teeth. I can't protect anyone. Suddenly, a squeak rang out as a rat with glowing red eyes scurried by. It wasn't just one, but a massive swarm of rats that appeared. The sound of their squeaking echoed everywhere. Sangyun immediately sensed a catastrophe. The countless rats viewed this deathmatch as a catastrophe and swarmed the area. Suddenly, they all dropped dead, their life force scattering in every direction, as if struck by a single, invisible blow. Meanwhile, a green energy from somewhere began to pour into his body. The system announced, all absorbed souls have been used to restore stamina. On his chest, a blood-red circle was absorbing everything. Just as Hyuk was holding Seung-hun's severed arm, Sangyun appeared. Hold it right there. He turned around in astonishment. Sangun's eyes were still tightly shut, but he sensed him and cursed. You Murim pervert! He squeezed the arm tightly, and it was gradually drained of its essence before disintegrating. No, your reaction is quite good. Just then, Benjamin, who had been unconscious, woke up with a loud shout. Those dazzling golden fists lunged forward again. He powerfully punched Hyuk in the stomach, catching him completely off guard. The system continuously displayed notifications. Due to the authority of the fire god, the abilities of those who are touched have been significantly reduced. Sword key is sealed for 10 minutes. Flame sword is sealed for 10 minutes. All except Namgung Hyuk are immune to the flames. At the same time, a flame enveloped Hyuk's body, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure the pain. Benjamin shouted loudly, I am China's hero, Benjamin, and I'm still alive, you bastard. He hoisted Seung-hun onto his shoulder and fled. I've used Heian's fire, let's get out of here. Hyuk gritted his teeth and growled, even at the very end, these insects. Just then, the system announced, you cannot use sword key. His purple eyes blazed with fury. He furiously cursed. Damn it! He-wook stood his ground, raised his sword to the sky, and shouted, "Colossal combat!" Countless radiant swords appeared in the sky, raining down continuously around where he and Sangun stood. The system announced, due to the effect of the unique trait Colossal Combat, a combat zone is created with a 30-meter radius. All except Sangun and Namgung Hyuk cannot interfere with the arena. An isolated circle, cut off from the outside world, was formed. Sangun tilted his head up to sense his surroundings. He-wook, however, was still extremely confident, thinking that even though his sword key was sealed, he still had his combat key. He swung down from above, feeling smug and contemptuous. What can a blind man like him possibly do? But Sangun just stood there, unfazed, much to his confusion. What Sangun was curious about were the spiritual eyes, something that could help him perceive attacks even without his sight. That was it. He effortlessly dodged the attack. Sangun retreated to a safe distance, still within the 30-meter radius of the wall. He was using his spiritual eyes to observe. I can even see the pebbles in here. Sangun's real eyes remained tightly shut. I never thought that by losing my sight, I would see everything around me more clearly. I haven't been using the spiritual eyes correctly until now. He gradually began to feel as if he had opened a third eye. A brightly glowing eye opened on Sangun's forehead. At the same time, the system announced, "You have discovered the truth of the spiritual eyes. The spiritual eyes skill has been upgraded to rank B." It didn't stop there, the system added. "A life or death battle where you bet your life on your senses. The sixth sense skill has increased to rank B." He mused. Sixth sense. I had completely forgotten about it, yet it leveled up and made my senses even stronger. The system notifications kept popping up. You have successfully survived a battle with a master of sword body unity. The demon slaying skill has increased to rank B. The berserker's blood skill has increased to rank B. In a short period, your body has sustained immense damage and has surpassed its limits. Even Hyuk was stunned in astonishment. When Sangun swung his sword, he managed to jump back in time to dodge. He thought that with this, he could fight on par with Nam Kung Hak, now that his energy was diminished. Suddenly, those bloodied, slashed eyes opened wide, gleaming brightly. In this confined space, Sangun charged forward with his sword at an incredible speed, while Hyuk stood ready in a defensive stance. He thought in confusion, "What is this?" Hyuk gritted his teeth, clearly sensing it. How did his movements get better than before, and how did his sword become sharper? As he moved relentlessly, the system continuously displayed notifications. Activating Shadowfall skill, the user is moving in an area covered by shadows, movement speed increased by 30%. Once again, the system chimed. Activating Speed skill, activating Blessing of the Wind skill. Total speed increased by 70%, current stack 7 out of 7. Not only that, the system updated frantically, activating Frenzied Swordplay. All attack speeds for sword-type weapons increased by 20%, current stack 10 out of 10. The two swung their swords at each other simultaneously. Sangun leaned back to dodge, gritting his teeth. Even using all those skills, I can barely stay on par with this guy. Too risky, he calculated silently. I'll run out of stamina soon, and the restriction on Nam Kung Hak will disappear soon. I have to end this while the flame is still here. Sangun raised the sword in his hand. The only thing that can change the tide of a close-quarters battle, he was sure, is an unexpected variable. Next, he swung his arm forcefully, and the sword shot forward. Seeing this, Hyuk leaned away to dodge and smirked cunningly. Your anxiety has made you make a mistake. He spun around and threw a fiery punch. You fool! But as the punch neared his face, Sangun leaned back to avoid it. Lying under that powerful arm, he shouted, Iron Blood Sword! The system immediately chimed, activating authority, Iron Blood Sword. The crimson sword had appeared at his feet at some point. Without giving Hyuk time to react, Sangun kicked his foot to thrust the sword forward. He frowned, spitting up fresh blood as the crimson sword pierced through his body. Hyuk hunched over and coughed up more blood. He gritted his teeth, calculating silently. This is bad. The sword hit my heart. I have to hurry if I want to recover completely. Just then, the system announced that the authority, suppression, had ended. Just as Hyuk seemed relieved to be free from the restraint, the system chimed again. The arena is disappearing. People outside could now move in. Outside, Seung-hun and Cheon-sok, who were waiting, shouted, The barrier is disappearing! The situation inside was also revealed. Hyuk stuck his hand into his chest, rummaging for something, and at the same time, the sword in his abdomen vanished. I've played around too much. Next time I'll end this fight. He took out a stone with a glowing symbol carved on it. Then, a large spatial gate opened, and seeing this, Cheon-sok shouted, A warp gate? Seung-hun deduced, he's trying to return to the Murim dimension. Watching that retreating figure, their inner thoughts seemed to echo in unison. At that moment, everyone understood that if they didn't eliminate Nam Kung Hak here, their faces darkened at the thought, it would mean he would become a terrible disaster for Earth in the future. In the blink of an eye, the four of them charged forward with their weapons. "Don't let him escape! Stop him!" Hyuk glanced back in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" He frowned, focusing on their intent to stop him. Hyuk raised his sword to the sky. Fire sword! The sword blazed to life, engulfed in a massive flame. Next, it shot straight towards the four people who were charging at him. Hae-in watched the light in astonishment. A powerful collision erupted, and a brilliant light burst out, spreading everywhere. The nearby buildings couldn't withstand it and began to shake. It turned out Sangun had dashed forward and was using the countershock shield skill. The shield has been destroyed. Accumulated damage will not be returned. But it didn't last long. Because the destructive force was too great, the arm holding the shield was completely incinerated. Sangyun's whole body trembled in pain. This unexpected situation made Ha-in scream, "Sangyun, your arm!" Chon-suk immediately used his healing ability on him. Sangyun also shouted to reassure everyone, "Don't worry about me, the enemy is still here." Suddenly, a voice called out from Hyuk's direction, "Han Sangyun." At that moment, he was struggling, gritting his teeth and trembling. Hyuk frowned. "I could have completely destroyed you with a single blow from the very beginning. Did you really want it to end like this?" Sangyun couldn't refute it, thinking to himself, "It's so frustrating, but I can't say a thing." Seeing that he didn't answer, Hyuk turned away. "I'll be back soon." Suddenly, the system chimed, activating the Remnant Blood skill. Immediately after, a new, flawless arm appeared, leaving Chichika stunned with her jaw wide open. Sangyun stood up, his arm fully recovered, and began unwrapping the bandages from his body, saying, "I'm fine. Where is everyone else?" He walked to a hospital room with Hae-in's nameplate on it. Sangyun went over, pulled back the curtain, and called out, "Hae-in, are you okay?" Inside, she was shirtless while tending to her wounds. His sudden appearance left them both completely dumbfounded. All of a sudden, a loud scream echoed through the hospital. Meanwhile, Jong was on crutches by a bed, his leg broken, and was lamenting, "Oh, my life." He was overjoyed to see Sangyun. A bright red handprint on Sangyun's left cheek made even Jong gasp. "What happened to your face?" Sangyun answered sheepishly. "Well, I walked into Hae-in's room and let's just say she's full of life and doing just fine." Then he asked, curious, "But I don't see Kim Seung-hun in his room. Do you know where he went?" Jong looked a bit down. "I went to see him for a bit this morning." Jong's mood darkened as he said, "He must be feeling terrible right now." He, Jong announced, lost his right arm. At that moment, Seung-hun was standing alone on the rooftop. Sangjun approached and said, "So this is where you were." Seeing him, Seung-hun turned to greet him. "There he is. The sword demon has arrived." Sangyun thought in confusion. "Sword demon?" Seung-hun's eyes lit up as he stared at the arm. "Your left arm. Did you use a skill to restore it?" Sangyun nodded. "Yeah." After a slight pause, Seung-hun replied, "An incredible skill. You're always full of surprises." Seung-hun seemed quite calm as he rolled up the sleeve of his patient gown. "You've probably heard, my right arm couldn't be saved." As soon as he finished, Sangyun spoke up, "I'm sorry." Seung-hun was stunned. Sangyun blamed himself immensely. "If I had been stronger then, this wouldn't have happened." Seeing this, Seung-hun flexed, and an arm made of ice appeared as he reassured him, "Don't worry, I have another skill to make up for it." Sangyun leaned his hand against the wall and muttered, "I frantically climbed the tower to get stronger, as if I were possessed, like I had tunnel vision." Seung-hun, holding a cigarette, added, "That's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm sure that's what makes you strong." But Sangyun believed that the strong should help the weak. "At least, that's my ideal." His expression remained cold. "I learned a lot from that battle. I remembered important things I had long forgotten." At that moment, he used his ice hand to take off his mask. "Well, I'm starting to figure out what secrets a strong person like you, who isn't a psychopath, might be hiding. I also didn't know what you were thinking when we first met in the tower." Seung-hun lit a cigarette and asked, "Want one?" Sangyun shook his head, declining. "No, I don't drink or smoke." It was then that Sangyun got a good look at the face under the mask and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Seung-hun turned to stare at him and hesitated. "You're?" With the cigarette in his mouth, Seung-hun said, "Oh, that's right. I forgot to properly introduce myself." A few days later, they were taking a commemorative photo with the representatives from Tokyo, as well as Baek Mok. Sangyun was giving a very serious interview, with cameras pointed right at him. Afterwards, the group went shopping. Sangyun gave Hae-in a beautiful necklace. She took it and happily put it on. A golden light flashed from it, showing its value. Finally, they waved goodbye to each other. Seung-hun was also putting his red cloak back on. That's when Sangun noticed his own coat. This lapel design, it must have been upgraded a bit when it was restored. Sangyun held his sword, sensing that all his equipment was in top condition. "Ah, well, I did prevent a major disaster. I guess this kind of service is to be expected." Suddenly, he flopped onto the bed and sighed. "Phew, the past 3 days of returning the stone were so chaotic. I really didn't want to get this famous." As Sangun scrolled through his phone, he realized videos of the battle were already all over the place. It was footage from the Japanese Hunter Association's helicopter. Below it were countless comments. Are all challengers this insanely strong? He's basically carrying the whole team by himself. Didn't he handle this whole incident on his own? I think I know who that is. There used to be a training center just for players called the White Lotus, and he trained there for 7 whole years. Okay, next liar, take the stage. No way, a talentless hack like that could drive off monsters and smash a whole building so easily. For real, he fights just like Shadowblade. He's a really good fighter. It wouldn't be weird to call him Shadowblade. For real. Lol. At this point, Sangun wondered, is this the Shadowblade that Kim Seung-hun mentioned? Then he thought to himself, but I can't believe he's the Thunder Emperor. Seung-hun is the Thunder Emperor, and even among the 30 S-rank hunters in Korea, his nickname is the most powerful. It's like he's standing on a high pedestal, cheered on by everyone. Sangun knew that he had cleared gates at a pace other S-rank hunters couldn't possibly match. You could say he was the hero of Korea. He then recalled the previous night when Seung-hun had given him a piece of paper, saying, "If anything happens, you can contact me. I'm serious. You can even consider this a recruitment offer. You can also contact me for more trivial reasons, or really, for any reason at all." Sangun realized this was definitely a recruitment offer. Just then, the system chimed that his time was up, and he pushed himself into a sitting position. Well, I'll keep getting stronger to be worthy of the nickname Shadowblade. Next, the system announced a return to the Tower of Trials, and Sion said with a sly grin, "Time to go back to the tower." When the system chimed again, announcing you had entered the 11th floor lobby, his surroundings changed. He reflected that the battle with Nam Gong-hyuk had taught him a lesson, then quietly called out for the shop. Sion believed the issue was stamina. His whole body was enveloped in a blue light, and then Sion recalled the moment his arm was burned, thinking that blood weakness was one of the most powerful healing skills he possessed, but it wouldn't activate if his stamina was insufficient. A thought flashed in his mind, telling himself it was time to get another stamina recovery skill. His fingers continuously swiped across the system screen. All the skills have vague information. The best way to solve this problem while trying to pick a skill is, in the end, Sion chose to buy them all. Next, a series of notifications appeared. You have purchased automatic stamina recovery D. Description: all stamina will automatically recover by 0.07% every 180 seconds. You have spent 15,000 points. You have purchased Moonlight Absorption E. Description: recovery ability will increase by 100% when exposed to moonlight. You have spent 10,000 points. You have purchased Sunlight Absorption E. Description: recovery ability will increase by 100% when exposed to sunlight. You have spent 10,000 points. You have purchased Overgrowth C. Description: all physical and stamina recovery abilities will be increased by 70%. You have spent 20,000 points. You have purchased Call of Blood C. Description: upon absorbing the blood of an opponent the user has killed, stamina and HP will be restored based on the amount of blood absorbed. You have spent 20,000 points. Sion watched with satisfaction as the notifications kept popping up. I've saved up enough points to buy all the skills I need and still have some left over. Just then, the system sent a new notification, activating a special perk, skill combination. Opening the skill menu. Please select the skills to combine from the skills you possess. He thought, first, I'll combine the skills that have similar effects. On one side was Sunlight Absorption E, and on the other was Moonlight Absorption E. In less than 2 seconds, the system responded, skill combination complete. The skill, Photosynthesis C, has been created. Skill, Photosynthesis C. Proficiency, 0%. Effect: recovery ability will increase by 200% when exposed to sunlight or moonlight. The user will be able to absorb mana through light. Seeing this, Sion was pleased. Alright, the skill rank increased quite a bit, and the advantages of the two skills were combined very well. However, he decided, now it would be great if I mixed in Call of Blood. That would be Photosynthesis C, with Call of Blood C. The system immediately announced that the skill combination was complete, and the skill's information was quickly updated. The skill, Blood Pact C, has been created. Skill, Blood Pact C, proficiency 0%. Effect: the user will be able to drain HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of creatures the player has killed. After hearing this, Sion commented with some disappointment. This one was a failure. The skill rank didn't increase, and the advantages of photosynthesis completely disappeared. Pausing for a moment, he called out again. Instantly, the system's sound chimed. You have purchased Call of Blood C. You have spent 20,000 points. What a big spender. Sion's finger tapped continuously on the screen. I'll just buy it again. I have plenty of points anyway. He stubbornly wanted to try again. I'll combine Blood Pact with Call of Blood one more time. It was Call of Blood C and Blood Pact C. Again, two sources of light merging. The system immediately sent the result, skill combination complete. A new skill is being created. Once more, the system chimed. The screen displayed, creating skill Seeker of Blood's Truth, B. Sion exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a B rank. Its information was also quickly updated. Skill, Seeker of Blood's Truth, B. Proficiency, 0%. Basic effect, the user will be able to drain life force, stamina, and mana from a creature's blood and will gain a powerful blood manipulation ability. Detailed effect, all blood lost by the user will automatically regenerate over time. Glancing through it, he understood he could drain life force, stamina, and mana from blood, but he was a bit curious. And I can control blood? What's that about? Sion used his sword to make a deep cut in his own palm, and fresh blood immediately appeared. He held out his hand, and the blood just floated up around it, but Sion calmly watched it, realizing he was testing it out. He smirked. "Ha! It really is blood manipulation. A spiked ball of blood formed in midair." Sion exclaimed happily. "Oh, I can create any shape I want." Next, the blood cells formed a glowing red sword. Suddenly, he got curious. Let's see about something like this. A bit of blood seeped from Sion's fingertip, and he immediately realized, oh, I can even force blood out without directly cutting the flesh. Although I'd have to cut myself to quickly use a large amount of blood, just by applying pressure, my finger couldn't take it and spurted blood. At this point, Sion was extremely satisfied, smirking. Seeker of Blood's Truth, this skill is going to be useful, he told himself. And I also spent some time upgrading the Eye of Truth. On the screen, a dazzling light flared up again. The system once again announced that a skill combination was complete. A new skill is being created. The skill Fire Dragon's Eye A+ has been created. Skill Fire Dragon's Eye A+, proficiency 0%. Basic effect. The power of the fire dragon will be imbued into the eye, allowing the user to see what is normally unseen. Detailed effect. The user can see item information and see through the lies of others. After that, Sion didn't hesitate to use it. The system announced that the fire dragon's eye skill was being created. Sangun's sharp eyes blazed with a blue light. His equipment was also updated, the old tailcoat of the vampire count. The user can temporarily create a blood shield by consuming their own life force. Next were the boots of acceleration. When enchanted, they grant a period of increased acceleration. Sangun thought to himself, these are things I couldn't see before. Ah, he looked down, staring at the sword in his hand, and the system immediately displayed its information. Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When the user reaches the maximum level of the Bloodfire Sword Art, its ultimate skill will be unlocked. Sangun immediately recalled that the Bloodfire Sword Art was the technique that allowed Namgong Hyuk to destroy the entire Shinjik region. The shockwave it released back then shook everything. He deduced that only those who had reached that level could awaken the true power of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. I just thought it was a pretty good sword. I never expected it to have a hidden ability like this. Without hesitation, Sangun made his selection on the screen and shouted, "Let's go." Immediately, the system announced that he was entering the 11th floor of the trial tower. Difficulty, hard. The current trial's theme is purification of the mind. Time remaining, 7 days. Clear condition. Complete the 7th trial within the time limit. Failure condition. The challenger dies or time runs out. Reward for completion. Ancient Mirror of Purification S rank. Penalty for failure. Death. The notifications were displayed clearly, along with several warnings. Despite this, Sangun calmly anticipated arriving at this place. When he got there, someone was already waiting. "Welcome to the Temple of Purification," he called out in confusion. "The Temple of Purification?" Johann replied, balancing his entire body on one leg. "Now, you must undergo the trials set forth by the gods of purification, and these trials will continue until you die. You're just a puny explorer, yet you dare to accept the trials of the gods. Therefore, you will have to face the consequences." Sangun understood. "So what do I have to do to pass the first trial?" As soon as he finished, the man asked in disbelief. "You don't even know the rules of the trials in the arena of the 7 ruling gods?" He nodded in confirmation. "No," he thought to himself. That must have been the Dark Knight's domain that took over the 5th floor. This made Johann quite disappointed. "I don't understand how a foolish explorer like you made it this far." "Very well, I will explain." According to him, the trials were simple. Prove your body, your faith, and your mind. Johann said seriously, "First is the body, and last is the mind, which is also the most difficult trial. The method for passing the trials is very simple." Sangun listened intently. "In each trial room, a high bishop will be waiting for you. You just need to proceed to the next room by either eliminating or persuading them." After hearing this, he focused on the main point and asked, "So I just need to get past that person, regardless of the method?" But the man just laughed and replied, "I have explained everything. You can find the answer for yourself." Johann channeled power into his legs, veins bulging on them. "Then let's begin." He charged forward, shouting, "First trial!" Their fists continuously collided as they relentlessly pursued each other. After exchanging a few blows, Sangun determined he was at the level of someone who had earned the title of pioneer. He extended one hand to block the blow while using the other to compress and eject a spray of blood, and the system immediately announced, activating skill, Seeker of Blood's Truth. He then grabbed Johan's arm, flicking a finger towards the charging man. Blood shot straight into his forehead, giving Johan no chance to react. Instantly, the man collapsed to the ground. Even Sangun had to admit, damn, this skill is insane. Then turning to the fallen man, he said, thanks for the explanation. Then the system announced, you have absorbed the soul of Bishop Johan. Proficiency has increased by 5.8%. Suddenly, a series of system messages appeared. The administrator, Bishop of the Seven Gods, is greatly astonished by the scene they have just witnessed. The administrator, God-slaying swordsman, is nodding at your actions. The administrator, warrior of the fallen world, hopes that you are an interesting individual. The administrator, seeker of the divine, says not to worry. You are doing an excellent job of proving yourself. He just stared blankly at the screen. Sangun frowned, speculating. Based on their nicknames, I think I've caught their attention because this trial is related to the gods. Suddenly, the system announced again. The administrator, iron-blooded tyrant king, is surprised by your actions. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is displeased that you entered the trial without a word. He exclaimed helplessly, what the heck? I don't even know how to contact the administrators. Then Sangun moved to inspect Johan's body. After searching for a moment, he pulled something out, exclaiming, he dropped an item. The system displayed an explanation. The administrator, Bishop of the Seven Gods, is silently observing you. Then, two more messages appeared. The administrator, Warrior of the Fallen World, is impressed by your greed. The administrator, God-slaying swordsman, nods as if in understanding. In contrast, he paid them no mind and quietly gave a command. The system announced the activation of the Fire Dragon's Eye skill. On the screen was the item's information, a mirror containing the divine power of a high bishop, C+ rank. The user can harness its divine power to create a holy shield a single time. When creating the holy shield, the user's mind may be destroyed. Sangun understood perfectly. This was just the basic information. Then, a line of information that only the Fire Dragon's Eye could see appeared, a remaining message sent by the system. The divine power within the mirror could guide the user to prove their destiny. He stared at the mirror, still a bit puzzled. It could guide the user to prove their destiny? What the hell is that supposed to mean? It sounds like it's just a one-time use item for creating a protective barrier. Then, Sangun walked away. He pressed a brick on the wall, hoping for many more physical trials. Just as Sangun opened the door, someone's voice echoed from within. A foreign explorer whose name I don't even know, yet they managed to get here so quickly. Diane sat on a chair, almost certain. Johan's time must be up. She didn't seem surprised. He asked, are you the bishop of the second trial? She nodded in confirmation. That's right, my dear explorer. Diane gripped the armrest and stood up, introducing herself. I am the bishop of the second trial, Diane. She forcefully threw the entire chair at Sangun, joyfully shouting, it's a pleasure to meet you. He caught the chair with his hand. She was also resorting to violence. A sharp glint appeared in Sangun's eyes as he confirmed, so this must also be a physical trial. As soon as he finished speaking, Diane kicked off and soared into the air. She swung her sword, preparing to strike down as she replied. Exactly. Diane excitedly slashed her sword down. Sangun leaned aside to dodge. She swung her sword again, and he ducked to avoid it. He silently observed this sword aura. Sangun's eyes flashed, remembering that it felt like he had used it before. The system announced, activating the power of the Sword Aura Master, activating the Lightning Sword Aura skill. He drew his sword and swung. Diane stared in astonishment at Sangun's skill. Her jaw dropped as fresh blood splattered everywhere. She was using her sword to support her injured body. Aura. How can a mere challenger use aura so proficiently? He held his sword tightly and retorted, why can you and not me? On the other side, Diane explained, holy power bestowed by God. That's how priests like me gain strength. I just never expected someone with no holy power at all could control such an unbelievable sword aura. Sangun frowned, thinking, holy power over here. She waved her hand, a green light flared up, and Diane recovered and lunged forward. He thought in annoyance that damage was truly fatal. Holy power. Such a troublesome power. Sangun raised his sword to parry the downward slash. He forcefully threw her back. From what I heard from the first priest, there's no need to kill people to pass these trials. Listen to me. Will you change your mind? Diane smirked and shook her head. I don't know. Maybe if you had a divine persuasion skill. At this point, Sangun himself was a little curious. How many physical trials like this are there? His words made her tense up in anger, a light flashing in her eyes. You're such an arrogant bastard. You're way too relaxed. You must think you've already won, huh? Diane lunged forward again. Win first, then ask those stupid questions. The sword slashed towards him, but Sangun just stood there motionlessly. At the same time, the system chimed in. Activating the instantaneous acceleration skill, her sword just flew past in an arc through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Diane, pinning both of her hands against the wall. Sangun stared intently at Diane and declared, "I've won." She still couldn't believe it, frowning as she yelled, "How can this be?" He didn't answer, just repeated his question. "Now tell me the trial process." Suddenly, Diane's cheeks flushed slightly red. "Do you intend to take something from me?" Just then, the system notifications rang out continuously. "The Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World is awaiting your answer." The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King squints and glares at you. The Administrator White Crane Swordmaster shows surprise at this question. Sangun applied even more force. The wall behind her also cracked. He stated firmly, "I have no interest in that." Hearing this, Diane forced a laugh. "That's good then." Immediately, the system sent a notification. The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King agrees with Diane. The Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says she knew you were a good person. The Administrator Divine Pursuer looks at you with a curious gaze. Sangun paid no mind to the constantly flashing screen. He frowned and asked, "Why would you ask that? Who would come all this way just to do that?" Diane replied, "You think others are like you? For an explorer, you're still pretty naive, aren't you?" Pausing for a moment, he still said, "Just give me the trial instructions," she explained seriously. "There are currently 2 more physical trial stages. The trial of faith will begin at the 5th stage and end at the 6th. Hearing that, he spoke up. "So in the end, there's only a single trial of divine power, right?" Diane nodded in confirmation. "That's right." While Sangun's hand was still gripping hers tightly, she advised him, "But before you get there, you'd be better off giving up." He looked down, confused. Diane laughed maniacally and announced, "No one has ever passed the 7th trial stage. Anyone who reaches that stage either goes mad or dies from bleeding incessantly from all their orifices." A blue light flashed in his eyes as the system announced, "The Fire Dragon's Eye skill confirms this is not a lie." Then, she bowed her head slightly. "That's all. The last thing I want to say to you is, it's been a long time since I've had such an exhilarating fight." Sangjun asked a question. "If there's a way to get out of here without killing you, tell me." But Diane shook her head. "There's no way," he wondered. "Aren't you afraid of death?" she explained enthusiastically. "Afraid of what? I'll just return to the tower, that's all." The sword in Sionun's hand swung. Blood splattered onto the wall. Delaying the inevitable changed nothing. Immediately after, the system notification rang out. "You have collected the soul of Priest Ren. Proficiency has increased by 8.8%. For some reason, as the fresh blood covered his body, Sionun felt a sense of revulsion. He then moved to another room, reaching out to open the door, revealing a blinding light from within. As it opened, a vast space came into view, along with a man who was already waiting. He reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword, then gave it a slight twirl, pointing the sword forward, ready for battle. Next, he introduced himself. "I am Lucilian, the sword of the God of Trials." Lucilian announced seriously, "From now on, I will test your martial arts. Prove that you are worthy to proceed." The sword in his hand blazed to life, flames coiling around it like a dragon. Lucilian shouted softly, "Aura Blade." Sionan's eyes widened slightly, staring in astonishment. He could feel it was unstable. But that, Sionan confirmed, was definitely a flame sword. That sword was emitting an immense pressure, illuminating the entire room. He quickly drew his own sword, thinking to himself, "It's only the 3rd trial stage and a flame sword has already appeared." Sionan understood one thing clearly. From this point on, he would have to risk his life. The two then charged at each other, blue and red light clashing, sending powerful shockwaves outward. But Lucilian managed to deflect his attack. Sionan lost his balance and stumbled back, having to use his hand to support himself. He frowned, deeply puzzled, but something was very strange. Was it physical ability? Sionan was certain that the man's techniques were no match for his own. On the other side, the man began to charge again. Sionan hurriedly swung his sword in response. He still didn't understand. So why was his sword energy dissipating? He recalled that strange guy Hyuk seeing Namgong Hyuk use a flame sword. He had thought it was a high-level skill. Perhaps it was just that he was too strong. In Sionun's assessment, this flame sword skill wasn't a high-level skill at all. Before his eyes, the two swords began to grind against each other. The flame sword flared up, starting to shatter the layer of ice, and finally dissipating all of his sword energy. No longer surprised, Sionun thought, "I knew it." His eyes narrowed. No matter how hard he tried, his sword energy continued to fade. Lucilian slashed down repeatedly, and he immediately jumped back to dodge. The ground was struck, creating a large crater, sending dirt and rocks flying. The man confidently asserted, "Even if your aura is strong, you cannot destroy this sword." Lucilian also announced that the only ones capable of doing so are those who can control even the things that cannot be seen. Sionun's face darkened. "He's weaker than me, but he's using a flame sword. This feels so irritating." Then he started to laugh, veins popping on his face. It was like seeing a dumb kid get a better test score than him. Sionun's hand gripping the sword tightened as he muttered to himself, "Something that cannot be seen? That sword." He was filled with determination. I will destroy it. Once again, the two swords swung down, fire and ice grinding against each other in a struggle. Lucilian pressed down with his sword and repeated, only those who can control the unseen can create a sword that cuts through everything. Sionun pushed forward another step, telling himself he would win. He went on to say that is how this blade contains absolute power. The sword in his hand emitted a strange green light. Lucilian was still certain that it was born to win. Sionun's eyes were resolute. I will definitely destroy it. Then, the flame sword in the man's hand broke into two pieces, the shard stabbing into Lucilian's chest, drawing blood. Fresh blood splattered all over him. Sionun was certain. I get it now. The difference between a flame sword and sword energy. The source of a flame sword's power is the user's will. A will strong enough to be perceived. He held his brightly shining sword upright. On the other side, Lucilian coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Suddenly, he wiped the blood away and laughed loudly. The wound on Lucilian's shoulder was horrifyingly deep, almost severing it from his body. His eyes sparkled brightly. Your sword energy is original, though it lacks the stability of mine, because my flame sword is merely borrowed from the god of trials, but I believe you have completed the test. Looking at that expression, Sionun wondered, is he happy? He realized that the man cared more about his achievement than his own death. It seemed he had some kind of purpose, whether it was fanaticism or faith. Lucilian trembled with emotion, so fast, even I could feel it. He advised, you have proven your martial skill, keep moving forward like this. And just like that, seeing this, Sionun swung his sword and took Lucilian's head. I will release you, the system immediately chimed. You have collected the soul of Priest Lucilian. Proficiency has increased by 14%. A red light once again flared up and enveloped his body. Next, the system sent a notification for his unique ability. Necromancer proficiency has reached 100%. Starting as a C-rank Necromancer, by using the unique ability, the Necromancer has ranked up. It is now ranked up to B-rank Necromancer. Sionun cheered with joy. I've reached rank B. He was now quite expectant, waiting seriously. I wonder what new skill I'll get this time. The system announced an additional effect. 6. When absorbing the soul of a stronger opponent, you may be allowed to take one of the opponent's abilities. As soon as he finished reading, Sionun's eyes widened in astonishment. A skill that takes other people's abilities? He thought to himself, quite satisfied. Necromancer has never disappointed me. And this is just at rank B. It's already this amazing. I wonder what other effects come with reaching A rank and S rank. Sion's information was also updated. Status Han Sion, Halo Ruler, Strength 86, Agility 85, Endurance 81, Stamina 84, Mana 79, Trait, Necromancy B, Unique Authority, Skill Synthesis, Authority, View More, Skills, View More. He couldn't help but be surprised. His stats were about to reach the hundreds. Back when I was at the academy, I never thought I could reach this level. The system chimed in succession. You have collected the soul of Priest Johann. Your stats will be permanently increased. You have collected the soul of Priest Jen. Your stats will be permanently increased. You have collected the soul of Priest Lillian. Your stats will be permanently increased. Sion's entire body lit up as he absorbed the power. The system announced, strength increased by 8 points, agility by 6 points, stamina by 7 points, mana by 8 points, and endurance by 8 points. It didn't stop there. As his system chimed again, acquired one of Priest Lillian's skills. You have obtained the skill Indomitable Will A. Its information was also updated. Skill, Indomitable Will A. Proficiency, 27%. Basic effect. Abilities, physical condition, and focus will increase when facing an opponent stronger than the user. Additional effect. When the skill is activated, acquiring new knowledge becomes easier, and mental protection skills are reinforced. After that, Sion continued to move forward. With his sword in hand, Sion walked straight to the next door. He placed his hands on the wooden door and pushed it open with all his might. When Sion flung the door open, there was no one inside. His eyes darted around curiously. Is no one here? Suddenly, a young boy with large angel wings appeared. Lucien must be dead. The words made Sion jump, his eyes widening. The angel boy with dark circles under his eyes then added, how unexpected. Just then, the system chimed. The Administrator Beast God Swordsman warns you to be careful. The Administrator Fallen World Warrior says that this is a tough opponent and you shouldn't let your guard down. The Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says that this opponent uses true sword ki. The Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King is impressed by the priest's powerful aura. Sion stepped back and swung his sword down. Seeing this, the boy descended as well. I guess you don't feel much like talking, do you? The angel boy narrowed his eyes and announced, then let's begin right away. Your fourth trial. He strode forward powerfully, his entire body enveloped in a golden light. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the training priest, Kiran. I will now begin the verification of your body according to the rules of verification. The system suddenly chimed. The user has encountered a stronger opponent. The skill Indomitable Will is activating. Sion now realized that the previous priest's energy couldn't even compare to this one's. Kieran opened his palm, and a shard of broken glass floated in the air. He gripped it tightly in his hand, and a blinding light flared up. From it, a blast of energy shot straight toward where Sion was standing. Sion quickly leaped away to dodge, but to Sion's surprise, it seemed to have a mind of its own. Circling back to pursue him, the system chimed, activating the skill, Fire Dragon's Eye. As he swung his sword down at the energy, Sion used his special eyes to observe the beam of light. It reflects off the shard to deal damage. He launched himself into the air, silently calculating that he needed to attack before those beams of light could. Sion flew up with his sword, yet Kieran remained standing there, unfazed. His large angel wings slowly spread wide. Then, Kieran began flapping his wings powerfully, releasing a mighty gust of wind that blew away the charging Sion. At the same time, Kieran drew a sharp sword and slashed down forcefully. Sion immediately raised his own sword to block, thinking to himself, "I'll have to use the fire sword." Suddenly, Kieran, using the same old trick again, the large wings flapped continuously, and Sangun fell back, landing on the ground. Feathers scattered around him, and he judged that this must be his opponent's surefire method. Sangun recalled how Chiron used his skills. He used beams of light to attack from a distance, and even if his opponent managed to block, they would be injured by reflections from mirrors placed everywhere, striking from blind spots. Next, he used those wings to create a downward gust of wind, breaking his opponent's balance, then counterattacked with his fire sword. Chiron relentlessly pressed forward, slashing down, and Sangun fell helplessly. Sangun landed and assessed the situation. What a damn technique. His opponent's large wings folded to conceal Chiron inside. Sangun defended while observing, but it was incredibly difficult to destroy those mirrors. Sangun mentally calculated the paths of that attack. If small fragments reflected the beams of light, it would be impossible to block all of them, even if he could identify them with his Fire Dragon's Eye. The system notification sounded again. Administrator, Overlord of the Blue Sky, is beginning to doubt the difficulty of the 11th floor trial. Administrator Repentant Priest is shocked by how proficient the training round priest is. Administrator Shadow Demon wonders how you will die. After reading it, Sangjun also wondered how he would die. Just as he thought of his own administrators, the system chimed in. Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King is annoyed that the priest is stalling for time. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is eager to see your reaction. Sangun swung his sword in response, reassuring them. Don't you worry. In the distance, Chiron held a piece of broken mirror in both hands. He narrowed his eyes and warned, "It won't be easy this time. Just you try." Chiron summoned orbs of light, which appeared, each emitting terrifying destructive power. They crisscrossed and intertwined, simultaneously attacking Sangun where he stood. A massive explosion erupted, with smoke and flames raging. Suddenly, the system announced that energy charging was complete. Chiron's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Below, Sangun had used a shield to protect himself and was completely unharmed. The system chimed in again. Skill Counter Shield is preparing to reflect the absorbed damage. His eyes hardened as he yelled, "Release!" Instantly, the system announced that the Counter Shield skill was releasing all absorbed damage at once, blasting out from the energy shield. Chiron was pierced by the force of his own power, and fresh blood spurted out. He still couldn't believe it, coughing dryly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chiron gritted his teeth in confusion. "What is this? I saw no evidence that you've learned magic," he surmised. "Could it be that you were granted holy authority?" Pausing for a moment, Sangun retorted, "I have no idea what holy authority is." Chiron said nothing more, simply nodding. "I see." His body, seemingly exhausted, slowly descended. "You neither fled nor were defeated. I declare that you have completed the entire trial of physical proof." Finally, Chiron announced, "You have met the standard." What followed was a familiar scene. The system chimed, "You have absorbed the soul of Priest Chiron. Proficiency has increased by 13%, but this time, there was a slight difference." The system announced, "As the soul is stronger than the user, an assessment for authority absorption will begin." After a moment, it continued, "Assessment complete. The authority of Priest Chiron has been evaluated, and the soul's authority has been extracted." This information left Sangun quite surprised, as a magic circle appeared before his eyes. The C+ rank Holy Power Authority will be engraved into the soul of Han Sangun. Sangun stared at it, deep in thought. Holy power is the energy that the priests here use instead of mana. A dazzling light emanated from Sangun's chest. "I can feel the energy in my heart, but I can't move it," he stated firmly. "This is different from mana." A system notification appeared. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster suspects the holy power is in your central core. Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King is surprised that there is no holy seal within your holy power. Even Sangun was curious. Is holy power that amazing? The system appeared again. "You have collected the soul of Priest Chiron. Your stats will permanently increase. Strength increased by 4 points, agility by 3 points, stamina by 3 points, mana by 4 points, and endurance by 5 points. Another door opened, and light from within shone out. Suddenly, an old voice called out, "Welcome." His eyes flashed as he looked in that direction. An old woman was already waiting there, and she even gave him a nickname, the martial arts fanatic. He thought in confusion, "Martial arts fanatic?" Sangun asked aloud. "What does that mean?" She explained. "Isn't your goal simply to win and keep winning? To constantly become stronger and one day become the most powerful being?" He remained silent, lost in thought. "I do want to get stronger, but become the most powerful being? Isn't that an exaggeration?" As if hearing his inner thoughts, the old woman appeared right next to Sangun in the blink of an eye. "I'm not exaggerating. That is simply the ultimate result of your efforts." He warily furrowed his brow and spun around. Sangun swung his sword in a wide arc, but there was no one standing behind him anymore. Henia stepped on Sangun's head, reminding him, "Don't get too carried away." His eyes widened in shock. She moved constantly, announcing, "This trial isn't to test your physical strength, but to prove your faith." Sangyun couldn't pinpoint Henia's location and, extremely frustrated, swung his sword all around his body, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it! He was on the verge of going insane. How is this kind of movement so ridiculous? Sangyun's mind was filled with nothing but images of her. He felt fear, broke out in a sweat, and it felt as if the old woman had completely taken over his mind. Countless old arms rose up, as parts of Henia's body seemed to detach and surround him. The hand gripping Sangyun's ankle tightened with all her strength. Suddenly, a sinewy hand reached out. It grabbed his face, while many strong hands held Sangyun's body tight, and before his eyes was her aged face. Henia pursed her lips and took a slight breath in, then suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "This essence!" The entire surrounding space changed instantly. Henia uttered a single word, "Approved." He glanced around. Sangun asked in confusion, "What? Approved? What do you mean?" Henia announced, "You have passed the 5th trial." She told him he could go now, and he asked in confusion, "How so?" Henia explained that the 5th trial begins with heightened perception. In other words, only those with strong willpower are capable of looking directly into their inner selves. She said, "I have sensed that strong willpower in you, a steadfast will that would shred anyone just to become stronger." Henia herself grew a bit nostalgic. "I still remember that feeling. The craving to become stronger. No matter who you have to destroy in return, that desire hidden deep within your many layers has not ceased." She urged him, "If you want to destroy this old woman, then hurry up and do it. Before my light fades, I too wish to find peace." Sangyun's face darkened as he remained silent. Finally, he spoke up, "No," startling Henia. She wondered, "Why?" Sangyun replied curtly, "I've already passed the trial, so what's the point in taking more lives? You're asking something so obvious? That's really something," Henia exclaimed, truly unexpected. Suddenly, he lunged forward as if to swing his sword, but she spoke again. "If I had known, I would have made you go through the entire trial. Let me repeat myself. You have passed." Henia patted Sangun on the shoulder and smiled gently. "Farewell, young man." Before vanishing, she didn't forget to add, "I hope you successfully prove yourself." Now, Sangun was left all alone. Suddenly, his eyes glinted as he stared straight ahead, and the entire space around him went pitch black without a single trace of light. He stood frozen as the darkness gradually seeped in. Soon, he was plunged into a pitch-black void, unable to see his own hand in front of his face. Just then, Ayn appeared, whispering in Sangyun's ear, "Hello." He immediately spun around and swung his sword in an arc, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as he thought, "Again?" She immediately replied through his thoughts, "Yes, you guessed correctly. You've entered the realm of consciousness once again." Sangyun gritted his teeth in frustration. "I knew it." On his neck was a small sprout. Ayn explained, "Henia planted a seed on you, which is why you're able to enter the realm of consciousness." Sangyun recalled the moment she had patted him and exclaimed, "So Henia is the name of that old shaman from before?" She kindly confirmed, "Exactly." Inside the tangled web of consciousness, he found himself bound by threads and floating in the air. Ayn stood beside him, reassuringly saying, "But you don't need to worry too much." She stared at Sangun, whose eyes were closed, and announced, "I'm watching over your physical body on the outside." He broke out in a cold sweat. "That's even more worrying." Ayn took out her sword, pointed it at Sangun's neck, and mused, "Goodness, why must you be so harsh? Who speaks so rudely to a lady?" Then, she asked with great excitement, "I could poke a hole in your throat right now if I wanted to. Would that be okay?" Sangun asked a bit nervously, "May I ask how I'm supposed to prove my faith?" She laughed, looking at him cheerfully. "Look at you, asking so politely. How cute." "All right then, let me explain." Ayn instructed him diligently. "Right now, you are in the realm of consciousness. You just need to look directly into your own realm of perception, and the 6th trial will be over." He still didn't quite understand. My realm of perception? What do you mean? She explained with great patience. A person's perception is greatly influenced by their faith, but you don't need to worry about that. It just feels like closing your eyes and falling into the dark. Sangun listened intently, seemingly understanding now. So, you're saying if I can perceive the essence within the realm of perception, a place where nothing can normally be seen, then I'll pass? Ain nodded in confirmation. Precisely. All right then. In the name of Ain, as the Inquisitor Nun, I declare the sixth trial has begun. The ground beneath Sangun's feet turned into a pitch-black pool of water, startling him. Then, caught off guard, Sangun was submerged beneath the black water. He frowned, pursing his lips to keep from suffocating. Ain was still rambling to Sangun's physical body. Surprised? The pain feels very real, doesn't it? You'll have to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, she glanced at the bubbles rising around him and announced, you'll get to experience the sensation of drowning. Suddenly the system chimed, activating special skill, rock solid mind. His entire body erupted in a brilliant light, making even Ain recoil in surprise. The system continuously displayed a notification. Due to the special skill Rock Solid Mind C, the user will not lose composure, and restrictions on perception will be limited. Sangun breathed a silent sigh of relief, reassuring himself, this feels much better. As long as I don't panic, I can hold my breath. He glanced at his hand, recalling, and just a moment ago, I think something brushed past my fingertips. At the same time, Ain's voice rang out, you're truly steadfast, aren't you? I never expected you to react by moving your physical body while your mind was lost in the realm of consciousness. In reality, she was slightly injured and clutched the spot with her hand, silently warning herself, a self-defense instinct even while unconscious. Even Ain had to admit, he was truly formidable. I'll help keep it a secret that I almost destroyed him. An invisible hand was waiting over Sanjun's head. Sanjun was starting to move his limbs again. It's okay. My physical senses are slowly returning, though it's a bit slow. Cold sweat poured down her face in utter astonishment. What? You're not supposed to be able to feel anything in there. It's only been 2 hours and you can already feel your body? Are you some kind of monster? Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. 2 hours? I thought only 1 minute had passed. Ain explained. Time in the real world passes much faster than in here, Sangun exclaimed in shock. What? He looked up, thinking to himself, this is too dangerous. If I get stuck in here for the remaining 7 days, I'll die from the trial failure penalty. I have to find a way to look into the realm of consciousness as fast as possible. Sangun's eyes blazed with red flames. If only my body awareness could be restored through a rock-solid mind, then maybe I could activate other skills too. At the same time, the system announced the activation of the Fire Dragon's Eye skill. His entire body erupted in a blazing red flame, the force of the blast threatening to blow away the water orbs. Suddenly, he stared intently at one spot and shouted, I see it, but then he froze for a moment in confusion. Everything around him was bright red, and there was even a waterfall of blood. Sangun dazedly guessed. A sea of blood? Ain grabbed her head and screamed in disbelief. Impossible, what's happening? How did the normally hazy realm of consciousness suddenly become so vivid? Right before her eyes, a large pair of wings appeared on his back. Ain's jaw dropped in shock once more, but she tried to regain her composure. I have a question for you. Are you even human? Why did those strange wings just sprout from your back? Meanwhile, the system displayed a notification for the activation of the special skill, Iron Wings. Sangun used his wings to fly upward, leaving only a trail of blue light behind. He contemplated his own realm of consciousness, which he saw through the Fire Dragon's eye. Although he wasn't entirely sure what it symbolized, the place looked distorted and terrifying. After flying to a certain spot, Sangun stopped, hovering high above, looking down at the swords arranged in a circle. He stared intently at the sword nearest to him, then reached out his large hand. Sangun grasped the sword's hilt. The red light on it flashed non-stop as if it were struggling. After a brilliant downward slash, he landed powerfully. The ground beneath his feet shattered completely, sending surrounding debris flying everywhere. Sangun was slightly amazed as he looked at the objects floating in front of him. He pointed to himself and asked, Did I cause all this? Ain replied helplessly. Who else do you think did it? Instantly, the system chimed in. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is delighted that you have awakened. Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King breathes a sigh of relief that you have awakened. Administrator Warrior of the World is shocked that you woke up faster than expected. Sangun brushed the dust from his clothes and asked, But is that all it takes to prove my faith? I don't really see the connection. She looked up and replied, Proving one's faith is the path to acknowledging oneself. He asked quizzically, Acknowledging myself? Ain explained. People often don't clearly understand their own beliefs. They don't even know what they truly believe or think about. The purpose of this trial is to face the realm of consciousness created from your own thoughts, beliefs, and actions. Furthermore, she said it's about overcoming a dark past and becoming stronger without losing your sense of self. That's what I read from your inner mind. What do you think? Pretty blunt, right? Sangun walked forward, swinging his arms. Sometimes, being honest with your own desires is the right path. As Sangun opened the next door, a bright light flashed, and Ein spoke up. Farewell, young explorer. Then the system immediately announced, you have reached the 7th trial. Inside was a bizarre space, where rocks and other objects floated in mid-air. In front of him was a circle with chaotic energy swirling like a space portal. Sangun's eyes widened in awe, feeling as if he were being pulled inside. The system announced, the god of scrutiny is watching you. The vortex transformed into a giant eye and stared intently at him. At that moment, Sangun remembered Ain's words, no one has ever passed the 7th trial. He couldn't withstand it and dropped to his knees, the pressure so immense it cracked the ground beneath him. He supported himself with his hands, panting heavily. The system announced, the god of scrutiny has recognized the presence of challenger Han Sangun. The giant eye observed him without blinking. Sangun was under immense pressure, unable to stop the cold sweat from pouring down. Why am I getting so sleepy? As his eyes began to droop, he thought, no, this isn't right. Sangun realized that what he was seeing was a large, red-eyed snake chasing a tiny mouse. Sangun kept gasping for air. He was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, as if he had encountered a supreme being he could not resist. My body is giving up on survival. I can only accept its gaze. So this is what a god is. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and screamed, I won't submit anymore. The image of his blood-soaked home flashed in his mind, along with a shattered family photo on the floor. Back then, a helpless Sangun could only clutch his head as tears streamed down his face. Returning to the present, he raised his sword and screamed, never again. Without hesitation, Sangun pierced his own hand with the sword. The system chimed continuously. The weakened blood skill has been activated. All damage taken is reduced by 17%. His eyes blazed with determination as he shouted, I won't do something so stupid again. I won't just stand by helplessly and let people trample all over me anymore. Sangun drew his sword, thinking that every challenge has a way to be overcome. He swung his sword in a single motion, standing there panting. The Tower of Trials was probably built this way. Sangun gritted his teeth, wondering if he could even slash that eye. He charged forward with fiery determination, but no matter how slim the chance, even if he could only get 1 centimeter closer, Sangun clenched his jaw, determined to land a strike. As he swung his sword down, he told himself, it's just a god. The sword aura flew straight toward the giant eye, the attack getting closer and closer, yet it remained motionless. Suddenly, the giant eye vanished, and the sword aura dissipated into thin air. Sangun had used all his strength, now completely exhausted, cold sweat pouring down, cursing his own consciousness. Once again, the giant eye appeared, and the system notifications rang out continuously. Your courage has impressed the Inquisitor God. The Inquisitor God is very pleased to have finally met a challenger with such strong mental fortitude. The Inquisitor God recognizes your incredibly confident gaze and demands you prove yourself. He just stared blankly at it. The system displayed another message. The Inquisitor God will remember the presence of the challenger Han Sangun. Sangun was still utterly confused. Finally, the system announced, the Inquisitor God declares that the 7th gate has opened. The giant eye gradually shrank before disappearing completely. The surrounding space returned to normal, and he shouted, it's gone. But Sangun kept his head down, cold sweat still streaming as he muttered, the Inquisitor God. Do beings like gods really exist? Suddenly, a large mirror appeared before him. Sangun slowly stood up, curious. What is this? The system chimed again, linking with your future self and beginning synchronization. In the mirror was another Sangun with long, flowing hair. He reached out a hand to touch it. On the other side, the mirror self reached out in the exact same way. Just then, a brilliant red light erupted, startling Sangun. The system announced, beginning mind verification. Synchronization rate with your mirror self is gradually increasing. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Sangun whole. Without stopping, the system continuously popped up messages. The most suitable trial has been found for the challenger Han Sangun, verifying that your conviction will not change even in the future. He stared blankly ahead. Sangun's heart skipped a beat, realizing he was floating in mid-air, causing him to struggle in astonishment. Below, Johann was kneeling on the ground, wondering, where is this? He was stunned once again. Sangun recognized him as Johann from the first gate. He was weeping uncontrollably. My mirror. My mirror. Where did my mirror go? Behind him, a bright light flared up, and mirrors instantly materialized. Sangun whipped his head around to look, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, this place is... The surrounding space changed again. Looking at the bustling scene below, Sangun guessed, is this Korea? Suddenly, he spotted his mirror self down below. That's my future self from before. How did I get back here? As Sangun followed him, the mirror self was using a sword to cut its own hand. He frowned, frozen in confusion. Wait, what is he trying to do? Instantly, the people outside were pierced by a wave of sword aura, and endless screams echoed. Seeing this, Sangyun's jaw dropped as he cursed, "This psycho!" Just then, the system announced, "Synchronization rate with your mirror self has sharply increased by 10%. His body trembled as if trying to endure it. Sangyun gritted his teeth, feeling as if his chest was about to shatter into 100 pieces. That disgusting, mixed feeling, it was maddening guilt, followed by rage. Suddenly, Johann appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. "Was it you? The one who took my mirror?" Sangyun hadn't sensed him at all and was completely shocked. Before he could react, the man's large hand forcefully twisted Sangyun's head. Large, glowing red tendrils instantly wrapped tightly around his head, leaving only one eye exposed, and the system immediately announced, "All mind-interfering skills of the challenger Han Sangyun have been sealed." Sangyun swung his sword and slashed at Johann, instantly severing his head. Even then, the man was still crying and shouting, "Mirror!" He clutched his own head in frustration. Damn it. During a mind verification, protecting one's mind is paramount. If mind calm has been sealed, how am I supposed to do this? Without giving Sangyun a moment's rest, the red energy surged up continuously. He flinched and whipped around. His mirror self was reaching out to receive this red energy, looking incredibly pleased. If I'd known this earlier, I would have broken my limits back then. The system popped up again. Synchronization rate with your mirror self has sharply increased by 20%. Sangyun's remaining eye bulged. The system announced again, due to excessive mental shock, you are entering a state of abnormal mana deviation. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, Sangyun struggled to wipe the blood away. How? Why? He just stared at his other self below, absorbing the dark energy. Why would I do something so evil? It's true, I'm obsessed with something called power, but there's no way I could do something like that. At that moment, the system notifications rang out continuously. You are entering a state of abnormal mana deviation. If the mana deviation is not resolved, the proficiency of the mana circuit skill will decrease by a maximum of 10%. Mana circuit skill proficiency decreased by 0.3%. Mana circuit skill proficiency decreased by 0.7%. Mana circuit skill proficiency decreased by 0.4%. Sangyun clutched his chest and cried out in pain. My mana circuit is so hot. The scene changed once again, and the mirror self was now wearing different clothes. Before him was the martial arts world. He walked forward aggressively and ordered, "Bring out the leader of the martial arts alliance now." The mirror self was incredibly arrogant. "I'll at least spare the lives of the people here." Just as he finished speaking, someone nearby spoke up. "Lately, a madman called the Demon Sword has appeared in the martial arts world, and looking at you, I think that name is perfect for you." The man introduced himself. "A pleasure to meet you. I am the leader of the martial arts alliance, Jingan." But the other didn't reply, and instead stomped on the ground to charge forward. Jingan also drew his sword, ready to fight. The two of them clashed, their sword auras colliding continuously, the force of their attacks radiating outwards and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. A moment later, all the disciples here had been slaughtered. Blood was everywhere, and bodies were scattered all over the place. Only then did the man realize, falling to his knees and exclaiming, "I've been tricked," Jingan angrily asked. "You killed everyone you said you would spare. Have you no shame?" The mirror self replied, "No." He narrowed his eyes, his voice filled with contempt. "Those cowards are nothing but resources for my conquest. Resources that don't tire me or get me injured, that's their only value." Then, a single sword strike sent the man's head flying. Meanwhile, the system chimed in. "The synchronization rate between you and the mirror self has sharply increased, 30%. Instantly, Sangyun coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He could feel it himself. During the time the location in the mirror was changing, after my other selves were killed thousands of times and grew stronger, the mirror self moved to another place and began its slaughter. The priest kneeling on the ground tried to chant a curse. "You will be cursed! O Ares, king of all gods, curse your very life to death." Sangyun recalled how he used to be like a monster, taking on a crazed appearance and focusing only on becoming stronger. When he was about to destroy the king of all beasts, a priest spoke up to stop him. "Stop right now. Haven't you already killed all of the king's people? Please spare the king's life." He was certain this was a mad monster that had never known defeat, and the space shifted again. The man sat sprawled on the ground in disbelief. Impossible? The invader of the martial arts dimension came to a tiny dimension like this? At the same time, another system notification arrived. The synchronization rate between you and the mirror self has sharply increased, 40%. Sangyun was in extreme pain, throwing his head back and screaming. The mirror self's red eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, and the system chimed in again. "The synchronization rate between you and the mirror self has sharply increased, 50%. He couldn't bear it, clutching his head with both hands, Sangyun deduced. If the synchronization rate kept increasing, the pain became so intense that tears streamed down his face, and he couldn't help but curse. What is this feeling? This satisfaction is no joke. The scene changed again. A large building was emitting a brilliant blue light. Sung-hun powerfully kicked the iron door open. He was furious and yelled, "You think you can just walk away after doing all this messed up stuff?" Sung-hun shouted at the mirror self who was gripping Chonjok's neck. Han Sayeon just stood there in the rain, her voice trembling slightly. Why? Why would you do this? She couldn't hold back and cried out, "What reason do you have to choose killing people to become stronger?" The mirror self coldly replied, "A reason? You're asking me such a meaningless question?" The mirror self released his grip, and Chonzok's body slammed onto the wet ground. Next, he drew his blood-stained sword. "I kill people because it aids my growth." Seung-hun walked forward step by step. "You know I can control lightning, don't you?" He even threw his mask to the ground. He unleashed an incredible power, warning, "In weather like this, you'd better prepare yourself for death." Seung-hun's sword gathered the surrounding lightning as he charged forward, shouting, "Die, you vile fiend." The mirror self maintained a disdainful attitude. "Yes, even I can't consider you an easy opponent." He then smirked triumphantly. "But that's only when I was still Han Sang-yoon." A system notification sounded, taking his life by cutting him in half. A red sword slash appeared before Seung-hun's astonished eyes. Meanwhile, Sayeon was crying pitifully. She opened her mouth and screamed, "Please, please snap out of it." Han Sang-yoon seemed to awaken from within a dream. Sang-yoon's entire body was being clung to by red energy, pulling him backward. He gritted his teeth, trying to break free. "If I make a mistake, I'll be devoured by this guy's mind. It's only 50% synchronized, but it already feels like my mind is being split in two. I need to find a solution quickly before it's too late." The system continuously chimed. "The synchronization between you and the mirror self has increased to 60%. Proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.1%. Proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.5%. Proficiency of the mana circuit skill has decreased by 0.2%. At the same time, blood gushed uncontrollably from Sangun's eyes and nose. His entire body felt like it was being dragged into a quagmire of fresh blood. The system announced, "The synchronization between you and the mirror self has reached 70%. Sangun was bound tightly by the quagmire, unable to move. "I can't hold on much longer. This mental shock is too great. I can't even distinguish between pain and pleasure anymore." But suddenly, he couldn't control his own thoughts. "This feels amazing." And he even smirked slyly. Instantly, he was plunged into the quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Finally, Sangyun was completely swallowed by it. Suddenly, he remembered when Johan was choking him. "Was it you who took my mirror?" In Sangyun's mind was the image of himself searching the man's body for an item. Just before that, the system chimed. The mirror was filled with the divine power of the C+ High Priest. A mirror imbued day after day with the divine power of High Priest Johan, capable of creating a divine shield one time. When the divine shield is activated, mental disturbance will be reduced to a certain extent. From within the mire, the hand holding the mirror broke free from its bonds and rose to the surface. System notifications appeared one after another. The mirror filled with the divine power of the C+ High Priest is being activated. The divine shield protects you and removes all mental disturbance to a certain degree. Sangyun slowly emerged from the mire, pulling down the bandages wrapped tightly around his head. Again, a system message appeared. "The abnormal state energy chaoses has been cancelled." Immediately, his mirror self froze as if a switch had been flipped, not even understanding what was happening. Just as the mirror self was about to strike Heian with its sword, a hand pierced through its head and tore it apart. Sangjun roared, using both hands to rip his mirror self in two. He shouted with determination, "I will not let myself be devoured." At that moment, the system announced, "You have completed Resolve." Stamina increased by 1 point. A red light flared up from the rooftop, spreading outwards. At the same time, another system message appeared. "You have proven that your faith will not waver. The mental test has ended." The scene returned to the space of the 7th door. At this moment, Sangyun still hadn't fully recovered. "Have I been here this whole time?" A system notification appeared. "The administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King is relieved that his contractor is safe." The administrator Warrior from a fallen world laughs loudly, saying, "He didn't expect you to overcome it." The administrator White Crane Swordmaster is pleased that his contractor has returned to normal. The God of Judgment is satisfied with the performance of Challenger Sangjun. The God of Judgment wishes to meet Challenger Han Sangjun. Suddenly, the entire space began to collapse. His entire body plummeted downwards as another system message popped up. The God of Judgment is forcibly summoning Challenger Han Sangyun to the Divine Realm. As he fell, Sangyun wondered, "A forced summoning to the Divine Realm?" The system explained that the God of Judgment has used his divine power on the Tower of Trials to gain temporary authority. The administrators can no longer observe Challenger Sangyun. The Tower of Trials has permitted this summoning, provided that Han Sang-gyun remains safe. Entering the divine realm of judgment, he was still in freefall. Cold sweat poured down Sang-gyun's face as he screamed uncontrollably. Contrary to his expectations, the surrounding space was brightly lit, with a thin sheet of ice under his feet. He wondered, where is this? Suddenly, a blinding golden light flared, and a man appeared. His white hair fluttered as he looked down at him from above. Through the system, the being asked, "Who are you? Why do I sense divine power from you?" Sang-gyun deduced, "It was the God of Judgment." The being replied, "You don't need to stare at me like that, though I'm sure to your eyes, my form is just a brilliant mass of light. But seeing you in person, I find it even stranger. Are you perhaps a divine replica created by the tower?" Sang-gyun asked in confusion. "A divine replica? I'm not sure what you mean," the God of Judgment explained. "Divine replicas. I believe you call them administrators. I'm asking if you received your divine power through a contract with the tower." Sang-gyun shook his head and replied, "I'm not an administrator, just a challenger." The being nodded in confirmation. "Yes, you are indeed different from the divine replicas. The divine power you possess is your own." Hearing this, Sang-gyun was still confused. The God of Judgment mused curiously, "The tower has become more interesting in my absence." Then, he surmised, "They must have realized they cannot create authentic beings by using divine replicas." He continued to mutter to himself, "Creating a true being by using an apostle of a divine replica. Ah, I see. Challenger Han Sang-gyun, you are no ordinary existence." Sang-gyun's eyes widened in shock. "What?" He recalled that image in his mind, still confused. "He's talking as if I've done something extraordinary, but all I did was defeat Chiron and happen to obtain divine power," Sang-gyun asked curiously. "Is divine power that important?" The God of Judgment was surprised. "You truly don't know the answer, even though you yourself extracted divine power? I assumed you removed all traces of the god because you were aware." Then, the being seemed to realize, "It appears you are completely unaware." Sang-gyun answered honestly, "I just obtained it by chance." Suddenly, the God of Judgment grew slightly angry, placing a hand on his hip. "By chance, you say? You just happened to completely remove the traces of a god from the divine power I bestowed upon my servant?" He explained, "Perhaps you don't realize it, but extracting Chiron's divine power was no mere coincidence. I can clearly sense this is a matter of causality." Hearing this, Sang-gyun thought in shock. "Causality?" The God of Judgment affirmed, "I am certain that the Tower of Trials has very high expectations for you." Sang-gyun was confused. The Tower of Trials has expectations for a challenger? The being suddenly turned away, exclaiming, "I have made a mistake. It seems I was not permitted to tell you that. The tower is angry." Then, the God of Judgment immediately departed, his voice still echoing, "Let us part ways here. Challenger Han Sang-gyun, I shall watch your journey ahead." Seeing this, Sang-gyun hurriedly reached out. "I still have things to ask. What's going to happen to me in the future?" he asked with great curiosity. "The divine power is one thing, but what is this causality you spoke of?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden headache shot through him, forcing Han-soon to grab his head. After a brief pause, the proctor god spoke again. "It seems you have looked too deeply into your own future." Han-soon's vision was flooded with red, as if surrounded by blood. The god reminded him, "When you gaze into the void gazes back into you. The void is always waiting for an opportunity to invade your mind." The proctor god warned, "That is something you should be wary of." Finally, he announced, "You will soon return to the place you came from." He desperately shouted, "Can't we talk a little longer?" The proctor god replied, "It's a shame, but this conversation must end here. I have no choice, for the tower is a difficult entity to negotiate with, even for a god." He kindly advised, "If you manage to reach the Temple of Trials later, I will be able to answer some of your questions. I will leave you with one piece of advice. Do not trust the other gods. They now see you as an enemy." At the same time, the system announcement rang out, "Congratulations, you have cleared the 11th floor. The reward, Old Mirror of Examination S, will be sent to your inventory. You have received a reward of 71,000 points. You have received a reward of 3,000 credits. You have received an additional reward of 1,500 credits." Now transferring to the waiting room. The space around Han-soon changed again, and he landed gently on the ground. He was still lost in thought. A god, a transcendent being, had told him that absorbing Chiron's divine power wasn't a coincidence, but a matter of causality. It must be causality. Moreover, he said the tower had very high expectations for him, a challenger. Han-soon speculated that the tower was behind everything, from his ability to make contracts with the administrators to his ability to extract Chiron's divine power, and he wondered, so what is the tower's ultimate goal? Han-soon kept muttering the proctor god's words to himself, the administrators, divine replicas, divine power, creating a false divinity, and especially his warning. "Do not trust the other gods." He slumped down helplessly. "I don't understand anything. This is so frustrating." Suddenly, Hansun realized one thing. At least even if the gods considered him an enemy, they couldn't do anything to him thanks to the tower. Right at that moment, the system chimed. System is expanding. Earth has been registered as an official tower climbing dimension in the Tower of Trials. As a benefit of registration, the Invasion Dimension Protection feature will be added. From now on, challengers from other dimensions will receive a penalty when visiting Earth. As a benefit of registration, challengers other than the Pioneers will receive increased income. Administrators can now spectate the challenger Hansun. Following that, a series of notifications arrived. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is relieved to see you again. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, sniffles and looks you over. These messages made Hansun smile for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled what the Proctor God had said earlier. Divine replicas. I believe you call them administrators. Hansun's eyes lit up as he realized that the administrators were also a type of god. His thoughts were in turmoil. So, can I trust them? But then Hansun gritted his teeth and reminded himself, no, right now I can't trust anyone. Even so, he cursed in frustration. Damn it! The system popped up at the same time. You have entered the iron-blooded realm. Hansun was teleported to Canaria's familiar place. She rushed out. Hansun, are you hurt anywhere? But before she could finish her sentence, he swung his sword at her. Canaria hastily dodged out of the way. Not understanding what was happening, she exclaimed, Hansun! Hansun's head was still bowed. All of you administrators, he questioned coldly, his eyes lifeless. Are you all working with the tower to use me? Cold sweat poured down Canaria's back as she silently deduced that he was likely still under some influence. Because of the mental test, Hansun didn't stop, continuously swinging his sword to attack, while Canaria kept leaping backward to dodge the incoming sword aura. She thought in astonishment, is he attacking me? But she couldn't help but shout, Hansun, snap out of it! You're not in your right mind! He exerted his pressure, and streaks of blood transformed into sharp spears, ready for battle, still repeating the question. The administrators and the tower. There's some connection between them, isn't there? Hansun was almost certain, his eyes flashing, to use the challengers. Canaria slid a long way across the snow with her sword and replied, you're not making any sense. So she swung her sword forcefully to slash away the blood streaks, shouting, get a hold of your emotions, Hansun. His face was cold. Why do you keep telling me to control my emotions? Hansun's expression was demonic. I'm perfectly sane. Seeing this, she shouted in alarm, wait! But he didn't hear her, and brought his sword down in a single stroke. Canaria's voice echoed, if you really put all your power into that. The sword aura struck, sending snow flying everywhere. When Canaria looked again, a massive gash stretched across the snow, having also sliced away half of her house. At this point, Canaria's anger flared up, and she growled through her teeth, you really want to do this? Her sharp sword appeared behind Hansun, and not just one, but many swords were now hovering above his head. Instantly, the barrage of swords obeyed her command and shot straight down, and he also moved quickly. But in a flash, Canaria had grabbed Hansun's head and asked, where do you think you're running? His entire body was flipped upside down, shaking uncontrollably. She forcefully slammed Hansun's head into the cold snow. His entire face was buried in the snow, which flew up everywhere. Sangun swung his sword in a slash just over Canaria's head, then sprang to his feet and charged forward with determined eyes. Sangun continuously swung his sword, parrying her blades. A moment later, Canaria's hand glowed faintly, and he fell to his knees, trapped within a cage of swords. After a while, the sky darkened, and the entire area fell silent. With a serious expression, Sangun said, I'm sorry, I've just come to my senses. It turned out he was tightly bound and hung upside down by Canaria, dangling in midair from the remaining pillars of the house. Sangun pleaded, please, untie me. But she just sat leisurely in her chair, sipping a cup of hot tea. Canaria replied seriously, of course I'll untie you, but I'm worried that the next time you visit, my house might just disappear. She placed her teacup on its saucer. Canaria recalled his earlier frenzy. The person I saw when you claimed to be sane was actually a remnant of the abyss that hasn't been fully purged from your body. It temporarily altered your personality, but she also understood that even if you became twisted, those were still your own questions and doubts. Your current suspicion of the administrators is likely not entirely unfounded. Canaria summoned a sword. Let me be clear. No one can read the tower's will, not even the administrators. After hearing that, Sangun still asked, then what does the tower expect from me? She shook her head. There's no such thing. Canaria decisively swung her sword. Sword energy flew straight towards him, but its target wasn't Sangun, but the rope holding him up, she explained. From what I know, the tower has never revealed its intentions to the challengers. So the idea that the tower expects something from a challenger is completely absurd. Sangun walked over and pulled out a chair for himself, as if he understood. Canaria asked, but for you to be this suspicious, you must have heard something, right? He nodded. I did. Sangun recounted, "The Inquisitor God spoke as if the tower desired something from me. She was startled at first, but then she understood. The Inquisitor God? So that's why he was suspicious." Canaria shot to her feet. "Like I said, I'm just a subordinate of the tower." As he drank the hot tea, he thought, "Just as I suspected. I can't learn anything more about the tower?" She walked closer to Sangun and said, "Glad you like the tea. It's made from the urine of a black dragon, so drink up." "It's very rare." The tea dribbled out of his mouth, his eyes wide and lifeless. Suddenly, Sangun remembered something and spoke up. "That's right. The Inquisitor God also said that administrators are people who can obtain divine replicas through a contract with the tower." Canaria placed a plate of pastries on the table and replied, "Divine replicas? I can't tell you about that right now, but someone like you will find out soon enough. Whether you want to or not, very soon." Still, he had another question. "I have one last thing to ask," she exclaimed. "What is it?" Sangun repeated. "You said you had an earnest wish you wanted to grant, right?" Canaria nodded to confirm. He remembered the White Crane Swordmaster saying that a wish is a right granted to administrators by the tower, and that they can fulfill their desires through challengers who have signed a disciple contract. She put a pastry in her mouth and chewed noisily. "Is that so? It seems that rude fellow told you everything about the earnest wishes, huh?" Sangyun's expression hardened as he gave her a sharp look. "Then why didn't you tell me back then?" Canaria hesitated. "Well," she answered, "because I was afraid." He asked, confused, "What does that mean?" Canaria spun around. "You're underestimating yourself. I've seen how obsessed you are with your own growth." She tried to explain. "So, for the sake of your growth, I thought you would throw yourself at those earnest wishes like a moth to a flame." At this, he looked incredibly lonely and replied, "While I can't deny that, the reason I have no other choice is because I have no talent." Canaria asserted, "I don't know what your definition of talent is, but soon, you will realize just how much you've underestimated yourself." She announced, "It's because of the trial on the 12th floor." As she finished speaking, Sangyun was teleported away again. He returned to that space with the wall. Sangyun muttered, "Talent, something you can't change. Innate talent, and it's divided into 3 types of aptitudes in the world of hunters. First is acquiring skills, next is increasing stats, and finally is awakening a trait. They are called the 3 gifts of a hunter." He thought to himself, "And I was born with none of them." Sangyun recalled the times he trained alone but could achieve nothing. "I couldn't acquire skills, my abilities didn't increase, and I couldn't even awaken a single trait." Time passed quickly, and after entering the Tower of Trials, many things changed, but the truth did not. The truth that a talentless bastard can't grow because of his trait. He thought of that wooden sword again, convinced that the iron-blooded tyrant king was mistaken about him having talent. Sangyun sat on his bed, thinking, "If I had something, I would have become a famous hunter even without coming to the tower." Suddenly, Canaria's voice echoed, "But soon, you will realize just how much you've underestimated yourself." She reminded him, "The trial on the 12th floor is a fight against yourself. The trial on the 12th floor is a trial where you must fight and win against a copy of yourself." At this point, Sangyun sighed helplessly, thinking that worrying about it wouldn't solve anything. His finger swiped across the system screen as he muttered, "This trial is about looking at yourself objectively. Just think of it as a chance to improve your skills." A bottle appeared from the system, and its information popped up. Skill Proficiency Potion, C+, a special potion produced by the tower for those talented in skills. When consumed, the proficiency of one of your skills can randomly increase by 10%. Sangyun knew that this was one of the rewards he received from the Japanese government after defeating Nam Gong Hyu, the skill proficiency potion. He counted the number of bottles and then looked at a note with a lipstick mark on it. "Heian gave me her bottle, so I have a total of 3 here." As Sangyun began to drink, the system continuously announced, "You have consumed a skill proficiency potion C+. Please select a skill you wish to enhance." He wiped away a drop of liquid and replied, "Mana application?" The system responded, "Selection complete." Sangyun thought, "It's the skill I got after hunting the Dark Tyrant King on the 10th floor. Mana application is the foundation for all my other skills, so it's well worth the investment." Next, a series of system sounds rang out. The proficiency of the skill Mana Application A has increased by 10%. The skill Mana Control A has ranked up from B rank. The proficiency of the skill Mana Control A has increased. Sangyun suddenly thought of his past battles and exclaimed, "And the reward I got from the 11th floor too." The system displayed the old Mirror of Verification S, a skill that can only be obtained by challengers who have completed the trial given by the God of Scrutiny. When magic is infused into the mirror, the residual thoughts effect will be activated for the first time for a certain period. That's the mirror. The system chimed, "The Fire Dragon's Eye skill has been activated," and a flood of information appeared before him. You can obtain skills deeply embedded in the residual thoughts for a limited time. However, the user cannot decide which skill to receive. It's all up to luck. Currently, the God of Scrutiny has specially altered a part of the effect for the challenger. Sangyun wondered, Residual thoughts? The system replied, the exclusive effect of the old mirror of verification S has been activated. The mirror clearly showed his opposite image. Just as I thought, the system screen displayed another notification. The exclusive effect of the old mirror of verification S has been activated, and you have randomly acquired a skill deeply embedded in your subconscious. Inheriting the skill Combat Focus A+. His hands clasped together, forming a small shape around the orb on his chest. The sound rang out again, merging past combat experience into the skill Combat Focus A+. The experience of the skill Combat Focus A+, has increased by 11%. Next, the system updated the skill Combat Focus A+, proficiency 11%. Description: a state of high concentration that helps you focus on your battle. The effect can randomly increase your concentration. You can now increase your concentration by up to 20 times, but excessive use will require a corresponding recovery ability. After reading, Sangun was satisfied. Not bad. Suddenly, the system announced repeatedly, the theme of the current trial is surpassing the limit. The 12th floor trial begins. 48 hours remaining. Condition for completion: destroy your clone within the time limit. Condition for failure: the challenger dies or time runs out. Completion reward: Ashen Crown of the Ancient Emperor A. Penalty for failure: death. The space around him instantly changed to a demonic purple. Before his eyes, a torrent of dark energy surged. The system announced again, the blessing of the Dark God has detected an intruder. The intruder has entered the ancient palace and created a clone. The intruder is thinking, I wonder how much they know about me. From that thought, a clone of Sangun was created with glowing red eyes. It walked forward menacingly. The system announced, the item Vampire Count's tailcoat A has been copied. Please defeat the other version of yourself that the Dark God has just created. Canaria's warning echoed in his mind. The level of copying doesn't stop there. It even copies the original's experience. He understood. In other words, my clone knows all the tactics I've ever used. Ah, she carefully reminded him. That clone even copies your talents. You'll be crushed if you underestimate your own talent. On the other side, the clone began to swing its sword, but Sangun stood there calmly. Time to confirm my own talent. The blessing of the Dark God has detected an intruder in the ancient palace and created a clone. The intruder is thinking, I wonder how much they know about me. The item Vampire Count's tailcoat A has been copied. Please defeat the other version of yourself that the Dark God has just created. Sangun's eyes narrowed as he thought, the Dark God? Why do I keep getting involved with these gods? He stared at the other guy, making an assessment. My clone, or rather, a fake. But it really does look real. Sangun then recalled his conversation with Canaria, based on the advice from the Blood Iron Tyrant King and what he heard when using the question ticket. He confirmed, it seems this fake was only able to copy one item, the Vampire Count's tailcoat. It chose a defensive item. Sangun watched the clone charge at him, still thinking calmly. If it can really copy me exactly, then this is a good opportunity to evaluate myself. A series of notifications flashed. The instant acceleration skill has been activated. The Graceful as the Wind skill has been activated. Overall speed increased by 70%. Accumulated points used 7 out of 7. Only then did he leap forward and swing his sword. It's time to confirm my talent. Suddenly, the system chimed again. The Combat Focus skill has been activated. The player's concentration is doubled, and Sangun's entire body felt strange. He paused slightly, moving incredibly slowly. Sangun speculated that it felt as if time around him was slowing down. He smirked in excitement and continued to charge forward. So this is Combat Focus. The system sent another notification. The power of Boiling Sword Intent has been activated, and sword energy rained down. A brilliant light burst forth from it, radiating out in different directions. The clone's bare feet dragged on the ground as it tried to brace itself. It pulled out its crimson sword. Sangun identified it, the iron-blooded sword. His gaze was incredibly sharp as he thought, well, that's too predictable, and the next move will be. Sangun uttered, counter shield. Instantly, a shield appeared just as predicted. He was certain that combining the iron-blooded sword and the counter method was basically the clone's only option. Suddenly, Sangun's eyes widened in astonishment. On the other side, another sword was being created. Then, the clone held two sharp swords in its hands. He wondered, it turned the counter shield into a sword? The two just stood there staring at each other, with smoke quietly billowing around them. Sangun stated with a serious face, dual wielding is something I've never even used. In actual combat, he knew full well that transforming the counter shield consumed a lot of mana and spiritual power, which is why he didn't use this method. Sangun bit his lip in confusion. Why would it use such a disadvantageous method? He frowned, thinking, of course I've considered dual wielding, but it's using it in a life-or-death battle. Sangun shook his head, unable to understand. The clone began to charge forward with its swords. Does it think this method is effective? As expected, the two fought as equals, moving from one spot to another. Sangun was trying to block with his sword, gritting his teeth as he understood clearly. Although it wasn't obvious, I'm at a disadvantage in terms of pure skill. It seemed tireless, continuously thrusting its swords forward. He leaned back to dodge, wondering in his heart, why? An idea flashed in Sangyun's mind. Could it be? He guessed it was indomitable will. On the screen, the character was flexing its muscles, and the system updated. Skill indomitable will. A proficiency 27%. Description: a symbol of a spirit that never gives up, always challenging the impossible. Sangun swung his sword to block the clone's sword energy, yet it was still crystal clear that because I had the advantage in items, I had helped it activate indomitable will. The thing I got from Lazilian, now its stamina is greater than mine, he exclaimed, and the system immediately displayed Skill Combat Focus A, Proficiency 11%. Sangyun pondered, if it maxed out combat focus, bringing that stat to a transcendent level. His eyes hardened. Then that would explain the sword energy, constantly shooting out all around. Suddenly, Sangyun gritted his teeth. But the bigger problem right now. He looked at the clone in its stance, focusing on its swords. Was the swordsmanship this clone was using? It didn't stop for a second, swinging its sword energy at him again as Sangyun observed. Even though it's being expressed through dual swords, he affirmed, this is definitely his sword style. At the same time, Sangun was sent flying far away. His entire body slammed into the stone wall, which shattered from the impact, sending debris flying everywhere. At this moment, Sangyun seemed to have confirmed it. There was no doubt, the Blue Dragon Heavenly Sword. He could almost see Nam Gong Haihook standing behind the clone with a smile. This was Nam Gong Haihook's sword style, approaching him step by step. Sangyun's mind recalled the horrifying scene from that time. I only faced him once, but I remember it clearly, especially those fanatical eyes that made me understand the reason for his arrogant and disdainful words. Even Sangun himself had to admit, it didn't rely on skills or special abilities. It was purely swordsmanship. It made me wonder if it was true, just as Nam Gong Hai Hook said, that the pinnacle of swordsmanship could surpass skills. He understood that because Nam Gong Hai Hook's swordsmanship didn't use any skills, he had assumed it was impossible to learn that sword technique. Just then, Canaria's words echoed in Sangun's mind. But soon, you will realize just how much you've underestimated yourself. Only then did it dawn on him. So this is the true talent the iron-blooded great king mentioned. As soon as the thought finished, the system chimed. You have encountered a powerful opponent that you can hardly handle. The indomitable will skill has been activated. The clone charged again with its dual swords, radiating a murderous aura. Sangyun's whole body was covered in scratches, and he clenched his jaw tightly. The system just judged that I'm at a disadvantage, even though I still have the edge in items. Looking up, he saw it had leaped high into the air, preparing to bring its swords down. He wondered, is it really true? It's gradually improving. Suddenly, Sangyun clenched his jaw with all his might. The system sent a notification. The combat focus skill has been further activated. The player's concentration is increased tenfold. His whole body seemed to erupt with power. Sangyun slashed with his sword, and the clone immediately blocked with its own, causing a powerful wave of sword energy to rebound towards him. Sangun swung his sword down again, and it ducked, circling around to his right flank. Fresh blood sprayed out, splattering all over the rock wall. It was unclear whose it was. He slid a long way across the ground, gritting his teeth, trying to endure his weakened body. It turned out the cut on Sangyun's body was gushing blood. He couldn't understand. How could that thing be on the same level as me? It's clearly a monster. Then, Sangyun placed a hand on the ground, his expression serious. The system immediately chimed. The player's concentration is increased 15-fold. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself behind the clone. One of Sangyun's slashes came down. The sword energy struck straight down, shattering the ground and sending rock and dirt flying everywhere. The air was thick with smoke and dust. The system announced again that another skill had been activated, allowing him to fly at maximum speed as the familiar wings reappeared on his back. But it didn't stop there. The system chimed in once more. The player's concentration increased 17-fold. Sangun furrowed his brow, opened his mouth wide, and yelled, "Got you now." The clone was sitting flat on the cracked ground, just staring blankly as he charged forward with terrifying power. When Sangun got very close, the clone's arm swung up, swelling like a balloon. Then in a flash, it burst, splattering black blood everywhere, the blood completely shielding him. Sangun angrily gritted his teeth, his vision obscured. When he struck down, the clone wasn't there. Sangun looked around, guessing he blew up his own arm to escape. The red smoke still hadn't cleared. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from behind him. The clone was swinging his sword, a cold expression on his face despite his exploded arm. From a great distance, the clone's sword aura shot straight towards Sangjun, who was still standing there stunned. Sangjun's jaw dropped, thinking he was a goner. An explosion erupted at that spot, a massive red orb of light bursting outward. It turned out he had managed to flip and fly up just in time. The system announced the player's concentration had increased 20-fold. Then, the system displayed another message. You have entered a state of transcendent focus. Songjun's movements seemed to slow down as he gently landed on the ground. He clutched one of his eyes and cursed, "Son of a B times Che." The clone stood there, staring in astonishment, while Sangun let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. His eyes turned red, his expression demonic. "This bastard is just a cheap fake and he dares to mess with me?" The system continuously announced, "You have entered a state of transcendent focus. Side effect: your nervous system is being severely affected." The mirror self's eyes glinted with danger as he rushed in to attack. The glowing red tip of the sword lunged forward, causing Sanjun to freeze and back away. The powerful blow sent him flying backward. An explosion erupted where he hit the wall, sending fragments everywhere and making the air even hazier. The smoke and dust gradually cleared to reveal Sangun, his head bleeding a dark red substance. He clenched his fist, causing the drops of blood to condense and float in the air. His face grew colder, his determined eyes sending the blood droplets flying through the air. A wave of internal energy enveloped the red droplets as they shot towards the mirror self, but they couldn't reach him. But then, instantly, a single drop of blood shot towards him with the speed of wind, stunning him. A swirling, ferocious torrent of crimson energy surged forward like the Grim Reaper, piercing straight through the mirror self as rubble exploded, crushing it into dust that scattered in all directions. An undeniable look of triumph flashed in his eyes. Sangun gloated, "How's that taste?" The space seemed to fall silent for a few seconds. The mirror self, like a phantom of fury, radiated a dark energy. Immediately, a massive amount of energy shot out from the mirror self, a blinding white beam erupting and piercing through the darkness, creating a terrifying shockwave. When the blinding light subsided, only devastation, covered in dust and rubble, remained around the two. Two glowing red figures were sent flying by the shockwave, but it seemed that power had no effect at all. The mirror self, enveloped in a brilliant blue light, was completely unharmed. Sangun spoke loudly, though he himself was a bit worried. He said sarcastically, "You're pretty strong, you bastard." Elsewhere, a giant space portal appeared in front of Canaria. She muttered angrily, "What now?" and slammed her teacup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. Canaria held her forehead and sighed. "This is absurd. I'm not supposed to interfere, but I can't just stand by and watch this." She turned her head, commenting with a tense expression, "I'm a little worried about the tower's reaction." The system displayed a notification, contacting Challenger Sangun. In an instant, the portal before her shattered and shot out into space, making her cry out in annoyance. The system announced, "The administrator's message has been temporarily disabled to prevent interference." She smiled slyly and muttered, "Please forgive me, I just want to give him a little clue." In the other space, the mirror self suddenly seemed to lose control, his trembling fingers rising up, surprising him. His hand clenched into a fist, and he threw a punch at his own face. But he was prepared and dodged backward, leaving Sangjun utterly confused. The mirror self looked at his trembling hand and thought to himself, "Damn it, this is dangerous, and right in the middle of a fight." Sangjun roared in anger, "Stop messing with this body and know your place." He tried to charge forward to attack, but the sticky, glowing red ground restrained his limbs, making him unable to move, unable to accept the reality. Sangun yelled, "Again?" He was completely fed up, thinking he was done with that annoying future self after the last trial. This was so frustrating. Sangjun raised his hand, and in a distant corner, a stream of bright red, blood-like slime swirled up from the ground. In a flash, the restraints snapped, freeing Sangun. The mirror self said in a low voice, "I'm fighting because you're about to die, and yet you show no gratitude." He looked at Sangun with a cunning expression, which pissed him off, making him curse, "You bastard." Sangun struggled to attack the mirror self. "Get out of my body right now, damn it." His eyes glared at the mirror self with pure hatred, but the other simply replied calmly, "You still don't get it, you fool. Take a good look at the situation. You've trained for so long and have even climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, yet you can't even face yourself. You pathetic bastard." Sangun clenched his teeth in frustration. He swung his arm, throwing a punch. The fist shot towards his mirror self, but the entity had no intention of dodging. They were just inches apart, yet it simply flicked two fingers. In just a few short seconds, sharp crimson spikes erupted from the ground, blocking Sanguin's punch. The spikes formed a barrier between them as the mirror self turned away, smirking gleefully. Sangun furiously hammered his fists against the red spikes before him, trying to shatter them. "Where do you think you're going? Get back here, you bastard!" The mirror self continued to walk away, tossing a remark over its shoulder. "You lunatic, perhaps I should teach you a lesson? If you don't stop relying on your skills, you'll never be able to use true techniques. You got that, idiot?" It stopped, and the ground suddenly lit up as if opening another portal. It said in a low voice, "You should just behave for the rest of your life and watch. From now on, I will control your body." The mirror self then vanished, The poor, helpless Sangun kept trying to shatter the crimson pillars. The scene changes to the mirror self, raising its sword to block Sangun's attack. The mirror self pointed the tip of its sword at him and spoke up. All right, I understand what's going on now. I know that feeling. The system window popped up. Administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King had sent an item, the Black Dragon, an elixir created from refined black dragon fluid. When used, it would enhance mental power and resistance, clearing the mind. Sangun's eyes widened in surprise, inside the mirror self's body. Another figure was trying to break the crimson bars to escape, causing the mirror self's hand to lose control. It groaned in pain. It reached into the system space, cursing to itself, "This bastard is at it again." The entity pulled a vial of crimson liquid from the system space, but before it could drink, Sun severed the hand holding the bottle. He leaped into the air, and the mirror self immediately reacted, jumping after him. Sun opened his mouth wide, shattering the vial with his teeth and absorbing the liquid. He landed and safely backed away. The mirror self couldn't hide its astonishment. He calmly spat out the shards of the vial from his mouth. Sangun wiped the corner of his mouth, the sword in his hand glowing several shades brighter. He laughed loudly and declared, "I'm back." He observed its expression and thought to himself, while my other self was fighting, I could completely feel what it was like to let go of my reliance on skills. He slowly raised the glowing blue sword, which emanated a blazing, furious aura. Sangun reasoned that if his doppelganger could do it, so could he. Sangun lowered his stance, and a powerful energy erupted violently from his body, enveloping him completely as the system's stats updated. The player's concentration increased 20-fold. He gritted his teeth as his racing thoughts and insane ego began to surface. He told himself that he, who was once tormented by those primal thoughts, had finally achieved enlightenment in that seemingly eternal moment. Before he could fully process it, the mirror self was already closing in to attack. But under that assault, Sangun easily dodged its slash. He thought, I can no longer depend on the skills I've gathered so far. He dodged and lunged forward. I have to cast it all aside and adapt. Defying all logic, the system announced that due to independent enlightenment, his A+ magic control proficiency had increased by 10. He calmed himself, letting go of his obsessions, and the system chimed. You have obtained the enlightenment achievement. Your stamina has increased by 1. Sangun's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light, completely free of fear or hesitation as he finally broke free from all these illusions. The system notifications continued. You have obtained the Transcendence achievement. Your mana has increased by 4. The player is facing a completely beatable enemy. The Indomitable Will skill has been deactivated. Sangun calmly swung his sword to attack, a plan already forming in his mind. I'll turn the tables right here. He leaped forward as if tearing through the wind, his sword enveloped in energy, unleashing a flurry of chaotic slashes, gradually closing in on the mirror self. He looked at his reflection, calmly thinking, to possess swordsmanship like Nam Gong Hyuk's at this level feels pretty strange. It's like a true swordsman. A slash was unleashed, and he quickly executed a graceful mid-air flip. Sangun's eyes were cold as he calculated the maximum speed he could achieve by using the wind-like stance and instantaneous acceleration. His bare feet touched the ground, and he launched a spinning kick combined with a jump, making the attack even more surprising and hard to parry. But not to be outdone, the mirror self unleashed a dual sword strike to block his attack. 2 crimson slashes ripped through the air towards Sun, but he skillfully leaned back to evade them. He then landed, causing the debris on the ground to shatter and fly everywhere. The mirror self's eyes widened in amazement that the attack hadn't affected him at all, but that didn't stop it. It continued to charge forward and attack again. Its slashes were parried by Sunday, creating a deafening clang. He guessed that by facing this clone, things were becoming increasingly clear. Now I'm observing it from a new perspective as it uses its skills. That's when I started to gradually understand the very essence of those skills. Not to mention, when fighting at such an incredible speed. He leaped up and brought down a slash that left no openings, forcing the mirror self to grit its teeth as it struggled to block the blow. It fought back, drawing 2 swords and gripping them tightly. A dangerous, blood-red power completely enveloped it. He calculated further. I'm gradually perfecting this essence. I can even perceive every wasted motion that can be eliminated from the clone's sword technique. The entire space was enveloped in a frenzied energy, continuously spread throughout the mirror entity's body. A colossal swordsman's figure materialized right behind him as he aggressively gripped the blazing sword and charged forward. Sion thought that this guy couldn't fully execute Namgong Hyutzi's true sword techniques due to his limited skill level. He was only focused on mimicking Namgong Hyutzi's movements. The system announced that the special skill Iron Blood Sword had been activated. He recalled the Crimson Sword from that time, remembering that doubt could weaken the fire attribute of the sword aura, allowing him to cut through anything. In the blink of an eye, that sword appeared in his hand. It felt like he was practicing with Namgong Hyut's sword techniques. The 2 red swords he enhanced emitted a terrifying power. He remembered he needed to focus more on enhancing his fire sword skill. A burst of wrathful energy sent the mirror entity flying back 100 meters. A sharp slash grazed the entity's shoulder, drawing blood. The system announced that the skill, Bloody True Claw, Seeker, had been activated. Scion raised his hand, and a blinding light seemed to engulf everything. Blades were summoned from thin air, multiplying 100-fold to form a deadly encirclement. All the swords radiated an aggressive, deep crimson light, like needles continuing the assault. The mirror entity's eyes couldn't hide its fear, but it quickly dodged the fatal blow, causing the crimson swords to rain down in one spot like a waterfall. A crimson energy sphere exploded with terrifying power, creating hundreds of sharp, deep red spikes and rays shooting outwards. The mirror entity was stunned, and seizing that opportunity, Sion quickly charged in to attack. A cold blade slashed through him. A glowing blue gash appeared on his shoulder, as the mirror entity quickly raised its shield to block Sion's attack. The glowing blue gash sizzled and smoked on his shoulder, making him furious. The blue light gradually faded as the wound on his shoulder began to heal. He didn't hesitate and continued to thrust his sword at the mirror entity. Did it counter by immediately spinning its shield in a circle? The entity gripped two swords with both hands, preparing to counterattack. Deep red energy from the sword swirled into circles. The blazing red blade clashed with the glowing blue light, echoing throughout the space. A clean slash cut across Sion's arm, drawing blood. He was surprised. What the hell is this? The mirror entity's blade danced through the air, creating mesmerizing curves. He noted that the aggression and power in its swordsmanship from moments ago had suddenly switched to a soft style where every stroke followed the flow of ki. Soft sword was another skill Namgong had previously revealed. It can imitate to this extent? Seriously. I know that's my talent, but this is still a real pain. He tossed a sword behind him, his eyes still fixed on the mirror entity's graceful sword dance. He had a realization. I guess I can't win without taking a risk. The system interface appeared. Skill. Counter shield has been activated, causing the sword to emit a powerful, blazing red aura. The mirror entity's eyes widened in caution. Sion grinned with delight, his eyes turning cold as his smoking sword was coated in a blazing red. He asked, "Why so surprised? Anything you can do, I can do too." With a mid-air flip, Sion easily closed in on the mirror entity. The two blinding powers of blue and red, like rampaging fire and water, clashed as if to tear space itself apart. The fight between them was intense, and the collision unleashed a massive amount of energy that threw them both back. A flash of light blinded them, forcing them to retreat. Sion looked at the mirror entity, feeling relieved. Just as I thought, this clone swordsmanship is all for show. If that's the case, what if I take a little risk with a quick spin? A kick landed squarely on the mirror entity's chest, making it grit its teeth in pain. Riding the kick's momentum, it flew backward, mitigating some of the damage. Its eyes held all of its pent-up fury as it brought down a strike meant to take Sion's life. The powerful downward slash cracked the ground, shattering it into 100 pieces. He quickly leaped to the side to dodge the attack. His eyes remained fixed on the entity, his arm already pulling back his sword, ready to strike. He calculated that it had taken the full brunt of his enhanced blood sword, but the damage had been converted by the counter shield. A terrifying wave of power spread through the area right after his sword swing. He thought this meant he needed to use a different technique. The sword, as if corroded by the immense power that had just swept through, snapped in two, sending out blazing red fragments. He remembered, or perhaps it was just a thought, that the counter shield would shatter if it took a direct hit to its center. His expression darkened, and he quickly tossed the broken sword aside. He thought, "And you, clone? If you are me, then now that the energy from the sword's backlash has been unleashed, my fatal attack is ready." His eyes turned cold and sinister as he rushed towards the mirror entity. "Then you'll think this is an opportunity." Amidst the ruins, all his power was being compressed into his fist, where fiery energy swirled powerfully, as if to obliterate everything in its path. He smiled triumphantly. "Being at my strongest is insanely powerful, isn't it?" After that critical hit, the mirror entity seemed to have weakened considerably. Sangun sent him flying with just a light kick. He tumbled a few times before slamming hard onto the ground. Without a second's delay, Sangun kicked away the slab of rock, blocking his path. A decisive finishing blow swung down, aimed straight at his mirror self. He reached out with a cunning smile. Gotcha. Suddenly, from behind, a long, blazing red sword pierced straight through his heart, leaving him completely stunned. He turned to see who the culprit was, only to find an anonymous, deep red hand gripping the sword's hilt, the iron blood sword that he had managed to discard, along with this guy's impatience. He smiled with satisfaction. If he could effectively exploit those two things, he would win. Then rushed toward his mirror self, thinking to himself, now for the finale. But in the blink of an eye, the mirror self shot up with a loud roar, its entire body tensing as a blazing red aura like hellfire enveloped it. It was like an eruption of primal and furious power. Sangun stood stunned, his eyes wide as he watched the bizarre event unfold. Now, the mirror self had transformed into a ferocious and colossal monster, leaving him utterly speechless. What the hell is happening? The ferocious mirror self raised its sharp claws, opened its mouth wide, and attacked first. It lunged at Sangun but missed, sending dust and debris flying as he quickly escaped. It bared its sharp teeth and bit off its own fingertips. The fingertips tore through the air, shooting toward him like swift arrows. With every step he took, the ground erupted, the sound of explosions echoing as if a terrible collision had just occurred. He glanced back, thinking to himself, what is this monster now? Even its attack patterns have changed. This is going to be tough. Sangun spun in midair, raising his shining sword to unleash an attack. Suddenly, a massive hand tore through space and lunged at him. The hand shot out a beam of energy as bright as a light bulb, causing him to pause for a moment. A loud boom echoed, and he froze, quickly raising his arm to block. The abnormally large hand crackled with divine energy like electricity, its veins bulging as it growled madly. A blazing red magic circle slowly spun above Sangun's head. Streams of demonic energy swirled around him. From the air, a blazing red sword materialized in the center of the swirling light. He immediately reached out and grabbed it, thinking thankfully that his counter-shield's cooldown had just ended. Sangun's fingers tightened around the hilt, his gaze as cold as ice. He called out to it, "What are you doing? Come and get me!" The mirror self gnashed its teeth, its eyes blazing fiercely. It charged forward with overwhelming momentum, delivering a fatal kick followed by a barrage of energy blasts. He narrowly dodged, parrying and counterattacking at the same time. Its energy blasts raged violently like a storm. He cursed inwardly. Damn monster, it's lost its mind, making its body explode with power. Sangun stared straight ahead, mentally analyzing the situation. This move could be a surprise in close-quarters combat. He watched as it channeled its divine energy to its peak, its aura flaring up like a tempest. He frowned slightly, quickly analyzing in his head. However, if you keep going berserk like this, you'll just lose a massive amount of strength due to blood deficiency. Its steps faltered, and its body suddenly shriveled, its skin clinging tightly to its bones, so emaciated it looked like a desiccated corpse. It opened its mouth and roared, but he already knew the outcome. As soon as its strength ran out, the attack would stop. Sangun rushed forward and severed its arm. He said coldly, "There's no need to drag this fight out any longer." It gnashed its teeth, its eyes burning with fury as it heard him declare, "It's over." The mirror self leaped back, taking 3 or 4 consecutive jumps, its figure vanishing into thin air. He cursed, "What the hell?" Sangun immediately dashed after it. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Countless streams of red liquid swirled in the air, then flew toward it in unison. It was as if it had been revived, its divine energy exploding violently as power surged like a flood. The energy blast swirled into a blazing red vortex, carrying a frenzied demonic aura as it shot straight toward him. He raised his shield to block, the force of the blast sending him sliding across the ground, leaving a trail of dust behind. Sangun's eyes glinted with amusement, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk as he thought to himself, "You damn monster. What was that power just now? But thanks to you." The system notified him. Cooldown complete. The counter-shield skill is ready to reflect the absorbed damage. Sangun opened his palm. The shield glowed intensely, energy gathering around its edge. He whispered to himself that the energy absorbed by the counter-shield was now fully charged. Sangun's eyes flashed as he uttered coldly, "Die!" It roared, its mouth wide open, splattering sticky saliva everywhere. He flicked his hand, and a blazing orb of energy appeared, spinning in midair. Sangun swung his sword back, gathering momentum for the counterattack. He swung the sword forcefully, the blade connecting squarely with the energy orb, a precise strike like a golf swing. The orb was sent flying, smashing right into its face. His cold voice rang out, "Release." Skill confirmed. The counter-shield skill has released all absorbed damage at once. The counter-shield spun, dispersing energy like a flying saucer as a wave expanded throughout the entire surrounding space. The energy beam sliced through, and in a flash of light, its head and arm were gone. The system exploded with consecutive messages. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials. The Ashen Crown of the Ancient Emperor A- has been added to your inventory as an achievement reward. You have received 80,000 points as an achievement reward. You have received 3,500 items as an achievement reward. You have received the Dying Will skill B- as an additional reward. Please proceed to the waiting room. Mastery of the Counter Shield skill B has reached 100%. The rank of the Counter Shield skill has increased." He let out a long sigh, just as a message announced that the Combat Focus skill had been deactivated. Combat Focus has exceeded its limit and requires a cooldown. His face turned pale, his cheeks puffed out. A moment later, he doubled over and spat out a stream of bright red blood, which splattered onto the ground in a dark crimson puddle. The system notified him that the weak blood skill had been activated. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, wondering, can weak blood even cure the adverse effects caused by combat focus? Sangun gasped for air to steady his breathing, thinking, if it weren't for a cheat-like skill such as weak blood, I wouldn't have been able to make it this far. He stood tall in the wind, gazing into the distance. When will I be able to climb the tower without this much effort? Is that even possible in the first place? From the zombie's corpse, a bright red orb gradually coalesced, hovering in midair. He watched it intently, musing, my soul is a bit different from, interesting. The control panel flashed, and a new message appeared, immediately catching his attention. Messages from the administrators, which had been restricted to prevent assistance and communication, have now been unblocked. The administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King has complained about the penalty received just for giving her contractor a cup of tea. The administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King said you'd best treat her well in the future. Of course, Sangun replied. Thank you, he thought to himself. I've accidentally learned another piece of information. On the control panel, a glass vial containing a bright red liquid appeared, its cap carved with a dragon coiling around it. At the same time, the screen lit up with a notification. The administrator Iron-Blooded Tyrant King has sent an item. Black Dragon's Blood, a potion created from the blood of a black dragon. After use, mental power and resistance will increase, and the mind will be enlightened. His train of thought continued. If an administrator interferes too much with their contractor, they will be penalized. Sangun stood before a series of system message windows, which appeared one after another. All previously restricted messages from the administrators will now be displayed. Among them, the administrator Masterless Wandering Knight is astonished by your talent. The administrator Left Hand of the Vampire Tyrant King is curious where a monster like you came from. The administrator Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years is terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to clear it. He was stunned. All the administrators are watching me. A few other messages. The administrator Masterless Wandering Knight is astonished by your talent. The administrator, Left Hand of the Vampire Tyrant King, is curious where a monster like you came from. The administrator Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years is terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to clear it. Sangun was inwardly astonished. Some were amazed by his talent and the difficulty of this floor, calling him a monster. The administrator Hero Who Died 7 Times looks at you with an exhausted expression and asks, can a monster like you really appear on the 12th floor? The administrator Slayer King has asked, are you really the one who challenged the 12th floor? The administrator Soldier of the Ruined World said your growth is too terrifying and lamented that it will be hard to be surprised anymore. He thought again, while some others doubt if I'm really the one challenging the 12th floor. He stood amidst countless messages, exclaiming with a look of astonishment, unbelievable, and countless other messages from other administrators. The administrator, the one and only Holy Knight's slave, has their eyes on you. The administrator Fallen Descendant of the Blood Demon Cult is staring at you. The administrator Seeker of Divinity expects great things from you. Sangun leaned in close to get a better look at the messages. He also realized, the administrators, who usually say whatever they want and disappear as soon as they lose interest, are sending me messages for no reason? He looked up and said aloud, why is everyone acting like this? Silently wondering why, Sangun's face hardened as he thought coldly, of all people, why me? I'm someone who has already signed a contract, so why are they trying to impress me? He suddenly realized, could it be? Countless system messages flickered as if connected by a magnetic field, and he observed them bit by bit. Do the administrators now have an expanded system and can send requests to me? Their attitude towards me is gradually proving my suspicions correct. He grinned, showing his teeth with amusement. This is, Sangun said, looking at the countless messages still pending with ellipses. Come to think of it, if the system expands later, it will benefit the administrators who haven't signed a contractor yet. He spread his hands out in front of him and spoke slowly. Do you all think it's appropriate to just throw a bunch of messages at me like this? Sangun stated clearly what he wanted. Please provide the special skills I'm requesting. That way I can remember those who do so when the system expands later. The system reported 3 consecutive messages. The administrator, Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years, is annoyed by the challenger's arrogance. The administrator, Fallen Descendant of the Blood Demon Cult, scoffs and says there's no chance. The administrator, Soldier of the Ruined World, says you're too confident and should know your limits. Sangun's expression was full of arrogance and defiance. He smiled and continued, as you all know, it's first come, first served. I'll only accept 3. After his declaration, the group of administrator messages went silent for a moment. 3 of the administrators who had just been criticizing him now reappeared with goodwill. The administrator, Fallen Descendant of the Blood Demon Cult, has added a special skill to the contractor's unique shop. The administrator, Soldier of the Ruined World, has added a special skill to the contractor's unique shop. The administrator, Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years, has added a special skill to the contractor's unique shop. He smirked. Satisfied, Sangun glanced to the side. The flow of divine power hadn't stopped accumulating, and now only one truly important thing remained. The orb was still absorbing relentlessly. Sangun thoughtfully watched the absorption process. An enemy that used not just stats, but also skills and unique skills. What will I get after absorbing its soul? He reached out to take back the orb, and a notification popped up. You have absorbed the soul of the fake challenger Hansun. Proficiency has increased by 28%. Furthermore, it shows the soul of the fake challenger Hansun has perfectly merged with the soul of challenger Hansun. The Holy Power unique skill has met its conditions and is now activating, attempting to extract divinity. He thought in confusion. Extract divinity? He stood before the screen and exclaimed, "What is this?" Converting divinity and accumulating mythical status, whatever it was absurd. Could it be that the C+ Holy Power unique skill was deeply imprinted on the user Sangjun's soul? Seeing the fake lying there with wings appearing, Sangun immediately thought he didn't know how to use it, so he had ignored it. A magic circle appeared behind him, divine power glowing from his chest. Holy power. Will I finally be able to use it? The system announced, "You have entered the 13th floor waiting room. System expansion will now begin. Global communities based on nationality have been merged. You can now join communities of varying difficulties. Members in the unified trials will no longer be separated by country. The global national ranking system will be fully integrated. You can now view the ranking boards for various difficulties." He calmly reached out his hand, thinking to himself, "So now I'll be meeting foreigners in the trials too. It's just a system expansion." His face darkened. But to this extent, countless planets eventually appeared around the simulated Earth, as if Sangun's thoughts would merge all the dimensions. A silent news bulletin appeared, flashing before his eyes. It now displayed a few lines from the 12th floor trial rankings. SSS-Rank Hunter, SS+ rank Great Archmage, SS rank Kim Sung-hun, SS rank Catherine Benet, SS- rank Blood Crazed Sword, SS rank Witch of the Time Tower, S+ rank Tarkovsky. Sangjun's robes fluttered with each step on the stairs. A burning desire rose within him to become the strongest. Perhaps that's why I'm climbing this tower, and it's also my goal. He stopped. I'm taking one more step toward that goal. At least I'm the strongest among the challengers from Earth. In his mind, he constantly pictured and evaluated his rivals. However, dimensions like Kali or the martial world have been in the Tower of Trials for a long time. Among the countless planets he knew of, the Earth he was thinking about, compared to those dimensions, Earth was just a new dimension, and also the weakest. Sanjun thought of someone. Unless the average level on Earth rises, we'll just become prey for other dimensions again. But that day, he bowed his head in thought, his hand clenching slightly. Then and now, what I need is an unparalleled power that no one else has, one that can stop anything. He raised his hand to touch the screen, saying, "Inventory." Sangun read the information on the display. Ashen Crown of the Ancient Emperor, charm plus 30%. The Ashen Crown was used in an ancient ritual by the Ancient Emperor, a worshipper of a dark god. When worn, you will be enthroned as the Spirit King upon use. This is a consumable item, and it will be destroyed when its durability runs out. He paused, wondering, a Spirit King? He became thoughtful. Judging by the item's grade, it seems powerful, but the description is vague. He mumbled to himself, next is the bonus reward for completing the quest. Near-death skill, B- rank, 0% proficiency, basic effect. Fatal damage can be nullified. However, upon activation, near-death consumes 88% of the user's stamina and requires 1 week to recover. Secondary effect upon activation, senses are amplified for a short period, and the effects of other skills are also enhanced. Sangun's eyes widened as he read these lines. A skill that can let me escape death one time? He found it useful. It's true it takes a week to recover. But considering the effect, that's not a harsh penalty at all. His lips curved into an amused smile. And in this trial, aside from the rewards, there are also the unique skills I snatched from the administrators. Request and confirmation panel. Please select from the following unique skills: Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, White Crane Swordmaster, Patronage Unique Skill. You have selected the Patronage Unique Skill. Supreme Blood Technique, Unique Skill. Price, 3,000 points. Description: a power bestowed upon those chosen by a god. The recipient becomes a savior across many ages, provided they have not made a pact with a god. The only effects are suppressing divinity and enhancing luck. Grace of a Hero Unique Skill, C+ rank. Price, 3,000 points. Rapid Mana Recovery, Unique Skill, C+ rank. Price, 3,000 points. Description: when mana drops below half, you can recover mana by absorbing it from nature. However, overuse can damage your meridians or vital energy channels. For example, one of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Sangun put his hands on his hips, silently assessing. All 3 are C+ rank unique skills, so they're quite a bargain. He reached out and tapped the screen. I guess I'll buy all 3. You have purchased the Supreme Blood Technique unique skill. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the Grace of a Hero unique skill, C+ rank. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the Rapid Mana Recovery unique skill, C+ rank. 3,000 points have been deducted. The screens of the 3 administrators who had previously chosen him appeared with a reminder. Administrator Fallen Descendant of the Blood Demon Cult reminds you, don't you forget my help. Administrator Warrior of the Fallen World reminds you, don't you forget my help. Administrator Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years reminds you, don't you forget my help. Sangun raised a hand to show he'd heard, and their screens crumpled in anger. All right, I'll keep it in mind. He recalled the moments that just transpired, and the contents of the system notification. And before returning to the waiting room, after he had absorbed his own soul and successfully extracted divinity, his special skill Holy Power C+ had increased by 1 level. Now possessing the special skill Holy Power B-, which could perform divinity transformation and accumulate myth, he realized the divinity extraction skill had appeared out of nowhere. He looked down at his left chest, where a brilliant divine power was stored. I can completely feel the energy in my heart, something I never had before activating divinity extraction. This must be holy power. And then, he took a wide stance, his other hand clenched, preparing to launch an attack. His entire body was enveloped in a burst of energy as he threw a strike forward, but he froze, speechless. The space before him was completely empty. Sangun put his hands on his hips, his voice low, just as I predicted. It's exactly like when I trained before coming to the waiting room. My body has just been awakened, so I can't use any of my special abilities yet. He recalled the other candidates using various skills on the previous floor, lamenting that he couldn't replicate the healing and enhancement skills those priests used on the 11th floor. Sangun's face twisted in frustration. This is so annoying. I had such high expectations. Are they even going to let me use it? He sat down cross-legged to think. Calm down. Center yourself. That damn personality is resurfacing again. Just then, a message from the White Crane Swordmaster appeared on the screen. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, winks, saying she will teach you holy power. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, insists she would be a better master than the iron-blooded Tyrant King. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, invites you to her administrator space. He closed his eyes and refused. No thanks. The system reported again. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is crying because you refused to form a pact with her. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, asks how you could possibly refuse her, saying that if you come meet her, she'll teach you how to use it. Finally, he looked up and said, I'll learn it later when I need to. Sangun's expression was filled with determination. I want to learn on my own rather than depend on others. A message arrived. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, loses interest in disappointment, saying, if that's what you want, then fine. Sangun pressed his lips together. Instead of holy power, he now recalled the words his opponent had spoken earlier. I'll be back soon. Sangun's eyes blazed as he told himself, I need to focus on getting even stronger, at least until I can eliminate Namgong Hyuk. Facing the man's gaze in his memory, he knew that no matter what, Namgong Hyuk would come for him again. He thought to himself, so, how about I check out the special skills I stole from the administrators? The system window appeared instantly, providing information on the special skill. Blood Spear Art, price 3,000 points. Description: only descendants of the Blood Demon Cult can learn this art. It can substitute magic with internal energy, allowing you to powerfully inherit the characteristics of magic during combat. It will enhance your fighting spirit by using all the energy and blood in your body. He said, the one I'm most curious about is the Blood Spear Art. Sangun's entire body flared with red and black divine power. Every breath he took was filled with a power that seemed to want to crush everything. He had activated the Blood Spear Art. He gritted his teeth, feeling the change inside him. It felt as if his entire body was seething with divine power. I've become someone who was born to fight. My blood is boiling. That's right. This is what I need. Suddenly, he clutched one of his eyes. His eyes flashed, and his entire face radiated power, exuding an undeniable aura of might. Well, Sangun pinched his own cheek teasingly. This little punk, are you having fun all by yourself? Then his expression turned serious as he thought, what the hell is going on? How can that damn personality surface in the same body at the same time? Otherwise, there's never been a precedent for this. A red sword appeared in Sangun's hand. He yelled, die, you fiery bastard. A blue sword appeared in his other hand. The two swords clashed against each other. Sangun said, if I die, you'll die too, you lunatic. The other personality smirked with amusement and retorted, fool, I'll destroy you since I can't have you. Sangun gritted his teeth, thinking hard. Damn it, I never expected this. What should I do? Suddenly, the blue sword in his right hand began to emit white smoke. He realized that the sword was absorbing the blood energy generated by the Blood Spear Art. Right. The notification confirmed that when the user of the Blood Spear art reaches the Fire Sword realm and maximizes their blood energy, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. His eyes radiated red divine power. That's it. He gripped the blade tightly, blood spurting with each squeeze. The two swords separated. Sangun raised the sword in his right hand high over his shoulder. He tilted his head, looking at his left shoulder, and plunged the sword's tip into it, as if aiming directly at the other demonic Sangun. Sangun roared as the divinely powered sword floated above his shoulder. The tip began to radiate a divine aura. From the blade's edge to its body, intricate patterns appeared, both brilliant and terrifying. The conditions have been met, and the true power of the Blood Spear art has been unlocked. The magical artifact has been named. The item's name has changed to True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Sangun's mouth fell open in amazement. Specialized blood-sucking points have been created. He took a stance, raising the sword to examine the specialized points. The pupils of his eyes turned blue from the divine power. The Fire Dragon Incarnation skill has been activated. Information was updated continuously. True Heavenly Blood, Demon Sword, A-. Reaction speed plus 15%. Attack speed plus 15%. When a selected target is eliminated by the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, lifesteal will absorb the opponent's blood into the blade and increase its stats. A random skill will be embedded into the blade. A maximum of 3 skills can be embedded via lifesteal. And aside from the cooldown, the skill will have no other cost, depending on the number of unsealed tiers. Hidden skills will be revealed if the challenger, Han Songjun, uses it. The unique vampiric effect can be activated, and I can embed skills into the sword? And up to 3 of them at that. With no cost other than a cooldown, he smiled contentedly. This is a growth-type item, something that's never been seen before. A series of system notifications popped up, beginning the 13th floor trial. Difficulty: hard. The trial's theme is a strategic battle, with 14 days remaining. Conditions for completing the trial: cooperate with your teammates within the time limit and defeat the vampire count. Conditions for failure: all members are eliminated or time expires. Reward for completing the trial: a random A+ skill book. Penalty for failure: death. Sionun couldn't help but notice. A team trial? He thought about his recent opponents and realized he was a bit weak himself. I don't have a good track record with team trials. But a black-covered book appeared on the screen, piquing his interest. A random skill book, and an A+ rank 1 at that. A list of actions was displayed, displaying the map of the 13th floor trial, marking the city occupied by the vampires, marking the priests hiding in the vampire-occupied city, marking the location of the vampire count in the vampire-occupied city, establishing trial members. Sionun slowly stepped forward. This is a pain. We have to find some priests or whatever. Can't we just enter the city and kill anyone who approaches? He considered an alternative. I have the power to wipe out an entire city now. I think that would work just fine. His foot landed on the stone floor. The system confirmed the information. Team members have been established. To fit the gameplay, the nicknames of the team members will be displayed. Takuski grumbled. I was wondering why the system expanded the area. So it was for a team trial, huh? Sakio offered a polite smile. Hello. We meet again. David smiled back. It's a pleasure. His title was Mage of the Clock Tower. He took note of that nickname. He had looked over the rankings and vaguely recognized them. They were all high-ranking players. Besides, Sionin recalled, I think I've seen this Japanese guy's name ranked even higher before. David turned his head. But this place? He enunciated each word. I can smell blood. Suddenly, a zombie corpse descended from the ceiling, hanging upside down in midair. One of them asked, Is this the vampire's main hall? One of the 2 zombies silently appeared right behind David. Then, it answered for him in a cold, raspy voice. Exactly. 2 zombies, 1 male and 1 female, simultaneously raised their sharp claws at David, letting out a chilling, raspy laugh in unison. Dessert has arrived. Thanks for the meal. A hand suddenly clamped down on the male zombie's head. Radiating killing intent, Sakio blurred past, appearing behind the female zombie in a flash. Takuski and Sakio each dispatched one of the zombies with a single strike. Sakio turned around. I had a hunch. So you really are from Russia's biggest guild. Takuski twirled his sword and replied, I had no intention of hiding it. That's right, I'm the guild master of KPDM, Andrei Tarkovsky. Sakio spun a dagger in his hand and then slammed it into the table. He put his hands on his hips and continued, I knew it. I'm an S-rank hunter from Japan's Hunter Association, Michioto Sakio. The other man laughed appreciatively. You're more famous than I am. You're the only S-rank hunter in Japan. Sakio narrowed his eyes and replied, Just call me Sakio. Sakio walked over to where Sionun and the others were standing. Anyway, is everyone ready? The vampires can sense when their kind are killed, so they'll be rushing here soon. David spoke up reassuringly. You don't need to worry about that. I've already set up a magic barrier, so they can't get near this place. Sakio thought to himself. He's experienced. He asked hesitantly. And you are? The man brought a pipe to his lips and introduced himself. I'm David Taylor, a nameless mage from the clock tower. Sakio's interest was immediately piqued. Is that the place known as the most powerful magic tower in the world? Takuski followed up with a question. Are you a retired archmage, but you got dragged into this tower? What bad luck? The man smiled faintly. I, on the other hand, consider it a stroke of luck. Mysterious things like this tower are always fascinating subjects of study for mages. Sionun also introduced himself. And I'm, he continued slowly, Han Sionun, a C-rank hunter from South Korea. Zombie corpses were appearing everywhere. Sionun added, I've heard some things about the 13th floor trial from the administrators. Even the weakest vampire can easily defeat a C-rank hunter. Human bones littered a graveyard, where a mad figure stood atop a pile, screaming, he continued. And a vampire count's abilities far surpass those of an S-rank hunter. His regenerative abilities make him nearly impossible to kill. The people living in this city are the same. They don't seem human. They don't walk, but rather leap and bound around. Sionun's voice was steady. So, just as the tower said, we need to rescue the priests in hiding and get their help to clear this trial. He leaned against the wall and asked quietly, this city is crawling with vampires, so how do we even get inside? Takuski, sitting in a chair, answered hesitantly, it's extremely dangerous to enter. Sakio, sitting beside him, agreed. Yeah, it'll take a lot of work. Sionun listened silently as his companions discussed their plan. First, Sakio, if you use your stealth skill to lure a small group of them, I'll set up a barrier to conceal their presence, and then we can take care of that group all at once. I think that's the most efficient method. I agree. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he heard what they said next. All right, then if we're quick about it, we can clear the 13th floor in 10 days, he thought to himself. No, if we're that slow, we won't be able to get the bonus reward. He stepped forward, placing his hands on the backs of Takuski and Sakio's chairs. Everyone. I think we've got something mixed up here, but completing the trial like this is really inefficient. David, while smoking his pipe, asked him with a skeptical tone. Inefficient. So you have a better way? He laughed, of course. The most efficient way. The man stared at him wide-eyed, coughing. And that way is. He looked up at him. I'm also curious. Is there a more efficient way than the one everyone agreed on? Saki quickly turned, his voice chirpy. Whoa, it's like a challenge from the world's #1 ranker. Do you have a secret to completing the trial? Sangun uttered a few words. STFU. Saki was shocked. Huh, shut your mouth. And what else? David growled. What did you just say? A sword materialized in Sangun's hand out of thin air. He immediately grabbed it and swung it behind him. He tapped his finger on the wall, and a wall of power slowly descended like a giant mirror right before their eyes. The whole group broke out in a cold sweat when they saw a massive horde of countless zombies gathered outside. He snapped his fingers and suggested, we can complete this trial by shutting up and charging forward. Just wipe them all out and we're done. The ferocious zombies growled. Humans. Where did those humans come from? Other zombies went berserk, holding blood-red axes in their hands. They roared aggressively. I don't care. Let's just eat them. Fresh blood. They all screamed their heads off. Saki even clutched his head and yelled, Hey, are you crazy? Do you want to die that badly? Sangun grinned slyly. Like I said, let's start the plan. The nearby zombies began to leap forward and attack. Saki's group was startled into attention. The leader swung its axe, but they reappeared behind it. This one also realized something. The others clamored. He disappeared. Watch out. Those humans are using magic. Takuski turned to call David but didn't finish his sentence. Sir. His hand was glowing brightly, and he said, Concealing a group is exhausting. David gritted his teeth, furiously cursing in his head. Why are there always some crazy bastards who love to throw away all their effort in the trials? This is so infuriating. Countless sharp spikes shot towards Sangun where he was standing. His voice lowered. It's very unfortunate, but it's best to just abandon Han Sangun and fall back. He looked up in surprise. You guys have basic blood manipulation setups like blood tracking? Countless orbs flew out from the bodies of these zombies, streams of red blood essence linking together. They rasped out a call. Become our meal, human. Sangun remained standing in place, waiting for the countless blood spikes rushing towards him. Saki was running with everyone else, but he kept looking back to watch. He thought in confusion. Why did he decide to risk his life like that? Suddenly, his eyes froze, widening. He stopped in his tracks and shouted, Everyone, look! Sangun raised his hand to activate his power. System confirming skill. True blood tracker has been activated. The entire horde of zombies gaped in astonishment. They murmured, What? Blood control? If he can control blood, isn't he just like us? What the hell? His blood control is even stronger than ours. Impossible. He bent his wrist down, and with a flick, those blood spikes instantly impaled them, killing them again before they could even gasp. From Sangun's chest, A bright mass of power appeared, emitting countless swirling energy streams around him. The zombies' voices cursed him. Damn it, you monster. Do we need to keep going? Takusuke and Saki stood there, stunned. He said to himself, when facing an enemy who is many times stronger, strategy becomes meaningless. His face was aghast, his eyes shining brightly. No way. How could such a brutal method possibly succeed? But how did he do it? Is it because I'm too weak? David retracted his magic staff, using his hand to conjure a gust of wind. David Taylor is a high-ranking combat mage, a man who has been on the front lines for a long time. He possesses a superior intellect. He is an intelligent man. In addition, David is also a veteran member of the Hunters Guild. Even in the Tower of Trials, with his superior tactics, he always achieved good results and completed each trial floor with minimal time and damage. Thanks to that, he always had a voice in the hunter community. As for the present, as usual, on the 13th floor, he also came up with a pretty good strategy with his intelligence, and currently, there was no more effective strategy than his. However, Sangun chuckled softly, whispering, "What the hell are you even saying?" It's incomprehensible. Sangun thought to himself, strategy is the first thing needed to solve a problem. He shattered that old-fashioned thinking with his bare hands. We can complete this trial if we just shut up and charge forward. Just take care of all of them, and we're done. In the battle against the zombies, Sangun single-handedly charged forward and annihilated a large number of them. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Is he even human anymore? Takusuke turned with a serious expression. At this rate, let's just forget that plan for now. It's best to go support Han Sangun. Saki also agreed. I agree. David raised his hand. Hold on. He frowned. I know that Han Sangun guy. He's powerful. However, David watched Sangun fighting the horde of monsters alone. This is the city of the Blood Clan. One person can't handle this city by himself. In the past, powerful hunters have appeared before. Previously, countless hunters with monstrous strength have emerged in the tower. So why has the party-based hunting model still developed and spread? David explained, it's because no matter how strong you are, during a fight, you have to face countless unforeseen circumstances. He emphasized, that's impossible when we work alone, isn't it? But right now, Sangun's fighting condition showed no signs of weakening. The dense horde of monsters clung tightly to his arm. A horde of monsters pinned Sangun down. As the others rushed in to take advantage, Sangun's eyes flashed, activating his power. A sphere of isolation erupted, blasting the monsters backward. The nearby monsters were also sent flying by Sangun. He spread his arms, and the monsters were destroyed one by one as the blood-weakening skill activated. Sangun grew more and more exhausted as he fought. He thought to himself, if I keep attacking like this, I'll have to keep using recovery items. Physical overdrive is a good skill, but it consumes too many recovery resources. The monsters all roared in anger. How can a mere human interfere with the power bestowed upon us by the god of war? One of them clutched its head and groaned, An apostle, an apostle. The other monsters looked bewildered. What? The horde suddenly clasped their hands in prayer. It's an apostle. The guardian god of humanity has sent an apostle. The god is angry because we wiped out all the humans in the city. God of war, please save your followers. Sangun frowned in confusion. An apostle of a god is being delusional, a trait of the blood tribe? A sturdy monster smacked the one who started it on the head. You weaklings. He sneered and pointed. Look at him. He looked at Sangun and declared, he's already panting. The surrounding monsters began to regain their confidence. That human is tired. Charge. Now is the time to attack. A red orb suddenly appeared, floating in Sangun's hand, and the monsters froze. What is that? Sangun held 5 orbs at once, smirking. This? He threw them all into his mouth. Sangun crunched down on the red orbs. Instantly, an immense power exploded from his body. These are your kinsmen. The system panel alerted. By using the soul of the blood tribe, you have recovered stamina. By using the soul of the blood tribe, you have recovered mana. A crazed smile appeared in Sangun's eyes. Recovery complete. Let's continue the fight. Seeing this, a group of monsters howled in panic. Filled with renewed energy, Sangun quickly charged forward, wiping out the horde of monsters. Saki watched from above, calmly assessing, he truly is a talented challenger. It seems close-quarters combat is his strong suit. Takusuke nodded as well. I agree. He's not getting tired, he's actually getting stronger. He decided, I'm going to help. Saki turned to look at David. Although I believe safety comes first, I also want to go help Sangun. Meanwhile, Sangun's power was increasing at an astonishing rate, using all the remaining souls to replenish his stamina. His strength increased by 3, speed increased by 2, stamina increased by 4, and magic power increased by 5. He thought to himself, if we're just comparing growth rates, this is even better than when I absorbed the soul of my clone. Sangun chuckled, and when I defeat the blood count, there will be some interesting things waiting for me. The system continuously popped up with notifications. The administrator, Tyrant of the Deep Sea, is interested in you. The administrator, leader of the traitors, is very pleased with you and is chuckling. The administrator, demon of the night, says you are a challenger more evil than demons themselves, and the demons are starting to tremble in fear. The administrator, dragon slayer born after 1,000 years, is laughing at your excellence and says you have the potential of a hero. The administrator, fallen descendant of the blood demon cult, has sent compliments along with surprise at the magic power you wield. The administrator, soldier of the ruined world, says you are a valuable investment and smiles with satisfaction. Sangun was secretly pleased. Niece, it seems the administrators are paying attention to me now. He happily looked at the notifications filling his vision. It doesn't hurt to make a good impression on the administrators. Just then, someone came down. Sangun was surprised. I thought you guys went to find the priest? David spoke first. We're sorry. From now on, we'll follow you. So give us your orders. Saki enthusiastically raised her hand. I agree. Takuski cleared his throat. To be honest, I didn't really trust your decisions much, but you've really surprised me, Sangun said nonchalantly. So, you all see that my method is effective, right? A mechanical sound was heard again. The sixth sense skill has been activated. Sangun whipped around in alarm. In the distance, a massive crimson wave was surging towards them. Sangun grinned with excitement. The blood count. Takuski was astonished. That's a huge amount of magic. The blood count can wield this much magic? David surmised. That must be a unique passive. However, the question is whether he's strong enough to control that power perfectly. Saki said worriedly. So what do we do? At this rate, we'll all be dead sooner or later. Sangun looked at them and fell silent. The hunters I once admired have now become people I need to protect. I never thought I'd become this strong, he ordered loudly. Everyone, get ready to run from this place. Find the priest and bring him here. Saki looked surprised. Yes, the priest? I don't think we need to. Sangun cut her off, his expression serious. I'll be honest, if you guys stay, I think you'll just get in my way since I won't be able to protect you. He was forced to silently admit the truth that he couldn't protect all three of them. He turned to face the violent tide. I need to hunt the blood count alone to absorb his soul. The more damage I contribute to his defeat, the higher my chances of absorbing his soul. Takuski turned to leave. We'll listen to you. Even though it's a bit frustrating to feel like a useless bystander, David reminded him, we'll bring the priest, so try to hold on. The three of them quickly ran off as fast as they could, leaving Sangun alone. He stood facing the immense power rushing towards him. Well then, shall we begin? Sangun lowered his stance, channeling his magic power. The combat focus skill has been activated. The user's concentration increased 5-fold. The special skill, Supreme Blood Technique, has been activated. He raised both hands and shouted, the Blood Tracker skill has been forcefully activated. It will interfere with all blood control abilities within the skill's area of effect. An immense wave of power, far exceeding the vampire castle's area, erupted, stunning the one sitting inside. He clenched his fists and roared, how dare a mere human oppose me? The power of the tidal wave surged more and more fiercely. I went to great lengths to maintain this city for future use, he pointed angrily. But today, I will turn it into a living hell. The red wave crashed down upon the castle and the area below. Sangun was a bit surprised. It was stronger than he had expected. The corner of his mouth twitched. I don't think I can face this. I'm screwed. A group of people gathered, offering a giant plate of grapes to a giant hand. He casually popped them into his mouth. This giant white-haired nobleman was actually Sen, the vampire count. He recalled his past. I don't know when it all started. I just kept fighting and fighting, more and more. Sen also won continuously. Fighting became my life, just like all other ambitious beings. When I came to my senses, I was standing atop countless corpses, and my ambition had reached the heavens. A mechanical sound was heard. The god of combat had chosen Sen to be his promising disciple. He gazed into the distance. The ultimate desire of my species is to destroy the four-nation alliance of humankind. Later, a war was waged. We annihilated countless humans and destroyed 3 nations, to the point that the root of the four-nation alliance, the monument of life, was stained red with blood. Blood-red spears pierced the sky. And if we completely conquer this final nation, I will be recognized by the god of combat as a true disciple. His face was filled with ambition and the desire to reach the top, becoming the king of the vampires. A butler rushed in frantically. Count, there's a problem, he reported. Your forces are being annihilated. To be precise, slaughtered by a single human. 3 people laboriously carried a mirror over. A magic transmission sent an image of the battle. Shocking, Sen. What did you say? He asked, his eyes red with anger. But I've already dealt with all those self-proclaimed warriors. Which empire sent them? The butler replied, trembling. They just suddenly appeared. Sen gritted his teeth. Suddenly? My army was suddenly slaughtered? How is that possible? Those useless soldiers, he roared. How could they just appear in the middle of the city, avoiding the eyes of all my troops? Everyone in the castle was affected by his rage. Count, please calm down. A wave of power exploded from within Sen. I only needed to completely conquer this city to be recognized as a true disciple. Now, he's ruined everything. How dare he? A lowly, insignificant human. He summoned a red tidal wave. I tried to maintain this city for later use, but now I will turn it into a living hell. Rage consumed Sen. The massive wave soon crashed down on the city. Sangun was surprised. Its size was bigger than he thought. He thought grimly, I probably can't block this attack. I'm done for. With that thought, Sangun quickly turned and fled. He looked at the ferocious wave behind him, calculating that he should abandon the city to save his comrades. Ahead, David had already created a barrier, waiting. Sangun quickly ran over, leaving the wave behind. He hurriedly raised his hand and turned around, opening a magic circle to block the tsunami. The powerful current poured down, all of it falling behind him. Cracks began to appear on Sangun's magic shield. He panted, just a little more, but Sangun couldn't hold on any longer. The shield shattered, and he was sent flying to the ground by the fierce tidal wave. The red current submerged the entire territory. The water silently stained everything red as the devastation finally passed. Sangun was blown away, lying unconscious on the ground. David's group rushed over. Han Sangun, are you okay? Sangun whispered. How is everyone? David replied. We're all fine. Sakiao reached out a hand. It's all thanks to you standing in their way directly. I thought we were all going to die. Just then, a loud noise from the distance shook everything as Sen leaped down to the ground. He glared at everyone, thinking to himself, surprising, they actually survived that attack. Sen stared thoughtfully. So, they didn't just get here by luck? He observed them, sizing up the naive, weak-looking one. Those three who are still unharmed must be the key members. Sangun said nothing. He raised his hand and began to summon his power, a blood sword forming attached to his arm. Sen roared in fury. You inferior humans, I will tear you to shreds. David's entire group was stunned. Only Sangun calmly stepped forward. Everyone, fall back. I'll face him. The group wisely turned to leave. All right, we'll fall back then. Call us if you need us. Sen bared his fangs. Who gave you permission? I won't let you leave. He used astonishing speed to chase after David's group, his face becoming ferocious and distorted. From out of nowhere, Sangun's figure appeared beside him. I think something just flew past. Sen hurriedly turned around. When did this guy get here? Sangun asked nonchalantly. Have you ever heard the saying, be careful what you wish for? He smiled confidently. I'll give you an answer for everything you've said. Sen lunged forward to attack him first. You lunatic! How dare you act so cocky in front of me? Sangun remained calm, leaping up with speed even greater than his opponents and delivering multiple slashes. I will tear you to shreds. Everything in front of Sen shattered into pieces. David's group, watching from a distance, was stunned. Sangun stood with his sword, looking at the defeated Sen, and quickly gave an order. Everyone, hurry and find the priests, Saki asked in surprise. You already defeated him. Do we still need to? Sangun mused. Don't you think something's off? He explained while watching Sierre's body dissolve into pieces. The completion message for the 13th floor's trial should have appeared by now, but no notification has shown up yet. Right at that moment, a notification window popped up. The Fire Dragon's Eye skill has been activated. The fragments of the vampire Count Sierre were reassembling through his regenerative power. Takuski yelled in disbelief. No, he can still come back to life from that? David was also stunned. No way. Saki rushed forward. With the city this devastated, the priests are probably all dead. How about we fight alongside you to take him down? Sangun replied coldly. No, I will hold him off. All of you, go find a priest or a holy relic and bring it here, he thought to himself. Sorry, but I have to defeat this boss on my own. David didn't argue, immediately turning to leave. If that's what you want, fine. Saki turned to carry out her task. Patrolling is my specialty. I'll do everything I can. Sierre's body was regenerating at an incredible rate, and once restored, his body became even more powerful. Sierre roared, his eyes burning with rage. You bastard, how dare you? How dare you do this to me? Sangun calmly watched Sierre approach, assessing, his regenerative ability is truly astonishing. His recovery skills and power are definitely stronger than I thought. Sierre lunged forward without hesitation, and Sangun smoothly leaned back to dodge. But my combat prowess is far superior to his. Sierre cursed in fury. You vermin! He used his power to levitate the surrounding rubble. The stones flew towards Sangun in a unified attack, the magically infused stones becoming even sharper. With their vast numbers and large size, they assaulted the much smaller Sangun, who could only make himself a smaller target to pass through the violent storm of rocks. The magical stones began to glow brightly, and then they exploded. Sierre laughed gleefully. How do you like that? Human, I am a cut above you. But Sangun had already teleported behind him at some unknown moment. He chuckled softly. I knew it, and thanks to you, I've learned a new skill. A blinding flash of red light erupted from behind Sierre, forcing him to turn around. Once again, Sierre's body was sliced into countless pieces. fragments of his flesh scattering along with torrents of red blood. Sangun watched the scene unfold and suddenly felt a chill. I sliced him even finer this time, yet he's still regenerating. It's giving me goosebumps, no way. An extreme thought crossed his mind. Could this trial truly be impossible without the help of the priests? Sangun glanced around the devastated domain. In a city this ruined, it would be a miracle if anyone was still alive. Meanwhile, Sierre's regeneration speed had increased significantly. He even transformed into a form several times larger than before. What a pain. Sierre laughed maniacally. You think you can destroy me? You don't stand a chance. Sangun just muttered something under his breath. Curious. He then gave an even more terrifying smile. I'm just curious. How many times do I have to kill you for you to truly stay dead? At that moment, Sangun's body was also clearly enveloped in a magical aura. Sierre's body was visibly trembling. Ah, is Sierre feeling scared again? He gritted his teeth. Sierre raised his hands high, showcasing his terrifying power. Don't you dare underestimate me. I will be the one to become the vampire king. Sangun simply dashed past Sierre with composure. 3. Sierre screamed in agony. He quickly reformed to his original shape. Don't think you've won just because you can hurt me. But before he could finish his sentence, Sangun lunged forward again. 4. Although Sierre's body was destroyed, he paid it no mind. It's useless. You're not a true warrior. You can't possibly kill me. Sangun paid him no mind, focusing only on executing his slash. 5. Sierre continued his lecture. As long as you are human, you cannot escape the limits of your stamina. You will soon grow tired and collapse. Sangun's voice was cold. 6. By now, Sierre could no longer endure it. 7. He pointed a finger in fury and yelled, You really are that legendary warrior. How can you use so much mana without getting exhausted? Sangun didn't reply. He just continued his count. 8. At the same time, the system window appeared. You have acquired the achievement, Artist on the Battlefield, activating the torture technique skill. Sangun sighed as he looked at the body. Should I make sliced meat or minced meat? Sierre finally came to his senses and tried to flee. He's a monster, he thought in fear. I just need to get away. But Sangun had already caught up and was waiting for him. I told you, I would return the words you once spoke to me. He summoned his sword. Who gave you permission? I'm not letting you go anywhere. Sierre's eyes darted around frantically. You cruel, insane bastard. Sangun's voice rang out. 9. Sierre pleaded. Stop, let's negotiate. We have to negotiate. No, let's make a deal. I'll give you anything you want. Sangun delivered the 10th slash. Ignoring his offer, I said, I'll give you anything, be it wealth or fame. His body disintegrated into tiny pieces under Sangun's blade. 11. Sierre roared in despair. Just kill me already. I can't live like this. You're not a warrior. You're just a rotten, cruel murderer. On the 12th slash, the system window updated again. You have acquired the achievement, Origin of Fury, Pain Amplification skill activated. Sierre wept. Stop, I surrender. I'll do whatever you want. Sangun finally replied in frustration. Can you just shut up and die already? How many more times can you regenerate? Suddenly, he paused, as Sangun finally had a realization. He chuckled softly and beckoned to Sierre. Hey kid, come over here. Sierre scrambled over. Yes, Sangun asked. There is a way to set you free. If you cooperate, I will grant you death. What do you say? Sierre's eyes lit up. What do I have to do? Just then, the system window announced, the counter shield skill has been activated. A giant pillar of magical light immediately shone down on this land. A variation of the counter shield, a counter scarecrow. The giant red cross made of magic was complete, and Sangun let it plunge into the ground. He commanded, keep hitting this thing until I tell you to stop. Sun was a bit skeptical, so Sangun threatened in annoyance. Why haven't you started hitting it? Do you want to live? Sun had no choice but to quickly get up, saying, I'll start hitting it right now. He thought in panic, I can't understand this whole series of events from beginning to end today. While hitting, Sun glanced at Sangun. There was no sign that this crazy human would suddenly appear and slaughter the most powerful force in vampire history. No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. His hand stopped. Could it be that the red pillar of light suddenly appeared at the top of the god's trial cross? He finally understood. Yes, it was already strange for a human to possess the blood control ability. Sun didn't dare to stop hitting that cross. Because the vampires were becoming complacent, they want to tighten the rules. This must be the savior of the vampires. He wants to train us to be more vigilant. Meanwhile, the skill enhancement system panel continuously detected that the counter shield skill could now resist accumulated damage. Sangun approached. That's enough. Sun looked at him blankly. Then Sangun gave a terrifying smile. It's time to die. Sun belatedly realized, Savior, my A, asterisk, asterisk. A stream of magic suddenly emerged from the cross, enveloping Sun in a bubble. He quickly spoke up. If you're still alive, no matter how many times I destroy you. Before he could finish his sentence, Sangun threw his sword at it. The sword shot forward with immense power, piercing straight into the sphere. The sphere lit up and exploded, and the system announced, the counter shield skill has released all absorbed damage at once. Sangun's plan was to completely obliterate him, leaving not a single piece behind. Sun, on the other hand, sighed in relief. Finally, I can die. The exploding sphere created an extremely powerful shockwave that shot straight up into the sky. Sangun quietly watched this chaotic scene. The system appeared again with a notification. Congratulations, you have cleared the 13th floor of the trial tower. Your completion reward is an A+ skill book, which has been sent to your inventory. Your completion reward is 90,000 points. Your completion reward is 4,000 items. Your completion reward is 5,000 items. Please move to the waiting room. He chuckled. I've killed him, so now I can absorb San's blood. Blood-sucking warning. If you designate and kill a target with the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, you can absorb the target's blood with the sword and enhance the item's abilities. At the same time, you learn a new skill. Sangun's sword was stained red. The power from San's blood was gradually absorbed into the sword. The system appeared. The unique skill of the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, blood absorption, has been activated. Upon absorbing the blood of the vampire Count Sun, the item's rank has increased to A rank. 300, 1,400. Upon absorbing the blood of the vampire Count Sun, the C+ blood enhancement skill has been stored in the specialized blood absorption slot. Specialized blood absorption slot, C+ blood enhancement skill description. By absorbing the blood of this vampire Count Sun, you can enhance blood belonging to the blood control domain. The effects of using mana and enhancing blood in the blood control domain for resistance and control are also strengthened. A special red square also appeared on the system bar. Sangun reached out and took the true Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. The C+ blood enhancement skill activated, and his eyes darted around, feeling a new stream of power flowing into his body. A vampire count, yet my blood control skill is even stronger than his. The feeling of a myriad of magical swords enveloped Sangun's body, as if he had once been the vampire king. He smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, although the downside is that I might be misunderstood. A new stream of magical power flowed into his body. You have absorbed the soul of the vampire Count Sun and continuously enhanced your abilities. Strength +5, agility +4, stamina +6, power +7, resistance +5. A brilliant golden light appeared. You have seized the divinity of the vampire Count Sun's soul. The Holy Power unique skill event has been completed. Ability activating. Extracting divinity. Sangun was a bit surprised. Extracting divinity? I've seen this notification once before when I absorbed the clone's soul. The system chimed in right on time. Divinity extraction successful. The B- Holy Power unique skill has been upgraded. As you accumulate mythology, the rank of the B rank Holy Power unique skill will increase rapidly. Sangun felt a brilliant light shining on his body. I didn't know back then, but the condition for extracting divinity is whether the soul possesses holy power or not. A brilliant golden gem was formed. He pondered carefully. I can't extract divinity from ordinary vampires, so it probably only applies to holy power of the same level as mine. Sangun clicked his tongue. There are still so many vague things. Every time something related to holy power comes up, it gives me a headache. The system appeared again, absorbing one of Vampire Count Sun's skills. You have absorbed the C-rank charm skill. He was surprised. Charm? The system explained. Because you are absorbing a soul stronger than the user, the evaluation of the extraction unique skill will now begin. Sangun worried. A strong enemy, an enemy I can't handle. What's this evaluation standard? Is it a subjective evaluation? He suddenly thought. But it's not like I don't know. Souls related to gods or apostles are all considered high level. The system continued. Evaluation successful. Confirmed that Vampire Count Sun possesses the unique skill to extract a soul's unique skill. The C+ unique skill Win Trust has been engraved into the soul of player Hansun. He narrowed his eyes. Win Trust. Just then, a voice called from behind. Hansun. Sakio called out with a big smile. The cleric is using the protection, unique skill to protect the people. There are more survivors than I thought. Don't worry, the vampire has been exterminated. Everyone slowly rushed out their faces, beaming, unable to believe he defeated the vampire count all by himself. You are our hero! The hero himself is here! God has blessed us, messenger of the great deity. Thank you for your help. The system appeared along with the crowd. The acquired trust trait has sensed a strong faith directed at the player. Sangun found it a little hard to believe that the people were placing their trust in him. He frowned, realizing that even faith within an illusion counts as real faith. Sangun smiled. I have to make the most of this opportunity. He placed his hand on his sword, activating the C-rank charm skill. Along with the cheers came a system alert. Your recognition has grown stronger. Your influence over others has increased. Sangun thought to himself, but I'm not lying. The system announced you have obtained the achievement I do not lie, magic power +1. The light of power and humanity filled him with satisfaction. The acquired trust trait has activated over a wide area, acquiring the trust of everyone around you. The holy power trait has activated over a wide area, calculating mythology based on actual results versus the believer's faith. Mythology? Sangun wondered. Mythology. The system congratulated him. The vampire exterminator has been completed. A golden magical light appeared beneath Sangun's feet, accompanied by a system notification. The blood demon exterminator mythology has been activated. Effect nullify recovery, beginning to link with the achievement. Effect purge, beginning to link with the holy relic. He remembered that later on. Because I ended the vampire count's endless regeneration cycle, I received the nullify recovery effect, and because I caused a massacre in the vampire city, I received the purge effect. Sangun chuckled to himself. Interesting. I finally understand the essence of accumulating mythology, he thought. The faith I acquired in tandem combined with the holy power trait. In the form of mythology, a new trait was created within the existing ones. These traits include acquire, faith, and mythology. Revolving around holy power, Sangun's body now possessed a special magical energy, although he had never used it before seeing the way the holy power naturally overflowed. It seems that when I activate a mythology, the holy power within my heart gets consumed. The system warned there is not enough legend and faith. The accumulated faith will be stored for the next mythology, he thought with a smile. I guess the process of acquiring faith is over now. Sure enough, the system displayed a message. The acquire trust trait has been deactivated. All the survivors before Sangun bowed their heads. He was satisfied that this floor had ended smoothly. Saki and Takuski also said their goodbyes to return to their own spaces. David, who had stayed behind, suddenly spoke up. I used to think you were just a foolish brat, but I may have underestimated your abilities. He held out his hand. Allow me to apologize. Sangun graciously accepted it. It's nothing. Just then, the ground began to tremble. The god of war has sensed the death of his potential disciples. Sangun fell to his knees under the system's pressure. David asked worriedly, what's wrong? The god of war has noticed your presence. The god of war has sensed your holy power and his hostility is rising. Sangun's body was under immense pressure. He gritted his teeth. God of war. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shattered. Sangun shouted anxiously, get down on the ground. The system repeatedly warned you have entered a divine domain. No one can escape. Sangun wondered what is going on. He gritted his teeth and endured. The trial was definitely over. David was caught in the stampeding crowd, unable to get out. Pillars of molten lava erupted from the ground, blocking the path. He screamed, my portal! Sangun appeared out of nowhere. Mr. British Mage, shake my hand one more time. He grabbed David's hand and threw him through the spatial gate. David watched him go, thinking with a smile he's rather crude. But his methods are very effective. Beneath everyone's feet, molten lava continued to bubble up. Sangun leaped down. Stand aside! He slammed his fist into the ground, activating the counter-shield skill. The ground beneath them instantly absorbed a massive surge of power from Sangun. Watching this, David couldn't help but wonder, I don't know if he's a warrior or not. But if a hero still exists in this cruel world. He looked at Sangun, his voice choked with emotion. That hero would probably look just like this, wouldn't he? David passed through the portal. I hope you make it out safely, hero of Earth. On the other side, Sangun was frantically evacuating everyone. I can't hold this much longer. Please hurry through the gate, he sighed. I guess I was hoping for too much. They didn't show any more faith. What a waste of time. I still need to get through the gate myself. The system warned again. The god of war is disgusted that a mere mortal possesses divinity. People began to lose control, clutching their heads and screaming. My head! It feels like it's going to explode. In an instant, the scene devolved into bloody chaos. A spray of red blood hit his face, leaving Sangun momentarily stunned. Before his eyes was a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Sangun remained silent as the system displayed a message. The god of war says that the livestock raised by the Tower of Trials dares to cross the line. He muttered, cross the line? Sangun's eyes filled with cold hatred. You're the one who crossed the line, you bastard. As long as I'm under the tower's protection, you can't touch me, right? If you have nothing more to say, then goodbye. The system announced the god of war is smiling wickedly. Sangun turned and walked through the gate. I need to get stronger. The system popped up. The god of war said that he couldn't wait for the death that was lying in wait. He guessed this meant that even the gods couldn't afford to be careless with him. A warning appeared. You have set foot in the waiting room of the 14th floor. The system is expanding. Unique items from the challenge floor have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Several types of potions have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Your acquired experience will be accumulated. Sangun thought back to the scene just now. Wiping the blood from his face, he sighed softly. After all, it was just a space created by the tower. I shouldn't let my emotions get messed up by things I don't even know are real or fake. Sangun's eyes grew thoughtful. The god of war, huh? Because I've come into conflict with the god of all humanity. He recalled those words, don't trust the other gods, they will see you as an enemy. Sangun fell silent. So this is probably how it's going to end, huh? His figure looked lonely from behind. Forget it. I shouldn't worry about things I can't control. Instead, I'll just focus on what's within my power. He raised his hand to look at the stone he had received. The old shirt was also taken off. Contractor's private inventory. Points minus 11,500. Skill category. Special skill category. Contractor's item category. Iron-blooded Tyrant King and White Crane Swordmaster. You have purchased the special skill, Path of the Swordsman S, minus 10,000 points. Special skill, Path of the Swordsman S, price 10,000. Description for those caught in the conflict between getting stronger to survive and living to get stronger. This is a special skill exclusively for sword users. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and achieving independent enlightenment will become easier. In another instance dungeon, you entered a lush green bamboo forest. Xiao Hua was already waiting with a smile. It's been a while, hasn't it, Sangun? He sat down beside her. I heard it from that jade lady. You've made an enemy of the young master of the Nam Gong clan? Sangun stared into the distance. Somehow, that's what happened. Xiao Hua spoke softly. It must be because you used points to buy my special skill because of Nam Gong Hui Uk, right? Sangun replied softly. That's right. She smiled. Then you made the right decision. Xiao Hua explained. If I were to put it simply, I'd have to call you a genius, Sangun, because you can naturally learn swordsmanship forms without any formal path to enlightenment. You could say it goes beyond simple mimicry. Furthermore, she recalled Sangun's fight. During the trial on the 12th floor, you not only perceived sword intent but also adapted it, turning it into a dual-wielding technique. He thought to himself, I just have a bit of a knack for mimicry, Xiao Hua concluded. Seeing as you were able to improve just from a glimpse of the Nam Gong clan's footwork, I believe you have great potential to become a grandmaster. Sangun was stunned. A grandmaster? She continued to explain. In my opinion, it wouldn't be surprising if you became the founder of your own sword sect. Sangun was astonished. Really? To that extent? Xiao Hua smiled encouragingly. Your decision to choose that special skill was the right one, because anything you learn and achieve enlightenment on will become a useful skill in the tower. I will teach you everything. She blushed. But I have one condition, Xiao Hua spoke up. Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with me? Sangun replied very quickly. All right, I will accept you as my master. Xiao Hua couldn't quite believe it. Sangun, I'm not trying to force you into anything. You can think it over carefully. He waved his hand. No, I've already decided. Xiao Hua turned away. If that's what you want, then I won't refuse. Sangun had his own reasons. The White Crane Swordmaster was someone who had climbed to the 40th floor of the tower, so there was no reason to refuse a master like her. Xiao Hua reminded him. Don't regret this later. Sangun asked back, Are you planning to treat me so poorly that I'll regret it? Is that it? Xiao Hua denied it. No, she explained in a serious tone. A master is someone a person should only have once in their life, especially for those in the martial world who greatly value honor, so I hope you won't regret this. If you're that worried about it, then I definitely won't regret it. Sangun thought to himself, how many people in the martial world are even worthy of being my master? Xiao Hua stood up. Then, let's follow procedure. I will formally introduce myself again before you perform the disciple ceremony. She adopted a solemn posture. I am the 17th leader of the Bayek family sword sect, the #1 master of the previous generation. I am Beek Xiao Hua. I will become your master. This scene left Sangun stunned, the #1 master of the martial world. He bowed before Hoa, as Sangun summarized in his mind. To put it simply, martial arts are divided into internal arts and external arts. Internal arts are techniques for refining external mana and drawing it into the body. After this refinement process, the mana stored within the body transforms into internal energy. External arts are techniques for using the body, including anti-gravity body techniques and swordsmanship that corresponds with the practitioner's footwork. That is the essence of martial arts. Additionally, there are martial arts that focus on using special psychic energies. But after hearing all this, it naturally raises the question of whether the Iron Blood divine art is a mental technique. He spoke up. I have a few things I'm curious about. It wouldn't be a problem if I use another mental technique that I've already learned, right? Xiao Hua's face darkened. What did you just say? You already know another mental technique? She pressed him urgently. Explain in detail. Hurry up, Sangun calmly replied. After your explanation, it occurred to me that I might know a similar mental technique. Xiao Hua was surprised. Don't tell me you know how to cultivate and use aura? Did you learn that from the iron-blooded Tyrant King? Sangun caught the keyword aura cultivation. Was it another branch of heart arts? Outwardly, he just replied, That's not it, Xiao Hua mumbled. She wasn't the type to break a promise like that. She hurriedly rushed over. I can't trust her. Let me check. Xiao Hua lifted Sangun's shirt to place her hand on him, which made him blush with embarrassment. His mind was in turmoil. When did this master become so forward? Sangun recoiled. Master! Xiao Hua paid him no mind. Be quiet for a moment. She seemed to realize something else, and Xiao Hua looked up to ask, When I remove the pure mana, there's no trace that you've ever learned a hard art. Sangun hesitated. About that, he went on to explain. The Supreme Blood technique is actually a special skill sponsored by an administrator called the Fallen Successor of something or someone from the 12th floor, and I've used it quite often because it enhances my combat senses when I activate the Supreme Blood technique. Seo Hoa tapped her head, remembering, that's an authority, not a heart art. Of course, it seems the heart arts you've learned over time have merged into that special skill, but it still can't be called a heart art. Sangyun showed his understanding. I see, he asked doubtfully. But master, how much longer are you going to stay in this position? Reminded, Seo Hoa finally realized and quickly backed away a full meter. Seo Hoa faced the wall. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. Sangyun turned back. It's okay. A thick killing intent radiated from Seo Hoa, but I still don't like it. She threatened the idea of some mutt from the blood cult sponsoring such a low-class hard art as a special skill. Sangyun thought with difficulty, I think I need to change my view of this White Crane swordmaster. Seo Hoa expressed, but it just occurred to me. It might be better if you don't learn a hard art, she explained. You can gather mana without needing a hard art. And if you learn a large number of hard arts through different authorities, you can definitely use them interchangeably, Sangyun asked doubtfully. Is that okay? Seo Hoa replied, blushing. It's fine, because my martial arts don't rely too heavily on a hard art. However, the hard art is a very important part of the master-disciple relationship, so what just happened? She cleared her throat. Ahem. First, I will teach you swordsmanship. Watch carefully and try to replicate it. Sangyun quickly got the hang of it. All right. Through practice, his skill increased, the combat focus skill activated, and his concentration increased tenfold. Seo Hoa drew her sword. A faint pink power glowed from the sword's blade. She turned and executed the technique. Sangyun watched in a daze, different from her usual gentle demeanor. Her current appearance was something he had never seen before. She truly is a martial arts master and also quite aggressive. Seo Hoa put on a serious, careful expression. I will show you the most basic of the 7 forms of the white sword. The white sword, Sea Cleaver. The tip of the sword slowly glided up gently. A technique as light as the wind but extremely powerful was unleashed. Sangyun's eyes twitched slightly. Seo Hoa turned back. If you couldn't see it clearly, I sincerely apologize. I tried to slow down as much as possible. Sangyun walked past her and replied, It's fine. I'll start replicating it now. He slowly drew his sword, recalling the move in his mind. It felt like space itself was unavoidable, so the only way was to pull it closer and cut it. His eyes saw the space in front of him clearly, and with one sweep of his sword, Sangyun's eyes lit up. Something like this? He turned back and asked lightly. I did my best to replicate it. What do you think? Seo Hoa was stunned. This was absurd. She had witnessed many things, each generation producing numerous geniuses. These people had an innate ability to absorb information and thereby achieve accomplishments far beyond ordinary people. A genius demonstrates the pinnacle of ability through understanding, judgment, and absorption. However, any genius needs to practice, whether a little or a lot. But Sangyun impatiently asked again, Did I do it right? Seo Hoa held her head in disbelief. What in the world is this? To be able to replicate it to this extent after seeing it just once? She looked up. Sangyun, it seems you don't understand how amazing that was. Seo Hoa explained patiently. The 7 forms of the white sword is a martial art that uses principles far more complex than the Azure Sky Sword arts used by Namgong Haiwook. Sangyun was surprised. Azure Sky Sword arts? Seo Hoa replied. The 2 techniques you copied from the Namgong clan, the Azure Sky Light Sword and the Azure Sky Rain Sword, are part of the Azure Sky Sword arts. Sangyun also realized, weren't those the skills Namgong Haiwook had used? Seo Hoa clarified the fundamentals. Not to mention, it transcends basic principles like fast and slow that the Azure Sky Sword arts use, and it's a technique that uses complex principles to manipulate space itself. But you were able to immediately copy the white sword, Sea Cleaver, without any problems. After just one observation, it's no different from my demonstration. Even Sangyun himself was surprised to hear that. He thought, the principles of fast and slow are nothing to me. Seo Hoa praised him. You truly are a genius with a keen intuition. She said honestly, I've never seen anyone learn a skill just by watching. Most have to learn through experience and self-assessment. Sangyun looked away. But even if you say that, I still don't quite understand what you mean. Seo Hoa pointed and smiled. One day, you might be able to learn a great number of the world's martial arts. In Seo Hoa's mind, martial arts normally had to be understood and recreated using a manual as a foundation. However, she focused on transferring her internal energy to him. For you, there's no need for a manual. You just need to see it once to be able to replicate it all. However, I will help you learn how to use magic power. All the martial arts the Seo Hoa school has ever known, from footwork and fist techniques to lightness skills and even grappling arts. I'm going to learn everything I can. And the one she was most familiar with, The most useful of them all was the 7 styles of the white sword. Sangun gradually became accustomed to it, each sword strike flowing gently. The sea-cleaving white sword seizes space and severs it, making it impossible for the opponent to evade. The space-piercing white sword, an incredibly powerful thrusting technique, can penetrate any defense. The void-breaking white sword, a defensive skill that distorts the surrounding space. Seohoa stood to the side, clapping and praising him endlessly, while Sangun smiled happily, saying sincerely, "I've learned so much. Thank you." Master Seohoa still wasn't used to being called that, repeating master in her mind, but she smiled on the outside. "It's good if you think so." Sangun bowed his head low. "Then I'll take my leave here?" Seohoa replied regretfully. "You're leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer?" He smiled and turned away. "I'll come back to see you later." Sangun left with a childlike word. "Take care, master." She cleared her throat. "All right. You take care too, Sangun. With your talent and hard work, your future is surely limitless." The space gate opened again. "You have arrived at the 14th floor waiting room." Sangun left, thinking to himself that he had learned a lot. Although he was a bit embarrassed that he couldn't learn all 7 techniques of the white sword, his current level didn't allow it. He looked at his status window, Demon Slayer B+. Sangun thought to himself, although his swordsmanship had improved greatly, compared to Namgong Hyuk's Azure Sky sword style and his master's 7 forms of the white sword, he was still lacking. He planned to create a skill using the Authority of the Sword King's Path on his system window. Authority of the Sword King's Path S. Description for those immersed in the conflict between growing stronger to survive and living to grow stronger. Authority of the Iron-Blooded Sword activated. Combat Focus skill activated. Sangun once again used his sword techniques, wielding the Azure Sky sword style and the 7 forms of the white sword as if dual wielding. His sword path became increasingly fluid, helping him perfect it more than ever before. Sangun lowered his head, but if he wanted to develop it into a skill, it was still lacking. He recalled Seohoa's words, that to develop a skill, it needed to be recognized as a skill by the system. Sangun sighed, thinking, "All right, I'll use the 7 forms of the white sword as a base and combine it with the Azure Sky sword style whenever I want." At the same time, attacking with dual swords is a defensive technique, an amazing technique, creating tens of thousands of cuts in space. Thousands of thoughts flashed and repeated in his head, and his eyes lit up as he saw the Authority of the Sword King's Path had been activated. The system has activated the skill Immortal Fusion Sword Style A. Skill, Immortal Fusion Sword Style A. Proficiency 0%. Description: a sword style developed by combining the 7 techniques of the white sword and the Azure Sky sword style. Basic effect: when using a sword, additional modifications will be added to the basic techniques of the 7 techniques of the white sword and the Azure Sky sword style, and the effectiveness of the basic techniques will be enhanced. Sangun smiled. A skill had finally appeared. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "But while I like having some modifications, it seems a bit sluggish." Sangun summoned his inventory, the reward from the 13th floor trial. Explanation: Random Skill Book A+. A skill book that allows you to randomly obtain a B+ rank skill. This is a skill that can only be used by the trial participant and cannot be transferred to others. He took it. "Let's give it a try. I've got nothing to lose anyway." Unexpectedly, power began to flow into him continuously. You have used the Random Skill Book A+ and obtained a random B+ skill. The Authority of the Hero's Blessing is being activated. Your luck will temporarily increase rapidly. The skill Blood Spirit Demon Sword B+ has been activated. Plus. Skill: Blood Spirit Demon Sword B+, proficiency 0%. Description: a mysterious sword style that only the successor of the Blood Demon cult can learn. Basic effect: when you use a sword, demonic elements will seep into the blade, causing a destructive effect on all living creatures. Sangun tried to hold on a little longer as his body continuously absorbed it. The unique skill, Authority, Skill Synthesis, has been activated. The Immortal Fusion Sword Style skill has begun to synthesize at the center. The Authority of the Hero's Blessing has been activated. Your luck will temporarily increase rapidly. Skill synthesis complete. You have manifested a new skill. A new function has opened. The skill Immortal Fusion Demon Sword S is manifested. Sangun calmly stepped through the space gate again, beginning the 14th floor trial. Difficulty: very hard. The theme of the current trial is underwater combat. Time remaining 7 days. Trial clear condition: hunt all the monsters at the bottom of the lake within the specified time. Trial failure condition: the trial participant is eliminated or the trial time expires. Trial clear reward: Boots of the Wind Spirit A+. Trial failure penalty: death. The system suddenly warned, "You have encountered a powerful opponent who is difficult to deal with as a player. The Indomitable Will skill has activated." A figure stood on the other side of the gate, their voice gloomy. "How much longer were you going to make this young master wait? You didn't even come to me after I wiped out all these monsters, so I thought I came here by mistake." The person looked up, revealing an excited face. Nam Gong Hyuk. Sangjun chuckled in amusement. The instant acceleration skill has been activated. The combat focus skill has been activated. The skill, Grace of the Wind, has been activated. All speeds are increased by 70%, and the current skill link progress is 7 out of 7. The unique effect of the C+ rank speed boots is enhancing your instantaneous speed. He immediately gripped his sword and charged forward, the two clashing without hesitation. During the fight, Hyuk recognized the fire sword and asked in surprise, "How are you able to use that?" Sangun just laughed and replied, "Why are you so surprised already?" He swung his sword down, saying, "The real show is just getting started." Sangun swung his sword powerfully, the slash grazing one of Hyuk's cheeks. Sangun seized the opportunity to land a powerful palm strike, sending Hyuk flying. He slammed into the stone wall behind him but quickly recovered. But by then, Sangun had already launched his second attack. A series of sword slashes flew one after another toward Hyuk, the powerful strikes shattering the stone ground. Hyuk hastily raised his sword horizontally to block the blow. Sangun leaped back and asked, "How about that?" He glanced at the boulder above, which had been split and shattered, and challenged, "What do you think of the S-rank swordsmanship I just demonstrated?" The system displayed the skill, Demonic Fairy Sword Style, S, described as a fusion of several peerless martial arts to create the ultimate demonic sword technique. Special effect detail. Twin Strike will randomly activate, adding an extra stream of sword energy aimed at the opponent. Explaining Sangun's ultimate move, Twin Strike fires an additional 2 to 3 streams of fairy sword energy simultaneously with the initial attack. All streams of sword energy have equal power. He smiled, thinking that it was already a powerful move, and now it had this added effect. Sangun pointed provocatively. "That scar on your cheek," he sneered, "will torment you until the day you die." Hyuk gathered spiritual energy in his hand and scoffed. Over a little scratch like this? Hyuk quickly charged forward again, and the two clashed for several more rounds. Hyuk grew angry. "The swordsmanship you're using and that Lightfoot technique, they all belong to the Murim Alliance. Why were you hiding your martial arts before?" Sangun retorted forcefully. "I wasn't hiding it. I was genuinely afraid I might die fighting you. So I learned it. All of yesterday." The statement stunned Hyuk, making him even angrier. "You're just a crude, boastful liar." He lunged to attack. "The way you talk, claiming you learned all those martial arts in just one day, I know you're talking nonsense and are completely insane." Sangun just smiled and replied, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. But someone once told me that I'm a martial arts genius." The two clashed again, sparks flying. He chuckled, "Oh, and that's not all. I can do a lot more." Sangun's speed became even faster, his sword strikes overwhelming. Hyuk's eyes widened. "This sword style is..." He gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" His face was contorted with rage. "You truly have no shame. How dare you secretly learn the Namgong family's sword style?" Sangun provoked him. "Instead of blaming me, you should blame yourself for not making it harder to copy. Is it my fault that I could copy it after seeing you perform it just once?" Sangun added fuel to the fire. "Your only fault is not being able to fully master the Namgong family's sword style." Hyuk roared in fury, his strength intensifying. This also made it more difficult for Sangun to fight back. "Amazing," he assessed. "His swordsmanship, Lightfoot technique, and even his unorthodox movements have changed." Sangun smiled confidently. "But you probably never dreamed that you're teaching me an advanced lesson right now." He chuckled. "I'll study it carefully so I can teach you a lesson later." Hyuk raised his hand high, opening the myriad swords battle formation. Sangun bowed his head cautiously as giant swords quickly fell around Hyuk. The system warned that the characteristic of the battle formation was to create a combat domain with a 30-meter radius. Everyone except Sangun and Namgong Hyuk was forbidden from entering the combat domain. The formation was established using magic. Hyuk laughed maniacally. "I've got you now." "You bastard!" Suddenly, he realized something. On the other side, Sangun was also casting a spell. "Do you know what people on Earth call what you just did?" Hyuk frowned worriedly. Sangun smiled mockingly. "It's called getting a taste of your own medicine." Hyuk gritted his teeth. "You've learned martial arts, and now you're using magic too?" An immense power quickly pushed back Hyuk's formation. He tried to endure it, but his entire body suffered heavy damage. Hyuk gritted his teeth and used his remaining strength to jump up. Hyuk's body was racked with dizzying pain as he realized he had hit the ceiling, with no way to retreat. Damn it! The system explained that the user was forcibly breaking the battle formation's characteristic. The myriad swords formation gradually dissipated, and unexpectedly, Hyuk ran into Sangun behind him, who immediately delivered a kick. The powerful kick sent Hyuk flying a great distance. He slammed into the ground and was dragged for a long way, leaving a terrifyingly long and large trench in the earth. Sangun also arrived, landing lightly on the ground. He said contemptuously, "I bet a martial arts genius like you never thought this day would come, huh?" Hyuk still struggled to get up. He suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Sangun was startled by this. What's this? Did he suddenly go crazy? Hyuk held his face in delight. How interesting. I don't know how you did it, but to learn all these martial arts and become this strong in such a short time, it makes me so happy. He materialized a crystal shard. The fact that you can also use magic is truly astonishing to me. I acknowledge that you are very strong. Sangun, slightly panicked, rushed to attack, shattering it with a single slash. Did you think I would just let you do that? The slash quickly caused the stone and Hyuk to fuse even faster. A surge of power immediately erupted from him. He used a stone that removes the A-tier challenge penalty, allowing him to restore his reduced stats and break the skill limitations imposed by the lower tier challenge. The entire surrounding scenery swayed from the gust of wind. Hyuk stepped forward lightly, his expression turning serious. Have you ever wondered? The coiled dragon spirit was unleashed, roaring fiercely. Do you want to know why I'm called the Azure Sky Dragon Sword? Hansien was stunned by this sight, thinking he was screwed as the dragon snorted contemptuously. Reinforced sword ki isn't something a lowlife like you gets to see often. His face was stern, yet held a hint of contempt. Consider this an honor. That brilliant light erupted even more fiercely. Xiao Hua had taught him, I'm talking about how to use ki, or, in other words, how to enchant your sword with magic. She explained that sword ki is a technique for adding attributes depending on the type of sword. There are many types in the world. For example, fire magic is an attribute you can add to your swordsmanship, but that's just the first step, and reinforcing sword ki is the next stage. Now, seeing it in reality, it was an ultimate skill that allowed the user to flexibly wield various elemental magics from the surroundings for their attacks. Hyuk swung his sword, and immense power radiated out instantly. Sangun struggled to dodge, surprised to see reinforced sword ki this early. He observed carefully. I didn't think it would be this powerful just from the explanation. What an insane technique. Sangun tried his best to weave through the narrow gaps, but the continuous and ever-increasing slashes of sword ki made it difficult to get close to him. Those sword strikes were also incredibly versatile, not to mention the fluid movement of the reinforced sword ki itself. This is way too dangerous. The sword was like it had a dragon's soul, as if the blade had transformed into a living, breathing dragon. Sangun tried to block it directly once, but his hand was instantly stained red, unable to withstand the force. Sangun had to use all his strength just to keep from being blown away. He looked down, thinking, I thought this guy was at most stronger than the Bloodkin, but I never expected him to be this powerful. Sangun recalled the enlightenment of sword ki, something he had felt when Master Baek Hak taught him. He understood in his heart, but he felt as if other martial artists had skipped this crucial stage. Perhaps they encountered difficulties during their enlightenment process and thus failed to grasp it. This bastard is too strong. Hyuk stomped his foot on the ground and scoffed. Where did all that bravado from before go? Sangun, however, felt a renewed interest, thinking he should have just gone all out from the start to finish him off. Damn it. He reinforced his magical power. I just wanted to learn a little from him gently before taking him down. Now things are going to get complicated. Songjun's entire body overflowed with mana, activating the supreme blood technique. His eyes lit up. Get ready. I'm coming at you with everything I've got. Hyuk smiled and charged forward. Try your best, you bastard. Sangun rushed in first, and Hyuk swung his sword with immense power, the blade weaving flexibly towards Sangun. White void philosophy. Seeing this, Hyuk grew angry. Did you secretly learn swordsmanship from somewhere else too? All your efforts are useless before my reinforced sword ki. His sword ki instantly exploded, creating a powerful shockwave. Sangun absorbed the force, activated a skill, and focused on the fight. Player concentration increased 20-fold. He quickly appeared behind Hyuk, and Sangun seized the opportunity to charge. Alright, I got behind him, now. But Hyuk had already sensed him, leaving a sword slash behind as he moved away. Sangun's attack hit empty air, and his body slumped. He coughed up blood, his internal energy in chaos. Just then, a light flashed in front of him, and Sangun could only force himself up to dodge the blow. He made a slash to block Hyuk's sword ki. Sangun struggled to defend himself. Did his reinforced sword ki just merge with my white void philosophy? He activated the weakened blood skill. Hyuk appeared behind him out of nowhere and kicked him hard in the stomach. Sangun was sent flying, slamming into the ground dozens of meters away, yet he still tried to hold on. He couldn't. Cough up blood. Sangun was beaten so badly he couldn't get up. Seeing this, Hyuk grew excited. Die! He simultaneously unleashed his finishing move, a powerful slash. A brilliant light flared, and the force once again overwhelmed Sangun. Only a scene of devastation remained. Hyuk slowly approached, looking at the gasping Sangun. You can still stand, you cur? Hyuk scowled. I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to last this long against me. He chuckled softly, pointing his sword to summon the dragon. But it all ends here. Hyuk bid him farewell. It's been fun, Han Sangun. Sangun used all his remaining strength to charge forward. After all the effort to reach this level of power, he pointed his sword, creating an opposing sphere of energy. You think I'll be taken down that easily? The counter shield skill released all its accumulated damage. Two immense streams of power collided. Hyuk was supremely confident in his own strength. He thrust his sword straight through, laughing maniacally. That's the expression I wanted to see. Off with your head. And just as he said, Sangun's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly activated the skill Death's Door, nullifying all life-threatening critical damage. All senses are amplified for a short period, and all skills reach their maximum proficiency level. The cooldown is 1 week. His head returned to its position. It fused back together as if nothing had ever happened. This was one of his trump cards, Death's Door, a skill reward I received from the 12th floor trial. The moment I take fatal, life-threatening damage, the damage is reversed. I never thought I'd have to use it in a situation like this. He roared again and charged forward with his sword, startling, "Hi, Ook." What? There was another reward for clearing the 12th floor. The system explained, Crown of the Ancient King's Ashes, the unique skill, magic has been activated. While using the Crown of the Ancient King, the user's mind will be clouded, activating the power of an unwavering mind. He placed it on his head. It's time to go all in. A preliminary assessment, Crown of the Ancient King's Ashes. A. Willpower, plus 30%. A crown made from the ashes of an ancient emperor who worshipped a dark god. When equipped, the user's mind becomes unstable, and the crown will rapidly dissipate with each passing minute in exchange for the ability to use magic at will until the crown completely disappears. Sangun summoned a horde of beasts. I command you, my vassals. The monsters charged in unison to crush him. Hayu clicked his tongue in annoyance. You bastard, you even know necromancy? You can never defeat me with this kind of crappy magic. He swept away the monsters with a single sword strike, the blood element spreading to Hayuk's face. He grabbed Sangun. Let's see if you can revive again. Hayuk pointed his sword right at his face. Just as the blade was about to strike, Hayuk suddenly started to react. My body. Sangun seized the opportunity, grabbing his hand to gain the upper hand. What did you do to me? He replied coldly. I already told you that the scar would haunt you until you die. The monsters loomed up from behind, scrambling to get to Hayuk. Inside a house, there was the sound of arguing. He doesn't even know the basic stances. How could the Namgong clan produce such an ignorant child? The father pointed and shouted, Is he really my own flesh and blood? A young Hayuk could only silently clutch his sword, not daring to utter a word. His body tensed up. Hayuk resentfully recalled his arduous training days. I just like swinging my sword. Before learning any forms, one must first practice the sword path. An old man suddenly appeared, truly a genius. For Hayuk, that was the first time he met his grandfather. He had finally found a safe haven. After that, I was raised by him, the greatest swordsman of the era. And so, things actually got worse. My swordsmanship grew more and more violent. Later on, Hayuk shouted, Ha! He laughed cheerfully. I've dealt with all those blood cult bastards who were pretending to be tourists. Hayuk's mind was filled with anticipation. Look, father, your son has become this strong. But his father only spoke in a cold tone. Get rid of those ugly things. Why have you been killing so much lately? Use some of that energy to cultivate your mind and character. He turned and walked away, if you don't want to become a bloodthirsty monster. Suppressed anger turned into tears, and after that, Hayuk's eyes were filled with nothing but blood and resentment. The system announced, the durability of the Crown of the Ancient Emperor's Ashes, has been fully consumed. The Crown of the Ancient Emperor's Ashes, has been destroyed. The monsters fell into the water one by one. Sangun could finally relax. He walked over and asked, You're still alive? Lying in the water? Hayuk replied angrily. Hurry up and finish me, Han Sangun. But he just quietly sat down beside him. Sangun spoke up. Isn't it interesting? Normally, you and I would never have met, but here we are, two people from different dimensions, fighting like this. He recalled that it was both difficult and painful, but funnily enough, I even thought. Sangun chuckled softly. This is actually kind of fun. His voice was calm. Sangun said casually, If we were friends, we could have had fun progressing together. That's what I thought. Hi, Ook shouted as if he'd heard a joke. You weak-willed bastard. How can you have thoughts like that while climbing the tower? Hi, Ook's voice was sharp. Let me tell you something interesting, he said flatly. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension isn't just because I like killing. Hayut's life was already difficult, and after obtaining divine power, I became the enemy of several gods. My life was threatened, and it led to a war. The chosen ones inevitably have to use divine power to fight, and when they do, they must face gods of all shapes and sizes. Ook sneered. You're the same. You'll soon be just like me. But if you keep climbing the tower with that foolish mindset, even with divine power, he cleared his throat threateningly, you won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your earth. Sangun interrupted. No, that's not going to happen. Those who would destroy my home will all be destroyed by my own hands. He raised his hand, conjuring magic, and Sun Un clenched his fist. Hyuk exploded in response. The skill blood tracker has been activated. He let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. System upgrade. Congratulations on clearing the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. The reward, Wind Spirit Boots, A+, has been sent to your inventory. You have received a reward of 10,000 points. You have received a reward of 4,000 coins. For defeating a stronger challenger, you have received an additional reward. You have received 4,000 coins. The reward, Heaven-Shattering Sword, A+, has been sent to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room. The basic elements for myth creation have been fulfilled. Power and divine power have been strongly activated. Calculating myth based on actual results and the faith of your followers. Sun Un's body began to glow brightly. He was surprised. Another new myth. A new stream of power enveloped Sun Un. The myth of the challenging warrior has been completed. The myth of the challenging warrior is accumulating divine power. From now on, the indomitable effect is bound to challenger Han Sun Un's divine power control. From now on, the reversal effect is bound to challenger Han Sun Un's divine power control. Everything merged into one with him, absorbing the soul of challenger Nam Gong Hyuk. Proficiency increased by 47%, and the proficiency of the unique attribute Necromancy has reached 100%. Necromancy B, the unique attribute of Necromancy, has increased by 1 level. Necromancy A. Sangun took his sword and walked away. When challengers from other worlds die, their bodies always dissolve. When the penalty for illegally trespassing floors is gone, will they still disappear? The sword lit up. The lifesteal effect of the true heavenly blood demon sword has been activated, absorbing the blood of the challenger Nam Gong Hyuk. As a result, the item has been upgraded to A rank, 1,174 out of 1,400. Absorbing the blood of challenger Nam Gong Hyuk, the skill Engraved Reinforcement Comprehension has been set in the unique lifesteal slot. Sangun pursed his lips. The fire sword has gained another attribute. I got something good. He propped himself up, but there's no way to get the clothes back. Sangun turned away. I guess I'll have to go back to Earth to buy some. Suddenly, the system window appeared. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Monarch, says she has a good set of armor she wants to give her contractor. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, says the contractor's fighting style is better suited for a martial artist's robe. Sangun's lips twitched slightly, and he returned to the snowy region. Sangun couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He exclaimed, "It really looks like her house." Sangun opened the door and stepped inside. Canaria was already waiting. "Well done, Han Sangjun. It's been a while." She offered him a necklace. "Congratulations on overcoming a great mountain. This is a gift for you," Sanjun protested. "But you said you'd give me a set of armor," Canaria explained. "When you imbue this necklace with a bit of mana, armor will automatically appear for you to wear." She clasped her hands. "For the first time, do it outside the tower just to be safe," Sangyun replied. "Thank you, I will make good use of it." He returned to the bamboo forest. Sangyun appeared before Seo Hua. "Master." She was stunned. Sangyun, in his mind, kept repeating, "Master." Seo Hua sighed. "I thought you would come to me first, but you went to see that woman instead. I'm disappointed." Sangun bowed his head. "Please calm your anger, Master." Seo Hua pouted, repeating in her heart, "Master." She spoke up. "It's not that woman, but this master wants to ask for permission to do something." Seo Hua blushed. "I want to cut your hair." Sangyun was startled and objected. "What? Don't you know that prescribing medicine and cutting hair are two things you need a professional for?" "No way. You don't even have any tools." Seo Hua's expression darkened. "The first art of the white sword is all I need. If you move, you'll get hurt, so stand still." Sangyun waved his hand. "Wait!" After that was a chaotic flurry of birds. He bowed his head to look in the mirror. Sangyun smiled. "You're quite talented." Seo Hua turned away slightly. "That was a close one." She pushed Sangyun away. "Sangyun, this is an item that will help you wear the martial artist's robe more easily. Put it on outside the tower, okay?" Seo Hua waved. "Good luck." Sangyun thought in confusion. "What's wrong with her? Something's very suspicious." System notification. You have entered the 15th floor waiting room. The system is beginning to update. The quest feature has been unlocked. From now on, challengers can accept certain quests from administrators. Quests that replace personal trials will be based on the administrator's background story. If completed, you can receive a reward from the administrator who assigned the quest. However, you are only allowed to accept one quest per floor. Sangyun thought, quests, he understood. So the reason the administrators were treating me so well was because they wanted to hire me for quests. Sangyun quickly scrolled through the screen. There are so many things to do now. I need to think this through slowly. He made a choice. First, I'll check the myth I just received. System activating myth. Challenging warrior has activated the indomitable effect, bound to divine power suppression. When the indomitable effect is activated, the body can exert maximum force in any situation. Reversal effect, bound to divine power suppression. When the reversal effect is activated, you receive more buffs than debuffs in battle. Sangun smiled. The exorcism effect I got from the Vampire Slayer myth was limited before, but Challenging Warrior is much more practical, he pondered. And there's also a special ability added to A-rank Necromancy. Unique attribute system. Necromancy, A. Detailed effect, 7. The quality of a Grim Reaper has been enlightened. He wondered, what does this mean? The Divine Power Authority evaluation panel has been activated, he sighed. Even if it's activated, nothing changes. Sangun lowered his gaze. Grim Reaper. He waved his hand dismissively. I don't know, I'll just let time tell. Sangun summoned his sword. Heaven-shattering sword, A+, slashing power plus 10%, lethality plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, magic damage plus 10%. A reinforced demon sword that serves the sole purpose of destroying the heavenly realm. The more it destroys things that are difficult to destroy, the stronger it becomes. When imbued with mana, the unique effect, Heaven-shattering, will activate. At that time, the sword will gain the destruction attribute. Each swing carries immense lethality and mana intertwined. When the sword's proficiency reaches its maximum, the unique effect, Sword Sense, will activate. At that time, a skill beneficial to the sword's owner will be added. That skill is always suitable for the current situation. Sangun tested it out. Heaven-shattering seems very compatible with Sword Key. The attribute window appeared and Sword Sense is now not skill restricted. Therefore, it can develop according to the user's abilities. He was delighted. These added effects are too good. It must be because I defeated Namgong Hyuk, who was stronger than the trial's difficulty. The system responded in kind. Due to defeating a stronger challenger, notification, you have received an additional reward. It evaluated the sword. You have reached the state of unity with the sword. The unique effect of the heaven-shattering sword, Sword Sense, has been activated. You can turn the unique effect of a sword into your own skill. His eyes lit up. The choice has been made. The skill Sword Sense A+ has been completely absorbed. Number of Sword Sense uses remaining 1 out of 2. Sangun chuckled. It really works. He compared. I used Sword Sense to absorb an additional effect. Thanks to Sword Sense, I've been able to learn 3 more skills. A description of the heaven-shattering sword's unique effect. Sword Sense has been activated. You can turn the unique effect of a sword into your own skill. Selection complete. The A+ rank heaven-shattering sword skill has been fully absorbed, with 2 uses of Sword Sense remaining. The unique effect of the heaven-shattering sword, Sword Sense, has been completely depleted. The unique effect of the heaven-shattering sword, Sword Sense, has completely vanished. Sangun excitedly tries it out. Now that he has mastered the heaven-shattering skill within the heaven-shattering sword, he can use it whenever needed. His abilities skyrocketed from absorbing the soul of the challenger. Namgong Hyuk, your abilities are continuously being enhanced. Strength plus B, agility plus B, stamina plus S, magic power plus B, endurance plus B. Sangun looked disappointed. I can't absorb any more skills? What a shame. He touches his hand to select a program. Hyun angrily scolds him. Seriously, you should have at least told me when you returned to the tower. Even if you're not an ordinary person, we're still partners. Sangun presses a button. You were the one to worry about when you went to Japan. I'll make sure to message you next time. Suddenly, a piece of information catches his eye on the 9th floor news board. I don't know what's going on inside the tower, but I have some news. Tower climbers from another world have appeared. The current world situation is extremely chaotic. A tower climber caused a great massacre in London. An invasion from another dimension? Hook's words echoed in his ears. You will never be able to stop the gods who are destroying this earth. Sangun angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it. A dense black orb appeared right behind the clock tower. It radiated a power that destroyed all structures, and even skyscrapers collapsed in an instant. The clock tower sustained heavy damage and quickly collapsed. Monsters were dropped from the sky into the city, and they immediately began attacking the citizens. This was the second multi-dimensional attack on Earth. The presenter pointed to the screen. This video shows the situation in London after yesterday's attack. It all began when a mysterious black orb appeared in the sky. Everyone on the team watched with concern. Immediately after the first massacre, the monstrous creatures suddenly vanished. Since then, that deadly black orb has shown no changes and has remained silent to this day. The screen flashed to a live feed. But today, that mysterious black orb is rapidly expanding, and there's a high probability that a second massacre will occur as a new wave of monsters emerges from it. The presenter announced loudly, to prevent this catastrophic disaster, we believe that all of Korea's hunters will unite for the sake of justice. Someone spoke up irritably. Why is the Korean Hunter Association being so proactive now? Weren't you the ones who stopped hunters from handling the Shinjuku incident? He hesitated. Well, another person cut in with an answer. Because it's more profitable this way. Everyone's eyes turned in that direction. Korea's international standing will be elevated after the Shinjuku incident. This will allow the Korean Hunter Association to reap huge profits. Seeing Sangun, people started whispering, the demon sword. Isn't that the demon sword from the Shinjuku incident? It's really him, he just changed his hairstyle. After the meeting, Sanjun looked apologetic. It's been a while, huh? I'm sorry for climbing the tower alone without telling you. Hyun looked down. It's fine. At least I know now. From now on, let's act like proper partners. She asked curiously. But where's your weapon? Sanjun smiled. It's in here. While Hyun was still confused, a support team member urged, anyone here volunteering to help with the gate in London? Please follow me to the transport vehicles. We're hoping for many volunteers. Sanjun turned to leave. We should get going too. Hyun stopped him. No, that won't be necessary this time. She led Sanjun to another location and explained, because I also acquired some new gear while climbing the tower. A magic circle was being formed on the rooftop by several people. I've learned subspace control magic, and it was pretty tough to master. Hyun chuckled softly. As long as I have support, I can teleport there instantly. Besides, I already have the association's approval. Sanjun couldn't hide his surprise. Teleportation? A system alert appeared. You have been targeted by the support magic. Teleportation. You will now be teleported to the designated location via teleportation. From the ground, numerous magic circles appeared again. They transformed one by one into a horde of monsters. More magic monsters are appearing. Everyone rushed to the front lines. The second wave is about to begin. Protect the magic tower. The monsters roared fiercely as they charged forward. The defenders struggled to hold them back. Everyone just focus on the gate, because things will get ugly if these alien creatures get inside the magic tower. A chubby kid crouched cautiously. Roger. Unexpectedly, a monster appeared behind him. It lunged at him, causing the boy to panic. Just then, the magic circle successfully activated, affecting both the monster and the boy. The monster collapsed under the spell's influence, and Hyun and Sanjun appeared right after inside the magic circle. Hyun looked around in surprise. What's with all these magic monsters? The chubby kid ran over and bowed his head. I'm sorry, we still haven't gathered enough personnel. Hyun waved her hand. It's all right. Luckily, nothing serious happened. She ran off, asking, when does the main attack begin? Sanjun quickly followed. We'll lend a hand. The others were grateful. Thank you for coming to help during such a difficult time. Since this is a dangerous situation, please forgive us for not being able to provide a proper welcome. You can leave this area to us. You two, go to where everyone is and help them, he ordered. You, take them downstairs. The person quickly ran off. Right, this way. They walked down the hall together, leaving the tower. Beneath the building, a solemn meeting was taking place. Sangun thought worriedly. This time the World Association must have sent even more hunters to help. He looked around. But what's with the atmosphere and the attitude of the mages from England's magic tower? Sangun sat down, speculating. Everyone outside is fighting their guts out, while the high-ranking leaders are sitting around in a meeting like this. It's the same everywhere. The man sitting in the chairman's seat looked up, startled. Oh my, David was clearly excited. I never expected to see you here. It's a true honor to meet you again, he exclaimed. Mr. Han Sangyun. Sangyun also began to realize, isn't that the old mage I saved on the 13th floor? Hyen whispered. You know him? People started to murmur. So that giant black sphere has a barrier that makes it indestructible when hundreds of mages channel magic into it. It was Sangyun's turn to sit in the chairman's seat and negotiate. Before, you almost succeeded in destroying it when it was still a small sphere, before it absorbed as much magical power as it has now, and the reason the first attack stopped was because of that impact? He asked again. And then, after the sphere absorbed more magical power and grew larger, no matter what you did, it was completely unharmed, right? David bowed his head. Yes, that's exactly right. The crowd murmured, their disbelief evident. I can't believe he gave up the head seat to that challenger. Who is that man? I know him. Isn't he the hunter who went to Japan? Did they meet during a trial? David bowed his head and thought, giving up the head seat or even kneeling is nothing. As long as England can be saved from this dire situation, you people might not understand. But I understand, he thought with a smile. I know exactly how strong this young man is. David tried to curry favor. What do you think is the best way to handle this situation? Sanguin's voice was firm. I will destroy that black sphere. David was startled. You can do that? The crowd whispered. This might be going too far, but isn't the elder being too hasty? Sangun interrupted. However, I have one condition. David was bewildered. A condition? Sangun's face turned cold. If everyone here gives me a worthy reward, I will destroy it. As soon as he finished, the whole room burst into laughter. How ridiculous. Who do you think you are? David just quietly frowned, thinking, that's a bit much, he replied. I need to discuss this with the other representatives. Sangun gently reminded him. I don't mind waiting, but given the current situation, I think if we hesitate any longer, there won't be anything left of London. His expression was serious as he thought. In a critical situation, I could act without a reward, but I have to get everything I can, everything I deserve. David walked to the door, saw that things outside were getting worse, so he made a decision. All right, I'll do it, David pointed. Please, destroy that damn thing. As he finished speaking, everyone shouted, Elder, you can't make such a decision so easily. Sangun chuckled softly. I accept the quest. His necklace lit up. Sangun quickly entered a combat stance. He drew 2 weapons and lowered his body. Sangun immediately broke through the window and jumped straight out. Hyen ran to Sangun from the crowd. Her face was filled with worry, but Sangun just smiled. I'll be right back. Sangun used the system to dash away. The effect of the A+ Wind Spirit Shoes was activated, and steps appeared in front of him for him to jump on and move. Everyone was astonished. He's almost there. Can a human really do that? Sangun's feet touched the surface of the sphere. He let out a low whistle of admiration. This thing is huge. Sangun drew his sword. The system now displayed the skill, A+ Heaven Slaying Sword, 0% proficiency. Effect. You can apply a destruction effect to your body or weapon by using mana. When the effect is active, damage is greatly increased. Detailed effect. You can cut through anything, but the harder the object is to cut, the more mana it requires. Sangun raised his weapon. Time to find the rat. More warnings appeared. The Heaven-Slaying Sword skill has been activated. The limit on what can be destroyed has been removed. Sangun quickly slashed down. A terrifying explosion occurred, and the ground, bathed in magical light, cracked open as chains emerged. Sangun couldn't hide his excitement. A skill that can cut through anything. He smiled. I got a good skill. Sangun's hand tightened on the sword. He quickly lifted it, leaving a long gash, and the sphere cracked and split in 2 under a powerful light. A bottomless valley was formed. Sangun gently stepped down. The system appeared. You have entered an undefined magical zone. He was surprised. A magical zone? Sangun was suspicious. Is it another dimension inside the barrier? System warning. The Spirit Eye skill has been activated. Countless horrifying monsters quickly appeared before his eyes. Those who are not the master of the area will see terrifying illusions that cannot be removed by skills. Those who are not the master of the area will become disoriented, causing their sensory-related abilities to be sealed. Those who are not the master of the area will suffer a penalty that reduces their stats by 18 points. They charged at Sangun one after another, and he quickly used his sword to destroy them. The monsters opened their terrifyingly large mouths, causing Sangun to feel a flicker of fear. Illusions strong enough to have a physical impact on me. The system appeared. The Bedrock skill has been activated. The effect caused by the indeterminate magic zone has been lifted. A portion of your skills has been unsealed due to the magic resistance skill. The penalty of a reduction of 18 stat points has been removed due to the overwhelming breakthrough skill. A brilliant light appeared amidst the monsters. The light emanating from Sangun drew their attention. He leaped up and landed gently. Sangun smiled faintly. It seems the suit can regenerate when I channel mana into it. How convenient. A figure suddenly appeared from behind, speaking, how surprising. His gaze was cold. It's hard to believe someone strong enough could penetrate my magic zone within the reverse dimension. Sangun quickly turned and attacked. The man was knocked down but only laughed sinisterly. However, this situation was also within my calculations. A blinding pillar of light forced Sangun to shield himself. The system explained. The legend of the indomitable warrior has been activated. The miracle effect unyielding has been activated. The miracle effect turning the tide has been activated. Sendo created countless illusions, speaking at the same time. Holy power? Are you an apostle? But I am certain there are no gods in this reverse dimension. Sangun just faintly raised his hand, conjuring a stream of magic. Sendo was even more astonished. Impossible. Sangun's hand glowed intensely, and power immediately erupted toward Sendo. His illusions vanished in an instant. Sendo said coldly, even if you are an apostle of a god, so what, as long as you've trespassed into my magic zone? Sangun squinted at him. It seems that one is also a fake. I wonder where his real body is. Sendo raised his hand, summoning a horde of monsters. You cannot escape death. They charged forward to attack, self-destructing spirits lunged, and Sangun swung his mace. The counter-shield skill has been activated, and he knocked them away one by one. The spirits that were knocked away bounced back. Sangun looked at Sendo and thought to himself, is he trying to stall for time? The weapon in his hand glowed, transforming into a sword. That guy's moves are pretty easy to handle, but this is all just a trap. Although this method is a bit crude, his eyes glinted dangerously. Let's wipe this place clean. The sword slashed down, causing space to erupt. The counter-shield skill has accumulated enough damage taken to convert it into a single strike. Blood Spirit, Demon Sword Orb, Imbue skill, Doubt Enhancement B has been activated. Demon Sword Fusion skill, unique effect, Dual Strike has been activated. The ground immediately exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. The sphere outside trembled violently, and even the city was significantly affected. Sendo appeared from behind the thick smoke, trembling. He gritted his teeth. Why is a monster like you in this dimension? Sangun paid him no mind. Hurry up and get rid of this pitch-black sphere. Sendo looked confused. Black sphere? Sangun replied. I'm talking about getting rid of this indeterminate space. Sendo clicked his tongue. Damn it. Do you have any idea what I went through to create this space? The system prompted. The blood manipulation skill has been activated. The opponent receiving the attack will feel twice the pain. Indeed, Sendo's body trembled again. He fell to his knees in humiliation, and Sangun's expression darkened. Undo it, now! Sendo glared angrily. You bastard, do you have any idea who I am? How dare you do this to the future Archmage of the Empire? Sangun attacked again, causing him immense pain. His voice was ice cold. Undo it, Sendo quickly replied. Wait, he lowered his head, sobbing. Damn it, I can't undo it. It's not something I can do. I'm telling the truth. Sangun used the system skill, Fire Dragon's Eye, and confirmed the target was telling the truth. He asked coldly, Tell me the name of your home dimension, and why did you come to Earth? Sendo considered. First, can we make a deal? I'm sure it'll be beneficial for you. Sangun stomped on his head. Shut up and answer my question. Sendo had no choice but to answer. I come from Ares, and my name is Sendo. The reason I came to this tiny dimension, Earth, is to gather faith. The answer made Sangun suspicious. He asked again, Gather faith? Sendo frowned. Don't tell me you came here without even knowing about it. Sangun stomped on him hard again. Didn't I tell you to stop spouting nonsense? Sendo explained in pain. Wait, I'll tell you. Just get your foot off me first. He gritted his teeth in humiliation. I saw records in an ancient ruin. It said that mages or knights could break their limits through faith. Sendo explained. Through human faith, divine power accumulates in your mana circle, and with that, you can reach the 6th circle stage, a higher level of magic, and become an archmage, Sangun asked skeptically. Then wouldn't it be better to gain faith by helping people? Sendo replied, Fear is also another form of faith. I decided that slaughtering humans would make accumulating faith faster. Sangun asked again, Why did you choose Earth? Sendo didn't hide anything. It was written in the ancient texts that a mage's rank cannot be raised with divine power in a place where other gods exist. That's why I came to this tiny dimension, where no gods reside. Sangun frowned in disgust. So, in short, you slaughtered people just to gather faith? Sendo replied nonchalantly. That's right. This enraged Sangun even more, and he kicked him a few more times. You're crazy! Please stop! He glared. Next question. Do you know anything about the God of Proof, or the God of War? Sendo panted. I don't know the two gods you're talking about. The system alerted. The skill Fire Dragon's Eye has confirmed the target is lying. Sangun looked at Sendo, sprawled on the ground, and thought, I only asked on a whim. But he actually knows. Sendo definitely knows about those two gods. He grabbed him by the collar. I get it. I'm sure you don't want to say anything, especially when it's such important information, right? The system immediately announced, the torture technique skill has been activated. From now on, you can use torture techniques more easily, instill fear into the target more easily, and the effectiveness of torture techniques is increased by 10%. Sendo's body was immediately racked with excruciating pain. Sangun's eyes glinted dangerously. Let's see how long you can last. Moonlight from outside shone through a crack. Sendo's withered body struggled to speak. Kill me! Stop healing me! Sangun suggested. Why are you making things harder for yourself when you could just talk? And so, Sangun later recounted, I learned a lot of things from Sendo. Divine power, magic, the God of Proof, the God of War, and even a little information about the Ares dimension. He looked around. I think it's been about 7 hours since I got here. Torturing someone for that long is mentally taxing, though. Sangun tilted his head. Now I understand what divine power is. To put it simply, first, possessing divine power doesn't mean you become a god. However, to accumulate divine power, warriors from the martial world need to open their dungeon, and mages need what's called a mana circle around their heart. That sphere of power is as fluid as water. It's an energy purer than anything else and resonates easily with one's will. So the fundamental form of mana is divine power. And finally, another important thing is that if you accumulate divine power, you can become stronger, faster, and reach a higher stage. It can easily react to any form of strong will and can allow the user to achieve a level of mastery beyond their natural capabilities. He mused. There's still the problem that I don't know how to use it, but I do know that I can't influence divine power with sword key. In fact, there are 2 ways to accumulate divine power in this world. By separating and refining mana bit by bit. This method is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The other way is through faith, which comes in 2 forms, worship or fear. Once enough faith is gathered, the recipient accumulates divine power through their heart. This is all the information I learned from Sendo, he suddenly shouted. There's a prophecy that must never be revealed, he whispered, recalling. A priest who worships the God of War told me the prophecy. I swear it's true. According to the prophecy, I needed to search for information related to divine power among the texts in the ancient ruins. Sangun's fists clenched. The god of war. To think he would interfere so directly. The system reminded him, do not trust other gods. They will be hostile to you. Sangun recalled. Just as the god of proof said, he fell into thought. I don't know why a god I've only heard about through messages would be hostile to me, but for the god of war to be hostile to Earth. Sangun gritted his teeth. It could be confirmed through the things he had caused on Earth. The anger inside him erupted. If things continued like this, Sun's face hardened. The god of war was definitely his enemy. He coldly swiped his hand. You have absorbed the soul of Send. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The unique skill of the True Blood Spirit, Demon Sword, Blood Arts, has been activated. The item rank cone has reached 1,400 out of 1,400. By absorbing the life force of Challenger Send, the item's current rank has reached its full potential and will ascend from A- to A. The Soul Ego Inlay skill has been engraved into the exclusive slot for Blood Arts after absorbing the Challenger's life force. Sangun thought, if I want to fight even stronger to stand against a god, I at least need to. He lowered his cold gaze, strengthening his holy power. Sangun sat on the sofa, enjoying a cup of tea. He had been resting for 2 days now, but there was still no sign of anything happening. Sangun glanced at the spatial bag, recalling Christopher Ray's words. This item bag is very precious, so be careful with it. After the last raid, Sangun had collected quite a few items, though it was nothing to him. The items he received included skill proficiency potions, physical ability, enhancement potions, and random skill books. The English certainly didn't leave empty-handed either, because once they investigate something, it's guaranteed to become a great national asset. Sangun regretfully thought that he should have demanded ownership rights at the time. Sangun took out his information card and looked it over. So, he was an A-rank hunter now? This used to be something he had always dreamed of. But now that he'd achieved it, Sangun wanted to be S-rank, silently cursing the Hunter Association for being so stingy. After the raid, the English Hunter Association requested a press conference, asking Sangun if he wanted citizenship and adding other troublesome offers. Meanwhile, South Korea had also offered tax reductions, unemployment benefits, and many other tasty baits to entice him. But for Sangun now, things like worldly wealth and fame were just fleeting. No matter how much money he earned, it would all be meaningless if the Earth disappeared. Sangun's current goal was to train and achieve absolute power, so he could stop even the gods if they were to descend. Sangun recalled the previous statement. Holy power is the purest form of mana. He began to concentrate and meditate, the power inside Sangun radiating outwards. Just as he thought, the result was the same no matter how many times he tried. Even though Sangun's magic became purer, turning it into holy power was extremely difficult. Without the grace of the hero authority, he not only couldn't purify it, but Sangun couldn't even sense it. But fortunately, he already had holy power, so he wasn't too disappointed. Sangun kept trying. Before, in the void domain, he was able to do a little. However, no matter how much Sangun tried to learn holy power, he couldn't generate sword ki or mana from it. Sangun was lost in thought for a moment. He wondered, could it be that just having faith and belief allows one to use holy power at will? Was it the cultivated faith that formed the foundation of a seasoned warrior and a vampire destroyer that activated the holy power? Sangun felt that was probably right. Right now he couldn't even use holy power properly. Sangun pulled up his hood, getting ready to return to the Tower of Trials. For now, I'll just climb the tower and find a way later. He entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials, where the current theme was battlefield. The surrounding area was eerie and desolate, filled with the living dead, corpses everywhere, and the overwhelming stench of death. A group of mercenaries stood around, complaining about their situation. Suddenly, a red-haired giant appeared, burst through the door, and grabbed Sangun by the collar to pull him up, dragging him outside. He yelled in Sangun's face. The signal to start the battle was given already. Why are you still in here sleeping? Looking at the giant in front of him, Sangun was a bit shocked, wondering if the man was human or an orc. It had just begun, and it was already this chaotic. The giant said a holy war was about to begin. Sangun was a bit puzzled by this. Is there a religious war here? Outside, the scene was utter chaos. The 15th floor trial had begun. Time remaining is 17 days. The clear condition is to successfully and reasonably achieve the objective of the holy war within the time limit. If the challenger dies or time runs out, the trial will be a failure. The reward for this trial floor is the S+ rank protection bracelet of the Nameless God. The penalty for failure is 1 logout slot. The men started to charge, every single one of them looking eager for a fight. Sangun observed silently, noticing the enemy forces numbered several thousand. On his side, the mercenaries were also shouting to build morale before charging into battle. Soldiers, support Reno at all costs. Hearing that, Sangun immediately wondered who Reno was. The giant answered, she's the commander of the mercenaries, an aura user. The battle was now extremely chaotic and tense. Sangun observed and started to analyze the situation. He was currently part of a mercenary legion hired by some scoundrels who worshipped the Dark God. In other words, this was a war between the followers of the Dark God and the God of War, and Sangun was fighting on the side of the God of War. Thinking about this, Sangun felt a rush of excitement and a slight smile crept onto his face. The system has now activated a special mission, the Path of the Guide, to be recognized by the mercenary army as an outstanding leader, and once the mission is completed, there will be an additional reward after passing the trial. The commander, named Renal, is the leader of a mid-sized mercenary corps and has great ambitions for the sword. Not born into nobility, Renal has spent her entire life on the battlefield. She has gone through countless life-or-death battles. Thanks to this, she was able to transform and reach the level of an aura user, a realm that only an officially recognized knight could achieve. However, because she was not properly taught how to use aura by the old masters, her abilities are greatly limited. Therefore, having no other choice, Renal chose to return to the battlefield, pursuing enlightenment with her life on the line. Although Renal's potential is limited, in terms of actual combat and fighting skills, she is no pushover. She continuously struck down enemy soldiers one after another without rest. However, their numbers were just too great. She kept slashing but couldn't finish them all. Looking at her own side, the troublesome undead summoned by the Dark Priests numbered only 700. At this rate, the probability of the plan failing was very high. In another location, the mercenaries charged forward wanting to support Renal, but were blocked by a giant golem that appeared in their path. The red-haired vice commander also received a report that Renal had been separated from the squad. She was surrounded by a troop from the Dark faction, and her arm could no longer be lifted. Seeing the enemy's blade right before her eyes, Renal thought she might die a meaningless death. From now on, I can no longer reach the top. If I had known it would end like this, why did I even bother getting into this struggle? Renal thought helplessly as she cried. But just as she was about to meet her ancestors in the afterlife, Sangun appeared in the nick of time and blew away the Dark Army. Sangun glanced at Renal and said that this would hold them off for a while. The best thing to do now is to retreat. Seeing Sangun's calm and unchanging demeanor amidst the chaotic world, Renal thought she was dreaming. Sangun spun around once. The soldiers around him all vanished into thin air. This terrifying power of Sangun left Renal utterly astonished. The troops from the Dark faction also had to be wary and cautious. Watching Sangun fight, Renal felt as if all skills and senses were converged in that one person. It was like watching art instead of a fight. Renal's face suddenly turned a little red. So beautiful. Purple streams of death energy swirled around the battlefield, existing everywhere as if to display his power. He said confidently, "A chaotic melee is my strength. I can continuously recover stamina and magic by absorbing souls and blood in combat. My necromancy proficiency increases by 0.001% when I absorb one person. It's not much to be happy about, but it's still an increase." The system continuously announced, "You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill. You have absorbed use skill." A few notifications like that rang out continuously, and he noted it was quite useful to absorb other people's skills. It only happens with a certain probability. Sangun combined 2 slashes, striking forward with all his might. A patch of ground in front of him was immediately shattered to pieces. The groans of those who were hit echoed everywhere. A soldier reported immediately, "Let's retreat for now." The commander was also worried. "We can't face that monster by ourselves." He immediately gave the order, "Send the golems up to block him." A giant monster appeared, blocking everyone around with its imposing figure. One of its punches went straight for Sangun. Its fist was even bigger than his entire body. Getting hit by that would be instant death. He calmly dealt with it, using the White Sword's 7th technique to unleash the heaven-slaying White Sword Slash. The light from the White Sword was no less powerful than the golem. The sword path flew straight through the golem, which began to shatter into pieces. He continued his momentum, thrusting it up into the air, and the golem vanished as if it never existed. The surrounding warriors were astonished. He destroyed that giant golem in a single blow. Is he even human? From a distance, Renal saw that the sword path was very familiar. Again, that's the skill he used to save me earlier. She has very good observation skills. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. He is pulling and distorting space. That is definitely not ordinary swordsmanship. Back on the other side, the golem fell to the ground piece by piece in front of them. The red-cloaked man couldn't believe it. He defeated the giant golem that we had to use magic essence to summon in a single strike? Some couldn't accept this reality. Impossible. I've never heard of anything like this before. From a distance, a person in red walked forward majestically. That person was Mabia. He rallied his troops. "Don't panic like that," he reminded them. "Our enemy is only one man, War Priest Mabia." He ordered, "Bring the secret weapon of the magic war sect here, the Great Binding." To the delight of the red-cloaked men, it was a magic spell that, when perfected, was powerful enough to temporarily seal even a dragon. If we can capture that bastard, victory will be within our grasp. Meanwhile, Sangun continued to fight, charging straight into the enemy formation, slashing relentlessly. The purple energy streams also gradually entered his body. He just kept slashing non-stop and continuously. Seeing the situation was getting worse, they shouted loudly. Mabia was so shocked his jaw dropped. How can he nullify my magic so easily? Could it be that he's also a priest? Sangun took the opportunity to dash forward, landing a fatal blow before it could even question anything. The monster was cut down without comprehension, unable to even get a clear look at him, as a single strike pierced through, quickly sending it to its grave. Blood gushed from the monster, transforming into projectiles that shot forward. Swarms of enemies were struck by the light emanating from these blood droplets, taking severe damage. Everyone around was clueless about what was happening. What the hell is this? What's attacking us? Sangyun stood amidst the powerful, sinister aura, thinking to himself. Using blood control openly would cause complications, so he had come up with this idea. He used blood crystals as directional bombs. An enemy was hit by the attack and collapsed, and just like that, the monster was dead. Seeing this, the red-robed figures fled in a panic. We have to find the bishop. We can't handle that monster. Everyone, retreat. The system's notifications rang out. Your performance has been seared into the minds of everyone on the battlefield. Congratulations. You have completed the special quest, Captain's Journey. The reward for the 15th floor has been increased. All the soldiers in the area celebrated the victory, cheering for Sangun. The notifications continued. You have obtained the achievement, Invincible Warrior. All your skills have increased by 4. A surge of power enveloped him in a blue light. Afterwards, the vice commander led him to rest. You can have this tent to yourself. He watched Sangun enter the tent, then hesitated and rubbed the back of his neck, which confused Sangun. Then, a moment later, he suddenly bowed deeply. I apologize for my rude behavior earlier. Sangun acted like it was no big deal. Don't worry about it, Mr. Elf. The man was a bit surprised, thinking, is he calling me an elf? With that said, Sangun waved him off and entered the tent. I'm tired and want to rest. You may go now. The vice commander could only respectfully reply, please rest well. Sangun smiled as he went inside, observing his surroundings. After defeating thousands of enemies in a single battle, people started treating him more cautiously and had even upgraded his living quarters. He raised his hand to check the system. A message had appeared during the battle earlier. The system announced, you have ended the lives and collected the souls of many. Your talent as a Grim Reaper is beginning to form. The quality of a Grim Reaper will be acquired when Necromancy reaches A rank. Effect details. At level 7, the quality of a Grim Reaper is awakened. He was overjoyed. His Necromancy had reached A rank and was beginning to evolve further. Even so, Sangun silently wondered, a Grim Reaper. What exactly is that? Just then, he suddenly sensed someone approaching, his eyes growing cautious. Sangun quickly materialized a bright white blade of energy and slashed in that direction. At the same moment, Reno was unexpectedly hit, letting out a yelp, but she wasn't harmed. She then fell down right in front of him. However, she wasn't embarrassed for long. She got up and remarked, as expected, a very sharp attack. Sangyun looked at the person in front of him, guessing her identity. Reno, he asked in surprise. What are you doing here? Good thing you weren't trying to assassinate me, otherwise you'd already be dead. Reno had come to thank him. Ahem, I only survived earlier thanks to you. Hearing this, Sangyun couldn't help but be sarcastic. Is it a tradition here to sneak around like a thief when you thank someone? She grew flustered and quickly waved her hands. About that, she then asked, you're not a mercenary, are you? He felt a bit awkward as a drop of sweat trickled down. This is troublesome. Even if I insist I'm a mercenary, it'll be hard to convince someone who's already suspicious. Did I reveal too much? Reno didn't give him more time to think. Speaking up, I realized from your incredible performance in the battle earlier that it's not something a mercenary could do. Her expression was sharp and serious, determined to find out the truth. Who are you, really? Sangyun didn't plan on hiding it. I am an emissary sent by the God of Darkness. Reno's expression immediately turned to shock. Meanwhile, Sangyun kept a straight face while spouting his outrageous lie. An apostle of the god. In his mind, he was frantically trying to come up with something. This is annoying, but I have to make this work. Hearing that, Reno tremblingly asked, you're an apostle of a god? Seeing this, he was startled, thinking, did she realize I'm lying? But then, she suddenly knelt before him. Greetings, Lord Apostle. This lowly commoner has disrespected you. He scratched his face awkwardly. Wait, there's no need to be so formal. He quickly helped her up, smiling as he said, please, help me keep this a secret. It would be a problem if spies learned about my powers, Reno asked. But is it all right for you to tell me something so important? He replied casually. Oh, it's fine. True comrades can trust one another. Upon hearing this, her face flushed bright red. True comrades? Just then, the system announced, Special Quest. Acknowledged. Subject has begun. Gain the acknowledgement of the strongest mercenary and increase the strength of the allied faction. The strongest mercenary will be marked by an arrow that only the gladiator can see. During this special quest, even if you are unable to lead, the strongest mercenary leader will lead on your behalf. Upon completion of the special quest, you will receive an additional reward. Who is the strongest mercenary in the allied camp? So Sangun immediately imagined himself standing above the masses, thinking, after completing the special quest, Captain's Journey, I was wondering how I should lead them going forward. This came at the perfect time, so he intimately took her hand, thinking with a calculating mind, looks like this trial will be easier than I expected. The system displayed Sangun's status. Aura of the Dominator. Strength 121, Stamina 117, Agility 115, Mana 114, Endurance 163, Trait, Necromancy A, Prerogative, Skill Synthesis Authority, Additional Information, Skill Information. Sangun was silently pleased to see this. All of his stats were now in the triple digits. A faint smile played on his lips. Good. I've absorbed some skills after that battle. Many skills appeared after the battle, like, you have absorbed use skills. There were so many, he wondered if he should reorganize them. Authority, Mind, like a rock C, Boiling Sword, Intent A, Iron Will, C, plus, Iron Blood Sword, A, Holy Power B, Supreme Blood Technique C, plus, Hero's Grace C+, Challenger, I believe, Rapid Spell, Recovery C+. Additional skill information. The system also displayed a list of new skills. Willpower C+, Skill Rank Up, Alchemy C, Battlecry D+, Surging Fighting Spirit E+, Devour F+, Continuous Combat E, Multicasting F, Wolf Steps D, Morale Boost F+, Quick Reflexes D. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He'd absorbed a lot, but most of them were useless. Well, it's time to use skill synthesis. Thinking this, he waved his hand. All the skills transformed. After a moment, the system displayed a message. Prerogative. Skill synthesis has been activated. The authority of Hero's Grace has been powerfully activated. He was a bit surprised because this skill would temporarily increase your luck. A stream of light emanated from him. The light shone brightly, quickly creating new skills. Absolute Charm B, Black Wolf Steps A, Blood Absorption B+. He smiled reflectively. It was the same authority he had activated when he synthesized the Demon Sword S before. So, Hero's Grace, is this useful? Suddenly, Sangun thought of someone. Ah, I have this too. The system quickly displayed several glaring red icons. Imbuement Skill, Bloodline Enhancement C+. Imbuement Skill, Aptitude Enhancement B+. Imbuement Skill, Soul Transfer B+. He clicked to check the Imbuement Skill, Soul Transfer B+. Imbuement Skill Description. A skill absorbed from that challenger. Infuses a soul into a shield or item. Effect. When the soul is infused, a portion of the soul will enter the target item and the accompanying skills will disappear. The soul transferred into the item will be able to grow and support its master as much as possible. Sangun smirked and muttered, so the skill disappears after I use it. Since I can already use blood absorption in this trial, saying that, he immediately used the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword, and the imbuement skill, Soul Transfer B+, was activated. Please select the shield or item you wish to transfer the soul into. He began to ponder deeply, then he waved his hand towards the two swords, one red and one blue, floating in front of him. Transferring a soul is like putting a helpful character into an item. This isn't something I can use lightly. So the system announced, you have selected the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword A as the target for the imbuement skill, Soul Transfer B+. Sangun rejoiced inwardly, looking at the blazing red sword in his hand. The most suitable choice is the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, an item that can grow. He activated the sword. A fiery stream of light burst out powerfully. The blazing red sword was formed with beautiful patterns. The Master Soul, the Seven Blood Demon Jiam Chun Gu, has entered the Supreme Blood Demon Sword A. A wicked, grinning sound came from within it. I have been humiliated and tortured for so long. A question mark appeared in his head, wondering what was being transmitted from inside. Submit to me, worship me, glorify me. I, the Blood Demon, Jiam Chun Gu, have returned. Sangun was a little surprised, but also very excited. Here we go. A madman has entered the Supreme True Blood Sword. Outside on the battlefield, a gray-haired young man in a purple shirt was attacking along with skeletons. Purple light shone everywhere. Then he suddenly transformed into a horrifying skeleton. Combining bones together is also an art. Suddenly, someone walked up to him and exclaimed, "Wow, Senior, you're amazing." The moment the surrounding people saw Sangun, questioning voices arose. Isn't the butcher walking over there? That young guy is the butcher? He doesn't look like it at all. You haven't seen him in action, have you? But he's a monster on the battlefield. He's taken the heads of thousands of people without even changing his expression. The voice immediately said, "Damn, let's get out of here." What terrible luck. Sangun heard the chatter and couldn't help but think, I don't want to hear you guys talking either. The moon was high in the sky, and as he walked, he mused that it was a beautiful and quiet night. But the voice from the sword continued to shriek. You bastard. Are you kidding me? How dare you ignore my words? Do you have any idea how many people out there are desperate for a chance to speak with me? He frowned, thinking that the scene would be perfect without this guy. The voice continued. How rude, how disrespectful, to dare ignore me, the blood demon Giam Chun Gu? I am speaking to you. The sword was trembling, showing its anger, and he thought, geez, now he's praising himself. Chun Gu continued. I thought I had finally escaped that hellish prison, only to end up with such a boring master. He replied, I'm not boring, I just don't like pointless conversations. Hearing this, it showed a bit of joy. You're finally talking to me? Sangun observed that there was no one monitoring the area anymore. Chun Gu's voice was full of mockery. How foolish. You don't know how to use telepathy? I thought you were like me? He had no idea what telepathy was. I don't know about it. Were you perhaps a challenger when you were alive? The voice mocked again. Ha! Are you kidding? There's no one who doesn't know the blood demon Giam Chun Gu, he asked directly. So, what floor did you reach? It replied arrogantly. The last floor I reached was the 41st floor. He was extremely shocked. The 41st floor? Sangun smirked, calculating. If he's telling the truth, then this is some quality intel. This will be a huge advantage. Then he grew suspicious. Wait a minute. If he's reached the 41st floor, Sangun glanced at the sword and asked, I thought challengers who die from the 40th floor onward get resurrected by the administrator, right? How come you weren't resurrected? Zhang was silent for a moment, then it said angrily, Are you telling me to live like a dog in the tower? I could never do that. There's no way I'd do something so disgusting. He was a bit helpless. Ah, yes. His pride has completely taken over his mind. Well, I get that you were amazing in your time, but now you're just a spirit in my sword. He raised the sword and warned, Don't forget that. The power from the sword quickly spread out, making the surrounding air seem to vibrate. It replied, I know. You think I don't know that? I'll help you in battle, don't worry. It thought to itself, is he trying to establish a master-servant relationship? He's more tenacious than I thought. Even though I didn't show much of my power when I was alive, I was a genius in both martial arts and magic. Whatever you want, I can do it. Like this. It demonstrated by unleashing even more terrifying power. A single sword strike destroyed the entire area in front of them. Sangun's eyes widened involuntarily. He saw the fallen trees and the ravaged ground, utterly astonished. He held the sword in satisfaction. Looks like I've got myself a useful supporter, huh? Zhang's voice said humorously. Supporter? What's with that robotic expression? Damn it, you're not from the same dimension as me, are you? He said honestly, I'm from Earth. You've probably never heard of it. After hearing that, it thought, Earth must be a trivial dimension. It probably just got registered as an official dimension or something. Too much time has passed. In its current state, it will be difficult for this sword to contain my soul, so I can't stay conscious for too long, and someone is coming. I'll stop talking now. Call me when the time comes. Just then, someone was running up behind Songjun. It was Reno. She said, Ah, sir, there you are. He turned his head and asked, What brings you here in the middle of the night? She hurriedly explained, I'm sorry for interrupting your training, sir, but the enemy has launched a surprise attack. A battle has broken out between the Phantom War Cult and the Elite Priests unit. After hearing this, Sangun found it interesting. This is truly a trial of the tower. It's never boring. He asked further, Tell me more about the elite unit. I'll join the Holy War immediately. After speaking, he dashed off. Reno quickly followed behind. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, someone shouted, Protect the priests! The enemy is killing the priests and disabling magic. A soldier on their side cursed, Damn it, those bastards from the Phantom Cult launched a surprise attack. How cowardly. Sangyun arrived and quickly assessed the situation. Compared to before, there weren't many of them, at most 100 people, but they were much stronger than before. Above all, the enemy was also using an authority that wielded holy power, but of course, it was nothing compared to his. Groups of red-robed people leaped forward to attack his side's troops. Die! They slaughtered relentlessly. Hurry up and die, you insects! Their army was quickly broken. Group after group was sent flying, suffering serious injuries. Reno was stunned. What? Their authority is that strong? Suddenly, a hand tapped her shoulder. Sangyun frowned and pushed her behind him. Miss Reno, may I ask a favor of you? He looked at the chaos in front of them and instructed, No matter how strong the enemy is and no matter how desperate the situation gets, please believe in me. He then gave a gentle smile. I believe in you too, Reno. Seeing this, her face turned bright red. He continued, All right, maintain the formation and protect the priests. We need the priests to end the holy war. She obeyed. Yes, sir. I will protect them. System notification. Mercenary Reno has begun to worship you. Congratulations. You have fulfilled a special condition. Object of worship. The morale of the allied camp will now be doubled, and thanks to careful command, the formation will not be broken. Additional rewards for the 15th floor trial are being calculated. Reno ran forward. Sir, good luck. If we survive and meet again, I'll treat you to a drink. Sungjun smirked in agreement. Sounds good. Let's chat over a drink then. He used the skill Black Wolf Steps. Skill: Black Wolf Steps. Proficiency 0%. Description: footwork that simulates the mythical creature, the Black Wolf. Effect: enhances the efficiency of each basic step. When this skill is activated, all footwork is enhanced by 40% and all traces are erased. When moving at night, the effect is doubled. Then Sangyun shot forward like a flash of light, and something just passed through the middle of the enemy formation. They had barely sensed it before their bodies were torn apart, suffering fatal wounds. Every time he dashed past, he claimed an enemy's life. He flew towards the enemy commander and thought viciously, "You will regret tonight's attack." The commander on this side shouted loudly, "Everyone hold your position," he screamed again. "Everyone hold your position." Looking at the formation, he cursed, "Damn it." Seeing the critical situation as his troops were defeated in waves, the man frantically yelled, "Even the line of healers in the rear has been breached." On one side, the vice commander was clashing fiercely with the enemy, but his side seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. He even had to fight while trying to command his soldiers, stay calm and maintain the battle formation. The vice commander forced out every word while everyone was still trying to fight off the enemy. "If we fall," he shouted at the top of his lungs, "the only thing waiting for us is death." So to avoid an early grave, everyone used all their strength to tear each one of them to shreds. However, in just a moment of carelessness, the vice commander was kicked in the stomach and could only cry out in agony. Even with death at his doorstep, he cursed bitterly. Damn it. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere. Renal charged forward with a sword in her hand. The red-robed man on the enemy side looked behind him in panic. The next second, he was split in two by her right in front of the vice commander. Seeing her standing tall in the midst of battle, everyone cheered excitedly. "Commander Renal!" She walked past the vice commander, not forgetting to quip sarcastically, "You're making such a big deal over a little stomach wound." Feeling embarrassed, he forced a smile and replied, "This wound just tickles." Reno let out a sigh to regain her strength and focus. She mustered all her strength and shouted, "Everyone follow the strategy. Except for the tankers, all units fall back." Her command echoed. Hearing this, the tankers and the defensive line immediately brought out their shields and lined them up side by side. The archers will be the main firepower, and the entire squad immediately drew their bows. She also didn't forget to instruct the melee group to protect the healers. They quickly surrounded them to carry out their assigned duty. The system displayed notifications, activating effects from a special quest. You are admired by the fastest mercenaries. Renal will command in your place. The allied camp's morale increases by 2,000. Thanks to her cautious command, their formation will not break. Soon enough, everyone had reorganized into their proper positions. The enemy wasn't worried at all and even spoke with contempt. "You insects, no matter how much you struggle," they shouted. "We, the Phantom Battle Sect, are the ones who will receive the glory of this holy war." As soon as they finished, they charged forward together. The archers drew their bows and let their arrows fly. However, the Phantom Battle Sect reminded each other in unison, "Kill the woman in the middle first." Renal immediately became the target. They relentlessly attacked the team's shield wall. The sound of impacts rang out endlessly. The tankers had to struggle to hold their ground. The rest of the group anxiously said to her, "Commander, we can't hold on like this. Please let us fight." But Renal just coldly growled, "No, hold your positions." She tried to remind the soldiers, "Our goal is to protect the priests. If we have faith and continue to defend," she herself believed that person would come. At that moment, Hansun was launching a surprise attack on the Phantom Battle Sect from behind. Skill: Black Wolf Steps activated. Effect: your basic movements are enhanced. When the skill is activated, all forms of movement speed increase by 40%, along with erasing all traces. When moving in dark places, agility is doubled. Renal's group cheered up, while the sect members were too panicked to form a sentence. What? Since when was he? Hansun's blue pupils glowed strangely, and with just a few artistic sword strokes, they were decimated. Seeing this, Renal laughed with great excitement. Before long, he had defeated them all with his sword. The entire group from the Phantom Battle Sect was tied up and sitting in a long row. They could only open their mouths to curse. "Damn it." Suddenly, Chungu's deep voice spoke up. "How ridiculous, using me for this instead of fighting." It continued to speak with amusement. "Well, but I do like how you annihilate your enemies without mercy." He grunted in surprise. Chungu continued to ramble on. "If you had been born in the world of Murim, you could have become a murderous demon lord or a heretical cultist. What a shame." The entire sword suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Hansun wondered in amazement, "What the heck are these magical sparks?" It whispered a few quiet sounds in his ear. Hansun looked at the spark of light beside him and mumbled, "So this is the telepathy you mentioned. controlling mana to transmit words, right? The eyes on the sword's hilt glowed brightly like a lamp, and it asked back in utter surprise, You. You managed to learn telepathy in such a short time? He replied calmly, his tone both a question and a statement. Isn't it something anyone who can use mana can do? Chun-gu replied stunned. If what you say is true, then half of the adult martial masters in Murim are idiots. Suddenly, the blade trembled. It hummed in annoyance, then laughed out loud as if it had hit the jackpot and said, As expected, the one I entrusted my soul to is definitely a genius. Hansun was left speechless by that smug attitude, and could only offer a perfunctory agreement. After chatting for a bit, Chun-gu tiredly continued, I've been feeling sleepy for a while now. I need to go recover my energy. He didn't stop it. I'll call you when I need you. Then, someone appeared from behind him and called out respectfully, Sir. A very mysterious young man looked at Hansun with a solemn gaze and said, Please follow me. The Archbishop summons you. Hearing this, he was quite surprised. And so, not long after, Hansun was standing in the main hall. An old man sitting on a throne spoke in a gentle voice. Butcher, thank you for coming. Please make yourself comfortable. He replied reservedly, You don't need to call me by such a grand title. Just call me Nameless. Keenan praised him cheerfully, a name that suggests both presence and absence. I am certain the Dark God would also like someone like you. Hansun replied politely, Thank you for your acknowledgement. The old man didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Nameless. You know I called you here to discuss your reward, right? He understood and replied, I heard about it from the assistant priest on the way here. The man was extremely pleased. Good, then I'll get straight to it. His expression remained mysterious, looking like he was up to something mysterious. Kennen slowly prompted, Tell me what you want for your fee. Han Sangun was silent for a moment before speaking. Then let me ask you in return, Archbishop. His eyes began to gleam once more, radiating a manipulative aura as he asked, How much are you willing to give me? At that moment, the absolute charm skill activated, despite having 0 proficiency. Its basic effect makes any intelligent living creature of any species feel favorable toward the user, and all charm stats will increase. However, it may be nullified if the target holds hostile intent. As soon as it was activated, the system announced that Archbishop Kennen had fallen into an abnormal state of fear. Due to the abnormal state of fear, his judgment will be impaired. He will become excessively fearful of your presence. The old man's entire body looked as if his soul had left him. Kanan's voice trembled as he told him, It will be the greatest reward that I, in my authority as an archbishop, can bestow upon you. He even shed tears as if deeply moved, resolutely deciding to give up the most precious holy relic of the Dark God's cult. His subordinate, seeing his master about to become a liability of national proportions, hastily tried to stop him. Archbishop, we cannot give a holy relic to an outsider. He looked like a bullied child, shouting back resentfully, Shut up, then looked at Han Sangun, who was radiating a powerful aura. Kennen explained further, In this battle, he is the one who will lead us to victory. After speaking, he hung his head low, as if trying to avoid something terrifying. My own heart wavered. For a moment I felt an immense, oppressive aura from this man. The most accurate way I could describe the feeling then was like looking at an evil dragon. Kennen seemed to shrink before it. He realized that with his power, the subordinate quickly obeyed and brought out the family's ancient heirloom. Kennen continued to speak. A holy relic is an extraordinary item that contains divine power. As the subordinate presented the item to Han Sangyun, Kennen made sure to mention the most precious ambition of the Dark God's cult. Please use it carefully. His eyes became like those of a dragon god right after he activated his Fire Dragon's Eye skill, revealing the 2 items were an SS-Rank seal of worship. It is the seal that the Dark God bestowed upon the Pope, the one who dedicated everything to the Dark God. When the seal is stamped on the back of the hand, the unique skill worship will be engraved. Once that happens, the item will be sealed and disappear. The other item was the SS-Rank Shroud of Fallen Devouring. The divine shroud can swallow everything in darkness, even the primordial flame. When the owner dies, the unique effect Night Shroud will activate regardless of the circumstances. All of the owner's divine power will be used to resurrect them, and the user will enter a state of immunity after revival. Upon activation, it will immediately disappear after the resurrection. However, it will also disappear when the challenger Han Sangun leaves the 15th floor's individual trial. He looked at the items before him, unable to hold back his silent glee. Oh my God, SS rank. But at that moment, he also reminded himself, after reading the hidden description with his Fire Dragon's Eye, he knew he couldn't take them off the 15th floor. Not only that, Sangun also realized something. The reason he couldn't feel happy was that nothing in the trial tower is a coincidence. Receiving 2 items of an unprecedented rank, he reluctantly understood, meant that a challenge difficult enough to require their use was coming. A man's life shines as briefly as a star in the night? Han Sangyun gave a sarcastic smile. How ironic. He quickly took the seal. Kennen approached and advised, Nameless, The holy war has just begun. Display power worthy of the reward you just received. I am only reminding you as a precaution, but if you dare to flee, the dark god will punish you." Hearing this, Sangun flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "How could a mere mortal dare to accept a holy relic and then run away?" He turned around and bid farewell. "Well then, I'll be on my way." Although Kenan was reluctant, he couldn't hold him back and agreed worriedly. The moment he was out of sight, it was as if the archbishop's soul returned to his body, and he began to tremble, muttering about his holy relic. Han Sangun walked away, humming a tune. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn his head. "Ah, sir!" Ren approached and asked cheerfully, "Did your evening talk with the archbishop go well?" He looked at the resilient girl before him and quickly replied, "Yes, and it's thanks to you." But Han Sang-yoon paused for a moment before asking, "Have you been waiting for me this whole time?" Ren was startled, then shyly confirmed, "Ah, that's right." She bashfully tried to change the subject. To be honest, I did promise to buy you a drink." Her entire face was as red as a ripe tomato as she shyly added, "Besides, there's something I wanted to ask you." Sang-yoon was suspicious. Something to ask? Not long after they sat down together, Ren chugged the refreshing barley drink, then cheerfully slammed the mug on the table and let out a satisfied sigh. He silently made an assessment. "It's actually pretty good." But looking at the mug in Han Sang-yoon's hand, she couldn't help but wonder, is this really a high-proof beer? I don't feel drunk at all. But looking over at Ren, who had already slumped onto the table, he reminded himself, well, for me to get drunk, the alcohol would have to be as potent as a deadly poison. "After all, my body is no longer on a human level," she asked with a pout. "Why aren't you drunk?" She even fixed her big round eyes on him, whining in admiration. "Geez, you really are a monster." Sang-yoon paused before explaining, "I'm just drinking it because I like the taste. Anyway, what was it you wanted to talk about earlier?" The beautiful girl's face, which was already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of red. Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke softly in a pained voice. "What was it?" Then, she put on an aggrieved expression, recalling the past when the knights confiscated their food while her father begged them in a panic. "If you take everything, what will we eat?" However, they ruthlessly shoved him away, relentlessly cursing. "You lowlife!" A terrified young Renal called out for her father. Then, she clung to another knight's leg and reprimanded him. "How dare you hit my father? Why did you hit my father? Does being a knight make you so great?" Her horrified family tried to stop Renal, but the man kicked her aside as if she were nothing, scolding her relentlessly. "You little brat, are you crazy?" The pain was excruciating, but her small body could only weep. He smirked contemptuously and said that if she didn't like being treated that way, she should become a knight herself. Before leaving, he didn't forget to curse her family. What a bunch of annoying beggars. Remembering this, Renal couldn't contain her rage. She looked at Sang-yoon with a serious expression and said with determination, "Please agree to be my master. Teach me swordsmanship." Hearing Renal's words, Sang-yoon felt the sweet taste of his beer turn completely bitter, making it hard to swallow. He set his mug down on the table. Sang-yoon smiled and thought to himself in amusement. He had been curious about what she wanted, but he never expected it to be a personal request, completely unrelated to the special mission. This girl was truly interesting. Remembering how she commanded the battle, Han Sang-yoon felt a persistent unease, realizing he had already gotten everything he wanted from Renal. He shot up from the table, his mind still filled with contemplative thoughts, focusing on a character created by the world inside the tower. To Han Sang-yoon, it was just a waste of time, and he felt no need to be gentle. He replied coldly, "I refuse." Sang-yoon turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "You should get some rest. The battle continues tomorrow. I'm leaving now." Suddenly, Renal hesitated before calling out, "I!" This made Han Sang-yoon pause. She clenched her jaw, trying to articulate each word clearly. "I have to get stronger at any cost." Then, she quickly ran toward him. Renal, casting aside all her pride, decided to go for broke, and immediately began bowing, touching her head to the ground repeatedly. Sang-yoon watched her coldly. In extreme anguish, Renal pleaded, "I'm begging you, sir." Without raising her head, she continued to entreat him. "Please, I need you to grant me this special favor." This piqued his interest, causing him to sigh and chuckle softly, thinking to himself, well, a little more fun couldn't hurt. And just like that, Renal picked up her sword again, her expression extremely serious. In this awkward situation, all it took was a confident smile. Han Sang-yoon, looking cheerful, gripped her shoulder reassuringly. "There's no need to be so serious. You'll make yourself too tense," he continued. "Hard work is good, but if you put too much pressure on yourself, you'll become rigid and lose your flexibility. That applies to everything, not just swordsmanship." Renal looked at his hand skeptically. However, she was then caught completely off guard when Sang-yoon suddenly spun her around 180 degrees. "Renal, what you need right now isn't combat experience. You need to strengthen your mana circuit. Why don't you try some aura training?" He placed his hand on Renal's back, and an intense stream of light erupted from it. Sangun's pupils also began to glow with a strange blue light. Soon, Renal felt an unusual sensation within her body. Her jaw dropped in amazement as she realized he was showing her the flow of magic, as if telling her to follow his lead. The power coursed through her entire body. Renal understood that it was fundamentally the same as her own method, but with some slight differences. The differences were minuscule, but they were enough to make the flow much more refined. Her eyes widened from receiving so much power, and she couldn't help but think in awe, "He's amazing." Han Sang-jun explained while channeling his energy, "This is an improved mana circuit. It's tailored to your personal mana usage habits. Practice your aura training daily using this method." After a while, as the clear moon shone through an opening in the ceiling, the process was complete. Sangun slumped to the ground in relief and said happily, "Finally, it's time to take inventory." He pulled out a strange bag that had two black eyes attached to it. He began relentlessly pulling items out of the bag. Looking at the pile of assorted weapons on the floor, Sangun realized where they had come from. They were the rewards he received from the Kingdom's Hunter Association for the kills. He exclaimed in surprise, "There's so much." But even with such a large haul, he hesitated for a moment before bluntly complaining, "There's nothing useful in this pile of junk." After examining the items for a moment, Han Sang-gyun quickly made a decision. "The last of the 3 skills I synthesized during the trial, it's time to use it. From Black Wolf Steps to Absolute Charm, and now, Iron Absorption." As soon as the B+ rank Iron Absorption skill was activated, various pieces flew toward him, seemingly forming a suit of outer armor. Sang-gyun growled as the massive jaw of a predator clamped onto his face. Before long, the assembly was complete. Skill: Iron Absorption B+, Proficiency 0%. Basic effect: consume iron and steel to improve physical abilities. After digestion, strength increases by a certain amount. Additional effect: consume any item to increase stats, with the amount of strength gained depending on the item's rank. Perhaps thinking he was about to meet his maker, he worried to himself, "Why does this new mouth of mine look so menacing? This is seriously creepy." First, Han Sangun picked up a nearby weapon and, without a second thought, shoved it straight into his new mouth. Just like that, the weapon was literally being chewed to bits. The system continuously displayed a notification. "You have absorbed the Iron Cloud Staff. Over 9 minutes remaining until full digestion." A while later, the digestion was complete, and his mana increased by 1. He froze at this information. He looked completely astonished, wondering to himself, "It raises stats that quickly? In that case, let's try another one." And so, the beastly mouth began to eat continuously. As it swallowed, a notification appeared. "You have absorbed the Heavenly Iron Jade. More than 9 minutes until complete digestion." Finally, after he coughed up blood, the digestion was complete. After absorbing the iron, your physical abilities have improved, expelling 0.8% of toxic gas from your body. Looking at the black streak on his hand, Han Sang-gyeon was completely panicked. What toxic gas? Not only that, he let out a gasp as his body felt lighter. "So this is what improving physical abilities feels like?" he said with excitement. "I did not know what would happen when I saw its ferocious appearance, but with such an amazing result, there is no way I could hate it." Han Sang-gyeon ate one thing after another, continuously praising it with excitement. He never thought eating items could be so delicious. Notifications kept coming in. "You have absorbed 8 more items made of iron. You cannot digest anymore. More than 20 minutes until complete digestion." He looked at the remaining pile of items on the floor, feeling tired and thought, "So I can only absorb 8 items at once? How boring. The iron absorption skill has been deactivated." Han Sang-gyeon sat on the ground thinking for a long time, but compared to the growth speed when using iron absorption, this limit was acceptable. He quickly reached into his bag to get something. Looking at the object he held tightly, a question arose in his mind. "I have been curious about this for a while. This is the SS-Rank Seal of Worship, the black seal that the Dark God bestowed upon the Pope, who had dedicated everything to him. When this seal is stamped onto the back of the hand, the unique effect of worship will be engraved. When it is engraved on the back of the hand, the item will be locked and absorbed into the mark. However, this effect disappears after the challenger Han Sang-gyeon leaves the 15th floor's personal trial. After some thought, he decided to engrave this SS rank item onto his body. Is there a chance it will become mine after leaving the 15th floor? Although the thought of carving something onto my body is a bit concerning, it is worth a try." Just like that, he decisively went through with it. The unique worship effect of the SS rank Seal of Worship has been engraved on the back of your hand. Because of this, the item will now be absorbed by the mark and will completely disintegrate. Suddenly, a strong purple light appeared from where the seal was stamped. After a long moment, it ended. The image of a lone wolf was clearly visible. The system also stated, "The mark on the back of your hand will never disappear." A series of strange images appeared. Han Sang-gyeon looked on, stunned. Oh, the administrators. On each virtual image was a different one of their comments. The administrator Dragonslayer, after 1,000 years, is terrified upon seeing the seal of worship. The administrator warrior of a distant world shouts, "How dare you use the seal of worship?" The administrator Divine Seeker says, "The tower sending him the seal is going too far." As soon as he saw these messages, he stared intently at the lone wolf on the back of his hand with worried thoughts. They had been quiet for a while, but as soon as I engraved the seal, the messages exploded again. The administrator ruler of the night sky strongly opposes the tower's decision, saying, "This is ridiculous." The administrator priest of the seven gods is shocked and asks, "What the hell were you thinking doing that?" The administrator hero of the Black Isle says it is time to take back the seal. Seeing these words so clearly, Han Sang-gyeon pursed his lips. "Do not tell me this is an item that cannot be used." The administrator's reactions are too strange. It seemed that afterward, his expression turned panicked as he immediately realized the tower had given him something it should not have. Fortunately, those images did not disappear amidst Han Sang-gyeon's doubt. Instead, other lines of text replaced them. "We have detected an unauthorized information leak. The administrator's messages are temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials is warning the administrators. In the event of another unauthorized information leak, they will be banned from observing the trial of challenger Han Sang-gyun." He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that the secret holy relic hidden here was bigger than he thought. Well, Han Sang-gyeon's eyes filled with danger, his killing intent ready to overflow. He raised his marked hand high, and a wave of determination washed over him. "I will find out just how amazing it is to use." At the same time, the exclusive worship effect of the Seal of Worship was activated. The system announced that you can offer any talent, skill, or treasure to a god. His eyes widened in shock, his heart filled with defiance. Offer to a god? What guarantee is there that the god will not become my enemy? What is the use of offering anything? Then he told himself to just forget it. Han Sang-gyeon decided he had to see for himself what this was. The strange bag was taken out again. Han Sangun held a staff firmly in his hand. Among the items absorbed by iron absorption, a system message appeared. "You have chosen to offer a treasure to a god. Please select the treasure to offer to the god." Without hesitation, he offered the staff, thinking, "Let us try offering this piece of junk and see what happens." It then stated, "You have selected the DNG Minor Sorcerer's Staff." Another notification panel appeared. "Please select the god you wish to offer the item to." But this time, everything seemed to be glitching, which surprised him. Han Sang-gyeon wondered, "What is going on?" Different text appeared. "Error. No trace of a god in your divine power." A larger panel appeared more clearly. "You have been recognized as one who possesses divinity. Therefore, the treasure will be offered to yourself." An image of him sitting there loomed before him. It continued to report, "You have offered the DNG Minor Sorcerer Staff to yourself. You have converted this item into divine power and stored it in your heart." As soon as the message ended, a golden light radiated out. He was steeped in doubt. What will happen now? Offering an item to myself. Han Sang-gyeon slumped to the floor. His heart was still filled with anxiety. "I do not know if it was successful or not, but there is one thing I am sure of. I can now increase my own holy power, something I couldn't do before. The only problem is I'm not very good at using it," Sangun concluded. Reflecting on what just happened, he reassured himself, "As long as I keep accumulating it, this holy power will become more and more useful. So I'll keep gathering it little by little, because you never know when it will be needed." He then took out a black handkerchief and another holy relic. Sangun tied it to his sword and vowed to keep it by his side. The sky outside was clear. He stood there, trying to convince himself the tower wouldn't have given him this for no reason. There would be a use for it eventually. Day after day passed on the battlefield. Han Sangun had won several battles, and the allied mercenaries and priests had regained their faith. He recalled their previous attitude. "Run away. It's the butcher. That damn necromancer finally summoned a demon." He thought with annoyance, "Everyone was in danger except for me." Back then, he had destroyed everything with ease. The handkerchief fluttered in the wind, and Sanguin's heart felt lighter. What was there to worry about? At this rate, the trial will end smoothly. Suddenly, the sky changed color, causing the others to point in terror. "What's happening to the sky? Look!" High above, the clouds had gathered in one spot. From the center, a blood-red light radiated out, staining the entire sky. Han Sang-yun turned his head in horror. From the center of that bizarre light, a rain of blood poured down. He felt a sense of unease, recognizing the danger. His demeanor became frantic, his expression turning grim. "Unbelievable! This can't be! Divine punishment has descended." A pillar of red light shot straight down to the ground. It was aimed at the people below. Sangun sensed the danger. He raised his hand high and shouted, "Counter shield! Maximum deployment!" Two immense powers were about to collide. The ground shattered from the impact. As the dust and smoke cleared, Han Sangun slowly emerged, his worried gaze fixed on another location. Where the pillar of light had struck, the ground had become a crater, sending anyone caught in it to their graves. He clicked his tongue in frustration. High above, a pair of wings appeared, feathers scattering everywhere. A stranger with large wings hovered in midair with his hands clasped. He spoke with contempt. "You dog who serves the god of darkness, I have good news for you." Jirhan flashed a dangerous smile, puffed out his chest, spread his wings, and shouted, "A god's mercy." His expression was one of pure, vile amusement, as he said, "Has been bestowed upon you personally as divine punishment." Sangun fell silent, steadying himself and thinking, "Just as I thought." He felt it from that moment. He gritted his teeth in anger as the system messages appeared again. The god of war has consumed a vast amount of holy power to perform an incomplete descent. While in this descended state, the god cannot use his myths or authorities. By descending upon the apprentice, Apostle Jernavia, he cannot fully utilize his holy power. The difficulty of Challenger Han Sangun's personal trial, level 15, has sharply increased. He carefully assessed the situation, thinking to himself, "The god of war." The Tower of Trials has deemed the difficulty of Challenger Sangun's trial to be acceptable. The trial will not be cancelled. Reading this, he questioned helplessly, "Couldn't you have asked for my opinion before making a decision?" Jirhan, now possessed by the god of war, continued to spew insults. "This way, I can destroy this dog with my own hands." His eyes, red as blood, were like a predator's as he continued to curse, "Die, and regret ever challenging a god." Han Sangun carefully calculated, "If I don't go all out, I'm going to die." Therefore, the skill Instant Acceleration has been activated. The skill Grace of the Wind has been activated. Speed has increased by 70%. Skill stack progress 7 out of 7. The skill Combat Focus has been activated. The user's focus is increased 20-fold. The authority Blood Spear Art has been activated. Sangun gripped his sword tightly, his entire body enveloped in his own holy power, his pupils turning red. Sangun assessed with satisfaction, "Good, at this rate I can end this quickly." But before he could even prepare, the god of war appeared before him in a flash. One hand grabbed his face and effortlessly slammed Sangun's entire body into the ground, while the other was raised high. He summoned a sharp arrow, which quickly pierced through his chest, causing him so much pain he couldn't even scream. He could only stare helplessly as he bled out. Large splatters of blood covered the ground. A notification window appeared, as if to inform Han Sangun, "You have died." Sangun felt himself sinking into an endless darkness, a cold, dark void that was strangely familiar. Han Sangun sank deeper and deeper into the endless sea of darkness. He opened his eyes thinking, "That's right, I." A cold voice rang out, "The god's apostle has killed you." In the middle of Han Sangyun's chest was a gaping hole that pierced completely through his body. Sangyun thought to himself, "I'm really dead." Memories of his arduous journey climbing the tower surfaced in his mind. So many different things happened while climbing the tower, but I managed to overcome them all. The faces of those he knew appeared in his mind. Thanks to that journey, I was able to meet so many different people. Han Sangun reflected quietly. Whether I succeeded or failed, I always gave it my all. That's just a part of life. He could still feel the phantom of the fatal wound in his chest. That's right, I just have to accept it. Han Sangun smiled faintly, a mix of anguish and despair washing over him. This is what death is like. Or maybe I just can't think straight yet. This endless darkness brought a sense of gentle tranquility. Suddenly, a figure appeared, a slender body wrapped in tight, black fabric. It was the god of darkness, embracing Han Sung-yoon from behind. Startled, he turned his head, then quickly broke free from her grasp and turned to face her. The god of darkness smiled and said, "Do not worry, my child. I am not your enemy." Han Sung-yoon asked, "Who are you?" She replied softly, "This is merely a simulation of a part of me, but the fact that you don't recognize me, even after I started a holy war for you, makes me quite sad." At this, Han Sung-yoon realized who she was, thinking to himself, "So, could this be the god of darkness?" The god of darkness, reading his thoughts, said approvingly, "You found the answer quickly indeed. You are such a clever child." She raised her index finger towards Han Sung-yoon's chin, but he swatted her hand away. Han Sung-yoon said, "Don't touch me," she said. It's not the right time for that yet, but you will soon realize I am not your enemy at all." Then, the god of darkness's body began to dissolve into black smoke. She said, "The tower has sensed my presence, so I must leave now. The more you worship me, the more power you will gain." A blinding light suddenly appeared behind Han Sang-yoon. The god of darkness spoke, "When you open your eyes again, the darkness will be banished. Red swords of light will float all around, and as my voice resounds, your entire world will change." Han Sangun immediately fell silent, then reached out and grabbed one of the swords. The system's voice rang out, "The god of darkness has smiled upon you. She has granted you the right to use a power that only her devoted disciples can wield." Outside, in the real world, the god of war stood before Han Sang-jun's corpse, looking down arrogantly from above. This is the end for one who dared to challenge a god. The people around them saw this and screamed in despair. "The swordsman is dead. What are we going to do?" Turning to look at the crowd, the god of war said with contempt, "What a bunch of weak humans." He spoke coldly. A moment ago, the human Han Sangun created a magic shield to protect you, but now there is no one left to do so. He then spread his wings and flew up. You will all suffer my punishment, Ren screamed. Swordsman! The cloth wrapped around the sword's hilt flew up. Ren stopped, her eyes fixed on Han Sangun's impaled body lying on the ground. The god of war continued to ascend higher. He looked at the slowly deteriorating hand of his host body and said, "That's right, the body of this apostle is still too unstable to handle the power of my successor." The god of war said with disgust, "What a useless body." Then, the halo of light disappeared, and a system notification appeared. The god of war has terminated your successor status. Jirhan Neva coughed violently, with tears, snot, and saliva running down his face. He panted heavily, thinking to himself, this might be the last time I can ever use the god of war's power. If I had remained in the successor state to use that power any longer, this body would have surely exploded. Despite this thought, he still smiled smugly, trembling with excitement. I've received a divine blessing, so I'm much stronger now. Jirhan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Now I have a power of my own. In this tower, I am the most powerful being. A system notification appeared, a message from the god of war to Jirhan. Do not get distracted. Carry out the divine punishment at once. Jirhan replied, all right, it will be over quickly. That human can't fight back against me. His followers will also be swiftly annihilated by my hand. Suddenly, a pillar of ominous light shot up, startling him. The pillar of light seemed to prop up the sky as it shot straight up, churning the clouds. On the ground, dust and debris were swept by the wind, gathering at the center of the pillar like the eye of a storm. Jirhan said in horror, What is this? A system notification appeared. SSS-Rank skill, recovery has been activated. Due to the skill's effect, you will be resurrected. After resurrection, you will receive a blessing. The dust cleared, revealing a figure. The system announced, you have been resurrected. You have been granted a new power by a deity, the essence of the god of death. System notifications rang out continuously. You have been granted the use of sacred energy, and the essence of the god of death has been engraved upon your heart. All previous injuries have been fully restored. Challenger Han Sangun has been recognized as an apprentice, apostle, and has attained the power of a god, although there is still much to achieve to become a true god. The system notifications continued. The challenger can now wield the power of a god to fight with the bestowed divine words. Those divine words are death, darkness, and fury. All the powers of the god of darkness and the divine words have been applied. Jirhan yelled frantically, "This can't be happening! How can a disciple of the god of darkness appear here? There's clearly no incarnation of the god of darkness around." The figure said nothing, the eyes on its helmet glowing with a brilliant red light. Jirhan charged forward, shouting, "But in this tower, I am still the strongest." A massive, giant spear materialized and shot straight down, aiming for the person in the armor. The figure raised a hand, where dark energy gathered into a void, aimed directly at the spear's tip. That person uttered a single cold word, "Devour." Darkness shot out from the hand, rushing towards the spear. Immediately after, the spear vanished without a trace, leaving only wisps of black smoke lingering in the air. Jirhan stammered in astonishment. What? How? The helmet slowly dissipated, revealing Han Sangun's face. He said, "You are. I remember now. You're the enemy who killed me." Jirhan immediately flapped his wings and fled, angrily cursing under his breath. Damn it! Hansian held out his hand, and a long red sword materialized. Watching Jirhan's figure fleeing for his life, Hansian estimated in his mind 76 yards. System notifications chimed continuously. You have used the holy word of death. The essence of the death god has been harmonized. The holy word of death has greatly increased the dark divine power within you. Dark divine power surged from the sword's blade. Hansian quickly passed a death sentence on him. Die! The slash split Jirhan in two from top to bottom. Jirhan was completely unable to fight back, only letting out a grunt. From his perspective, he could see an arching slash made of dark divine power cutting through the man. Hansian thought to himself, this power is truly far greater and more terrifying than Nam Gong Hyuk's swordsmanship. A system notification appeared. Your form as a subordinate to a dark god has unleashed its power. Hansian let out a breath. It's finally over. He approached Jirhan's corpse, thinking to himself, now I've become a disciple of the dark god. When this guy isn't an apostle of the war god, I can take him down easily. Hansian turned to leave. Now that he's been split in two, he probably won't be able to recover. He surveyed the battlefield littered with countless corpses. The disciples of the two sects had all left as well. Hansian narrowed his eyes and thought, I should probably get going now. The other soldiers might need my help. Their battle still had many difficulties ahead. But the two halves of Jirhan's corpse stirred, and he slowly fused back together. A bitter voice rang out, damn it. Jirhan's eyes darted around erratically. I didn't think you'd possess the power of a disciple of the dark god, but even so, you can't defeat me that easily. Then, his eyes immediately turned a brilliant red. The war god had returned, and he seriously declared war. I will continue to fight you with my own power. This time, you won't take me down so easily. Hanshin watched him warily, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. System notification, 12 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until you return to your normal state. The war god created countless spears, then threw them down at where Hanshin was standing. He immediately recognized them. Weren't those the spears that killed me before? Instantly, Hanshin activated the system to boost his power. Activating skill, Indomitable Will. Activating Myth of the Berserker. All stats increased by 18. Activating special effect, Tenacity. All stats increased by 18. The war god continued to rain down spear attacks on his position. Just a few seconds later, the area looked like the scene of a landslide. Earth and rock shattered wildly, but luckily, Hanshin managed to escape quickly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards him, but it couldn't touch Hanshin because he was too fast, too dangerous. Hanshin calmly gripped his sword, when unexpectedly, the war god appeared right behind him. The war god gritted his teeth and ordered, "Crush him." Hearing this, Hanshin frowned, breaking out in a sweat, and right after that, the war god transformed his wings into two giant arms. Just before those hands could reach him, he shouted, "Jong!" Then, from mid-air, countless grotesque arms appeared, and a dark streak flashed through the air, quickly. Slicing off the war god's giant arm, he frowned, his blazing eyes glancing in one direction. At the same time, Jong's excited laughter rang out as he said confidently, "Is it finally my time to shine?" Just then, the war god's severed arm was slowly reattaching itself. Suddenly, he froze, so scared by the deadly scene before him that he nearly lost his soul sword. What the hell? Is that a god? Why would a god descend during a normal trial like this? Why did the trial's difficulty suddenly skyrocket? The situation was too critical, so he couldn't explain in detail and said he'd keep it brief. Hanshin instructed, "Use every support ability you have on me." Although Jong was trembling in fear, he said, "This isn't something we can handle with just abilities, is it?" "Wait, but have you become an apostle?" He didn't bother answering his question, just shouted, "Hurry up! This is no time for chit-chat." As soon as he finished speaking, an attack from the war god targeted his thigh. He created a magic circle that looked like a giant eye in the sky. That magic circle shot a laser-like beam down at his position. Hanshin ordered the system to activate the passion skill, and the body parts severed by the war god were instantly restored. Jong praised him. "Niece, I'll lend you all of my power." The system reported again, activating the true overlord blood demon sword soul skill, magic burst. The magical power in your body has increased. Activating the true overlord blood demon sword soul skill, thought acceleration, you have become more agile. Your reflexes have been increased many times over. Activating the true overlord blood demon sword soul skill, minor focus B+. A sub-skill has been created to support faster magic circulation. The durability of the true overlord blood demon sword is decreasing by 0.4% per second. The true overlord blood demon sword soul may disappear. Looking at the performance buffs created by Jong, Hanshin was incredibly satisfied. At first, he thought he was all talk, but the quality of these buffs is insane. But fighting him head-on was still a bit too much for him. Even so, he still leaped straight into the sky, seeing Hanshin charge in despite the difficulty. The war god advised, "Use your head. You'll buy yourself some more time." Hearing this god ramble on, Sangun snapped, "Gods and saints, just give me something useful for this situation, and keep it brief." Sangun told him to hurry up, but suddenly Jong started overthinking, saying, "Wait, I need time to think." He mumbled, "Let's see now." "Right, no, that's impossible. That won't work either." Seeing his crappy sword suddenly acting like it had multiple personalities and babbling non-stop, he got annoyed. Suddenly, while they were distracted, the god of war charged straight at them. The god of war thought, "Those cheap tricks won't work on me. I'll blow you away so you can't regenerate." Sangun was furious. Just then, Jong figured it out, saying, "I've got it. After analyzing his skills with my genius brain, you can now defeat that monster with unwavering faith." And of course, Sangun already knew that. But Jong said it was only talking about the current Sangun. Use the power of a god. Use your divinity. Even though it's limited, you can wield that power in your apostle state. I'll give the signal when the time is right. As soon as he heard that, Sangun had an epiphany. Jong instructed him, "For now, just use your senses to feel the space around you and make him let his guard down." It warned, "Remember, you only have 1 minute and 19 seconds before your state returns to normal." Then, Jong seized the moment and signaled an opportunity. Sangun closed in on the god of war. He swung his sword, unleashing 2 massive waves of power at him, but the god of war easily dodged them. Sangun gritted his teeth, brandished his blade, and relentlessly pursued and attacked him. The god of war scoffed at Sangun's meager skills, wondering how such predictable swordsmanship could ever land a hit. He continued to effortlessly evade every single one of Sangun's attacks. Suddenly, Sangun's expression turned grim. He decided to use White Sword, Sea Cleaver. The attack slashed right past the god of war's face, scaring the daylights out of him. The surprised god of war asked, "What is this?" In a fight, no one had time to answer his question, so he was immediately hit with another blow. However, the god of war used his full strength to block the attack, like an overbearing CEO from a novel. The god of war said, "Interesting." His words, combined with that earth-shattering power, left Sangun completely stunned. Zhang spoke up beside him, "Get ready, he's coming." Without another word, the god of war shot forward like an arrow, then furiously hurled thousands of spears right where Sangun stood. As he closed in, Sangun became increasingly panicked. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move. Sangun realized his sword was being restrained by space itself. This bastard. He immediately copied the 7 forms of the white sword after seeing it just once. Ugh. Sangun gritted his teeth, determined not to let him get away with it. While he was thinking, if I counter with white sword, void death, maybe I can. But Zhang stopped him, saying, "Don't dodge it. Let it hit you." What kind of insane reason is that? Sangun was completely baffled. Zhang insisted, "Trust me, just stay still." And so, Sangun actually listened, standing perfectly still as the attack rained down on him. The god of war slashed downward, his attack carrying destructive force and shrouded in dark power. The god of war said, "Do you really think you can block that with your power?" The tip of his sword was inches away. Danger was imminent, but Zhang's voice just said, "Now, as you take the hit, use your divinity." Just like that, the sword plunged straight into Sangun's head. He didn't resist at all, taking the blow head on. Just when it seemed like it was all over, the system announced, "Using the divinity of immortality, bypassing unrecoverable restrictions and death-inducing judgments." The slash that hit him caused no damage at all. Zhang continued, "That guy, he can't block the enveloping blood energy." Waves of red projectiles flew out, designed to catch him off guard and temporarily restrict his movements. Just as predicted, the god of war couldn't block it, and his body was enveloped by the blood energy. Zhang continued to instruct, "But that confinement won't last long. Finish that lunatic quickly." As he spoke, he also rapidly increased the attack power. Sangun was also gathering his power, but because of the apostle transformation, his divine power was draining too fast. "I can only use divinity 1 or 2 more times." He immediately launched his attack, using the divinity of death. He leaped into the air and attacked the god of war. The system announced, "Absolute death has been imbued into your sword." A fatal slash struck the space containing the god of war. The power of the divinity of death tore a massive hole in it, dealing critical damage to the enemy within. Zhang quickly reminded him, "Now's the time to strike," but the god of war had already begun to resist. The blood energy couldn't hold him for much longer. He flexed his power, and the entire blood energy prison was forced outward, shattering into pieces. Zhang was completely astonished. "What?" The god of war's voice rang out, mocking their ignorance. "Even though this is just a small fraction of my divine power, do you really think the physical limits of a divine being are the same as a mere mortal's?" Realizing this, Sangjun immediately used flawed time perception, Scythe Twin Strike. The system announced a special effect of the Divine Sect Sword Art skill. Scythe Twin Strike activated. 2 powerful beams of blue light shot straight at the god of war. He raised both hands, trying to block the attack, but he sensed something was off. Surprised. "What?" He had just managed to say wait when the blade struck him. He said, "I've never seen this kind of power on the 13th floor." 2 consecutive slashes hit him, cutting him in half. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Completion reward. S-Rank bracelet of the Nameless God's protection has been transferred to your inventory. You have received a completion reward of 100,000 points. You have received 5,000 items as a completion reward. You have received an additional 5,000 items. An additional completion reward, the S-Rank Divine Gem of the Nameless God, has been transferred to your inventory. Please move to the waiting room." Seeing the notification, Sangjun knew it was truly over. A plume of smoke enveloped everything in the twilight, signaling the end of the floor. He landed on the shattered ground, and the system announced he had earned the Rebirth achievement, increasing all stats by 4. He then earned the Rebellion achievement, increasing all stats by 4, and another notification followed. All abilities from the True Supreme Blood Demon Ego have been deactivated. The durability of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has dropped to 9.4%. He immediately asked, "Are you okay?" After a moment with no reply a long while later, Zhang cursed, "Damn it, do you think I'd be okay?" We suddenly had to face a god using their descent. At that moment, a woman with black hair appeared and said, "You're lucky it wasn't a complete divine descent, or we both would have died." He saw her manifested form and asked in complete surprise, "Zhang, you're a woman? But your voice is a man's, this is so confusing." Zhang retorted, Don't judge someone like me who stands at the pinnacle of the blood demon cult by something as trivial as gender. Sangun accepted that. Then he paused. Wait, but were you able to manifest like this from the start? She replied, of course not. I don't know why, but I think it's because of your influence and the divine power in your body harmonizing with mine. That's my speculation, she continued. Anyway, I can't maintain this form for long, so let's get down to business. After speaking, Zhang raised both hands and used blood absorption. Droplets of blood energy from the surroundings continuously gathered. The special effect of the true supreme blood demon sword blood absorption has been activated, absorbing the prospective apostle Jernavia. The item's rank has increased to 2,800, 1 out of 4,800, by absorbing the blood of the prospective apostle. The embedded skill B-rank divinity amplification has been socketed into the specialized vampiric slot. After a moment, Zhang spoke up. This is the original form of my blood absorption. Sangjun could also feel that the skill's effectiveness was much higher than before. Zhang felt a little sleepy. She yawned and said, anyway, you'll have to tell me later why you had to fight a god. After saying that, she disappeared. A moment later, he turned around and was shocked to see the corpse of the god of war suddenly move. He's not dead yet. What? But I already saw the trial completion message, didn't I? A small sun-like light appeared above the god of war's head. Slowly it rose and a large eye opened within it. His body gradually stood up and his voice rang out, damn you, how? At that moment, the system announced the trial's completion condition: successfully lead the holy war within the time limit. Sangjun now understood a little. The tower must have decided the trial was complete, because this guy couldn't do anything anymore. I remember seeing a message that a large amount of divine power had been paid. When the adjudicator god met with me privately, and the god of war had to pay a large amount of divine power for his descent, so any more would be too much. The large eye widened. The god of war spoke with a voice full of rage and hatred. I will definitely kill you. Do not think this is the end. Sangjun realized something he had learned after becoming an apostle. Someone who receives divine power without a god's mark gains the opportunity to reach the level of a god. This is what he sensed. If that's the case, the reason the god of war despises me is because he's afraid of a new divinity being born. Sangjun gripped the sword in his hand. Now everything was clear. He began to use his power to finish him off. The god of war used his descent to try and kill me. You're just a dog of the tower. Before leaving, the god of war had said, I will make you regret seeking divinity. Hearing this only strengthened Sangjun's resolve, and I will kill anyone who is an enemy. That is all I need to do. A single sword strike pierced through completely. The system announced, the heaven-piercing sword has destroyed something very difficult to destroy. Its rank has been upgraded to AC 8,700 out of 1,000 before it vanished. The god of war, full of hatred, said, I will definitely tear you to pieces next time. Sangjun plunged his sword down using Devour, activating his dark divinity to devour the designated dark target. His shattered eye was then devoured by Sangjun. After he finished, the system reported, you have absorbed the soul of the prospective apostle. Jernavia proficiency has increased by 7.7%. Just as he predicted, the soul of the one used as a vessel for a god's descent is very valuable, and it didn't seem like the god of war had actually died. The system announced, because you have absorbed a more powerful soul. Judgment for authority extraction has begun. Judgment successful. The authority existing within the soul of the prospective apostle, Jernavia, has been confirmed. Extracting authority from the soul, the B-rank authority, Flash, has been embedded into Sangjun's soul. You can instantly move to a location within your line of sight. Sangjun quickly thought instant teleportation to wherever I want. Then the remaining time for the apostle transformation ran out. The temporary power vanished and he staggered, collapsing unexpectedly. The keywords divinity of death and immortal darkness are fading. Just then, the scenery around him transformed. He was in a housing complex, on a soccer field, when a brown-haired boy called out, Hey Han Sangun, hurry up. Han Sangun just stared blankly without moving. A perfect shot went into the goal, and his teammates all hugged and cheered for the boy. Suddenly, a massive, dark red hand, the size of a building, slammed onto the ground, cracking a huge section of it. Sangyun's gaze darkened, confused about what was happening, as a bead of sweat slowly rolled down his face. Looking closer, he saw that the being was immense and majestic, its body eclipsing the entire area. The being casually swung its arm, wiping out countless people. He stood there stunned, hearing the frantic screams for help all around him. Seeing this, Han Sangyun cried out in horror, No! In an assigned room, he suddenly woke up, breathing heavily as sweat poured down his face. He shot up, exclaiming, What a disturbing dream. Was it because I passed out? The system's voice rang out. Thanks to the authority, mind like a rock. All unstable emotions are disappearing. Sangyun stepped out of the tent, and the light helped to calm him down a bit. Outside, Reno and the allied forces were waiting for him. Everyone cheered joyfully. Our hero, the savior of the dark god cult. The vice commander approached, rubbing the back of his head, and said to him, I apologize. I've been so disrespectful to you up until now. Please forgive me. Commander Reno told me everything. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, catching everyone's attention. An apostle stepped forward, speaking in an agitated tone. Are you truly the savior of the Dark God cult? Keenan, drenched in sweat, urgently asked. Apostle of the Dark God, why didn't you help us all this time while we were enduring so much suffering? Sangun was silent for a moment. Everything has its proper time. He walked over and firmly gripped the man's shoulders. To lure out the apostle of the blood demon cult, I had no other choice. Han Sangun smiled reassuringly. The glory of this holy war now belongs to our dark god cult. Looking at Kennan's dazed expression, he added comfortingly, Please, shed no more tears. He mentally activated the absolute charm skill. Everything was preordained by the dark god. I am only acting according to his will. The system's notifications chimed continuously. The crowd has entered the abnormal status. Worship. Under the effect of worship, their judgment is significantly impaired, and they have become acutely aware of your presence. The apostle of the god of scrutiny is impressed and states, Your deception skills are quite sophisticated. The dark god is pleased with your actions and is laughing cheerfully. The authority, win trust, has been powerfully activated and is now gathering faith in you from the surrounding area. Enough faith has been accumulated to create a myth. A myth is being calculated that aligns with the believer's faith, based on your accomplishments. Sangun was overjoyed to hear the announcement of the myth's creation. The system continued to display information. Myth, the first savior has been completed. The myth of the first savior is now being integrated into your holy power. When Challenger Han Sangun activates this myth, the salvation effect will be added. When you perform a good deed to save someone weaker than you, all of your abilities will be slightly enhanced. When Challenger Han Sangun activates this myth, the path of faith effect will be added. When worshipped by a cult, your holy power will increase based on the number of followers. He raised his hand and said, Take care, everyone. With that, he flew up into the sky, heading for the next floor. Filled with reverence, Reno looked up, watching the apostle depart. As Han Sangyun flew away, he muttered to himself, I should head back to the place where I passed out. Suddenly, he joyfully turned his head in one direction, finally spotting a circular blue rift in space, a transfer gate. Sangyun quickly landed in front of the gate. He remarked, I've never had to go through such a long trial before. Geez, I might actually start to care about them. After saying that, he stepped through the portal. A system notification appeared. You have entered the 16th floor's waiting room. Administrator notification restriction mode has been lifted. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, feels relieved, despite knowing their contractor was safe. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, says tearfully, You've been through so much. The administrator, Iron-Blooded Tyrant King, is inviting you to their domain. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is inviting you to their domain. Hearing this flurry of interesting invitations, Sangyun said, I'm sorry to have worried you both, but I'll meet with you later. He bowed his head silently, his thoughts turning to the holy power. It accumulates in my heart simply as a concept, and in exchange for a price, it can be used for myths and authorities. And many things have changed. Suddenly, a black speck of light faintly glowed on his chest. Sangyun raised a finger emitting magical power and smirked in satisfaction. Through my apostolization, I experienced a pseudo-god state and can now wield holy power directly. After some time, my holy power turned black. I hear it's related to the abilities of the god of death. He gathered his power, swinging his arm to test his new strength. Han Sangyun focused power into his fist and threw a punch that shattered the wall. He then realized that the waiting room walls, which normally restore instantly after any attack, were now not restoring at all. Or more accurately, the restoration speed was visibly slower. S+, Divine Orb of the Nameless God, an orb that the Nameless God infused with divine power while alive. When a target is designated and infused with divine power, the special effect Absolute Seal is activated. When the Absolute Seal special effect is activated, you can seal your opponent's strongest skill. However, this special effect can only be used one time, and the sealing duration isn't long. Both are S+ rank, so they're pretty useful. System notification. You have obtained the soul of the promising apostle Jerhan Nevia, so all of your stats have been permanently increased. Strength +4, agility +6, durability +4, magic power +7, and stamina +3. Absorbing one of the skills possessed by the promising apostle Jerhan Nevia, acquired the B- skill Roar of the Mighty. Sangyun muttered, This is hardly worth the trouble I went through. I'll use it on the altar later to increase my divine power. Then the system popped up again, acquiring the divinity from within the soul of the promising apostle Jerhan Nevia. The conditions for the authority of divine power have been met and activated. Attempting to extract divinity. Success! He could feel his own divinity had increased significantly. He immediately checked for quests and instantly received missions from 7 administrators. The administrator, ruler of heaven, assigned the quest, the ruler of heaven's island. The administrator, dark hero, assigned the quest, the island's disaster, and many others. Sangun couldn't help but remark, so many administrators are assigning quests. Well, I've got nothing to lose. This just means I have more options. He suddenly noticed the quest from the administrator, warlord of the ruined world, which was savior of the apocalypse. The reward is the ability to bestow the unbreakable absolute attribute on an item a maximum of 2 times. The completion condition is to make a choice you won't regret. I was just wondering how to quickly restore the durability of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, since the Soul Master overused it this time. What a stroke of luck. He immediately selected this quest. The system announced that other administrators would be restricted from observing the trial, and only a few authorized administrators would be allowed to watch. Beginning the 16th floor trial, 48 days remaining. The current trial's theme is Warrior. Completion condition: make a choice you will not regret during the trial. The reward is the ability to bestow the unbreakable absolute attribute on an item a maximum of 2 times. He was immediately transported into the trial, but as soon as he arrived, a horrific pain shot through him. Sangun felt his body racked with agony. The system immediately announced, beginning the Savior of the Apocalypse quest. The equipment you can use has been restricted, and some items have been moved to your inventory. All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not change until the trial is over. However, any growth skills acquired during the trial will be recalculated after it concludes. Just then, Sangun shot up and ran outside. A girl was seemingly waiting for him there. "You're finally awake," he asked. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a wave of pain made him freeze. Seeing this, she said with concern, "Don't push yourself too hard. I'll call the others in a moment. They'll be here soon, so just wait." Hearing this, Neo looked at himself in the water's reflection, bewildered. Sangun looked down at the water to see his current appearance as the system announced. The administrator, warlord of the ruined world, is staring at you blankly. In this trial, for the Savior of the Apocalypse quest, I'm playing the role of a character named Neu. He made an objective assessment. My body is in terrible condition, and more importantly, the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, my main weapon, and all of my protective gear are sealed, so I can't use them. He thought, it might be painful, but it's better to fully commit to playing the part of this Neu character than to rush my recovery with weak blood. Luckily, I still have the items I bought just in case. The blindfold. Suddenly the system spoke. B+ enemy detection, 92,000 P, allows you to sense killing intent directed at you. B+ adventurer's homemade gloves, 85,000 P, helps you adapt to unfamiliar situations. He assessed the blindfold. This enemy detection feature will be especially useful. Alan smiled and said, "Nia, thank heavens you're awake." Beside him, Zipa also spoke up. "It's a miracle. What a relief. Just as expected from the apostle chosen by the dragon god." Sangun could only wave his hand dismissively, feigning joy while telling himself he needed to act as naturally as possible. Suddenly, the system announced that numerous enemies were approaching. He was surprised and suspicious. The blindfold activated instantly. Ugh. He immediately glanced around, wondering, "Where are they?" The warriors beside him asked worriedly. "What's wrong, Neu?" Just then, the system displayed a message, exclusive effect of the B+ enemy detection blindfold. Automatic enemy detection activated. Enemies will be marked in red within your field of vision. Instantly, the 3 people who had just been acting concerned were enveloped in a bright red glow. They feigned concern. "Are you still not fully recovered? Maybe you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Go get some rest." Sangun was speechless at the sight, thinking to himself, "What? All of his comrades are enemies? I finally understand why this quest is rated as mentally difficult." After gathering to talk outside, the 4 warriors, including Sangun in his role as Neu, continued their discussion. They probably won't try anything inside the tent for now. He was relieved to find that most of his skills were still working normally. Just then, Zepa spoke up. "So that's what happened?" he asked. "Have you lost your memory?" Hansen immediately played along. "I guess so. I can't remember anything about myself." Then he stopped and asked the most important question right now. "Why am I here?" Dia, the one who found him first, spoke up. "The side effects seem more severe than I thought." Dia immediately understood the situation. "So, that's it," she quickly said. "We don't have time, so I'll give you a quick summary. You are a warrior, and as the only disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Order, your mission is to save this world," she continued. No, we are on a journey to defeat the great Demon King, and you were severely injured while fighting him." Hansen immediately put it together. "So that's why I have amnesia?" Dia nodded and continued. "The Demon King serves a demon god, and he's planning to summon that god. If that happens, it will be the end of this world. In short, the only one who can kill the Demon King in this world is a warrior blessed by the gods." And so, Hansen, who was in pretty bad shape, was forced to join this adventure. As a warrior, Hansen would have to face all sorts of enemies until he reached the Demon King, recovering as much of his abilities as possible in the meantime. Dia continued to explain. Since you're awake, and we've told you everything important, we'll tell you the rest on the way to the demon realm. On the road, a carriage carried the four warriors to the nearest destination. Inside, Alan asked Hansen, "You have amnesia?" He just hummed non-committally. Alan then pointed to himself. "And you don't remember my name?" He hummed again. "Because of the side effects from the battle, I don't remember who you are." Hearing this, Alan let out a sigh, then introduced himself. "My name is Alan Nick. Just call me Alan. Also, you're speaking way too formally, so just talk more casually." The warrior sitting next to him also commented, "It might be because of your amnesia, but you seem calmer than before." Hansen asked the man his name, and he replied, "Zeppa Dania. Just call me Zeppa. You can call this old mage whatever you like." Hansen immediately understood. "I see." Alan scratched his head, complaining with a harmlessly bright smile. "Even though the world is about to be destroyed, my stomach is still right on schedule." With that, he shouted, "Hey, let's go hunting before we move on!" They had lost all their food, so if they didn't hunt, they would starve. Dia also said, "You just rest. We'll go find something to eat." Very quickly, they finished hunting. A portion was hunted for him too, though it was just a field mouse. That night, by a campfire roasting meat, there was the sound of dry wood burning along with their eating. Someone said, "If he's no longer capable of being the warrior of salvation, others will judge our decision as unjust." But they comforted themselves. "We're not wrong. Even if it's unjust, this is the only way to save the world," he said, taking a bite of meat. "Just send him away so he doesn't die, and then hand him over to that guy." No one knew who that guy was at this point. Dia also seemed to agree. "Yeah, that's enough. We'll do that." Zeppa agreed as well. "Right, he's not a warrior or anything anymore, just a tool to save the world." Standing in a tree and hearing everything, he wasn't surprised, thinking calmly. Hansen had a ruthless thought. "You scumbags, should I just kill them all?" Then, he shook his head. No. He suddenly remembered the mission completion condition, preventing him from doing so. Acting rashly would only lead to worse consequences. Hansen looked down at the scene. "If it's just these three, I'm confident I can kill them, even in my current state. I still have plenty of time, so I'll just keep an eye on them for now." Even after that, his companions frequently went out to hunt while they traveled. They hunted so much, yet they never shared the food with the injured man. Hansen remarked, "Well, thanks to them, I have plenty of time to escape this carriage prison." As he walked, he thought, "Good. This way, they won't catch me." This meant he could train here. Just then, the shadow of a large beast descended upon Hansen. It opened its massive maw as if to devour him. He thought, "Did I go in too deep?" Very quickly, the large green beast was defeated by him. Hansen took a bite of the meat, noting that it tasted like chicken. He reassessed his physical condition. "Right now, even without eating or sleeping, my body won't have any problems with physical activity. But eating that disgusting mouse was truly awful, even by my standards," he recalled. "It's not just the food. The way that guy bangs on a pot in the middle of the night, this bunch called my companions act like children. I can't stand it anymore." He stood up and walked briskly through the forest. His posture was nothing like that of an injured person. Hansen thought, "I have to take the initiative." Activating the blood weakening skill, his body's injury recovery rate increased. As he approached the carriage, he saw them standing there and explained, "I just went out for a little walk. Looks like you all got back from hunting earlier than usual today, huh?" Dia immediately stood up and called out. The system then announced that multiple enemies were detected approaching the user. The exclusive effect of the B+ rank enemy detection eye patch, auto-detect enemies, was activated. The three of them approached with grim, unfriendly expressions, looking like they were ready for a fight. Dia said, "It's not good for you to be moving around like that when you haven't recovered." Hansen immediately understood the hidden meaning. "You're probably just annoyed that I dared to leave your sight, right?" But he still said, "I was just getting too stuffy, lying in one place all the time." Zeppa asked in astonishment, "Your body? How did you recover so quickly?" Hansen explained vaguely, "After resting for a few days, I suddenly felt better." "How interesting. I thought you weren't a healing-type mage, Zeppa. How could you immediately detect the changes in my body when you're not a healer?" Hearing him say that, he trembled, not knowing how to explain. Sion let that slide too. "Enough nonsense, we're about to reach the demon world, so let's hurry." Inside the carriage, Zeppa quietly asked Sion, "No, have your memories returned?" He nonchalantly replied, "Not yet," while thinking to himself that there was nothing to remember in the first place. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and the horses reared up, unable to go any further, so they had to get out. It turned out they had reached an area filled with demonic energy near the demon world. The more contact with the demonic energy, the more exhausted one would become. Hansun said, "We are entering the demon world." DJ quickly decided, "We'll have to walk from here." "No, I'm sorry, but we can't prioritize you anymore." Sion's sudden smile startled her. "No, this is more my style anyway. In the demon world, there is a demonic miasma that can make any creature that inhales it go instantly insane. There are countless monsters in the demon world and innumerable creatures that can easily slaughter hundreds of people. Even warriors who had faced countless hardships agreed that no matter how superhuman a person's strength was, they could not survive in the demon world. At this point, their group was right on the edge of the demon world. Sion asked, "Is this the demon world?" Alan replied, "You don't even remember the demon world? You must have lost all your memories." Zipa then handed him a sword, carefully wrapped in cloth for protection, and said, "All right, take it. You may have forgotten it, but this is the weapon you valued as much as your own life. The holy sword, a blade that shone like gold, as if carrying the power of a god." He was a little surprised, looked at it for a moment, then took it and entered the demon world. A battle was raging in the demon world. A huge, ferocious monster with a massive hand that seemed to cover the ground attacked. And behind it were countless more monsters with fierce faces. Han Sang-yoon looked at the horde of monsters, sweat dripping down his face, showing that he was fighting. He thought things had gotten better over time, but just thinking back to that painful period was unbearable. It seemed to be the memory of the original owner, he who was utterly weak back then, could only desperately hope for the trust and help of his comrades. But then Neu screamed in anger. How could they? From within the holy sword, Sion saw what had happened to the original warrior known as Neu. He now felt as if he were running beside Neu, holding the same sword and following in that warrior's footsteps. All right then, let's begin. The system quickly displayed a series of notifications: B+ Explorer's custom-made gauntlets, special effect situational assessment. A system message reminded him, due to the demonic energy here, harmonizing with you, mental power will not be consumed. Due to the dense accumulation of demonic energy, your mana has increased by 2. Sion charged at the monsters with his sword. At the same time, Alan's voice rang out. He's always so impatient. Even though I've warned him many times, he must be acting so recklessly because he's lost his memory. His eyes held a deep look, but right now, Neu would have a hard time facing the monsters alone. He devised a plan. Just support him from behind. Let him fight until he's exhausted. That's what you wanted. They just stood there and watched to see if he would become desperate while fighting like that. Streaks of blue light flashed by taking out all the nearby monsters with incredible ferocity and clean speed. The three of them stood there with their jaws on the floor, utterly astonished. Their three faces were like carbon copies, their expressions nearly identical. Swarms of monsters advanced relentlessly, attacking Sion. He wasn't scared at all, holding the holy sword and using its divine light. A faint golden divine light quickly enveloped the blade. He said, "Take this." Han Sang-gun swung the sword once towards the monsters, and even those far away were affected, the very ground beneath them shaking. He examined the holy sword. This thing is insanely strong. He was confident. Maybe I'll even get some unexpected special ability during this trial. The three of them were sitting around a fire somewhere. If he has completely forgotten us, he might have also lost some of his battlefield experience, so our choice was unavoidable. DJ asked again, "What do you all think?" "But we sacrificed his memories and powers to the dragon god, didn't we?" Zipa worried. "It's strange. Even though he doesn't remember anything, he still looks like he has decades of combat experience." The more Alan listened, the more annoyed he became. "Damn it, why Neu? Why are you only getting stronger?" Just then, Han Sang-gun returned and sat by the fire with them, acting as if nothing had happened, grilling meat for dinner. He felt a strange silence hang in the air. Even though a lazy soldier had become strong and defeated the monsters, not a single one of his comrades was happy about it. He could only sense hatred, anxiety, guilt, and fear. Han Sang-gun could only sense negative emotions. After the meal, everyone naturally went to their tents without saying a word. In the dead of night, he sensed something and woke up. Han Sang-gun shot up into the air, wondering, should I go up there? He used the instant acceleration power, and the system quickly reported, "Holy power consumed instantly, moving to the location in your sight. The cooldown for this power is 10 minutes. In a flash, whoosh, Han Sang-gun arrived at the top of that mountain. The place was about 50 kilometers away. And yet he had traveled that far with just one use of it. Instant acceleration power to him. This ability was just too insane. Han Sang-gun's expression immediately became highly focused. On one hand, he observed his opponent activating the blink ability, instantly teleporting to a location within sight. Looking towards the other side of the forest, he estimated the distance to be about 50 kilometers. But how could that be difficult for him? After all, he had teleported once before. Sangun then recalled a previous battle. This skill had a limitation where an obstacle, like a wall in front of him, would prevent movement. On the other hand, in combat, it was an excellent skill for timing counterattacks, and in dangerous situations, it could be used as an escape route. Sang-gun clenched his fist with a triumphant expression, having acquired several powers and extraordinary abilities. Standing in the night sky, Sang-gun activated his Fire Dragon's Eye and learned that it was an S-rank Holy Dragon Sword with a 40% damage boost, a 40% critical hit rate, and 40% magic power. This was the holy sword that the dragon god himself had blessed for the hero. Only when judging evil could the Holy Dragon Sword unleash its full potential. But this was just the basic information, and by using the Fire Dragon's Eye, he learned the specific function of the Holy Sword was activated by infusing it with holy power. With a sincere prayer to the holy gods, a blessing would be activated. When activated by making a sacrifice to the dragon god, the user would be granted temporary power. Furthermore, when facing demons and monsters, the unique effect punishment would be triggered. When punishment was active, all stats would increase sevenfold when confronting demonic entities. However, the system also noted that the Holy Sword item would be automatically destroyed once Challenger Sangun left the 16th floor's personal trial and could not be used for other purposes. Hearing this, Sangun was surprised at how powerful the Holy Sword's abilities were. But it was only a limited item, usable only during the 16th floor's trial, so he needed to use his sword sense and gradually absorb the Holy Sword's power. Putting his thoughts into action, Sangun swung his sword while activating the True Chaser's technique. He suddenly descended upon the monsters, catching them completely off guard. He hadn't expected the Holy Sword to be so powerful. It took down all the test subjects in a single move. Next, Sangun charged straight down, drawing a very long sword. It was the A+ rank Heavenly Blade with the A rank Devour skill and A rank proficiency. Its special feature was its ability to absorb the unique skill effects from sword-type items. Sangun thought to himself, the Holy Sword had 3 unique effects, and Devour could absorb 2 of them. Victory was practically in his grasp, as the 2 best abilities to choose were obvious. Immediately, Sangun activated the Devour skill, swinging his sword to push back the monsters. The system indicated that the user could absorb 1 unique skill effect from a sword-type item. The system then confirmed Sangun's selection. Instantly, the Holy Light skill was completely absorbed, leaving 1 use of Devour remaining, and he then completed the absorption of the S+ rank Punishment skill. All remaining uses of Devour vanished. At the same time, the system announced to Sangun that he had used up all charges of the Devour skill, and it would now be completely destroyed. Sangun swung the newly empowered Holy Sword. Although it seemed he had hastily used up all the charges of a precious ability like Devour, it would have been a waste to miss out on the Holy Sword's powers, especially Holy Light. The power of Holy Light could generate a force even stronger than a fully charged countershield, but it required no charging time like the shield and could be used instantly. Surrounded by monsters, Sangun activated the Holy Light skill. Because he had absorbed Holy Light as his own skill, he could now use it without needing the Holy Sword. But as Sangun was unleashing the attack, a blinding yellow light suddenly flashed and exploded, catching him off guard and knocking him flat on his face. He took a beating, and his expression turned furious as he started cursing, wondering why he couldn't control the blast's direction and why it had detonated instantly. As for the monsters, seeing Sangun mess himself up like that, they immediately gathered around, laughing mockingly as if they had a death wish, preparing to rush in and beat him to a pulp. Seeing this, Sangun's face darkened. He cursed the bastards, then immediately shot back to his feet, activating Holy Light and pointing his sword at the monsters. Instantly, the entire group was hit with a massive explosion. But seeing Holy Light work normally, Sangun was puzzled because it had worked just fine when used with the Holy Sword. However, after just a few seconds, Sangun immediately had a realization. What if he didn't use mana, but instead used holy power to control it? With that thought, his face showed clear determination as he began to execute the Holy Light technique. And when he saw the technique execute successfully, a triumphant expression appeared on his face. This is it. It's the holy power. A massive stream of energy shot directly from Sangun towards the monsters. A series of massive explosions erupted, sending the monsters running for their lives. It served the fearless idiots right. Now that he had successfully executed the Holy Light technique, Sangun could freely unleash it on the monsters. And just as Sangun unleashed a full-power finishing blow with the Holy Light technique, a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the entire night sky in a red glow, which accidentally attracted the attention of Alan. He was taking a leak in the forest and was startled by the sight. Cutting back to the Demon World forest, after Sangun created such a massive explosion with the Holy Light technique, all the monsters were wiped out. Sangun laughed triumphantly at that moment, feeling that this ability was extraordinarily powerful. At the same time, the system window appeared, announcing that Sangun had successfully obtained the achievement of Heir of the Dragon God. Next, he received the special power of Dragonfire, but due to the penalty for the special trial, the granting of the power is currently restricted. When the trial ends, the powers will return to normal. Hearing the term dragonification, he paid special attention. The system continued to display a notification that the Dragon God had sensed the presence of Challenger Sangun. The Dragon God was staring intently at Challenger Sangun's achievement and was quite interested in him. And the Dragon God was offering to take Challenger Sangun as a disciple, but he immediately rejected the offer from the system. The system presented the offer once more, but before Sangun could refuse, it kept presenting the exact same offer. And so began a repetitive cycle of events, with one offering and the other endlessly refusing. He felt exasperated, realizing he had apparently run into a troublesome god. The next morning, as everyone was eating breakfast, He alone sat in a corner, lost in thought. On the outside, he acted as if nothing was wrong, but on the inside, he was quietly contemplating the problem with the dragon god. According to what Han Sang-yoon remembered, the dragon god, based on the storyline of the 16th floor, was the deity protecting this world. But for him, because his life had been threatened by a god before, he really didn't have a very good impression of them. Besides, after choosing a hero to save the world, he hated how they wouldn't grant that hero enough power to actually accomplish what they were meant to do. That's why this world fell into ruin. And to avoid being noticed, Han Sang-yoon had not used the Holy Sword's unique prayer effect and had avoided any actions that would provoke them. But because the system constantly notified him that the dragon god was offering to take challenger Han Sang-yoon as a disciple, he now felt incredibly annoyed. It was like going from the frying pan into the fire. Since the offers were continuous and Han Sang-yoon didn't respond, the system's voice boomed loudly. It relayed a message from the god, asking why a worthless being like Han Sang-yoon would dare to refuse His Excellency's offer. The dragon god emphasized that your choice is foolish. Faced with the dragon god's persistence, Han Sang-yoon could only ignore him and think to himself, is he some kind of salesman with this pushy pitch? If it were a product, this would make me want to buy it even less. And yet, to his dismay, the system continued to send messages not just from that dragon god but from other gods as well, saying that the dragon god insisted that one day he would realize his greatness and want to become his disciple. The god of trials laughed out loud at the dragon god's pathetic persistence. The god of darkness said, if you've been rejected, just disappear already. Don't just stand there bothering him. The dragon god told challenger Han Sangun to reconsider and then concealed his presence. The system then delivered messages of praise from the other gods. The iron-blooded tyrant king administrator praised the contractor's resolve and felt relieved. The white crane swordmaster administrator acknowledged the contractor's will and felt proud. The crippled soldier administrator found Han Sang-yoon's decision very interesting. As he was listening to the praise from the administrators, Alan's voice suddenly cut in, I think there's a high-level demon training nearby. This made Han Sang-yoon freeze for a few seconds. Alan continued, last night I saw a beam of light shoot out from the mountain. Before Alan could finish the story, Han Sang-yoon cut him off. You must have been imagining things. But he was adamant, no, I really saw it. And so Han Sang-yoon denied it again. You must have been imagining things. Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Zeppa stepped in to explain, I once read a document about magic and the strange phenomena that appear near the demon realm due to demonic energy. So it's best we just assume it was a natural phenomenon caused by that demonic energy. DJ Dien chimed in to make it sound more plausible. What kind of high-level demon would be training out here in the middle of nowhere? Faced with everyone's persuasion, Alan reluctantly accepted it and stopped probing, admitting, I guess that's right. And so, the group continued on their journey to complete the trials. After many consecutive days of battles, Han Sangun couldn't help but feel bored. Instead, he was able to use a few of his abilities in the process. The system then activated the myth of the apocalypse's savior, triggering the salvation effect. Thanks to that, all of his permanent abilities were increased by 0.7 times. But the system also issued a warning that, due to the penalty of the current special trial, all his abilities were reduced, so the permanent power increase would not be applied. But only when the trial ends, the power increase will return to normal. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon wondered how far the range of the legend's savior effect would reach, since he didn't fully understand it himself, and it continued by activating the proselytism effect. Since there are no believers, your power will not be enhanced. Han Sung-yoon thought he had learned a lot from this new legend he had received. What are these believers that the proselytism ability is talking about? It seems salvation usually activates when I save someone weaker than me, and proselytism won't activate if they don't serve or follow me. While thinking, Han Sang-yoon unleashed a move that wiped out the monsters. He thought, but since everything is going so smoothly, and my teammates are doing well in their own battles, maybe things are going so well because I single-handedly cleared out the enemies. As soon as he finished that thought, Han Sang-yoon had just finished off the last monster in the blink of an eye, but seeing that no one responded or moved forward, he turned back curiously and asked everyone, why aren't you coming in? Now that the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle has fallen, let's go in. However, Han Sung-yoon was met with cautious and suspicious glances from the rest of the team. This change was what Han Sung-yoon sensed from their stiffening expressions as he grew increasingly powerful. Then Han Sung-yoon turned around and directly pushed open the large gate to enter the castle. In the vast yet silent space, only the sound of their footsteps echoed louder. Suddenly, Alan spoke up, asking, Sion, you don't really have amnesia, do you? Causing Han Sang-joon to stop and turn his head. But he simply replied that Alan could think whatever he wanted. Seeing this, Jappa stepped in to diffuse the tension. All right, let's just focus on the battle ahead for now. Then, with a sinister look, he took out a vial of purple liquid and offered it to Han Sang-joon, saying, drink this, Sion. It's a rare grade strength-enhancing potion. However, hearing this only made Han Sangun more suspicious. He stood there, holding the vial of purple liquid as Jeppa urged him on. You'll be facing the Demon King soon, so why don't you drink up? Han Sangun swirled the potion in the vial and questioned him. A potion? This isn't poison, is it? The others flinched guiltily at his question, and Diji could only stand up and stammer in response. Sion, are you suspecting us? But contrary to everyone's expectations, Han Sangun just smiled and cheerfully replied, No, I'm just upset that I haven't been much help to everyone, yet I'm receiving something like this. Ah, no, receiving something this precious is just so touching. Then, without hesitation, he chugged the potion. Instantly, the system alerted him that he had been poisoned by the hungry demon Bog from the demon world. In 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use mana. At that moment, under the effects of the potion, Han Sang-gyun collapsed, even vomiting a red liquid. The system explained this was a unique effect of his B+ rank blindfold, which had automatically detected nearby enemies. Multiple hostiles are approaching the user. Immediately, everyone on the team raised their weapons, preparing to finish off Han Sang-gyun. Don't hate us, Sion. We didn't have any other choice. Hearing this, Han Sang-gyun just smirked, his face slowly twisting into a look of hatred as he said, To think my own comrades were all traitors. How interesting. Continuing from the last episode, it seemed like Han Sang-gyun was done for, but I hope you'll be patient because things are just getting started. As soon as Han Sang-gyun finished his sentence, Jeppa immediately cast a spell. A glowing orb surrounded by chains appeared, and as he cast it, he declared that he had sealed the dragon sword. Sion, from now on, no one will ever be able to use it again. On the other hand, Han Sang-gyun simply responded by asking them all, Since when, and how did you all come to betray the hero? In his mind, the system continued to warn, You have been poisoned by the hungry demon Bog from the demon world. In 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use magic. DG denied it, shouting at Han Sang-gyun, Do you think we wanted to do this? We had no other choice. However, the more he heard, the angrier he got. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth from when he had vomited, saying in a low voice, No other choice? Instantly, another voice rang out, Fools, even if you take them down, nothing will change. The hero is simply fulfilling the contract between me and them. At the same time, the owner of the voice appeared. It was a tall, handsome demon with silver-white hair, a constant, punchable smirk on his face. Facing an opponent of such a different size, Han Sang-gyun slowly, deliberately, stood up and asked pointedly, Are you the Demon King? Hearing this, the Demon King enthusiastically stopped hovering and landed on the ground to reply, That's right, we've never met, have we? Not even when you defeated the Archdemon. So handsome, and friendly too. But Han Sang-gyun was focused on analyzing the situation. The battle with the Archdemon weakened the hero, and during that time, you approached the hero's party? The Demon King found him a bit strange, and asked with a serious expression, Why do you keep asking as if you're talking about someone else and not yourself? But I'll say you're correct. Then he proceeded to demonstrate how he had taken control of Han Sang-gyun's team members. It was then that Han Sang-gyun realized what had happened. Now he understood the whole story. While the hero was recovering his strength after the battle with the Archdemon, you turned all the remaining members of his party into traitors. But why didn't you just kill him right then and there? Hearing his question, he just answered gleefully, Because it's more fun this way, of course. Thanks to his dragonfire eyes, Han Sang-gyun knew for sure that he was telling the truth. But this truth made Han Sang-gyun look down on the Demon King, exclaiming that he was so boring. But that's not all, is it? Hearing this, the Demon King burst out laughing like a madman, praising him non-stop as he laughed. Very clever, very clever. To tell you the truth, this whole situation is an offering I will present to the demon god. Upon hearing this, the color drained from Han Sang-gyun's face. Seeing this, the Demon King walked towards Han Sang-gyun while speaking. This is no different from how Han Sang-gyun dedicated so much to be recognized as a hero by the dragon god. He himself is also striving to become an official apostle. Then the Demon King leaned down and whispered into his ear, Just like your comrades, you must have endured all sorts of hardships like hunger, cold, and loneliness to get here. And the only thing waiting for you is death as a sacrifice to the demon god. And then, my punishment will finally end. I wonder how you're feeling right now. Do you feel despair? Are you angry? You must be full of regret, right? Because you should have kept a better eye on your teammates. Faced with the Demon King's provocative words, Hanshin's hatred reached its peak, and he gritted his teeth. He suddenly remembered each member of his party, Daisy, Alan, and Jaba. He had always trusted them so much, but now he still couldn't understand their decision. But there is only one truth, and Hanshin knew clearly that the mastermind behind all of this was the damn Demon King he was going to kill. Hanshin felt his mind getting a little too excited. No matter how many times he saw this scene, it still made his blood boil. At that moment, the system displayed a notification that the administrator of the Crippled Legion was awaiting his decision. From the depths of his soul, Hanshin asked himself, "All right, Hanshin, what is your choice?" Waiting was a waste of time, so the Demon King immediately launched a direct attack on Hanshin. He declared loudly, "The final step of my baptism, sacrifice the hero to the demon god and become an official apostle." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked a lever, and a layer of sharp spikes immediately fell. Hanshin was now like a fish on a cutting board, able to do nothing but endure. Soon, the sentence was carried out, and Hanshin was completely trapped and crushed by the layer of sharp spikes. Seeing this, the Demon King laughed with delight. Daisy's group of 3 also looked on in confusion and disarray at the dark red patterns spreading across the ground. The Demon King shouted boldly, "Demon God, as you requested, I offer you the hero's blood. Hurry and make me your official apostle." However, contrary to the Demon King's expectations, the system appeared and reported an error, stating that the Demon God was looking at the Demon King in disgust for daring to offer such filthy blood. The Demon King was immediately horrified. Out of thin air, Hanshin, appearing from nowhere, came closer and said, "You dared to offer my poisoned blood that I vomited up to the Demon God? That Demon God must be furious." Then he activated the Holy Light skill, nonchalantly saying to the Demon King, "Normally I would make the best choice, right?" But no matter how he thought about it, Hanshin's face turned grim. This world was too hopeless to be saved. From a distance, Daisy was stunned to witness what was happening before her, screaming as if in disbelief. Using Holy Light, even though the Holy Sword is sealed? Jiba had a similar expression. How can he use the Holy Sword's power? Over here, the Demon King began to feel a bit scared. He unconsciously thought, has Holy Light always looked this bright? Is this Hanshin really the hero I know? The Demon King could only shout now, "Don't even dream of resisting. As long as you die, the Demon God won't let this world fall into ruin." Then, he pointed towards Alan's group of 3. "I made a deal with them that if I kill the Dragon God's apostle, the hero, the world will not collapse." But Hanshin just replied calmly, "Good grief, you talk too much. I'll point out where you're mistaken." At the same time, a notification appeared that the administrator of the Crippled Legion was awaiting his decision. And then Hanshin, while casting a spell to summon a dark spatial rift, gave his answer. "First, I am not an apostle." This answer greatly surprised Alan's group. Then, Hanshin continued, "Second, I'm not even the real hero. Third, I don't care at all whether this world is destroyed or not." The Demon King was so scared he got goosebumps, terrified he'd be pushing up daisies next year, so he tried his best to stop him. "Stop, or this world will." However, facing the world's ruin, Hanshin just callously uttered his final words. "Yeah, if you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done this from the start." As he finished, the Holy Light spell descended. A brilliant red pillar of light struck the castle from the sky. The entire castle exploded, the ground and rocks everywhere collapsed, and even the Demon King was blown away. This skill was truly too overpowered. In just 1 second, it left the Demon King unable to resist, his mouth the only thing still moving as he screamed, "You damn bastard, what are you thinking? Didn't I tell you? I made a deal with your teammates. As long as I kill you, this world will be saved." But Hanshin just nonchalantly walked towards the Demon King and retorted, "Wouldn't it be the same if you died?" Hearing this, he furiously shouted, "You think I don't have a backup plan? If I die here, the Demon God will descend and an apostle of the Demon God will appear in this world." Thanks to the Fire Dragon Eye ability, he could tell the Demon King was telling the truth. Hanshin thought the trial's setting was truly dark. If this wasn't a trial, how much darker would things be? Faced with Hanshin's cold silence, the Demon King could only roar. "The world will collapse. There's still enough causality for the Demon God to descend. A world like this will be easily erased." Hanshin replied coolly, "Yeah, so what? Even if this world collapses, it has nothing to do with me." Hanshin's unexpected attitude left the Demon King flabbergasted, shouting, "You bastard! Are you really not a hero?" Hearing this, Hanshin reaffirmed, "I already told you." The Demon King pointed directly at him and questioned, "Even if you're not the Dragon God's apostle, how can you still use that power? Who in the world are you?" But he just stood there. Now recalling his entire journey of fighting and overcoming trials, he had only one answer and immediately activated the punishment skill. When activated, all abilities increase 7-fold, and while active, magic power surges. Now, the power of the Dragon Clan is coursing through every cell in Hanshin's body, increasing all his magical abilities by 100%. Sangun's appearance right now was the epitome of a handsome hero, and before he sent the Demon King to meet his maker, he didn't forget to declare that he was the challenger. Sangun charged forward with blood-red sword strikes. Just when he felt his role was about to end and his ticket was about to be punched, the Demon King screamed in panic, "Wait, I think you're misunderstanding something." But blades have no mercy, and pity the poor soul who had one of his wings sliced into 100 pieces by Sangun before he could even write a final will. He was sweating bullets, his mouth agape and speechless. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. The Demon King flapped his wings, deciding he had to retreat immediately or he'd die. However, Sangun was in hot pursuit. He growled, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, something made him stop in his tracks. Han Sang-yoon looked down. At that very moment, Zappa was casting a spell, summoning plants to bind him. He said calmly, "Just die peacefully." Zeppa increased his power, then advised, "If you continue to exist, this world will be destroyed." At the same time, hundreds of thousands of arrows flew towards him. Deej drew his bowstring taut and shouted, "If you're truly a hero, think carefully." Zeppa's restraint and Deej's relentless assault came at the same time. Sangun stood motionless in that spot, then suddenly, with a single motion, large wings appeared behind his back, blowing away the effects of the other two. It didn't stop there. Alan, wielding a spear, also charged in, startling him. He roared with indignation, "You selfish bastard! If you live, we all die." His shouts echoed as his attack speed increased with immense power. At the very moment the weapon was within an inch of him, the system announced the activation of the combat focus skill. And just like that, Han Sang-yoon vanished before Alan's eyes like smoke. He reappeared high above, not far away, and took the opportunity to taunt them. "You don't have the guts to sacrifice yourselves, yet you have the gall to ask someone else to die for you?" He cast a cold, deadly glare at this trio of prideful scrubs and said contemptuously, "You lot aren't even worth my time." With that, he flapped his wings, then summoned his immense magical power and teleported. Meanwhile, the Demon King was happily flying away, laughing gleefully, "Haha, I'm alive." However, he shouldn't have counted his chickens before they hatched. When did Sangun appear to grab his head as if wringing a chicken's neck? The terrified Demon King could barely let out a sound. Huh? The next second, his head was cleanly sliced off by Sangun. His gaze was now colder than the Arctic. Elsewhere, someone was silently watching a playback of the events, so stunned he couldn't speak clearly. This was the Apocalypse Soldier Administrator, who looked as if he'd seen a ghost, wondering to himself, "Was that your choice?" Memories started to resurface. Back then, though gravely injured, he could only flee as the world fell to ruin, with volcanic lava everywhere. He recalled that when he received the tower's call, he had escaped by climbing the tower. Thinking of this, the Apocalypse Soldier bit his lip in anguish, reflecting on the day he abandoned that place and frantically climbed the tower. Yes, compared to those shameful days, looking at Han Sang-gun's vibrant expression, he understood that this was the right choice. The system continuously displayed a notification. Challenger Han Sang-yoon's choice has been confirmed. This choice has been confirmed as one made without regret. Congratulations on completing the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a floor-clear reward, you can bestow the completely indestructible trait onto an item gifted by the Apocalypse Soldier Administrator. Please return to the waiting room. As the world began to transform, a terrified Dij trembled and asked, "Oh my God, what is this?" Before them were pillars of lava raining down from the sky like giant columns. They murmured restlessly, "It can't be. Our life source. This world is coming to an end." Zepa sat helplessly on the ground, letting out a laugh of utter despair. The Apocalypse Soldier Administrator silently watched the hero's former comrades. Sangun also ignored them, who were 3 parts helpless and 7 parts ghost-like, and coolly walked away. He threw out a taunt, "You people never had the right to a peaceful death in the first place. I hope you all die slowly and painfully along with this world. Good luck staying alive." And with that, Han Sang-yoon coldly stepped into the portal. The system screen continuously displayed a message, returning to the waiting room. As the trial completion is currently postponed, the Apocalypse Soldier Administrator is deciding the trial reward. Now entering the Hall of Heroes, Sang-yoon read these lines in astonishment. Soon, a giant dragon statue carved from stone appeared before him, standing majestically in the middle of the hall. He stared at it blankly and wondered, is this place some kind of temple to a dragon god? A voice suddenly rang out, "Not that way, over here." Not far away, a man in golden armor was sitting on a stone platform. Han Sang-yoon hesitated. "You are?" The man looked at him with bright golden eyes and a powerful, intimidating aura. He realized this was the Apocalypse Soldier. The man spoke with amusement. "That's right. Well, we've communicated a few times already." A giant question mark popped up in Sang-yoon's mind, so he felt the need to correct him. "Communicated? It was more like you sent me one-sided messages." His pride stung, the man said resentfully. "Same difference. You're so picky. It's exhausting." Seeing that this terrifyingly powerful being had the mentality of a pouting child, Han Sang-yoon was left speechless. The Apocalypse Soldier suddenly became serious and made an offer. "Anyway, since you're here, feel free to ask anything you're curious about." These words stunned him. He then quickly seized the opportunity to question him. "Why did you choose me for that trial? You could have fulfilled your deepest desire through a challenger that you sponsor." The Apocalypse Soldier's eyes went wide when he heard this. His current state was like he was about to carve the words, "Who am I? Where am I?" on his face. The next second, he burst out laughing like a madman. Han Sangun was at a loss for words other than complete confusion. Then the apocalypse soldier stood up and exclaimed cheerfully, "Now I see why some of the gods are interested in you." His whole body exuded a dangerous aura as he continued grimly, "Hey, don't misunderstand and think all challengers are obsessed with climbing the tower like a monster like you. Most other challengers don't have your immense power, and they don't have enough willpower to climb the tower." The apocalypse soldier quickly glanced past Sangun, recalling the countless people who had fallen from the tower. But the apocalypse soldier simply stated that no, even if they did, it wouldn't change a thing. No matter how high they climb, most administrators can't see the end of the tower. Han Sangun gave the man a cold look. He replied softly, "So instead of hoping to change the past through the tower, you get to see possibilities you couldn't otherwise through a trial like this. Is that what you mean?" The apocalypse soldier calmly confirmed, "Yeah, I'd love to deny it. But you're right." Then he clapped his hands once, his tone relieved as he said, "All right, let's settle this debt once and for all." The notification window appeared again with a special power. The Dragon God's equipment set has recognized challenger Han Sengjun as its user. His entire body was enveloped in light, and a decision was made immediately. 2 weapons appeared. Completely indestructible has been engraved onto the Dongchun Sword A. Complete engraving on the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword A. The consciousness of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's master soul is slowly recovering. When the consciousness of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword's master soul fully recovers, a time limit will appear. Seeing Han Sang-yoon holding the 2 items, the administrator, the apocalypse soldier, looked pleased, as if wanting to show off his contribution. Most administrators wouldn't grant you such an insane reward. But I'm in a good mood, and I'm giving it to you, so you should be grateful. However, Sang-yoon was incredibly blunt. We both got what we wanted. Why should I thank you? He was left speechless for the second time and scolded, "You're no fun at all," before Sang-yoon stepped into the spatial gate. The other man hesitated before calling out, "One more thing, never doubt the tower." Han Sang-yoon calmly looked at him with sharp eyes. The apocalypse soldier continued to warn him, "Even though we all failed to achieve our goal, you're different." Han Sangun, because the administrator, the apocalypse soldier, paused for a moment before continuing, "You are one of the few promising candidates the tower is watching, a perfectly stoic young man." Soon after, his figure disappeared through the gate. The system continuously sent those lines of text to the screen. "You have entered the 17th floor waiting room. All ability restrictions have been lifted. Increased stats and acquired powers will be readjusted." He glanced around the room. Suddenly, another screen caught Han Sang-yoon's attention. "Successor of the Dragon God, S-Rank title. An achievement you obtained by learning a skill belonging to the Dragon God. As a reward for this achievement, you receive the power of dragonification." He inwardly questioned the achievement he got while training on the 16th floor, successor of the Dragon God. "But I thought the tower and the gods were enemies." He then sat down on the floor, lost in thought. Why would the tower create an achievement like this? But thinking back on past events, Han Sang-yoon knew the tower wasn't blindly hostile to all gods, like with the God of Trials, and there were even gods for whom the tower went so far as to create exclusive achievements. The apocalypse soldier's words echoed in his ears, "You are one of the few promising candidates the tower is watching." He reminded himself that he was now one of the important candidates. In his subconscious, perhaps being chosen as a candidate by the tower meant that Han Sang-gun had become a god. However, he also thought it wasn't an entirely baseless speculation. "I've received divine power and even faced gods, beings who wield terrifying strength." By that logic, Sang-gyun realized he was truly developing in that direction. A flood of memories from the beginning rushed back. The battles, the rewards, the growth. He repeated to himself, "It's like the pieces of a puzzle in my head are finally being solved." Yes, the tower's trials. All those pieces are part of building the complete tower. He concluded that it was a process to select challengers to become gods, and if I pass that process, I'll become a candidate who has been guided to become a god. After contemplating for a long while, Han Sang-gyun gathered his strength, stood up, and mumbled, "Well, for now that's just a theory. I'll figure out the tower's true intentions once I get stronger." He looked around the room and continued, "Now let's test out this new power I received." Sang-gyun's pupils turned blood red, and he growled, "Dragonification." Immediately, an abnormal change occurred throughout his body, surprising him. Everything began to transform, starting with his hands. They turned into sharp claws. In the middle of his stomach, a bright red orb glowed brilliantly, and after writhing for a while, the transformation was complete. Han Sang-gyun lowered his head and said to himself, "I thought it wouldn't be like this." He examined every detail of his body, inside and out, then broke into a happy grin, exclaiming, "But dragonification really does turn me into a dragon." To be honest, not only does it not look like a dragon, but it also has a strong villainous vibe. Looking at the bizarre outfit made him want to exclaim, "What the hell?" He felt like a lizard man, thinking to himself that he was a bit surprised by the sudden transformation. Before he could even finish processing it, the system continued to announce. The remaining amount of mana will double for 10 minutes. The characteristics of the dragon race will manifest for 10 minutes. All mana manipulation abilities will increase for 10 minutes. At the same time, Sangun curiously stomped his foot, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Feeling this immense power, he thought to himself, not only has my body transformed, my senses have also been enhanced. Without using the fire dragon's eye, I can still perceive everything around me, and above all, my ability to use magic has also improved. At this thought, he got a thrill and gently breathed fire, then delightedly roared a huge flame. That thoughtless action went a bit too far, and seeing his surroundings slowly burning to a crisp made him freeze up as he thought, whoa, me breathing fire isn't a joke anymore. After testing a few functions, I'll turn off dragonification. Immediately, the system announced, the special ability Dragonification has been deactivated. You cannot use it again for 8 hours. Afterward, he mentally calculated 10 minutes of use and an 8-hour cooldown. I can only use it once per battle. Suddenly, Guillaume Chun-gu appeared and spoke. Damn it, my head is splitting. What happened to the waiting room? Startled by the sudden voice, he turned around and asked her, are you feeling better? Then Chun-gu replied, yeah, I don't know what you did, but the sword's vein is stronger. She looked bewilderedly at the blue light radiating from her body and said, wait, not just that. Now I can control the sword's consciousness. There's no problem anymore. I don't know what you did, but my condition has improved. But then he blurted out, I imbued it with the indestructible trait. Hearing this, Chun-gu wanted to exclaim, what the hell? But why even ask? The girl with fiery red eyes suddenly took a deep breath, then gritted her teeth and said, there's no point in questioning a madman who dares to fight a god. I knew you were crazy, but this is beyond my imagination. From what I'd heard before, you were just a challenger on the 10th floor, and from a minor dimension, no less. But for just a challenger from a minor dimension, you're abnormally strong and have unnecessary connections with divine beings. And I know a few things too. Hearing this, he froze and wondered. Know what? Chun-gu quickly said. I've hit a nerve, Sangun. You're one of the candidates chosen by the tower. That's why you're involved with divine beings. I thought you were normal, but what the hell was I thinking? Turns out, it fits with what she said. Maybe I can use this opportunity to clear up my doubts about the tower and the gods. She spoke up again, continuing her thought. You probably have a lot of questions, like what is a candidate? What is the tower's purpose? Why are the gods wary of you? But I can't meet your expectations. He cleverly understood the reason. Is it because of the tower's restrictions? Suddenly, Chun-gu sadly confirmed, exactly. Even if you fail the trial and die, I don't want your soul to be destroyed as well. Seeing her kindness, he asked suspiciously, so what then? He thought to himself, I predicted that not only the administrators, but also Guillaume Chun-gu, the one inside the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, wouldn't be free to provide information. I already knew it, but I'm still disappointed. Suddenly, she coldly turned her head away and spoke. However, I can tell you one thing. Regardless of how things are now or later, there is only one thing the tower wants from you. He asked curiously, what is it? Chun-gu looked up at him and said, to continuously grow stronger and defeat all opponents. That's all the tower wants from you and the other candidates. A moment later, Sangun's mind was floating on cloud 9. Actually, the tower might have chosen me from the beginning, but I'm the one who wanted to climb the tower. No, at least that's what I thought. She said, you probably already know. Although you were able to climb this far through your own efforts, it also depended on the opponents the tower gave you, he said with conviction. I know for a fact that the tower at least doesn't want to harm me. Hearing that, Chun-gu smiled brightly. You catch on quick, huh? If you were only just chosen as a candidate on the 10th floor, it's no wonder you didn't know. Suddenly, Sangun said coldly, so I won't ask anymore. I'll be able to solve all my doubts when I get stronger, right? Hearing this, she was stunned and asked, huh? Her body trembled, her fists clenched, and she said through gritted teeth in anger, the more I see of you, the more I regret that you aren't a son of my country. If you were from the martial arts dimension, you would have become the strongest by now. Suddenly, the flaming sword and the sea sword at his side automatically popped out at the same time, and without prompting, they both plunged firmly into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chun-gu leaped to the flaming red sword and declared, I'll take action. You will become my disciple. My sect is the sacred cult. Do you want to learn the blood demon divine art? I'm a bit bored, so I want to do this, and I'll be a little happier having a disciple. But Sangun saw through the honey trap and exclaimed, no, sweetie. And just like that, her pride vanished. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped as she screeched. Because her pride was wounded, she pointed right in his face and demanded, why not? If you learn the blood demon divine art, you'll become even stronger. If you've made it this far, you must know the power of techniques from the martial arts dimension. She shamelessly started shaking Sangun's body. Despite this, he could only resign himself and reply, yes, I know. But his honest confession only made her more furious. You must know that the techniques there are far superior to those from minor dimensions. Then why did you refuse? Unlike Chungu's frantic state, Sangun was unusually calm as he said, I know, because I learned martial arts from an administrator, but if you learn a special internal art that uses a mind-heart technique, you'll be restricted from learning other things instead of that special martial art. So that's how it is, she asked inquisitively. Wait, who did you learn it from? Holy cow, he said innocently. Actually, I already have a master. I have a master-disciple relationship with an administrator. She could only manage a bitter laugh. I thought I'd finally get a disciple after all this time. But I never thought I'd lose the chance to some unknown person. As if a good idea struck him, Sangun exclaimed, Oh, I just remembered. I learned a heart technique called the Supreme Blood Art. Zhang was confused and blurted out, What the heck? He thought to himself, That's right, you're talking about the Supreme Blood Art to me, a descendant of the Blood Demon cult. You've got to be kidding me. She pressed him. How could you learn something? Only descendants of the cult are allowed to learn. He answered vaguely, I just managed to, somehow. Suddenly, his necklace flashed brightly. It turned out it was changing his outfit again. Seeing its harmless effect, she said scornfully, a gift from that woman of the Bishka clan. I don't like it, but it suits you. My semi-disciple, I will now begin teaching you martial arts. As the lesson began, Zhang summarized, In short, the Blood Demon divine art isn't exactly a martial art. It's more like magic. As she spoke, she held a jade bottle that radiated brilliant red magic. The Blood Demon divine art has the ability to turn mana into blood, which means I no longer need to injure myself for a large supply of blood. Although Zhang boasted about it as an unparalleled divine art, it was a set of techniques involving the use of blood for recovery or manipulation. Then Sangyun thought with concern. However, the problem is that it overlaps with the Blood True Chaser and weak blood abilities I already have. Able to use magic. She laughed loudly and said in a scornful tone, What do you think my martial art is? Ignoring her maniacal laughter, he just thought calmly, surprised that the core of the Blood Demon divine art was so similar to the abilities he already had. Zhang turned and asked with interest, Now, show me what you've learned. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Sangyun cracked his knuckles to warm up. Immediately, he began to radiate brilliant red sparks, a sight beyond imagination. She could only admire him in her mind. What is this insane power? He's already surpassed the power of the Blood Demon divine art. Intimidated, she said softly. Okay, that's enough, right? I guess I understand now. She continued to think. There's no monster like him. What now? Sangyun replied. What else? We continue climbing the tower. Still processing, she asked, Holy crap, right now? Damn right. Of course. She hesitated and reminded him, You just finished a trial. Aren't you going to rest a bit? Before she could finish, he replied callously, No, I can't stop for something like this. I need to get stronger. He resolved to become strong enough that no one could stop him, not even a god. A moment later, the system announced that the trial of the 17th floor had begun. Difficulty, hard. The theme of the trial was massacre, with a time limit of 7 days. And obviously, the condition to pass was to kill all enemies within the time limit and reach the end of the Tianwu Palace. The conditions for failure were death or running out of time. The reward for passing was a cultivation elixir, and the penalty for failure was death. Suddenly, the surroundings went dark with not a soul in sight. Sangyun tried to remain calm. I can't see anything. The darkness is paralyzing my senses. What the hell? The sword spoke up. This is tough. You'd better be careful. You won't know when you'll be attacked. Suddenly, the system announced, Skill. Fire Dragon's eye has been activated. He was startled and observed his surroundings. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6. His eyes carefully scanned the opponents before him. If the theme is massacre. Before he could finish his thought, some jackass threw a sword that nearly hit his head. Luckily, thanks to his strong sixth sense, he dodged just in time, leaving the man stunned. Sangjin shouted a magic spell. Holy light! Immediately, a red spark flashed brightly. So, we're in a cave. Using holy light here will be a disadvantage for me. On the other side, a sudden beam of light shot down into the cave. Everyone was blinded, struggling to see who was there. It turned out to be Sanjun. He walked solemnly towards them, circling to get a look at everyone. Mount Hua, Shaolin Temple, a shaman, the heavenly demon, divine cult, the Tri-Emperor Society. What kind of combination is this? Zhang added, when facing people from the martial world, you need to be extra vigilant. Also, since the theme is massacre, you must avoid making them all your enemies at once. Paying no heed to her advice, Sengyun bravely said, If you're going to fight, then all of you come at me at once. Hearing his arrogant challenge, Zhang was bewildered. Hey, semi-disciple, are you that confident? You're all going to die anyway. But for you alone to dare challenge this group, you must really have a death wish. The group became enraged and shouted, Hey, you crazy bastard! And so, thanks to the sacred teachings and the blood demon divine art, Sangun continuously took down his opponents in a single blow. Even though they all rushed to surround him, he easily broke through their encirclement. The power of the sacred teachings, when activating the demon god art skill, tripled all the user's stats on this 17th floor. And just like that, Sangun sent all his enemies to their graves. The system announced another update. Stats had now increased by 2 times. One unlucky young man who didn't know his place was knocked down and begged Sangun, "Hey, we're all challengers here. Let's just talk this out calmly." As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Sang-gyun paid him no mind and brought his sword straight down, landing a fatal blow on the man's head. The system announced again, "All stats have now increased by 1. As he pulled his sword from the unfortunate man's head, Han Sang-gyun coolly remarked, "You were going to die sooner or later. There was no reason for me to waste time talking to you. Problem solved." Sang-gyun asked the system if there were any other fools left for him to send packing. Just then, the system announced that challenger Han Sang-gyun had overcome the poisonous insect path of the Heavenly Martial Palace. As soon as it finished, the ground around him warped. A portal quickly appeared. Looking toward the light on the other side, Sang-gyun felt that this trial had been way too easy, suspecting the administrators had given him a special boost. I mean, what kind of trial is this easy? Truly worthy of the name Sang-gyun, handsome and totally overpowered, he mused. As long as the reward is good. Who cares, he thought, strolling through the portal. But as he walked forward, Jung's voice cut through the echo of his footsteps. "Hey Han Sang-gyun, I remember this." Sang-gyun didn't know what she was talking about, so he turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" Just then, Jung fully emerged from the holy sword, and when they met face to face, Sang-gyun screamed in shock. "Holy cow!" His scream made her jump too. Seeing Han Sang-gyun's reaction, Jung couldn't help but ask, "Wait a minute, you punk. Why are you screaming like that just from seeing me?" Sang-gyun couldn't help but snap back. "You should give a warning before you come out. Don't just appear out of thin air like that. You know you almost scared me to death, right? Just make yourself smaller, like a kid or something." She stared blankly at Sang-gyun's command for a moment, then smugly crossed her arms and declared, "Who I become and when I emerge is entirely up to me." Hearing that, Sang-gyun's expression soured. Deciding it was pointless to argue with her, he steered the conversation back to the original topic. Jung answered truthfully, saying she remembered what this place was and why those martial artists had appeared. Sang-gyun listened and finally understood what she meant. That's right, the tower sometimes recreates past events. So he asked her if this was one of those recreated incidents. She answered directly, "Exactly. This is the Heavenly Martial Palace. A few hundred years ago, the Swordlight Emperor was hailed as the strongest martial artist of his time. He possessed countless secret martial arts techniques, all stored beyond this 17th floor. Instantly, Sang-gyun realized that the people here must be the ones who coveted the Swordlight Emperor's secrets. Jung confirmed he was right. Because so many powerful individuals were after those techniques, this place was always littered with the corpses of tower-climbing challengers. Moreover, the martial arts he left behind were adaptable to many different people. It only took a short period of training to gain a decent level of proficiency. Because of this, she warned Sang-gyun to be extremely careful. The people who covet those techniques are usually incredibly strong, and among them, there was one who was called a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. As she said this, Jung recalled someone with long purple hair, pale skin that stood out against their hair, and a pair of deep, dangerous black eyes. Even after so many years, Jung could still recall the faint scent of blood that clung to that person. He's just up ahead, and she could clearly sense his presence here in the Heavenly Martial Palace. Sang-gyun listened quietly, but when she didn't mention a name, his face grew serious, and he asked Jung if she really couldn't remember the guy's name. However, she only said it had been too long for her to remember clearly, but added that between him and that guy, she wasn't sure who was stronger, so he must be on his guard. Just as she finished, they arrived before the main gate of the Heavenly Martial Palace. Sang-gyun suddenly asked her, "So, is the smell of blood coming from in there?" Jung simply nodded in agreement. "It's faint, but it's definitely coming from in here." After hearing that, Sang-gyun declared he would end this and pushed the massive gate open. Immediately, the system announced that Han Sang-gyun had entered the path of Black Heaven in the Heavenly Martial Palace, activating the penalty for entering the path of Black Heaven. Here, all internal energy, meridians, and physical senses will be temporarily nullified. Vision will be temporarily lost in this area. Sang-gyun was surprised. He hadn't expected a pitch-black room. Compared to the penalty on the poisonous insect path, this one was far more severe. Sang-gyun immediately activated the adaptation effect from his B+ rank Explorer's light combat gauntlets. Having this item on hand was perfect for the situation, and Sang-gyun was thrilled because it could also nullify the restrictive rules of the Path of Black Heaven. The system then announced the mission for Sang-gyun to find the exit in the darkness, and only the first 4 to escape would clear the Path of Black Heaven. A special rule stated that the darkness would lessen as more contestants were eliminated. In these pitch-black conditions, Han Sang-gyun knew it was the perfect time to activate his Fire Dragon's Eye skill. Instantly, every pathway in the darkness was revealed to him. From what he could see, Sangun determined the cave was massive and filled with many other people. With the darkness no longer an issue, the only thing left was to find the exit. He then activated his sixth sense skill. This ability helped him get his bearings and notified him of his opponent's conditions. It's safe to say that in a battle like this, Sangyun's combination of Fire Dragon's Eye and Sixth Sense was unbeatable. All he had to do now was follow the path revealed to him. The main challenge of this trial was having all senses and vision sealed. Without Han Sangyun's unique abilities, any effort here would have been completely wasted. Sangun flashed a victorious movie star smile. This trial was already in the bag. He also noted that with the path clearly guided, his ability stats would increase 4 times over. A shortcut to the final stage will be opened. Han Sangun suddenly asked, Jam Chun-gu, is that genius here? But no one answered. So Sangun could only rely on his own abilities to find out. Alright, I don't know if the genius you mentioned is here, but I will finish off everyone present. Immediately, the system announced the objective was to kill the stragglers in here before he met them at the next door. At that moment, in the dark heavenly way, a battle between the challengers had begun. Among them was a man who had just finished off an opponent. It turned out he was also a challenger. After taking his opponent's life, he panted heavily and said to himself emotionally, Damn it. So, this is the library left behind by the strongest, the Swordlight Emperor? No matter, for the past 60 years of my life, I've done everything to become the strongest. Therefore, as long as I get the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts manual, I'll do whatever it takes. If I can become stronger, I can endure any amount of humiliation. It doesn't matter if I'm evil. It doesn't matter if I'm despicable. It doesn't matter if I have to deceive others. I can kill as many people as it takes to get stronger. That's why I must obtain the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts. However, witnessing the scene before him, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Who was that guy? In front of him, Han Sangun was gliding past and attacking person after person. Along with the system's consecutive announcements, a challenger has died. The darkness obstructing your vision is gradually disappearing. Just as Han Sangun was dealing with them one by one, a blade suddenly flew towards him. He, of course, dodged it in time and then charged straight at the attacker. It was a bald, muscular guy who shouted as he attacked, I can't let the martial arts manual fall into someone else's hands. Sanguin then activated his graceful as the wind skill, landing directly on the blade's chain and closing in on the bald man. So this guy isn't the genius either, he thought, finishing him off with a single strike on the spot. Witnessing the scene from start to finish, the man from before watched Han Sangyun and couldn't help but think in astonishment, no way. All the recognized sword masters of the martial world are dead. Han Sangun then began to notice the last man staring at him. He put on a thoughtful expression and slowly advanced. The man had always believed that over his 60 years of life, he had developed incredibly sharp senses. Senses that could only be honed by facing death countless times. I probably can't escape now. I can't afford to fail. If that was the case, he immediately resorted to his old trick, kneeling down and begging, Please spare my life. I'm very weak. I have an old wife and young children to care for, so if I don't have the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts, I can't survive in this harsh martial world. But if you let me live, I'll give up and quietly return. However, his thoughts were completely different from his words. He flashed a sinister smile. He thought, haha, if you let your guard down, I'll kill you instantly. But unfortunately for him, he didn't know Sangyun possessed the Fire Dragon's Eye, a skill that detects lies. Therefore, as soon as the man's pleading ended, Han Sangyun confirmed it was a lie, causing the man's expression to freeze instantly. Sangyun's face darkened as he said coldly, If I let you live, you'll kill me the moment I let my guard down. I've been watching the dirty tricks you've used on others. Although I'm also obsessed with being strong, no matter how weak I am, no matter how much I struggle, even if it seems I'm not getting much stronger, rather than getting stronger in such a filthy way, Sangyun then raised his blade. You're better off dead. Landing a finishing blow on the last man, the system announced, You have killed all the lost ones. Congratulations. You have completed the Grim Reaper's special guidance trial. Skill, Instantaneous Acceleration B has leveled up. Skill, Graceful as the Wind A has leveled up. Skill, Sixth Sense B has leveled up. After hearing the system announcement, Sangun continued walking on the prepared blue path and said, So many skills leveled up, it must be because I killed too many people. But Jam Chun-gu, who was standing next to Sangun, didn't reply. Sangun turned to ask Jam Chun-gu, That bastard isn't here. Sangun stopped mid-sentence. Jam Chun-gu then revealed a look of utter delight. Hey. It's been a while since I've drunk this much blood. It feels great. At the same time, the system announced, The A-rank Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has absorbed blood. Item rank increased to A+. Sangjun could only look at Jam Chun-gu's expression with weariness. Tisk, the important thing right now isn't that genius, but seeing how much stronger the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has become after evolving. Suddenly, Jam Chun-gu got angry. turned to face Sangun and called his name reproachfully, Han Sangun. Sangun replied, "What?" Jamchun-gu then put on an annoyed expression. "You dare see me as a tool?" Sangun immediately asked, "Are you reading my thoughts?" Hearing this, Jamchun-gu grew furious and affirmed, "Yes, I read those blasphemous thoughts of yours. If you want my help, at least show me some respect." Suddenly, the system announced, "You have passed the Heavenly Martial Hall of the Dark Heavenly Way. You have met the requirements to open a shortcut. The Light Heavenly Way has been opened." Immediately, a gate leading to the Light Heavenly Way appeared before them. Sangun felt this was perfect timing, but even if we are partners, but is it okay for a gate like this to exist in the Beast Origin Martial Forest? However, Zhang had never seen anything like this happen before, so it must be due to some special conditions. Sangun didn't say anything. Zhang continued, "That's not important. Just stop treating me, your companion, like a tool." Sangun's jaw dropped, and he uttered the name of the woman in front of him, Zhang. She met his gaze, but Sangun's expression immediately changed. A wide, smug grin spread across his face as he began to roll up his sleeves and said, All right, don't be upset, let's get going." Hearing this, Zhang could only helplessly yell back that she wasn't upset, but Sangun, stubborn as ever, turned and asked if she could smell that genius's blood. This made Zhang not even want to answer the persistent Sangun anymore. Scene changes to Quantin Dao. Sangun was continuously dodging direct attacks from beams of light raining down from above. He complained as he dodged, "Hey Zhang, I came this way because you said you could smell blood, but what the hell is this? If this keeps up, I'm just gonna log out." Hearing this, Zhang burst out laughing gloatingly. "Look at you. This is what you get for treating me like a tool." Sangun didn't bother arguing with her. Damn it. He got serious and launched an attack to destroy the light beams, activating his counter shield. Then, a deafening explosion erupted, striking right down at Han Sang-yoon, but luckily, he dodged just in time, or I would have been toast. He didn't forget to blame her. "I almost died. But where's the temple? Why am I only being attacked by these continuous streams of light?" Zhang felt incredibly satisfied watching Sang-yoon get wrecked. Then she explained, "This is the Celestial Realm. The Sword Light Emperor, who created the Tianvo Palace, seems to have secretly made this place after infusing it with his divine power." After speaking, she couldn't help but add a triumphant chuckle. "The reason these light beams are attacking is probably because this is a shortcut, so it's full of obstacles, or it might even be a trap." After hearing that, Sangun replied that seeing this, he could tell what kind of person the Sword Light Emperor was. He yelled, "He was a total psycho." At that exact moment, 4 beams of light shot directly towards Sangun. He immediately activated his counter shield skill, and just like that, the light attacks were reflected. However, these beams were anything but ordinary. They even managed to crack and shatter the shield. The system simultaneously announced that the counter shield had been destroyed, disabling his ability to reflect attacks. "I've used up all my counter shield charges. I can't use it anymore." Sangun immediately gritted his teeth and made a decision. "There's only one way. Zhang, use all of your support skills." As he spoke, Sangun drew his holy spear. Hearing this, she asked, "What are you planning to do?" Sangyun simply replied, "This whole place seems to be an endless, unrecognizable void. The only way through is to destroy this entire place." Zhang was no longer surprised by his antics. She was utterly speechless. Then, she suddenly asked him, "But isn't there something you need to say to me?" Sangyun glanced at her and asked, "What?" Zhang immediately snapped, "I'm talking about how you treat me like a tool and not a companion, and you don't show me a single shred of respect." In such a critical situation, Han Sang-gyun angrily yelled back at her, "Zhang, this is not the time to be discussing that. If I get hit by those beams of holy light, it's really over." But Zhang was extremely determined and stubborn, forcing Han Sang-gyun to answer her. So Sang-gyun had no choice but to grit his teeth and give in to the stubborn girl. He suddenly yelled, "I'm sorry for always disrespecting you, and I promise I won't treat you like a tool anymore." Only then did Zhang seem satisfied. "Good. I'll make a special exception and forgive you." At the same time, the system announced the activation of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's soul enchantment skill, Magic Burst, rank A+. All of your body's magic will now be enhanced. Simultaneously, the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's soul enchantment skill, Thought Acceleration, rank A-, has also been activated. Your thought process has accelerated. Next, the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword's soul enchantment skill, Minor Core, rank B-, has been activated. A small magical component has been created to support your magic flow. As soon as all the skills were activated, the moment came. Han Sang-gyun immediately said, "I'm going in." Zhang replied, "Count on me." Han Sang-gyun and Zhang, truly a perfect pair, cooperating in a visually stunning battle. At that moment, a meteor appeared, hurtling towards Sang-gyun at a dizzying speed. Sang-gyun immediately activated his combat focus skill. The user's concentration increased 7-fold. Han Sangun quickly escaped the explosion from the meteor's impact, simultaneously activating the Holy Light skill. Together, they both launched an attack to destroy the meteor, as another beam of light from Sangun sliced through the explosion. Activating the Dongchun skill, their combined counterattack, a direct hit on the meteor, created a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky, piercing through the clouds. In just a few short seconds, a massive explosion erupted. The system then announced, "The destructible boundary has disappeared." Sangun let out a sigh of relief, then noticed that the sky itself was starting to crack and shatter into pieces. Utterly stunned, Sangun said, "We did it." Jamchun-gu heard this and replied in surprise, "Really?" Then the system officially announced that the Sword Monarch had decided you would complete the inheritance test. At the same time, it relayed a message from the God of Darkness, who was enthusiastically applauding and congratulating challenger Han Sang-gyun, along with a warning from the God of Scrutiny telling the Sword Monarch not to do anything reckless. And then the jealous Dragon God said, "Why give him the inheritance test and not me?" The monarch chuckled at everyone and said, "Stop bothering me and go somewhere else." Han Sang-gyun also agreed with the Sword Monarch's decision. He hoped they would all just disappear. Seeing the administrators in a complete uproar, Jamchun-gu immediately scolded Han Sang-gyun. "What the hell did you do to cause such chaos up there?" Suddenly, Han Sang-gyun wanted to ask Jamchun-gu a few questions. "Hey, Jamchun-gu?" She heard Han Sang-gyun call her name and responded with a look instead of words. But before he could finish speaking, the system announced that the path of true heaven had opened. Immediately, a gate leading to the path of true heaven appeared. Seeing this, Han Sang-gyun quickly tried to change the subject, urging them both to move on to the next point, which left her confused since she hadn't heard him clearly, but Han Sang-gyun just replied that it was nothing, so they both headed to the next location. The system announced they had entered the sacred dojo of the Path of True Heaven. The scene then shifted to the Path of True Heaven, where the air was so fresh that Han Sang-gyun couldn't help but exclaim, "This place looks so peaceful." Jamchun-gu agreed, "Looks like we can relax a bit." Suddenly, a voice from the temple at the end, "We finally meet," caught Han Sang-gyun's attention. Immediately, an incredibly elegant and beautiful woman appeared. She then said, "You went through a lot of trouble to get here, Challenger Han Sang-gyun." She then introduced herself as the Sword Monarch, the founder of this sacred dojo. "Congratulations on passing the hidden gate." Han Sang-gyun immediately ran closer to the Sword Monarch and asked, "So that day was a gate?" She replied, "That's right, and you did very well." Hearing this, Han Sang-gyun thought the test was finally over and he would receive his reward, but the Sword Monarch interrupted, saying there was one more test. Han Sang-gyun immediately asked back, "Then why did you call me here?" The Sword Monarch then put on a pouting act. "Don't be mad, I just wanted to meet you. You have no idea how much trouble I went through with all the other gods coveting you." Han Sang-gyun heard this and thought, "What the hell? This woman must be crazy." Then the Sword Monarch said, "Although I'd really love to talk with you more, you still have one test left, and I will personally teach you martial arts along with some exercises if you pass." The godlike Sword Monarch continued to persuade Han Sang-gyun. "Although it might be a bit difficult for you, I believe you'll definitely pass it just like the previous test." Immediately, before Han Sang-gyun could even process it, the Sword Monarch quickly teleported him into the sacred dojo of the Path of True Heaven. The system also updated that he had entered the sacred dojo of the Path of True Heaven, where only one person could receive the martial arts left behind by the Sword Monarch. Being teleported here so suddenly, Han Sang-gyun felt that the Sword Monarch was too unreasonable, immediately turning to ask Jamchun-gu, "Where is this place?" To which she only replied, "Look ahead." As soon as Han Sang-gyun looked ahead, he saw a fight between two people, but in just a moment, one of them was instantly defeated. Jamchun-gu then emerged from the cross, her expression serious. She stated that the person in front of them was filled with bloodlust. Hearing this, Han Sang-gyun could immediately confirm that this was the genius mentioned before. Jamchun-gu also acknowledged, "It seems so." Suddenly, that opponent glanced over at the two of them. With just one ice-cold glare, both Han Sang-gyun and Jamchun-gu were instantly stunned. They felt an immense pressure emanating from that opponent. Jamchun-gu was so scared, she retreated back into the cross, telling Han Sang-gyun, "This isn't something a normal person can handle. You'd better be careful because one mistake, and you'll pay for it with your life here." Suddenly, the genius spoke up. "Are the people here preparing to face me? Are you two here to seek the Sword Monarch's martial arts?" Looking at that terrifying expression, Han Sang-gyun's face turned cold. He was on high alert against the person opposite him. Seeing that no one was answering, she radiated killing intent. "It seems you want to die." Instantly, a direct strike from the opponent slashed across Han Sang-gyun's neck, so fast he couldn't even see the attack. But just as she thought she had won, the opponent was surprised. The system then announced that the unique effect of the S+ rank protective bracelet of the Nameless God, Defense Priority, had been activated. Thanks to that protective bracelet, Han Sang-gyun was able to escape death's door. However, this protective bracelet could only be used a maximum of 3 times. Caught off guard by the hit, Han Sang-gyun immediately retreated to a safe distance to defend himself. Luckily, if it weren't for the nameless god's protective bracelet saving him, he wouldn't even know who or where he was right now. The opponent, on the other hand, was not to be trifled with. After witnessing the performance of the protective bracelet, she didn't forget to offer a word of praise. "Oh, so you can survive my one-hit kill sword strike without a single scratch." Something seemed to have unintentionally stimulated one of her senses. As she now looked thrilled, she stuck out her tongue, bared her teeth, and said, "I see now, unlike this godforsaken, shabby place, you seem to be an interesting one." As she finished her sentence, she suddenly rushed forward, launching a slash at Han Sang-jun. Immediately, Han Sang-jun parried the blow, and the two began to clash. Watching her parries and strikes, she became intrigued by Han Sang-yun. She even said she'd never been this interested in anyone in the martial world. However, Han Sang-yun just felt that this situation was all wrong, and said to her, "Before asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" But instead of answering Han Sang-gun's question, she spoke indifferently. "Normal? You act as if you have no idea who I am?" After speaking, she sent another slash toward Han Sang-yun. Perhaps because the last slash was so powerful, it forced Sang-yun back several steps to defend. He retorted, "Well, I have no interest in telling my name to someone like you. Someone who tried to kill me the moment we met." Seeing the logic in his words, his opponent had to agree. You're right. I suppose so." Then, she spun her sword, beginning her introduction. "I am the greatest of the demonic path. I have defeated countless challengers and stand at the top of all. No matter how much time passes, I am the heavenly demon." Immediately, she took a fighting stance. The system then appeared, warning Han Sang-yun that he was facing a powerful opponent, while the skill Indomitable Will activating the mythic effect Trial Battlefield, and also activating the special support effect Grasshopper Kicking a Cart. After a few exchanges, Sang-yun now understood why Jam Cheong-gu had said she was so full of bloodlust. Jam Cheong-gu had to confirm once again that this opponent was truly bloodthirsty. "But don't worry, I will do my best to support you." Han Sang-gun was a bit surprised to hear this from Jam Cheong-gu. Suddenly, a sword strike lunged at him. Sang-yun luckily dodged it, while the heavenly demon didn't forget to express her admiration for someone like Han Sang-yun. She added that Sang-yun looked exactly like her father. The heavenly demon's face now looked incredibly eerie and terrifying. She admitted that in the past, she had killed her own father with her own hands and ascended to the position of cult leader. That was truly a memorable experience. However, it's fortunate that you've appeared here. As she spoke, the heavenly demon launched a series of attacks at Sang-yun. A powerful slash sent Han Sang-yun flying, crashing him into a broken boulder. The heavenly demon, with a face as cold as ice, asserted that Han Sang-yun must have come from the heavenly martial hall to be so strong. "I want to see just how far you can go." And then the heavenly demon fired off a series of questions. "Have you killed your own relatives with your own hands, betrayed your allies, even massacred countless people? Just thinking about it makes every blood cell in my body boil with excitement. Because if you're on my level, you must have slaughtered countless people." Suddenly, Han Sang-yun's low voice uttered a single word, "Disgusting," which caught the heavenly demon's attention. "What did you just say?" Sangun continued, "Let me tell you something. I want to become strong like you, but above all else, there is a line that I must not cross. Rather than betraying and killing to become stronger, I would rather choose death." At that moment, Han Sang-yun's entire body was enveloped in crimson dragon armor. Blazing flames surrounded him, creating a completely new style, and the aura around him grew heavier than ever before. The system announced the activation of the unique authority, Dragonification, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Cheon Yuseon couldn't believe her eyes. The blazing fire engulfed them both, creating a fierce battlefield. Cheon Yuseon quickly swung her gleaming sword, dodging his attacks with incredible agility and speed. Despite being on the defensive, her cold eyes still showed clear confidence. "That fire is incredibly hot, but this isn't even enough to scratch my skin." In that moment, the two lunged at each other, sword and fist clashing in a symphony of fire and steel. And then Cheon Yuseon laughed mockingly, her voice laced with sarcasm and challenge. "Oh, so you've got an interesting outfit, huh? But what's that going to change?" At the same time, the notification panel chimed. The heavenly demon, Yuseon, had used the skill Sword Heart Consciousness. A wave of dark energy spread from Yuseon's sword and immediately slashed down. Fortunately, Han Sang-yun managed to dodge in time. Not to be outdone, Han Sang-yun charged forward, and Yuseon gave a cunning smile. The two were locked in a frantic battle, not a single blow missing its mark. Each clash between sword and fist made the surrounding space tremble. The sound of the system continued to ring out. "The bracelet has blocked an attack you could not parry. You have 2 uses remaining." The ground beneath their feet cracked, and flames erupted from the fissures, creating a chaotic and fierce scene. Cheon Yuseon let out a mocking smile. "You have many skills to entertain me. First, you spit fire like a dragon, then you show off some absurd dodging skills, and even after taking a hit, I hope you'll continue to entertain me just as you are now. Immediately, the sword in Yusion's hand aimed straight for Han Sangun. He dodged just in time. That sword heart consciousness technique is really a pain. Han Sangun became wary. It's both strong and fast. I don't even have a chance to swing my sword. If I could learn it, I could become stronger. But how do I even use that technique? Just as he was about to despair, Jam Cheon-gu spoke up, concerned. Han Sangyun was astonished. What? Jam Cheon-gu continued to explain. The dragon's devotion fills the heart with sacred power. That takes you to a higher level. Once again, the thought made him realize, if that's the case, could it be? Gam Cheon-gu's voice was decisive. Yeah, you're right. Her killing her own father to become the leader undoubtedly embedded fear deep into the subconscious of countless people, so it's definitely divine power fueled by the fear of the masses. In other words, the driving force behind that heart sword technique is the divine power she's accumulated in her heart. Look closely at her heart, look carefully, and you'll see the path of her sword. And if you swing your sword along that exact path, you'll be able to use the heart sword with your own divine power. This opened up an opportunity for him to surpass his limits, his eyes flashing with determination. I understand, the system's voice rang out, activating the combat focus skill. Hansun frowned slightly, unable to believe his eyes. Whoa, I can see it now. I can see the sword path originating from her heart. I'll observe, dodge, and perfectly copy the path of the heavenly demon's heart sword. Without hesitation, Hansun immediately moved his sword toward her, which Yusun narrowly dodged. So, this is what that feels like. The heart sword is definitely easier to dodge now. For a moment, a look of astonishment flashed across Yusun's face before she immediately regained her excitement, a bizarre smile spreading across her lips. I can't believe you managed to master the heart sword in such a short time. You're making me even more excited. Hansun glanced back and replied, What's there to get so worked up about? I've already learned your heart sword. The system's voice rang out, activating the special effect. Absolute seal of the divine jade from the nameless god. The strongest ability of the heavenly demon Yusan has been sealed. The use of divine power and certain skills is currently prohibited. Yusan's divine power seemed to be completely extinguished, with 29 minutes and 59 seconds until the seal is lifted. He said triumphantly, Because I'm ending this fight right now, putting an end to this battle. Hansun attacked immediately. It's payback time. I'll enhance the heart sword with dragon fire and finish her. His sword flashed brightly, carrying concentrated divine power as he slashed straight at his opponent. Suddenly, Hansun was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief at what was happening. The attack had no effect? Gam Chungu immediately shouted a warning, Hansun, fall back. He immediately fell back, confusion creeping into his mind. What was that? Her body felt incredibly tough just now. It was hard to inflict any damage. Was she hiding something else besides the heart sword? Yusan suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect you to be so underwhelming after sealing my heart sword and attacking with all your might. And the system also announced that the heavenly demon Yusan had used the protective aura skill. Her voice was calm but carried a tone of contempt. I'm a little disappointed this time, but now, you'll have to entertain me more, because if you don't, I might just kill you by accident. Hansun froze. The atmosphere had changed. This was dangerous. Far away, far from the battle between Hansun and Yusan, the wind blew through the clouds, carrying a serenity and tranquility that could only be found here. But in her mind, a thought stirred restlessly. That's right. I wonder if he's making good use of the achievement I gave him. The Swordlight Emperor mused. I gave it to him as a reward for overcoming the difficult siege in the previous mission. I can't say that item will be used to its maximum potential, but I hope he puts it to good use. Back at the battle, Hansun felt an unsettling sensation wash over his body. Yusun immediately asked, Where'd all that fighting spirit from before go? You're done for if you keep this up. Yusun lunged in to attack at a terrifying speed. Damn it, I can't tell where she's attacking from. I can't see her even after using Dragon's Eye. How is this possible? Also, what are these things floating in front of me? A notification appeared. Please mark the target. Hansun was frustrated, not understanding at all. There's nothing to see. So how can I mark it? He thought, overwhelmed with frustration. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't mark the target. Gam Chun-gu reminded him. Hansun, if you can't see her, then close your eyes and focus all your senses. You may be a beginner in martial arts, but you're a powerful, transcendent challenger. I believe in you. As if newly motivated, Hansun told himself, Yeah, you're right, Gam Chun-gu. I have to focus. And so, he activated the sixth sense skill again. He began to visualize her sword aura, tracking and forming its shape in his mind. There she is. Target locked. Heavenly Demon Yusan. Activating the special effect, Light Swords of the Artifact, which left him even more stunned and surprised. What is this? When did I even get this achievement? And a final notification appeared. The swords will now automatically pursue your selected target. Hansun felt a strange surge of power welling up inside his body. as if a new source of energy was awakening his latent abilities. He didn't know where this power came from, but right now, he needed to concentrate. I don't know when I got this, but now's the time to get serious, he said, his eyes locked on Yusun, the woman he had just been struggling to comprehend. Now, just stand still for me. He raised his hands, conducting them like a maestro leading a symphony, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks on Yusun. Yusun stood her ground, her eyes completely unfazed. Is this really the extent of your power? Hansun felt the challenge in her words. What did you say? Each of Yusun's strikes was like a sharp slash, delivered with the precision and composure of a seasoned warrior. The system's voice rang out again, activating the unique defense priority effect of the Guardian Bracelet of the Nameless God. An unblockable attack from your opponent has been blocked by the Guardian Bracelet, with only one use remaining. What was that attack just now? I can't let my mind wander. I have to strike again with the Mind Sword as quickly as possible. And so, a fierce battle erupted again, like a storm sweeping away everything around them. The system promptly announced that the heavenly demon Chun Yuseon had used the body reinforcement aura skill. Hansun and Chun Yuseon were like two blazing fires, shining brightly and incinerating everything in sight. Chun Yuseon didn't back down an inch. She counterattacked immediately. Her strikes were like sharp blades, graceful yet incredibly powerful. A notification rang in Hansun's mind, activating the unique defense priority effect of the Guardian Bracelet of the Nameless God. An unblockable attack from your opponent has been blocked by the Guardian Bracelet. All uses have been expended. The Guardian Bracelet of the Nameless God was destroyed. Chun Yuseon stood firm, her expression devoid of fear. She smirked mockingly, her eyes glinting with self-satisfaction. You said you were going to kill me, but all you're showing are these boring skills. If you're out of tricks, you might as well get ready to die. Just then, the system notification sounded in his head. The heavenly demon Chun Yuseon has used the heaven-shaking sword skill. Hansun felt the change, an intense power from the skill she had just activated. This overwhelming killing intent makes it hard to even stand, and now I'm being controlled by my opponent's killing intent again. This isn't good. Can I resist this immense pressure with my spirit? Hansun took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. Get a grip. She's coming. He opened his eyes, which were blazing with fire, a new strength surging within him. She's so fast. But just when he thought he had found the rhythm of the battle, blades of light from Chun Yuseon swung at a dizzying speed. A surprise slash hit his shoulder, sending a sharp pain through him. Light from the system enveloped him, activating the Dying Will skill. Your fatal wound has been removed. Your senses are temporarily amplified, and the effects of other skills have been upgraded. The cooldown time is 1 week, Hansun roared. His determination wouldn't let him fall. It seems that was your last trick. He suddenly realized he had no hope of beating her. He was simply being played with in the palm of this heavenly demon's hand. He focused all his remaining strength into his sword, and despite the throbbing pain from his wound, he charged forward with fierce determination. No matter how hard it got, he couldn't give up. There was still a chance. Hansun poured his energy into his sword, reshaping all the skills he had learned. He decided not just to counterattack, but to use what he had to create a breakthrough. Yeah, as long as I'm still alive, there's still a way. A new system notification sounded in Hansun's head. You have received the achievement, Beginning of Transcendence. The power Boiling Sword Intent is evolving into Advanced Sword Aura. A new wave of power surged through his body. When he looked into Chun Yuseon's eyes, he saw a flash of surprise on her face. Oh, it's surprising that you learned Advanced Sword Aura, but it won't work, she declared. As a reward for entertaining me, I'll only use 3 basic moves to deal with you this last time. Hansun took a deep breath. Even if Chun Yuseon was arrogant, he wouldn't let it stop him. Oh, thanks a lot. With his spirit burning, he was ready to counter any attack from Chun Yuseon, but the arrogance in her eyes seemed to grow even more pronounced. That's not enough to do anything to me. How disappointing. Chun Yuseon swung her sword at Hansun with dizzying speed. A fiery battle ensued, the light from their blades creating dazzling streaks in the air. She taunted. The fact that you keep relying on items rather than your own abilities leaves me with no expectations for you anymore. Powerful clashes echoed as his sword met Chun Yuseon's blade. The two continued to fight, her voice ringing out as a reminder that the situation was in her control. Since I've already used 2 moves, there's only one final move left. A sudden sense of unease hit Hansun, forcing him to tell himself, Hey Hansun, snap out of it. Even though Hansun had used up a lot of energy, he couldn't let himself fall. There's nothing I can do. None of my attacks are working. Can I even beat her? Hansun, she spoke with a contemptuous tone. Looking at your condition, it seems you're out of fight. Hansun felt the pressure from her words. Why are you looking at me with that expression? Yes, I know that expression better than anyone. Contempt. Is that contempt just the beginning of this failure? Hansun came to his senses. What was it that got me this far? Even though I've gone through so many failures, I don't want to be looked down on by anyone anymore. I don't want to lose. I don't want to be oppressed by anyone. But it's so hard. A powerful feeling welled up inside him, and Zhang suddenly appeared. So that's it. Is it really that simple? This took Hansun by surprise. Zhang explained. Yes, I kept calling you, but you didn't listen, so I had to come all the way here. I had to read your thoughts while you were feeling helpless. But didn't you already know this? You have to constantly prove yourself by repeatedly seizing opportunities and getting stronger. Who are you trying to prove that strength you've worked so hard for, too? Zhang's question was like a slap of reality, making Hansun think deeply about himself. Zhang continued. Why? Hansun nodded. His eyes were filled with determination. Because I don't want to have any regrets. I want to become someone who can't be oppressed by anyone or have anyone stand in my way. I want the ability to stand firm against all difficulties without backing down. With the power of friendship and fierce determination, the two warriors stood together, ready to confront Chusan. Zhang understood and clapped Han Sangun on the shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Then hurry up and defeat her, he said, his tone full of passion. All right, Han Sangun took a deep breath. I can feel the sacred power flowing through me. My revenge begins once again. As soon as the boundless sacred power was activated, Han Sangun clearly felt an immense power flooding into him. Seeing the change in Han Sangun, the heavenly demon was surprised to sense an immense power boiling inside him. Could this be the trump card that Han Sangun has been hiding until now? Hearing this, Han Sangun simply replied nonchalantly, think whatever you want, because you're going to die one way or another. He immediately drew a sword, his eyes dead serious and determined to send the heavenly demon to her grave. The heavenly demon found Han Sangun's last-ditch effort laughable. How pathetic, she added. I'm still giving you a 3-move head start, so attack quickly. Provoked by the heavenly demon, he was determined to make her eat her words, and began to execute his technique. In the blink of an eye, Han Sangun appeared behind the heavenly demon. Her face showed utter astonishment. Since when was Han Sangun able to instantly activate his protective aura to block her sword strikes? The heavenly demon Cheon Yusun was incredibly intrigued by Han Sangun's last attack. She said, however, any attack you try is completely useless against me. I must admit, you've attained boundless holy power in such a short time. But is that all? How boring. Show me what else you've got. Sangun's expression darkened as he continued his relentless barrage of attacks. While raising her defensive shield, the heavenly demon Cheon Yusun continued to taunt Han Sangun. Against my protective aura, all of your physical attacks are utterly useless. What else can you possibly do? Unless you break through this protective aura, you'll never lay a single finger on me. Just when she thought victory was hers, the system suddenly announced the powerful activation of the authority of holy power. At that moment, Han Sangun and Zhang broke into triumphant smiles. Seeing that display, having been single for so long, the heavenly demon Cheon Yusun became enraged seeing the two of them smiling in a situation like this. If that's how it was going to be, she'd personally send them both to their graves. Suddenly, the barrier of her protective aura shattered. Han Sangun had simultaneously activated a series of skills. The powerful authority of holy power and the Grotto Heaven skill combined to break through the heavenly demon's impenetrable shield. With her shield suddenly gone, the heavenly demon was instantly sent flying by Han Sangun's attack. Her eyes widened, pupils trembling, as her entire body froze in shock at what Han Sangun and Zhang had just accomplished. She couldn't believe her protective aura, a skill that was supposed to defend against and nullify all damage from other abilities, had been shattered. Even though it was fundamentally a defensive skill, it was supposed to be unrivaled. It should have been invincible. It was because she had underestimated her opponent that heavenly demon Yusun was struck down, and now she was collapsed at Han Sangun's feet. She clutched her sword, struggling to her feet, looking utterly pathetic after the skill she believed was the strongest in the world had been so completely destroyed. After that last attack, the heavenly demon Cheon Yusun was left wide open, but as she tried to immediately activate her holy power, Zhang, who was standing nearby, said, since your protective aura has been shattered, you won't be able to restore it with holy power. Hearing this, the heavenly demon Cheon Yusun couldn't believe it. She reached out a trembling hand and stammered, You tricked me? Is that it? Sangun just stood there silently, staring down at the heavenly demon crawling toward him. She couldn't believe that despite killing countless people to become this powerful, the Swordlight Emperor had always rejected her. Ah, why were you chosen and not me? With those words, the heavenly demon Cheon Yusun breathed her last and collapsed at Han Sangun's feet. Only then did Han Sangun speak, I'm not wasting my breath explaining who's more worthy to a bloodthirsty monster like you. As he spoke, he absorbed the heavenly demon's soul. Han Sangun was certain that the Swordlight Emperor would have said the exact same thing. The system then announced that Han Sangun had absorbed the soul of the heavenly demon, Cheon Yusun, and his swordsmanship proficiency increased by 24.7%. Because he had absorbed a soul stronger than his own, the judgment process to extract a special privilege began. Hearing this, Sangun realized that this demon had been much stronger than him. At the same time, the system announced that a judgment had been reached, and it was now extracting an authority from the soul. Through this, the special S-rank authority, power of the heavenly demon, was infused into the soul of challenger Han Sang-yoon. Zhang, who was beside him, said, "It's finally starting. Focus your divine power, because the separation begins now." Hearing this, Han Sang-yoon asked, "Is the separation that black mist you mentioned?" She replied, "Yes. And it means you've obtained the privilege the heavenly demon spoke of before she died." The system continued its announcement, "You may choose a divinity. Once you have chosen, you will attain a divine title." Suddenly, a golden door appeared right in front of them. Then, the door slowly swung open. Staring into its brilliant light, Han Sang-joon thought that he might get a chance like this someday, but he never expected it to happen this way. The surroundings instantly transformed into a cosmic space. Looking at the red orb before him, Sang-yoon wondered what it was. Then the system announced, "Choose the red orb, you will choose the transcendental divinity. Or will you take the purple orb to choose the black light divinity of death?" This took Han Sang-yoon by surprise. Then the system offered again, "Will you take the red orb to choose the red light divinity of immortality?" This was completely different from what Han Sang-yoon had imagined. Next, the system asked, "Will you take the green orb to choose the green light divinity of harmony?" Han Sang-yoon wondered what exactly harmony meant. He realized this was his chance to move closer to becoming a transcendent being, so he had to choose carefully. Choosing something that could bring me back to life would be good. But wait, there's one more? If it's this one, then I don't even need to think about it. With that, Sangun reached out and grabbed the fiery golden crystal orb. The system announced, "You have chosen the transcendental divinity. This will react with the power of the death god. You have acquired the special authority, Death God's Gaze. You have obtained the title of a god, engraved the SSS-Rank elementary divine authority into the soul of challenger Han Sang-yoon, and engraved the SSS-Rank unique transcendent divine authority into the soul of challenger Han Sang-yoon." The system continued to announce that with these godly powers, when using deification, your divinity will temporarily increase and you will be able to use divine authorities. To merge the system's abilities with divinity and transform them into transcendent abilities, Han Sang-yoon was enveloped by many streams of light. The powers of the gods were overflowing within him. After the rewards were granted, Han Sang-gun happily walked out of the divine gacha door. Gyeom Chun-gu then appeared beside him, saying that since she saw the divinity enter his body, he must have made up his mind, right? Looking at her expression, Han Sang-gun asserted that she must have chosen divinity before too, right, Gyeom Chun-gu? Suddenly, she fell silent, and then replied that she had destroyed her divinity in the past, causing Han Sang-gyun to stop dead in his tracks. She continued, "Because instead of choosing to follow a path that others had laid out for me, with the promise that one day I would be free, I destroyed the divinity I received with my own hands." Han Sang-gyun continued to listen in silence as Gyeom Chun-gu went on. Of course, back then she didn't expect things to turn out this way, but fighting side by side with you isn't so bad. You are a special existence, Han Sang-gun. After hearing Gyeom Chun-gu's feelings, his expression became a little surprised, and he shyly admitted, actually, he thought having her as a partner wasn't bad either, since she was always by his side whenever he was in danger. So Han Sang-gun thanked her, saying that if it weren't for her back then, he would probably be dead. After speaking, Han Sang-gyun flashed a mischievous smile, his finger scratching his cheek in a rare display of shyness. Hearing this, Gyeom Chun-gu gave a mischievous smile. She started teasing him, asking why Han Sang-gyun was suddenly acting like this. He was never like this before. Being teased like this, Han Sang-gyun helplessly tried to avoid her, outwardly changing the subject. "Oh, come on, let's hurry up and check out the items." Inwardly, he resolved to get revenge on this mischievous girl later. At the next trial location, the system announced the activation of the absorption skill. Han Sang-gyun held the item in his hand to examine it, and it seemed the item dropped this time was useless. "If it's not from a heavenly demon, should we just destroy it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he destroyed the item in his hand, and the system announced that challenger Han Sang-gyun had obtained a blood bracelet. So Han Sang-gyun immediately absorbed the item, then activated the Holy Power Authority. A brilliant red aura radiated from around him as he began to convert his mana into holy power. After sensing the mana in his body, Han Sang-gyun even obtained the skill the heavenly demon used to convert mana into holy power. Thanks to this skill, he could now create holy power instantly. This move seemed pretty overpowered, a true ultimate skill. However, having waited too long for him to absorb the blood bracelet, Gyeom Chun-gu lost her patience and called out Han Sang-gyun's name. "When are you going to be done? I'm bored to death waiting," Han Sang-gyun replied. "Just finished," and then invited Gyeom Chun-gu to learn the Sword Emperor's martial arts with him. Suddenly, the system announced that challenger Han Sang-gyun had passed the Heavenly Martial Palace's path to Heaven's End. Upon passing through the final gate, you will gain the right to enter the library. Immediately, the ground began to shake, splitting open to reveal a staircase leading down into a deep pit before them. The system mentioned that upon leaving the library, you will reach the final point of the Heavenly Martial Palace. Han Sang-gyun looked at the display, feeling it was all a bit too dramatic, while Jiam Chun-gu commented that just getting to the bottom of the pit would probably take half a day. Hearing this, Han Sang-jun's expression suddenly turned mischievous, saying, "You don't need to worry about that." Jiam Chun-gu heard this and knew this guy Han Sang-gun was up to something again, so she asked what he was plotting this time. Suddenly, Han Sang-gun grabbed Jiam Chun-gu's wrist, completely surprising her. But before she could even process it, he pulled her and jumped straight into the deep pit, making her scream as she scolded, "You reckless fool!" But Han Sang-yun just brushed it off, saying, "Hey, I'm not just a pretty face. This is simply the fastest way down." In just an instant, they both reached the bottom of the pit, stopping in front of a massive stone gate. Jiam Chun-gu couldn't help but feel dizzy after Han Sang-yun's reckless stunt, reminding herself never to provoke this guy again. As for Han Sang-yun, he was pleased with himself for getting his revenge and teasing her, plus they had arrived at their destination without taking half a day. The scene shifts to the two of them inside the library of the Heavenly Martial Palace. A mouse, resting peacefully, sensed the intruders and quickly scurried away. Because it looked so dilapidated from the outside, Han Sang-jun was surprised at how much cleaner it was inside than he had expected. Jiam Chun-gu enthusiastically agreed, since she couldn't see a single speck of dust in the library. Looking at the stacks of martial arts books on every shelf, Han Sang-gyun said that searching for the Sword Emperor's martial arts in this mess would be a huge pain. He asked Jiam Chun-gu if there was a way to find it immediately, but she just replied helplessly, "How would I know? What are you, a detector or something?" Just as Han Sang-jun was about to take all the books, Jiam Chun-gu suddenly pointed to something beside him. As he glanced over and asked, "What is it now?" The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared. She spread her arms wide in welcome and rushed directly towards Sang-gyun, shouting his name, Han Sang-gyun. Caught in a tight embrace by the Sword Sovereign, Han Sang-gyun looked completely surprised. Seeing this, Jiam Chun-gu screamed in a fit of jealousy, calling the scene before her an ambush. Immediately, the system relayed a message from the administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster, to the Sword Sovereign. "What the hell are you doing?" Then, the administrator, the iron-blooded Tyrant King, asked if she was enjoying her hug with Sang-gyun. His face radiated killing intent, but the Sword Sovereign paid them no mind, focusing only on showing her affection and pride that Han Sang-gyun had made it all the way down here. Meanwhile, as Jiam Chun-gu relentlessly tried to pull the shameless Sword Sovereign off Han Sang-gyun, Sang-gyun coldly told her to let go of him. Terrified by the scene, Sang-gyun's face filled with fear as he pleaded, "Oh, Sword Sovereign, please have some dignity and let me go so we can talk, can't we?" After a bit of a struggle, the Sword Sovereign finally detached herself from Sang-gyun, but she immediately sat down, facing off directly with the one who had pulled her away from him. Jiam Chun-gu was no pushover and returned the Sword Sovereign's intense glare. The Sword Sovereign spoke first, interrogating Jiam Chun-gu, "And who are you to be clinging to Han Sang-gyun all this time, huh?" In response, Jiam Chun-gu introduced herself directly. "I am the Seven Blood Demon, Jiam Chun-gu, and the dedicated partner of challenger Han Sang-gyun." The Sword Sovereign listened, then started to taunt her, casually cleaning her ear with her pinky. "Oh, so you're the master of the Blood Demon sect. I think I recall hearing that name among the candidates. But you've already been stripped of your status as a candidate, and you think you're all that, huh, Sword Sovereign? After all this time in the Celestial Martial Hall, you're just a glorious memory now." Neither of them was willing to back down. "That's enough, both of you. Let's discuss the reward." The Sword Sovereign immediately obeyed Sang-gyun, calling him her darling and saying, Right. You worked so hard to get here, so you deserve a reward, don't you?" She then stood up and walked over to Sang-gyun, pulling a manual from her sleeve and saying, "This is the secret manual containing all of my martial arts. If you combine it with your skills, you'll be able to perform my techniques just by reading it." As Sang-gyun took the manual with both hands and thanked the Sword Sovereign, he thought to himself, if she was just going to pull it out of her sleeve the whole time, what was the point of building this entire massive study? He then began to flip through the manual's pages. As he reached the middle, a torrent of light surged through Han Sang-gyun's body. The system simultaneously announced that challenger Han Sang-gyun had achieved mastery in close-quarters combat and swordsmanship, and footwork. His strength had now increased by 3 points, his stamina by 3 points, and his movement speed had also increased by 3 points. Sang-gyun glanced over at the Sword Sovereign and asked, "Is it really okay for my stats to increase so easily?" Hearing this, the Sword Sovereign beside him giggled and said to Han Sang-gyun, "Are you impressed? It seems you've made excellent use of the light-controlling artifact I gave you, so I'm feeling quite happy right now." Sang-gyun then realized that the Dragon Transformation Armor and the Seven Swords technique were gifts from the Sword Sovereign, and he immediately thanked her. Hearing this, the Sword Sovereign grew even more excited and began to persuade him, "If you come to my martial arts dimension, Han Sang-gyun, I have another treasure for you. With that treasure, you'll gain the ability to search for scattered artifacts, and at the same time, you can enhance the light-controlling artifact." Jiam Chun-gu was stunned. She shot to her feet, slammed her hands on the table and yelled, "What? Search for scattered artifacts, startling both the Sword Sovereign and Han Sangyun. She pointed a finger straight at Sangyun's face and said, Han Sangyun, you need to get rid of that search ability for scattered artifacts immediately. Those scattered artifacts are a collection of precious items that the Sword Sovereign stole from the other gods. Are you really going to throw everything away just for a ticking time bomb like that? But Sangyun simply responded with a faint smile, saying, Thank you for your concern, Jamchungu. But if I have the strength to wield it, then I'm entitled to have it. So, if I gain the power to find it, I will go find it. I don't think I can give up that search function. Besides, even if the other gods come after me, I'll have you by my side, won't I? She crossed her arms and began to speak. Well, I suppose if it's you, I'm sure you can handle it on your own. After listening to their conversation, the Sword Sovereign also nodded, pleased with Sangyun's response, feeling that her judgment of him was correct and that she now liked him even more. Then, the Sword Sovereign opened her palm to reveal a small, blue glowing orb and said, Very well, I will imbue a bit more of my divinity into the light-controlling artifact. Use it if you ever need to. The Sword Sovereign then began to channel a massive amount of her magic into the artifact. The system simultaneously announced, Special effect of the light-controlling artifact, Divinity Storage, has been activated. Jam Chun-gu sat with her legs and arms crossed, telling the Sword Sovereign with a stern face that she had to be crazy to just give away her own divinity. But she also didn't care what the Sword Sovereign was thinking. Hearing this, Sangyun immediately turned to thank the divine Swordlight Empress, but he wondered why she would go to such lengths just for him. The Swordlight Empress replied that she was compelled to do so, leaving Sangyun a bit stunned. What? The Swordlight Empress gave a faint smile and replied that she couldn't tell him the details. It would be better if he just considered it a contract with the tower. After hearing this, Sangyun fell silent, as if he understood. Since their business seemed to be concluded, the Swordlight Empress ended the conversation and began to teleport. Dozens of gusts of wind swirled around her. Before disappearing, the Swordlight Empress gave Sangyun one last piece of advice. Please remember to make good use of your light-controlling artifact. The system then announced that the Swordlight Empress was watching you and congratulated you on clearing the 17th floor of the Tower of Trials. Your floor-clearing rewards and other points are being transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. After Sangyun set foot on the 18th floor, the system announced that he had entered the 10th floor's waiting room and that the conditions had been met. Congratulations. 1,000 official tower climbers from all dimensions have now cleared the 15th floor. The Tower of Trials will now open an interdimensional event for all official tower climbers. The scene then shifts to the real world, where the static-filled sound of a camera feed crackles before a voice suddenly comes through. Is everyone seeing this? Then, a very beautiful female reporter appears, broadcasting live from an aerial view, reporting that a giant labyrinth has appeared in the middle of the city. Simultaneously, the system announces that the event will appear in all dimensions with official tower climbers. This is an optional event, so challengers who do not form a party will be unable to participate. At this moment, thousands of people are pushing and shoving, scrambling to find teammates. Haiyun of Earth, also known as Zhong, appears at the Heavenly Martial Palace in office attire. Standing on a tower and looking down, she repeatedly calls Sangyun, saying urgently, Why isn't Han Sangyun picking up at a time like this? Then she looks up ahead, where an enormous ancient tree is materializing in the heart of the city. This is an extremely urgent situation. The system also announces that this event has the potential to become an interdimensional battle, so participants should proceed with this understanding. The scene then transitions to a house completely covered in snow and swords. Sangyun is biting his lip, constantly worried. The system then announces, You have received the Heavenly Martial Palace reward, a cultivation elixir, and all of your skills have increased. At the same time, Sangyun suddenly appears in a kneeling position, looking extremely anxious. Opposite him, the iron-blooded administrator rests her chin on her hand, striking a seductive pose as she questions him. It seems you had a good time with the Swordlight Empress, didn't you? But Sangyun immediately replies that he was forced. However, the iron-blooded administrator firmly insists that he answer her question. Sangyun then sincerely apologizes to the administrator. She immediately laughs heartily and replies, All right, since you seem to have reflected on your mistake, I'll let you off the hook this time. Sangyun looks bewildered, thinking, I feel relieved, but I have no idea what the heck is going on. He then reminds the iron-blooded administrator that she promised to tell him about the labyrinth. So that's the reason you summoned me here, right? The iron-blooded administrator clasps her hands, places them on her knees, and replies sternly, That's right. So right now, I will tell you about this great tree labyrinth. It's called the Great Tree Labyrinth, and much like the tower, it consists of a total of 10 floors. She then holds up 4 fingers and says, Of course, the Great Tree Labyrinth has 4 difficulty levels. Easy, normal, hard. The iron-blooded administrator continued. If you choose the super hard difficulty, you will lose all of your abilities. It's that difficult, but you don't need to worry, because every time you clear a floor, you can recover 1 skill. then recovering skills is the most optimal choice. Hearing this, the iron-blooded administrator was pleased. Very good. Sangun proceeded to open the system window. He observed, then said, if the conditions are this difficult, the rewards must be proportional and worthwhile. Let me check and see what they are. However, contrary to Sangun's expectations, the system only displayed an error, updating that the rewards for the super hard difficulty were unviewable. The iron-blooded administrator, looking exasperated, waved her hand and explained to Sangun, you ran out of views a long time ago, so it won't work even if I tell you myself. Don't waste your time asking me. Hearing this, Sangun finally understood the problem, immediately stood up, and thanked the iron-blooded administrator for the information, while affirming that he would do the best he could. Seeing Sangun's determination, the iron-blooded administrator confirmed once more. Are you ready to leave now? Immediately, Sangun replied with a confident smile. Yes, because the other challengers have already started moving, so I can't afford to fall behind. The iron-blooded administrator stared at Sangun for a long moment before breaking into a satisfied smile. It seems you've changed a lot for the better. Then, she raised her hand to say goodbye, adding, if you come here again, I'll personally teach you a useful technique. Take care. The system immediately began to update, confirming challenger Sangun's request to return. The absorbed regression stone was returning to Earth. Sangun, adjusting his clothes and carrying 2 swords on his back, checked his phone for missed calls from Hei-in. Just as he was about to call her before leaving, he suddenly received a notification from the system. The Whisper of Fire was requesting to speak with challenger Han Sangun. A listening room made of fire appeared around Sangun's ear. It broadcast a girl's voice. Hello? 1, 2, 3, can you hear me clearly? Sangun quickly replied, yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear. But who's on the other end of the line? Just then, a red-haired girl sitting in an airplane seat sighed, chiding Sangun for being so rude. Not only did you forget me, but you also forgot how to greet me after we met in Japan. That's just plain rude. And it seems Sangun still didn't recognize her voice, so she pressed him again. You don't remember my voice at all. Giving up, she directly reintroduced herself, telling Sangun she was Catherine Benet. Don't tell me you've forgotten my name as well. Sangun finally realized who was on the other end and quickly replied, how could I forget? I remember now. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief, then got straight to the point about this Labyrinth event, asking him to please join her team. She said her team still had one final spot left. Sangun immediately agreed. Catherine was a little surprised by Sangun's decision, but Han Sangun explained that since she had helped him save time finding members before, it was only right for him to repay the favor. Catherine was very impressed, noting that Sangun not only grew stronger quickly, but also reacted to things fast. Han Sangun replied bashfully, it was nothing. They then agreed to meet at the Labyrinth's entrance gate. The call on the other end disconnected. Sangun thought to himself that this was exactly why connections were so important. Catherine Benet possessed an authority called Fire Annihilation. It reduces an opponent's abilities tenfold and freezes one of their random skills. This was the condition for entering the super hard mode and obtaining the skill restoration benefit. If this was a team-based match, having Catherine on his side was an enormous advantage. Sangun broke into a triumphant smile. He then went back to his original plan of calling Hei in, but before he could, there was a series of loud bangs on the front door, followed by a shout, Han Sangun, are you in there? He quickly opened the door to see who it was, only to find Hei-in panting in front of him, which took him by surprise. Hei-in caught her breath and looked up at Sangun. She told him she'd called him many times, but he hadn't answered. She was so worried that she ran all the way there to check on him. Feeling a bit guilty, Han Sangun apologized and explained that he had been a little busy. But then he asked curiously, how did you get my address? Hei-in put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest triumphantly. There are always ways. Sangun decided not to press the issue. Feeling helpless, he muttered, isn't that technically a crime? Suddenly, Hei-in grabbed Sangun's hand and yelled, but that's not important right now. What's more important right now is that the Great Sun Labyrinth has appeared, and top challengers from every nation are coming here for you. Hei-in explained while pulling Sangun forward. She added that his home address had been leaked, so other challengers were surely on their way. Isn't that a crime? After hearing that, Sangun could only think helplessly, you're one to talk. Just as Hei-in was suggesting they find a quiet place to make arrangements, they saw the apartment entrance was already surrounded by thousands of rival challengers. All of them were shouting, it's challenger Han Sangun! We found him. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward and yelled out an offer. Greetings, challenger Han Sangun. Please join our Garden of Eden guild. Another rival challenger yelled, you're already with someone, so back off and don't try to poach my target. Just when Hei-in thought it was too late to get away, Sangun suddenly put a hand on her shoulder and said, my apologies. This made her instinctively turn to look at him, uttering his name, Han Sangun. But before she could process that surprise, Sangun hit her with another surprise, sweeping her up into his arms and saying cheerfully, time to run, which made her yell, what? An instant later, Sangun leaped into the sky while holding her. He soared over a series of large buildings and landed perfectly unharmed. Just as he was checking to see if they were being followed, Heian's faint voice piped up. Her head was spinning and she wanted Sangun to put her down. "Put me down, I'm getting dizzy." He quickly apologized for moving so fast, but Heian wasn't listening as she was busy vomiting a rainbow-colored substance. And when Sangun mentioned that she didn't need to make any arrangements because he already had a team, Heian's expression instantly stiffened, and she turned to glare at him. She had gone to all this trouble to worry about him, and it was all for nothing? Was her concern completely pointless? Sangun sincerely apologized and promised to contact her sooner next time. She nodded in understanding and then got to the main topic. "Okay, so are you heading into the labyrinth now?" Sangun turned to look in the direction of the labyrinth and replied frankly, "Yes. Since I'm already at the entrance, I'll go along too." The system then updated. "You have entered the entrance area of the Great Tree Labyrinth." And before he left, she gave his shoulder a light tap, reminding him to be careful during this trial. "Sangyun, remember not to push yourself too hard." She then gave him an encouraging smile. Seeing that smile, Sangyun's heart fluttered, and he firmly reassured her to put her mind at ease. "I know, I'll be careful." With those words, he vanished into the labyrinth. The system immediately updated. "You have entered the gate of the Great Tree Labyrinth." The scene then shifts to the arena of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Sangyun looked around, now standing before the gate that led into this brutal trial. Suddenly, Hyen's voice rang out, "You're here early?" That made Sangyun turn around to see Hyen, followed by Sunghun and Cheon-sok, who greeted him one by one. "It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been?" Sangyun replied to them. "Long time no see. So, everyone here is on my team?" What Sangyun hadn't expected was that the S-rank hunter, Kim Seung-hun, would also be participating in this battle. Seung-hun looked at Sangyun and said sincerely, "I'm glad you came too." Sangyun gave them a quick look over, feeling that this was the best decision. Hyen then asked Sangyun what difficulty level he thought they should attempt. Sangyun immediately replied bluntly, "Let's just do the hardest one. Even though we don't know what the rewards will be, to be safe, the only way is to take on the extreme difficulty trial. That will give us the highest chance for skill recovery benefits and the best rewards." Seeing Sangyun's firm resolve, the rest of the group could only agree to follow his lead. And just like that, the team of 4 came to a unanimous decision. Hyen then said she'd already sent the invitation and was just waiting for him to accept so they could start. The system quickly updated with the party invite code E781. Sangun promptly accepted the invitation, and the system announced, "The leader of party S3A1 has accepted your request to join." Immediately, Sung-hun walked over and pushed the large gate wide open. Just then, the cross spoke. "That's Jamcheon-gu. Are you entering the labyrinth?" Sangun answered bluntly. "Yeah, but because of the nightmare difficulty effect, it'll be the same even if I bring the sword, so we'll have to part ways for a little while." Hearing this, Jamcheon-gu seemed a bit bored, but Sanjun immediately comforted her. At the same time, the necklace around Sanjun's neck began to glow, and a suit of combat armor materialized on his body. He added that every time he cleared an extreme difficulty level, he could restore 1 skill, and he would restore her then. Hearing this, Jamcheon-gu shyly retorted that she never said she was sad. However, Sangyun simply announced his departure. "I'm going now," which made Jamcheon-gu immediately yell, "Don't you dare cut me off." Sangyun slowly walked through the gate, officially beginning the trial of the Great Tree Labyrinth. The system then announced, "You have entered floor 1 of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Labyrinth initiated. Your currently equipped weapon will be sealed for the duration. You will receive a basic weapon in your inventory upon entering the Great Tree Labyrinth. It is mandatory that all abilities are temporarily lost, and all stats will be reduced to just 10. All authorities and skills will vanish upon entering the Great Tree Labyrinth trial. Conversely, any skills and authorities granted by the Great Tree Labyrinth will also disappear upon exiting." As soon as the group of 4 set foot on floor 1, Sangyun immediately felt his body grow heavier as his stats dropped to 10. Sunghun voiced his dissatisfaction, saying he couldn't believe they were unable to use any of the abilities they had acquired up to this point. But the system announced, "Condition met. The Divinity Defiance against the Divine Will has been forcibly activated. The Divinity Defiance against the Divine Will has resisted the system's restrictions on Challenger Sangyun. All authorities, skills, holy power attributes, and divinity will not disappear and will remain active until you exit the labyrinth." Sangun looked at the long list of rules imposed by the Great Tree Labyrinth and immediately realized he was about to carry the entire team. He then checked his status window for the labyrinth. HP was 80, MP was 30, Strength was 10, Agility was 10, Stamina 10, Endurance 10, Magic Power 10, Necromancy trait F rank, and Holy Power Authority A rank. Hyen then looked at the system display in surprise. "Is that really the speed of someone with only 10 agility?" Cheon-sok had the same question. Did Sangun recover all his skills that quickly? Just then, a goblin in front of them was about to bring its weapon down on Sangun, but he swiftly dodged the direct attack. He leaped high into the air, then activated his authority, graceful as the wind, with his speed reaching 80%. He unleashed a punch, landing a critical hit directly on the goblin's head. The system announced, skill gravity is at level 8. The goblin's remaining HP has been absorbed and will become energy for the world tree. Hyen looked at the goblin corpses in surprise, remarking that up until now, those things had been tough opponents for them, and yet, Sangun had taken care of them all in a single blow, confirming that now, the three of them were no longer in a position to even be compared to Sangun. As Sangun absorbed the goblin's souls, he thought to himself, it was a good thing he learned martial arts from the Sword Saint. If he had lost all his authorities, he wouldn't be able to fight like this at all. And at this rate, even if the enemies were 4 times stronger, you will still be able to use them. The system updated, you have used all the souls, and the remaining stats will be permanently increased. Heian then walked right up to Sangun and called out to him. Sangun replied, "What's wrong?" Heian then showed her determination, asking him to let them join the fight too. "Even though we couldn't do anything in the last battle, if this continues, we're afraid we'll become a burden to you. We don't want to feel useless." Sung-hun, who had been silent until now, also spoke up, agreeing with Hyen's opinion that it only made sense for everyone to fight together. Chon-sok also agreed with everyone's opinion. "That's right. I don't like feeling useless and letting one person on our team shoulder all the responsibility." Sangun then realized he had been acting inappropriately, so he comforted and encouraged everyone. "All right, I'm sorry everyone. From now on, let's all work together to get stronger." The system announced again, "You have defeated 4 green goblins. The Labyrinth seal has appeared." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the end of the tunnel, radiating and drawing the attention of the group of 4. Sangun exclaimed, "A seal!" Heian then explained, "This is probably the key. Let's hurry and go in." And so, the 4 of them followed the light emanating from the end of the path. As soon as he stepped out of the cave entrance, he realized this place seemed very strange compared to previous trials. The area was filled with many statues of the Dark God. The system announced, "The talented challenger has received a boon from the Dark God." Heian, having walked ahead, discovered a stone slate and informed Sangun about it. "Maybe you can receive the god's boon." Sung-hun and the others approached the book-shaped stone slate, saying, "Look, it seems like you have to touch it to activate it." Chon-sok also confirmed, "This probably limits the number of people who can receive the grace, so we need to think carefully to choose the right person." Hearing this, Heian decided to test it herself first, then she reached out and touched the stone slate. Immediately, the system announced, "Challenger Heian has been chosen by the Dark God and has received the grace." She was overjoyed and shouted, "I did it." She had received the ability to conceal her body by consuming mana. It also said, "The Dark God's boon will not disappear even if I leave the tower, and I also have the right to become a future apostle." The system then continued its announcement. "The Dark God is looking down on everyone and smiling, watching the entire time." Sangun couldn't understand what the Dark God's intentions were. Then the system updated. "The Dark God says the reunion will not be long now, and you must wait a while longer." Sangun felt extremely confused by the Dark God's actions. He furrowed his brow, thinking cautiously. Suddenly, Heian's voice calling Sangun's name interrupted his train of thought. Heian was a bit curious why Sangun was looking in that direction. "Is someone over there?" But Sangun denied it, saying no one was there. The system announced, "The god's altar has been sealed." Heian felt it was unlucky that there was only one chance, feeling guilty that she was the only one to receive the Dark God's grace. But Sung-hun heard this and comforted her. "Don't worry about it, since only one person could receive it. I think that's reasonable and enough." Then, Heian suggested, "Since we've all gotten everything we can, should we just keep moving forward? It'll probably take half a day to finish with our current stats." She silently hoped that the boon she just received would be helpful to Sangun. Suddenly, Sangun stepped up behind her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, "1 second. You must be wondering how we can go from half a day down to just half a second?" In thought Sangun's idea was a bit strange, wasn't it? But Sangun just calmly replied, "It's not strange at all." He immediately activated the authority, graceful as the wind, and in an instant, his speed increased by 100%. He quickly shot straight ahead, to everyone's shock and amazement. "This is insane! Don't you know how dangerous it is to go alone? Come back!" But Sangun just turned back and told everyone, "Don't worry. I'll find the key quickly and be right back." The system then updated. His skill stacks reached 10. Heian felt that this guy was completely hopeless. She felt that Sangun's personality hadn't changed one bit. While Sangun was moving alone, he knew that going with everyone would take a lot of time. By relying on his own skills, as the fastest person in the group right now, he would search for the key. That was the most optimal and time-saving solution, and it would also save everyone else's energy. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something up ahead and immediately screeched to a halt. In front of him was the gate of the demon's door. Behind that gate were demons, sitting and eating. However, showing no respect for mealtime, Sangun immediately charged in and kicked the door open, sending the feasting demons to meet their ancestors. The system announced, "You have entered the boss room of the first floor, the Labyrinth of Beginnings." According to the system's update, in front of Sangun was a green demon known as the Fallen Goblin King boss. He has eaten all the monsters on the first floor. Although he hid in the Labyrinth of Beginnings, the Fallen Goblin King can currently go no deeper. Before the system could finish its explanation, Sangun completely lost his patience and charged forward to attack. Annoyed by the system's long-winded explanation, he activated his C-rank combat focus skill, landing a powerful slash that pierced the Fallen Goblin King's stomach. The user's focus has doubled. The final boss of the first-floor labyrinth died instantly. Just as Sangun delivered the finishing blow, he analyzed that, unlike the tower's achievements, the ones in the labyrinth grant skills. With this momentum, he would be done in no time. The system immediately updated, "You have obtained the labyrinth achievement, making the impossible possible, a unique authority." Holding the labyrinth key firmly, the system announced that he had received 15 labyrinth points. Sangun happily said, "Mission complete. Let's regroup with everyone and head to the second floor." The system announced, "You have received a common grade labyrinth escape key." Sangun and the others opened the escape portal and proceeded to the second floor. "You have earned the right to descend to the second floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. A reward will be given. Choose one from the following: food, authority, skill, or restore some of your abilities." After a long and arduous battle and escaping the first floor labyrinth, the team could finally restore their abilities. Hain said through her tears. Even Chun So felt a bit less suffocated, no longer being a burden to everyone. As for Songjun, he secretly thought, "Good, first I'll release the Supreme Blood technique to optimize its effectiveness, then I'll seal the Supreme Authority technique so it can be removed." Once he had done what was necessary, Songjun turned to the others and said, "If you're all set, let's go down to the second floor." Despite all the battles they had been through, especially the recent one for the Labyrinth key, Hai noticed that Songjun didn't seem tired at all. The system updated at that moment. "You have entered the second floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, Whispers of the Evil God. This is where all the challengers who entered the same dimension of the Great Tree Labyrinth have gathered. The Evil God is very interested in the challengers and a bloody celebration." At this time, all 4 groups had appeared on the second floor. A circular ceiling mark materialized in front of them. The system continued with the condition: kill 1 or more challengers and perform a ritual using them as a sacrifice. However, if you deceive the evil god and sacrifice no one, an ancient demon will appear. Sangun stared intently at the glowing red mark before him. He recalled the condition for clearing the second floor. If no one is sacrificed, an ancient demon will appear. Sangun cracked a mysterious smile. Seeing his expression, Hyen couldn't help but feel a bit scared, saying, "What kind of crazy idea are you thinking of this time? But oh well, I can't control you anyway, so just do whatever you want." Hearing that, Sungyun turned to ask her, "Aren't you curious about what I'm about to do?" Hyen simply replied flatly, "With your personality, we couldn't do anything to stop you even if we knew what you were planning. So we'll leave it to you. We're going to start exploring the second floor, so we'll see you later." She then turned and walked away, leaving Songjun completely baffled. Before disappearing through the gate, Hyen and the others looked back at Han Songjun and said with a confident voice, "You can handle anything, right? Don't worry, we'll try to get back soon with good results. See you later." After they finished speaking, Hein and the others headed for the gate, waving goodbye to Sangun. Han Sangun seemed to understand their good intentions. He felt that things would be much easier to handle now. Excellent. Immediately, Sangun opened his system window, drew his sword, and prepared for battle, declaring, "From now on, I alone will hold this altar." Time passed quickly. Painful groans echoed through the altar room. "Ugh, you're going too far. This is outrageous." The voice came from an orange-haired girl lying on the stone slab, along with others who had already been defeated. Her face was filled with rage. She blurted out, "Why are you doing this? If you don't sacrifice anyone, the ancient demon will appear." The orange-haired girl screamed at the top of her lungs at Sangyun, who was sitting guard at the altar. But Sangyun was too lazy to explain, so he just brushed her off with a non-committal grunt. He wondered if she hadn't learned her lesson, given how much she was talking, making it impossible for him to think, so he told her to be quiet. Then, he considered his strategy. By wiping out a few teams, he had already gained a large number of labyrinth points and new skills. But since he didn't know much about these points, he just hoped they would be useful someday. The system updated again. "You have not sacrificed any creature within the time limit." A blinding red bolt of lightning struck the altar, and Sangyun immediately shot up, observing seriously from a distance. Then, the system updated. "As a penalty, an ancient demon will be summoned to this altar." Instantly, an ancient demon with a purple body emerged from a portal. With glowing red eyes, sharp teeth, and tough, razor-sharp claws. It walked forward with a grotesque and satisfied grin, pleased that it could finally visit this world of insects after so long. Then it introduced itself to Han Sangun, declaring, "I am Canaan, and I am the one who will bring judgment upon you pathetic insects." But his jaw immediately dropped when he saw the scene before him. A horde of challengers were bowing and prostrating themselves, begging the ancient demon to save them from this crazy challenger. Having lived for several hundred years in hell, seeing such a comical scene for the first time in the mortal world, the ancient demon couldn't help but feel utterly bewildered. As for Sangun, he remained unchanged, his expression cold and indifferent as if nothing had happened. As if guided by instinct, the ancient demon hesitantly turned back towards the gate from hell. However, as he was leaving, the ancient demon didn't forget to turn back to apologize and even called Sangun a great being, but said he had urgent business in hell and had to go. Sangun immediately called him back as the demon felt utterly terrified. At this moment, Han Sangun's face darkened and grew as cold as ice, and an aura began to radiate from him. At this point, the ancient demon knew he was in for a world of hurt. After a brief exchange, the scene before us was shocking to those floating at the altar and the other challengers sprawled on the ground. Sangun was now interrogating the ancient demon. "So, are these two things your greatest treasures?" The ancient demon monster nodded eagerly and replied cheerfully and frankly, "Yes, oh great being. I think these two items would also suit you very well." The system then helplessly announced that you have acquired the B-rank equipment, Mask of Despair, which has the effect of frightening demons and concealing your presence, along with the C-rank item, Moon Sword, which increases attack speed by 15% with each strike. And when mana is infused into the sword, a mana-consuming moonlight appears on the blade, enhancing all abilities. Additionally, those considered allies within the moonlight space will have their magical power increased. The ancient demon then asked for permission. "May I kill the remaining lowly deceivers?" Sangun nodded in agreement, waving his hand. "Go ahead and do what you want." Immediately, the ancient demon entered a bloodthirsty mode and happily thanked Sangun for letting him enjoy this moment. He immediately rushed towards the challengers who had lost all ability to resist, intending to finish them off one by one. They screamed and begged for their lives, crying that they didn't want to die, while also cursing Sangun as a devilish bastard for bringing a real demon to them. However, a smile suddenly appeared on Sangun's face, and he then activated the authority, Master of Sword Key, and instantly rushed forward to deliver a fatal blow to the ancient demon. Caught by surprise, the ancient demon couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the critical hit. Only then did Han Sangun casually explain, "Don't misunderstand me, ancient demon. I never said I would let you live." The system announced you have received the achievement, Labyrinth's Embodiment of Demonic Power, a unique authority. You have received an additional 15 Labyrinth points. The skill, King of 10,000 Demons, has been activated. Being so blatantly betrayed and deceived after having obediently followed his orders, the ancient demon gritted his teeth, boiling with rage, and immediately turned back, screaming, "You bastard! How dare you betray me? I'll tear you into 100 pieces!" and threw a punch straight at Sangun. However, thanks to absorbing the holy power, his authority's strength had increased fourfold. Han Sangun easily dodged the ancient demon's direct attacks. At the same time, he activated the high blood technique and the one-hit skill in mid-air, relying on his observation ability. The system simultaneously updated that the accuracy and destructive power of the next blow would increase. With a single downward slash, he personally finished off the ancient demon in an instant, with just one strike. The system announced that the hidden quest, Slay the Ancient Demon, has been completed. Additional rewards will be granted. Should the abilities of everyone descending be restored and enhanced now? The people in the Great Hall were now utterly terrified of the challenger Han Sangun as he absorbed the ancient demon's soul. The system once again announced that all challengers on the 20th floor have heard the whisper of the evil god and have received permission to descend to the next floor. The gate opened immediately. Sangun felt that the second floor of this trial was a bit too easy and was lost in thought. Just then, his teammates reappeared. Catherine was the first to speak after witnessing the chaotic scene before her. She glanced around at the people sprawled on the ground, pathetically begging them for help. And based on Seung-hoon's assessment, he guessed that a fierce battle must have taken place here. Before Catherine could even figure out what was going on, the other challengers began to flee one after another. Their mouths were screaming non-stop, "Don't go that way! There's a demon in there!" Sangun then approached to rejoin his group, trying to change the subject from what had just happened. He told everyone that the problem here was solved, and asked how they were. Although Seung-hoon couldn't forget the chaotic scene from before, he consciously decided to overlook it, treating it as just a very large battle that had occurred. He also reported that they had gathered many items during that time. Among them was the C-rank Labyrinth's Water of Life. The characteristic of this drink is that it removes all abnormal status effects from the body. If you drink the Water of Life within the Great Tree Labyrinth, you will recover 40 health points. Next is the A-rank Box of Life. If equipped inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, 1 health and 1 mana point will be restored per second. If equipped inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, all of the user's abilities will increase by 10. Seeing everyone's results, Sangun was extremely satisfied, saying he'd gotten some very useful items from the second floor. So let's sort through them now. After gathering and reviewing the items they obtained from the second floor's trial, Hei-In wanted to ask Sangun how many fake assassins he had defeated to gather so many. At the same time, the system announced, "You have received permission to descend to the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, and the reward will be given. Choose one of 2 powerful items and simultaneously restore 2 of your abilities." Following that, the unique Transcendent Authority and the Cave Heaven skill seal were both broken. After hearing this, Sangun was extremely satisfied with what he and his team had received, and the group continued their journey down to the 3rd floor. The system announced, "You have entered the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain of the corrupted fairy. This is a place where all living beings who enter will be suppressed by the corrupted fairy. The fairy will play a game with the challengers." Just then, a fairy with a grotesque, twisted smile appeared, floating in midair and laughing mysteriously, ceaselessly mocking the people before her as a bunch of foolish humans. "If you're scared, go home." The system announced, "Accept the corrupted fairy's request and participate in the game." The corrupted fairy arrogantly commanded, "All of you before me, hurry up and join my game." The system also noted for everyone, if you do not accept, you will become her enemy. Hei-In once again placed her hand on her forehead, sighing in frustration. Another enemy. Zhang also said dejectedly, "We just entered the 3rd floor and we've already made an enemy." The corrupted fairy noticed everyone's strange expressions and, worried, immediately asked, "Did something happen?" Seo Eun-hyun could only helplessly tell her to look behind her, while the others helplessly closed their eyes and looked away. The corrupted fairy was slightly stunned. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of the King of 10,000 Demons skill. Sung-Yoon had appeared behind the corrupted fairy at some point, his entire body radiating a dense, terrifying killing intent. Seeing this, the corrupted fairy sensed the aura and instinctively backed away. She couldn't believe her eyes. For the first time in her entire life, she had never felt such a terrifying aura. Immediately, a direct blow landed straight on the corrupted fairy's head. The blow was so powerful that the corrupted fairy slammed into the ground, cracking it. The corrupted fairy was now pinned under Han Sang-Yoon's foot. Hei-In saw this and worriedly asked Sang-Yoon if this was okay. He just cheerfully replied, "It's fine. Just trust me and leave it to me. All that's left now is to get the reward, right?" As he spoke, he tightened the rope, coldly looking down at the corrupted fairy, who had just been beaten up. The system continued to announce, "The challenger, chosen by the corrupted fairy, will be able to use the Labyrinth's exclusive shop." And as she gradually regained consciousness, she vaguely saw the scene of her getting beaten up earlier. Hei-In was still anxiously asking if it was necessary to do this, but Sang-Yoon just reassured everyone not to worry. The corrupted fairy, now tied tightly to a tree trunk, snapped awake, looking at the scene before her. She continuously screamed at them and demanded they release her. Sang-Yoon heard her shrieks and knew she was awake. Then he started to threaten her, slowly walking towards the corrupted fairy and saying, "You know, I heard you like mischievous pranks, and coincidentally, so do I." Then he held out his arm. The corrupted fairy saw this and asked worriedly, "What are you going to do?" Then immediately, with just a snap of his fingers, half of the tree trunk broke in an instant. The corrupted fairy was freaking out, thinking this guy isn't human anymore. After the threat, Sang-Yoon got straight to the point. He demanded that if the corrupted fairy let him use the Labyrinth shop, he would spare her. "So, what's your choice now?" Looking at the corrupted fairy's whimpering expression, on the verge of tears, she knew she only had one choice. Otherwise, she'd end up as a naked offering on an altar for all eternity. Not long after, he and his teammates arrived at the shop. That brat lay quietly to one side, while a certain His Majesty Meow Meow smiled and spoke up. "Thank you for shopping at the Labyrinth shop. Just tell me what you need, and we'll immediately send it from our warehouse. So please come shop here often." Sangun was extremely satisfied. Nice. Now everyone had bought what they previously wanted from the Labyrinth shop. As for Hyen, her inner pet lover awakened, and she couldn't resist the cuteness of the furry shopkeeper. So cute. He stepped forward, casually calling out, "Hey, fairy!" Even though she had been thrown on the ground, she was filled with resentment. Han Sang-Yoon continued coldly, "Now I need you to open the gate to the 4th floor." She sat up and reminded him, "You can't go to the 4th floor without participating in the play where I try to kill you." Seeing that words had no effect, he just raised his fist and said, "Tell that to my fist. When you're in a weak position, you should know your place." She replied, trembling, "Fine, I'll confess. If you and I form a master-servant contract, I can just transfer ownership of this labyrinth to you." Sang-Yoon was incredibly pleased to hear this. "This floor of the labyrinth belongs to me. Sounds good. Do it right now." Why would he refuse such an easy transfer of real estate? Ah, like a child who had their candy stolen, tears poured down like rain. A moment later, the system announced, "You have formed a master-servant contract with the corrupted one. From now on, you can summon the corrupted fairy." The protection rights for the third floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain ruled by the corrupted fairy, have been transferred to the challenger, Hansun. From now on, you may freely enter the third floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain ruled by the corrupted fairy. Christopher Ree touched his chest. A flash of light appeared, and after it was done, the screen displayed, "Please set the new entry conditions for the third floor." This corrupted fairy said, with 60% misery and 40% shame, "Who would have thought I'd become the servant of a human?" Hansun silently looked at the text before him, unconsciously biting his fingertip in thought. A new condition to enter the third floor. The very next second, his fingers flew across the screen as he excitedly typed. Even if you reach the third floor, you cannot bring items of a higher rank than the following. Let's start with this condition first. Seeing him so focused, Heian asked curiously, "Hansun, what new condition did you set for entering the floor?" He replied while still engrossed, "Oh, if someone doesn't gift me an item of C rank or higher, they won't be able to enter." This made her exclaim in shock. "Wow, that sounds exactly like something you do." At that moment, the system announced, "You have received a unique achievement for ruling a labyrinth floor. You have obtained 15 labyrinth points, activating the Guardian skill." Christopher Ree, having lost his home but afraid of getting punched, could only laugh through his tears, holding them back to say, "I can't believe you stole my playground too." At the same time, a new message appeared on the screen. "You have received the right to descend to the fourth floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, so you will receive a reward. Choose 2 authority or skill items to restore 2 of your talents." Hansun immediately selected what he wanted. The screen changed again. The seal on the hero's grace authority and the high blood demon sword item has been lifted. A sword appeared from mid-air, and he muttered, "Jamchon Jiom." Suddenly, the screen turned red, displaying static and a notification. "The item's rank does not meet this floor's standard. The item's special effects will be sealed until you reach the 7th floor." Hansun held the sword in his hand, sighing in frustration. "What bad luck! But what can you do?" Then he turned to call his teammates. "The party is all set, so let's head down." Christopher Ree suddenly grabbed his sleeve and urgently cried out, "Take me with you." The kid pleaded incessantly, "I can't play on the third floor anymore. If I stay here, I'll die of boredom." Fearing that wasn't persuasive enough, Christopher Ree added, "If you take me with you, I can craft you a really good ego sword. And I can even multiply the sword's talents many times over." However, it wasn't meant to be. Hansun flatly refused. "I'll call you if I need you. Until then, just stay put here." Hurt for the second time, he puffed out his cheeks and pouted, sulking with tears welling up in his eyes. "But I can do so many things. You're so mean." A while after they left, the system sent a new message. "You have entered the 4th floor of the Labyrinth domain, the Land of Shadows." The new Shadow Monarch changed this area upon arriving at the Great Tree Labyrinth. Before them appeared a castle surrounded by a blood-red sky. It also stated that there are monsters following the Shadow Monarch, and currently a Lich, one of his subordinates, is ruling this floor. They all looked like massive skeletons. At the same time, the system issued a quest. Cut the enemies blocking your path into 100 pieces and proceed to the lower floor where the Shadow Monarch resides. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a skeleton was sitting on the throne deep in thought when someone rushed in from outside, shouting, "Lord Kabet!" He quickly turned to the newcomer and asked, "What is it?" The Lich, catching its breath, struggled to speak, looking at its master as it reported worriedly, "The challenger is on the 4th floor." But this didn't surprise Cabot. He even calmly reassured him. "It's nothing to worry about," he added. "Bareth and his soldiers are already guarding the entrance. No one has ever made it past the entrance gate before." Just as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. A monster covered in blood was approaching the throne. Cabet said cheerfully, "Perfect timing. Bareth has arrived." He looked at the figure before him and asked, "Bareth, have you killed all the challengers?" The Lich beside him also praised, "As expected of Lord Bareth, I knew you would." However, the reply was a broken sound. "Rue." The figure struggled to finish his sentence. "Run." As soon as he said it, he collapsed to the floor, and right behind him was Hansun's party. He spoke excitedly. "We won." The system screen also announced, "The Sword Key Master Authority has evolved into the Boiling Sword Intent Authority. The Shadow Monarch is the future leader, but he already has such extraordinary power." Seeing that the man before him was still curious, Kabet readily answered, "That's just the power he has while inside the labyrinth." Hearing this, he didn't stop and asked further why he could gain so much power in this place. At this point, Kabet could only scratch his skull. He hesitated and then said, "It's because this labyrinth is an arena for the gods." Sangun's eyes widened in shock at the news, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" He immediately told him everything he knew. "The Great Tree Labyrinth is where the gods turn challengers into their followers and use them to compete. I'm afraid that's all I know." Sensing he wasn't being lied to, he thought to himself, what he just said is important. So that's why the shrine of the shadow god appeared on the first floor. Remembering the games of those divine beings, Sangun felt a deep sense of unease. I don't know the full story, but it seems the gods are using challengers like pawns to fight for their own interests. I really hate this system. He clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he would reach the top and destroy it. The system then continuously displayed new notifications. You have achieved an accomplishment in the legendary Labyrinth of Truth. You have obtained 100 Labyrinth points. After analyzing the situation, Sangun thought grimly. Asking anything more now would be pointless. However, he went against his better judgment and asked another question. So all the monsters on this floor are receiving divine power? Cabot laughed gleefully, boasting with excitement. That's right, all the monsters are elite soldiers receiving divine power, but these elite monster soldiers are extremely useful to the Demon King's forces. Suddenly, Sangun gave a cold command. Gather them all. The order struck him like a thunderbolt, and Cabot's smile vanished as he asked stiffly, what did you say? Sangun patiently repeated each word. Gather all the monsters that are receiving divine power. Looking at the skeleton, he stated coldly, I'm going to kill every last one of them. At the same time, the message, successful extraction of divine faith, continuously appeared. With a single wave of his hand, Sangun summoned several hundred skulls, causing Lihat to cry out in alarm, my masterpiece. He, on the other hand, just casually observed his own power and noted that his necromancy had risen to B rank. Sangun clenched his fist, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Now I can even absorb authority. Catherine cheerfully spoke up from behind him. Sangun, look at this magic scepter. Only Cabet, looking completely dejected, grumbled, I already gave all my treasures to your friend. She ran to his side and cheered excitedly. You can use more than one attribute with this magic scepter. That means your spells will synergize much better, no matter the type of magic. However, Sangun just smiled faintly and replied, it'll be extremely useful for you. He also thought to himself, I've already considered this. Looking at the smile on the young woman's face, he suddenly felt a sense of relief and mused, but her personality is really just like a child's. After a moment, he spoke coldly to Cabot. Hey, bonehead, we're finished here. We want to go down to the 5th floor now. He let out an "oh" and replied, please follow me. The group walked down the corridor, and Cabet explained as they went. If you continue down this corridor, you'll see the entrance. But since the conditions for clearing the floor haven't been met, you'll have to wait. Suddenly, he stopped, drew his sword from its sheath, and declared, there's no need to wait. His words made the other two cry out in unison. What? Without giving them a chance to write their wills, Sangun sent them to meet their makers. A new notification immediately followed. You have absorbed the souls of the High Lich Cabot and the Dragon Demon Lihat. This has engraved the authority to rule evil spirits and souls onto the challenger, Sangun. Witnessing this, Catherine Bennett felt a chill run down her spine and exclaimed, you really don't have an ounce of mercy in you, do you? His only reply was a cold look. Mercy is a waste of time. Sangun quickly checked the notification on his screen. You have obtained the authority to descend to the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth and will receive a reward. This made him ponder for a moment, wondering if he should use the useless skills he'd acquired here as materials for fusion. At the same time, the seal on the authority of skill fusion and the dying will skill was released. After making short work of the two, he cheerfully praised his party. All right, good job everyone. You all did great on this floor. Shall we head down to the 5th floor? She smiled and replied, you did pretty much everything yourself. The very next second, they were registered as having entered the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the demonic Hell Fortress City. This fortress city was newly created upon their arrival in the Great Tree Labyrinth. Inside this fortress city, only you and your companions are present. There are no other challengers, and it is an isolated space within the labyrinth. Catherine spoke up anxiously. This place is too dangerous, Sangun. Just then, a new quest appeared. Kill the Shadow Monarch who rules the Hell Fortress City and proceed to the next floor. However, if the Shadow Monarch acknowledges you, you can proceed to the next floor without any penalty. Suddenly, a voice roared, Challenger! He, along with hundreds of others clad in massive armor, the leader shouted angrily. We have you surrounded. Hand over all of your items and show us your sincerity. Sensing the danger, she said to him worriedly, with this many demons, I think it'll be difficult to fight them all at once. However, Sangjun simply activated his guardian skill with a cold expression. It creates a magic shield around the target you're protecting, and all talents increase by 1 point. The other 3 were already inside the shield. Noticing something was off, Catherine shouted in a panic, Wait, are you planning to fight alone again? Sangun observed the situation and explained, I'll be fine, so just buff me, and don't leave the shield. The demons on the other side felt insulted, their pride wounded. He roared loudly, Hey, you plan on resisting? All the monsters in the Hell Fortress City are the strongest of the strong. If you know what's good for you, we can both benefit. But anyone who's scared should go home. Unafraid, Sangun retorted sarcastically. This floor has the strongest of the strong demons? No way. He slowly drew his sword. He continued nonchalantly. That's just what you think. He also activated the special dual strike effect of the divine demon sword style authority. By consuming divinity, the power of the authority's skill would increase fourfold. His eyes carried a clear sense of power as he said in a low voice, "Die." In the blink of an eye, Sangun wreaked havoc across the entire area. The system sent a new message. You have achieved the epic achievement, Fall of the Labyrinth City. The three watching were bewildered. Kim Sung-hoon exclaimed, "The more I watch him fight, the more I realize how extraordinary he is." Outside of Sangun's shield, every single enemy had bitten the dust. Not stopping there, he shot forward. Looking at the protective barrier ahead, Sangun thought to himself that this was clearly the Shadow Monarch's place, while the system screen displayed the special authority, Shadow Shield, which reduced damage to the fortress by 68%. He scoffed, completely useless, then immediately activated the Grotto Heaven skill and smashed through it. He soon landed safely, and looking up, he saw someone sitting on a throne hidden in the shadows. Seeing the figure look at him suspiciously, Sangun reassured him, "Don't worry." He gripped his sword tightly, continuing enthusiastically, "I'm just a passing challenger following the rules." The Shadow Monarch shifted slightly and then spoke in a somber voice. "I knew we had a challenger in the city for the first time in years, but this is more serious than I thought." He stood up and walked over, cracking his knuckles and joints as a show of force. "If you hand over your item, no blood needs to be shed." However, the person before him was fearless. Han Sang-yoon calmly replied, "I don't know where a demon like you gets the confidence to talk to me like that." Feeling mocked, the Shadow Monarch bristled with anger and roared, "It's just one item. Where do you think you are, barging into the city like this?" As if afraid Sangun hadn't heard him, he continued to yell. Even the last challenger didn't dare to act so arrogantly. "What do you take our noble demon race for?" Sangun scoffed. "Noble demon race?" While he was running his mouth, the Shadow Monarch suddenly fell silent. In the next instant, Han Sangun appeared like a flash of lightning, his fist inches from the monarch's face. He muttered, as if. The monarch's jaw dropped, and before he could process it, Sangun slammed him to the floor. Sangun's voice echoed, "A demon? Having honor?" The Shadow Monarch was beaten until he coughed up blood. Only after landing the punch did Sangun finish his sentence. Soon, their roles were reversed, with Han Sangun sitting on the throne, criticizing. "So the thing sustaining this fortress is the items you stole from challengers. What a waste." The Shadow Monarch sat on the floor like a scolded cat. However, his pride was too great, so he still yelled back, "What do you mean, a waste? Without those items, this fortress would have collapsed by now." Seemingly annoyed, Sangun frowned and said, "God, you talk too much. I'll make this quick. Hand it all over." The next second, a new notification window appeared. "You have received the unique achievement, Plunder a City. You have received 15 Labyrinth points. The Plunder skill has activated, and the castle began to shake. Seeing his fortune crumble in an instant, the Shadow Monarch clutched his head in despair. "My city." However, Han Sang-gyun coldly reminded him, "You talk too much nonsense." Realizing it was a lost cause, he knelt and said, "I will give you all the items. I will even offer you my life, so please, don't destroy the city." Being pleaded with by the four-eared man, Sang-gyun felt a pang of compassion and agreed, "All right, I'm still human, so I can at least hear you out." Han Sang-gyun thought to himself awkwardly, "What I did before coming to the city. That should be fine, right?" But unbeknownst to him, the other guy was grinding his teeth with resentment, muttering under his breath, "You humans are more evil than demons." Suddenly, Sang-gyun pointed ahead and asked, "Hey, I've been curious. What is that?" The monarch immediately explained, "Ah, that's the sanctuary leading to the basement. It's our altar to the demon god." Han Sang-gun probed further, "Is there anything in there?" The monarch followed behind him and answered, "There is an achievement in there, but only a demon can open the door." Upon hearing that, the human erasure skill activated, allowing him to become a species other than human. As he pulled open the heavy door, he mused, "I got this skill on the 4th floor and set it aside thinking it was useless, but who knew I'd end up using it here?" In the blink of an eye, a series of notifications arrived from the system. "You have received the legendary achievement, Opened the Sanctuary. You received 15 Labyrinth points, and your total health and mana have increased by 40. Han Sang-yoon then showed off to the Shadow Monarch. "See, I opened it." The monarch, who was so confident a moment ago, exclaimed in horror, "Huh? You can't open that door as a human. Are you a demon?" Sang-yoon's eye twitched as he gave an annoyed command. "Geez, you talk way too much. Is that a demon's passive skill? Just lead the way if you don't want to die." Caught in a weak position, he had no choice but to obediently follow. Going deeper inside, Han Sang-yoon looked around and asked curiously, "What is this place for?" "Like a tour guide," he quickly replied. "This is where you offer sacrifices to the demon god in exchange for holy relics and to imbue monsters with divinity." This startled him. "You can imbue monsters or demons with divinity without paying any price?" He added, "There's a certain limit. The stronger you are, the more you receive. Before long, the two of them stopped in front of a large, glowing lake. The monarch of divinity introduced, all monsters can receive divinity in the water of this lake. Han Sangun replied indifferently, really? It's that simple. Seeing him casually approach, the monarch anxiously tried to stop him. Wait! Seeing him calmly walk down into it, the guy shouted in alarm, why are you going into the lake? Sangun paid him no mind and even tried to calm him down. Don't worry, once I'm done, I'll take the holy relic. Just as the water was about to go over his head, a new information window popped up. You have entered a special area, the Demon Lake. Demons and monsters receive divinity based on their total power. As his whole body floated in the lake water, a surge of power enveloped Sangun. He looked at it and thought, thanks to the human erasure skill, I'm no longer human. Along with that, the authority of holy power increased by 1 level. The authority of holy power can now be combined with a mythology and enhanced. A young sovereign just beginning to create divinity, unaware of his place and full of greed. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind him, and a voice quickly reached him. I'm surprised you have more than 3 divinities, and it's quite interesting that you came here with a human body. Right after that, she stepped down in front of Han Sangun, gave an amused smile and said, I understand now why so many gods have their eyes on you. You must have the talent to be beloved by the tower. He looked at her worriedly, his lips trembling as he asked, who are you? No, before that, what do you mean by talent to be beloved by the tower? She crossed her arms and calmly told him, do you know why the tower gives you holy power and expects you to become a god? Sangun was shocked. What? The other person continued, the tower wants a perfect transcendent being, one it can use for its own purposes like a puppet, but there are no perfect transcendent beings in this dimension of the universe. This made Han Sangjun ask worriedly, does that mean the gods who have been expelled from the tower so far are not perfect? She winked in agreement. Exactly. Although they are all stronger than the tower or the ancient gods, they are not perfect transcendent beings. My God, it was like a bolt from the blue. His mind was in complete turmoil. What? The tower isn't transcendent, but it has the ability to create a transcendent being? She gave a dangerous smile, looking at Sangyun meaningfully. I've said all I can say, so now it's up to you. Or do you want to know more? Then she waved her hand, suggesting, there's no such thing as a free reward. Not only that, she was also very excited to reveal her identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a demon god. Challenger Han Sangyun. I want to become your ally. The two looked at each other, their eyes revealing their own separate thoughts. Her words still echoed. This alliance has only one purpose, which is to destroy the gods' competition in this great tree labyrinth. Afraid Han Sangun would refuse, she even used the reward to manipulate him. In return, I will give you the reward that is given for winning this competition. Time flew by in a flash. As the monarch and he reached the gate, the monarch's curiosity got the better of him. How much holy power did you take? Faced with the inquisitive guy, the short-tempered Han Sangun had to demand, stop asking so many questions, just lead me to the place that connects to the 6th floor. However, the monarch kept nagging, aren't you going to kill me? The moment he finished speaking, Han Sangun shot him a glare so sharp it scared him stiff. He thought to himself, it's time. Sangyun revealed the mark on his hand and calmly announced, I have formed an alliance with your god, so from now on, I can't kill demons even if I want to. The other guy quickly understood and said, the mark of the demon god, I understand. If that is the demon god's will, then I'll go with the flow. A series of new notifications refreshed. You have received the right to descend to the 6th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Rewards will be given. Choose 2 items. Authorities or skills, and recover your abilities. He scrolled through the screen. The seals on counter shield and the authority of an unwavering mind had been removed. From somewhere, someone called his name, Sangyun. All 3 of his beloved teammates appeared. Heian spoke up and asked, what did you do to the demons to make them all kneel? Han Sangyun said awkwardly, who knows? I didn't do anything. Completely missing the resentful expression on the face of that dark monarch, she continued to look around and hesitated. Anyway, after that, they just stared at each other, saying nothing. Suddenly, Heian's tone became a little worried, and she questioned him. What have you been doing all this time? We could have helped. Why were you so reckless? Seeing her expression, Sangyun replied guiltily. I'm sorry. I wasn't confident I could protect everyone, so I just did what I had to do. His words left her speechless, and she had to put a hand to her forehead, letting out a sigh and advising him, no, you shouldn't apologize. Just understand that we were worried about you. Han Sangyun fell into deep thought. He walked up behind Heian and said coaxingly with a smile, I'll remember that. Anyway, since we've cleared the 5th floor, he led the group to the front of the shop, whose owner was the fluffy emperor, and announced, let's get what we need from the shop and head down. Mr. Meow also greeted them cheerfully. Welcome. Just like that, the group quickly traversed space to a new land. As soon as they arrived, the system announced they had entered the 6th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the origin of judgment. This is a special place controlled by the god of judgment. This is where all the challengers from the earth and martial arts dimensions within the Great Tree Labyrinth gather, cooperating to defeat the challenger clones and descend to the floor below. One of the guys, not realizing the danger, scoffed at the news. "Isn't that too easy? We just have to fight that thing?" At the same time, it was also announced that if your contribution to defeating the challenger clone is less than 10%, you will be eliminated from the labyrinth, Kim Sangun remarked. This just got harder. The challenger from the Earth dimension began to take form. Right before everyone's eyes, a clone of Han Sang-yoon was created. At the same time, the screen turned to a red alert, displaying the level of the challenger clone. The real Han Sang-yoon couldn't help but frown. The text on it flickered, changing to read, "Too strong, unsuitable for this floor's level." His clone now exuded a dense killing intent, and everyone grabbed their weapons to charge, shouting, "Ah! Everyone attack!" The Han Sang-yoon clone immediately made its move, severing opponents' heads with just a few sword strikes. As a series of slashes flew everywhere, the system sounded a red alert. For balance, all of the challenger clone's skills will be revealed via message before he uses them. Wherever it charged, the death toll rose. Its entire body radiated a ferocious killing intent and immense power. His group appeared at the front, led by Han Sangun and Kim Sungun. He couldn't help but be shocked by the scene, gritting his teeth in anger as he thought, "It's only been a few minutes, and only 10 out of 40 people are left standing." Looking at the bodies scattered on both sides, Sanjun realized none of the martial artists could defeat it. Thinking of his other companions, he lamented, "If my people were here, this would have been possible. Oh, Chu Sok would protect Catherine from behind, while she continuously empowers me." With that thought, Han Sang-gyun's resolve hardened, and he told himself, "We can do this." At the same time, the special authority, White Fire Song, will temporarily increase all stats by 50%. The authority, Blessing of Fire, will temporarily increase all stats by 2 points. The authority, Righteous Key of Mount Hua, will increase mana recovery speed by 100%. The holy fighter Han Sang-gyun and his comrades immediately attacked the fake Han Sang-gyun before them. The power enhancement skill will increase the attack power of all moves by 50%. A terrifying explosion erupted from the ground due to the collision of 3 great powers. Meanwhile, the special skill, Enlightened Mind Reflected Light, activated as stamina dropped below 40%. All stats will increase by 10. Sang-gyun praised in satisfaction. "Good, let's keep pressuring him." The white sword, Sea Cleaver, was then used. The red system sent another reminder. The fake challenger Han Sangun has used the soul summoning trait to devour souls and completely nullify damage. The 3 of them fought fiercely. He also advanced relentlessly. Onlookers, with their experience, easily understood their ultimate moves. "That's the swordsmanship of the sword, Saint Beck." His eyes widened in shock as he inwardly exclaimed, "To think I'd get to witness it here." Surprisingly, the fake holy fighter Han Sang-gyun used the Sword Saint's technique to retaliate, but he quickly activated the counter shield skill to block it. This counter shield skill was also accumulating damage. Han Sang-gyun struggled to hold his ground, as the accumulated damage would be released in a single blow. Immediately after, a massive amount of energy shot back from the shield. The system reported, "The fake challenger Han Sang-gyun has used up all his souls." The clone stood there with a grim expression. Because it had poured everything into the soul summoning trait, the blades of its 2 swords were now broken. It glared at him resentfully, then let the 2 hilts fall to the ground. Seeing his opponent abandon his weapons, Han Sang-gyun slowly walked forward and said, "Usually, we would lose, due to a difference in power." He coldly looked at the burnt version of himself and calmly questioned it. "But you didn't use any techniques other than internal energy, which means my judgment wasn't completely copied either." Sanjun slowly continued, "I'm guessing you want to use martial arts, but you can't because you don't know how to use mana, right?" The useless imposter, its sore spot having been hit, widened its eyes. Suddenly, the system announced, "The fake challenger Han Sang-gyun has used the flash trait." It resorted to using its fists, and not only that, the fake also used the heaven-shaking sword and blood true fall skills to fight him to the bitter end. Sang-gyun smiled gently, activating his water shield to slightly reduce the damage, while cheerfully taunting, "Your use of skills is too poor, and your decision to use flash was completely ill-timed." Then, he tightened his grip on his sword. The effect of the authority, Immortal Demon Sword Style, Twin Chain Strike, has activated. The absorbed holy power will increase the authority's strength 4-fold. Seeing this, the clone was startled. He immediately used White Sword, Void Cleaver, and lunged forward to knock back his clone. This was its final moment, as he swiftly sent it to its grave. Sangun said in disappointment, "More boring than I thought." He also activated the Mana Application Authority. Right after activating the One-Finger Strike skill, the accuracy and destructive power of his next move increased. He then cut off its head with one clean slice, as easy as splitting a melon. Watching this live, Oh, Chuseok exclaimed in awe. He can analyze an enemy's weakness in an instant and adapt quickly. Catherine, who was next to him, agreed. Yeah, I doubt he's even human. The system screen displayed a new notification. You have devoured the soul of the awakened Han Sangun. A strange aura gathered in Han Sangun's hand. Before long, his proficiency had risen to 61%. The proficiency of the necromancy trait reached 100%. The power of necromancy has increased, and the flash power has been embedded into the soul of player Hans Jun. He tightly gripped the item in his hand, his face practically screaming that he wasn't messing around. He thought to himself that now he had acquired flash, he could assassinate most enemies from now on. A large screen appeared before him with another notification. Challenger Hans Jun has defeated the challenger's clone. The trial is now over, and the intermediate results are being tabulated. First place, Challenger Hans Jun from the Earth Dimension, contributing over 80%. Second place, Challenger Lin Qian from the Murim Dimension, contributing about 7%. Third place, Challenger WJH from the Murim Dimension, contributing nearly 4%, and finally Guju Young from the Murim Dimension. Challenger groups with a contribution of 10% or more will be allowed to proceed to the 7th floor. The losing group couldn't accept the results and screamed, "No way, there must be a mistake. This is completely absurd. How could the rankings be decided this way?" This very attitude angered the God of Judgment, who, because the challengers refused to accept the results, decided to punish the challengers from the Murim Dimension. According to the judgment phase, those who failed to prove their worth would pay the price. They screamed out in agony. Sangun watched on with cold eyes, listening to their tormented cries. "I can't see anything." Meanwhile, the God of Judgment smiled, saying that things were finally looking right. Suddenly, someone spoke up, causing Sangun to turn his attention toward them. Excuse me, the swordsman asked hesitantly. "Could we talk for a moment?" Kim Sung-hoon immediately stepped in front of Sangun and said, "I don't know who you are, but please stay away from my teammate," the swordsman quickly explained. "You must be mistaken. I just wanted to thank him for saving my life." He then approached Sangun and remarked, "I never thought I'd witness the swordsmanship of the White Clan's sword saint here, especially from a martial artist from another dimension." Hearing this, Sangun's face went blank. "I've never heard of the White Clan's sword saint before." The man asked in surprise, "Is that so?" Then, with a hint of regret, he continued, "You use the movements and techniques of the 7 forms of the White Sword, so I just assumed you were a descendant of the White Clan's sword saint." The swordsman added, "The Mount Hua sect was once indebted to the White Clan's sword saint." Sangun suddenly realized this might be connected to his administrator, the White Crane Swordmaster. The system suddenly sent a universal notification that the God of Judgment had eliminated all challengers who contributed less than 10% from the Great Tree Labyrinth. As the man was fading away, he called out, "We'll talk about this later. You are a descendant of the White Clan's sword saint, so this debt of gratitude will surely be repaid." Before he vanished from the floor, his parting words were, "If you ever come to the Murim Dimension, find Li Jin Qian of the Mount Hua sect." Sangun frowned, carefully processing the man's last words. The elimination of challengers with less than 10% contribution continued. Just then, Heian asked curiously, "Sangun, what were you talking to that man about?" He replied quietly, "It was nothing. Let's get back in formation. We're heading to the 7th floor." She smiled happily, looking incredibly relieved. "Yeah, I'm so glad everything turned out okay. Thanks to you, we'll reach the end of the labyrinth in no time." Sangun turned his head, flashing a slight but incredibly handsome smile, and said, "Don't mention it." The text on the screen changed. "You are granted access to the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Rewards will now be distributed. Choose 2 power items and restore 2 stats." He quickly complied with the request. The Holy Light skill and the Power to Win trust have been unlocked. Before proceeding, Sangun didn't forget to instruct his 3 attachments. "We need to be more careful on the 7th floor. Everyone, get ready. Let's move out. From now on, we'll be facing the true will of the Great Tree Labyrinth event." A new chapter was beginning for the team. Soon, a vast forest appeared before their eyes, with a colossal tree at its center. A series of new notifications appeared. "You have arrived at the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Sanctuary. Challengers from all dimensions climbing the main tower may now officially participate in cooperative trials. Please select a faction corresponding to the god you connected with upon entering the Great Tree Labyrinth. When a faction is chosen, the strongest challenger will be selected as that god's apostle." A list appeared before them with 4 factions to choose from: Transcendent, Dark, Demonic, and Judgment. The system also reminded them, "Please make your choice and decide on your faction." Sangun thoughtfully considered that he might be chosen as a god's apostle. Suddenly, Heian asked, "The Transcendent faction? I don't recall there being a god like that." Kim Sung-hoon added, "I have no idea where the Transcendent faction comes from either." He glanced at his party and couldn't help but worry. It seemed his teammates didn't know much about these entities. He then suggested, everyone, pick the transcendent faction. When you're in a group with one person who knows everything, you obviously follow their lead if you want to survive. They happily agreed. We're totally clueless, but you seem to know what you're doing, so we'll follow your lead. And just like that, every member of the team agreed to choose the transcendent faction. Challenger Hans Gyun has been chosen as the apostle for the god of the transcendent faction. A fragment of the Holy Grail will now be delivered. A piece of white porcelain suddenly materialized in front of him. He quickly grabbed it and carefully assessed the situation. The other teams must have received a fragment of the Holy Grail as well. We'll probably have to find and collect the pieces from them, but successful people march to the beat of their own drum. Sangun slammed his fist into the ground, leaving the other three completely bewildered. After digging a hole, he turned back to them and said, I'm not sure what's about to happen, so get in here. I'm going to erect a barrier. Just stay inside and you'll be safe. Kim Sung-hun nodded in agreement. Got it. If the barrier disappears, we'll come find you. Hae-in quickly stepped forward and said shyly, Okay. I'd just be a burden to you anyway. I'll just stay in here quietly then. Seeing her expression, Han Seon felt a pang of sorrow. It was natural for her to be sad, but it couldn't be helped. Then he quickly activated the Guardian skill to mark the target and the protection area. A magic barrier was erected around the protected target. All stats increased by 1. Han Seon dusted off his hands in relief, saying, This should be enough. He had literally buried his comrades underground. He looked back wistfully and muttered, I've hidden them well. No one will be able to find them. The sword, which had been silent until now, couldn't help but butt in. You really care about your comrades, don't you? You're acting quite emotionally. That's not like you at all, Han Seon asked coldly. When did you wake up? Guillaume Chianu, from within the sword, quickly replied, The moment you entered the 7th floor, you looked like you needed to concentrate, so I kept quiet. At the same time, the item True Supreme Blood Demon Sword was unsheathed, followed by his indifferent reply, Thanks for your concern. Guillaume Chianu arrogantly tried to guilt-trip him, saying, So you'd better respect me. I'm the only one who cares about you this much. But Han Seon was completely unfazed, simply reminding her nonchalantly, Whatever, focus up. From now on, we're going all out, the girl exclaimed in surprise. All out? But there's no one around here. He gripped the 2 swords at his sides and said, I'm going to draw all the enemies here. Faced with such a daredevil, Guillaume Chianu couldn't hide her fear, still managing to ask, You're not planning to do what I think you are you? A wicked smile spread across Han Seon's face as he confirmed in a mysterious tone, I am. With a flick of his hand, he activated the Holy Light skill and unleashed its power, aiming straight for the giant tree towering in the middle of the forest. The system chimed in with a congratulatory message. You have obtained the unique achievement, Artificial Disaster Labyrinth. Not only that, but it also activated the Massacre skill. He had obtained 50 Labyrinth points, and the landscape before him became utterly desolate. The body count started rising right from the get-go. 37 challengers from the Domination camp have been killed. 41 challengers from the Suppression camp have been killed. 18 challengers from the Domination camp have been killed. The God of Nature, the God of Suppression, the God of Domination, and the God of War are observing challenger Han Seon. Meanwhile, in the bunker deep underground, Kim Seung-hun and Oh Cheon-so looked at the distressed Hai-in. She hung her head toward the earthen wall, remaining silent, before speaking up resentfully. Can we really even call ourselves a team? When we're completely useless to him. Oh Cheon-seo immediately tried to comfort her. There's nothing we can do. That battle was never on a level that humans could interfere with from the start. We wouldn't be able to help him at all. Her final defenses crumbling. Hai-in burst into tears, but I tried so hard so I could be helpful to him. I tried to design a complex skill tree and utilize as much magic as possible, trying to make my shields and buffs more useful. Every single ability I cultivated while climbing the tower, it's all just a joke, isn't it? Everything I risked my life to build up, in the end, they're just a few shields and some support buffs. Her eyes were bloodshot, she said sorrowfully. I'm completely powerless. The 2 young men were at a loss for words, falling silent. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from nowhere. A voice whispered in Hae-in's mind, You poor child. You have such adorable thoughts. The voice drew closer to comfort her and asked, You really want to help that boy who's rushing to his doom like a moth to a flame, don't you? Using that spirit form, the voice kept whispering in Hae-in's ear, I have a way. Do you want to hear it? In the arena, a figure in a green cloak was performing a ritual on a strange sigil on the ground. Come forth, my summon. A massive, furry beast suddenly appeared and immediately began attacking the other challengers. Han Si-eun struggled to plant his feet to keep from being blown away. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over his head, startling him. The furry beast was raising its claws to strike at him. The system announced, Most of the glory has been applied to challenger Han Si-eun. He instantly dodged the critical blow. He quickly backed away. The green-cloaked figure stood near his beast and said, "Oh, god of domination, please watch as my summon tears that fool to shreds." The chosen challenger of the god of domination taunted him excitedly. The god of war's challenger chimed in, "It seems the gods we serve have been waiting for you this whole time. If you surrender now, we'll grant you a painless death." The god of nature's challenger, standing nearby, also smiled. However, the god of suppression's challenger urged impatiently, "This is taking too long. Just finish him off quickly." Han Seun got what he wanted, smiling to himself. "I used that skill in the first place to reveal my location, and it worked out pretty well, didn't it?" Only Guillaume Chionu, who was terrified of being destroyed, scolded him. "How can you think about such trivial things at a time like this? You idiot, you don't even have a plan!" The one with the pointy ears charged forward aggressively and threatened, "Since you won't answer, we'll just have to kill you painfully." However, the green-cloaked man's expression suddenly changed. Just then, several tentacles erupted from the ground below. Guillaume Chionu immediately warned, "They're coming, get ready." But Han Seun's reply was strangely calm. "Wait." Those two tentacles immediately tightened around the pointy-eared man's neck. The guy screamed in panic. "We formed an alliance to kill that bastard, didn't we?" But the man in blue controlling the magic didn't stop. He revealed a demonic smile and said, "After giving it some thought, we decided it would be better to kill you, so don't feel like it's unfair." The god of war roared in fury, "You son of a b times Che! If you really want to die that badly, I'll kill you myself, and then I'll rip those tentacles to shreds." The god of domination shouted mockingly that he must have too much time on his hands. His smile grew even wider. Sangun struggled against the overwhelming power. The god of war, the god of domination, the god of nature, and the god of oppression were consuming their holy power and using the power of Advent. They were baring their fangs and claws at each other. To use Advent, all the gods had entered the bodies of their challengers, their eyes gradually changing. Some bitter guy was screaming, "Not a single one of you bastards can be trusted. Kill them all." Sangun was stunned as he witnessed this scene, worrying to himself, "This is a total mess. They're just fighting each other." Looking at the chaotic free-for-all, he couldn't believe his eyes and felt uneasy. "I can't believe they're all using Advent like this. If I stick around to watch the drama at this point, I'm really asking to die." Suddenly, the god of darkness smiled. Right before Han Sangun's eyes, something was gathering. Because the god of darkness had used Advent on the future disciple Catherine Benet, she was standing right there. He was a bit surprised as she raised her hand, and a purple-black orb formed from it. It then melted down to the ground, creating a long trail. Following that trail, many black thorny vines appeared and constricted each one of them. Everyone screamed, and seeing his furry beast tightly bound, the man in blue panicked and questioned, "The god of darkness's technique?" He was so shocked his jaw dropped, utterly bewildered, and he wondered, how? The god of darkness called out softly, "Hey kid." Sanjun froze. It was her soul, but the one who appeared was Catherine, smiling as she looked at him, and said gently, "I told you, I'm not your enemy." She continued to reassure him, "Don't worry, I'll take care of one more bastard." However, Han Sangjun was tense and angry with himself. Is she like this because she received that grace on the first floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth? Damn it! These divine servants were boasting just a second ago, and now they're begging and pleading. "Ah, god of darkness, stop, stop." The servant of the god of nature cursed angrily, "God of oppression, you bastard, how dare you run away by yourself?" The god of darkness let out an amused laugh and said, "How could I possibly stop? To protect this child, it's only natural that I'd go this far." Sangun gripped the heavenly blood demon sword tightly, intimidated by the opponent's overwhelming aura, and thought to himself, "This is too dangerous. I should have stopped her from receiving that grace back then." Guillaume Chulwu immediately reminded him, "Don't let your emotions carry you away. You can't do anything without a clear head. There are more important things right now." He raised his voice and replied, "I know." Then he flashed forward and slit the throat of the man in blue. The system immediately announced that the Advent was cancelled because the future disciple heiress Leon W. had been killed. "You have obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail of the Domination faction." The pointy-eared guy gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath. "Damn that god of darkness." He questioned aloud, "God of darkness, why do you always interfere with me?" Han Sangyun calmly explained, "Doesn't your god know how to think? Because if he did, he would have run away, just like the god of oppression." Taken aback by the subtle insult, the pointy-eared guy was stunned, and he continued, "Stop worrying about the god of darkness." Then he pointed his sword at the guy, solemnly declaring, "Your opponent is me." Perhaps because his pride was indirectly wounded, the guy trembled with rage and cursed, "Just a dog of the tower." Suddenly, countless blood droplets of various sizes appeared all around, and that foul mouth continued to criticize Han Sang-gyun. "How dare you act so arrogant in front of me, you who knows no place." He conjured a crimson tsunami and issued a challenge. "You can't even use disciple transformation. so how can you possibly defeat me? He even cursed Sangun to die, but only a fool would stand still, so he immediately activated the power of the Supreme Blood Art. At the tip of his index finger, the blood droplets swirled into a single point. The pointy-eared guy was still smugly laughing. Ha ha. You foolish bastard, I've seen that ability before, so I've already prepared to counter it, he continued nonchalantly. Demon blood is lethal if it enters the body, didn't you know? The guy then used his power to attack, gleefully shouting, "Let the demon blood invade your body and die a miserable death." Han Sang-yoon spoke calmly. A single word brought the delusional guy back to reality, who asked in confusion, "What?" He had quickly activated the Erase Humanity skill. Looking at the lines of blood clinging to his finger, Sang-yoon explained, "According to the system, I'm no longer human. It's because I activated the Erase Humanity skill and absorbed the entire vampire element." His gaze gradually turned ice cold, and his voice became stern as he said, "Powers that kill humans won't work on me." The system then shared that because the vampire element was stored in the Erase Humanity skill, some of the advantages that vampires possess will be granted to you. The two of them stood alone in the desolate land. He decided to provoke him and said mockingly, "Is that all you've got?" The other guy, feeling his pride wounded, gritted his teeth, then angrily questioned, "You dare to be so arrogant with skills you just received from the tower?" He roared, "I'll gouge out those arrogant eyes of yours first." Suddenly, something started sprouting from the guy's back, struggling to tear through his clothes. A pair of large bat wings appeared. The pointy-eared man threatened, and as he prepared to move, he formed an orb in his palm and cheerfully announced, "The God of War has sacrificed the tower's holy power to gain the right to use it here. Because of this combat holy power, a portion of challenger Han Sang-yoon's mana has been transferred to his opponent." He was stunned to see a similar energy orb appear in front of his own chest. The pointy-eared guy admired the one in his hand with amusement and taunted, "Your holy power is quite good, unlike your personality." He threatened, his gaze piercing through the orb. "The more you fight, the more your holy power will be drained." The guy immediately lunged forward to attack him, while snarling, "Let's see how long you can last." Just as he was about to be struck in the face, he instantly dodged to one side, but he couldn't evade it entirely. His arm ended up with a long gash. Seeing this, the pointy-eared guy launched a second attack, relentlessly taunting, "Get up and talk your trash! Why so quiet now?" He seemed to be in an incredibly cheerful mood, constantly goading him to make him suffer even more. Han Sang-yoon had to carefully evade every single move. The pointy-eared guy laughed heartily, continuing his poking and prodding. "Otherwise, I'll start to regret using my holy power on you. Ha ha ha." Han Sang-yoon gripped the blood sword in his hand, focusing his mind while not forgetting to remind his opponent, "You're spouting nonsense. Focus on the fight." He even had to activate his ultimate focus skill to avoid being distracted. The two immediately clashed in close quarters, battling for 300 rounds with neither giving an inch. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in shock as the status window delivered a new message. Because of the combat holy power, the senses of challenger Han Sangun have been significantly impaired. The very next second, he dropped to one knee, struggling to support himself. Because of the combat holy power, a portion of challenger Han Sangjun's mana has been transferred to his opponent. His entire body was immediately enveloped in a fluorescent glow. Facing the other guy, Guillaume Chun-Yu warned with concern, "If this keeps up, you're going to die." Han Sang-gyun, however, only responded with a smirk. The pointy-eared guy had completely transformed. He said gleefully, "I'm putting your holy power to very good use," not forgetting to relentlessly mock him. "Look at you. You can't even stand steady. Are you all out of holy power?" At that moment, red, blood-like tendrils were radiating from his heart, surrounding the energy orb. The pointy-eared guy continued in a somber tone, "Then I'll help you die a painful death." Yet, the very next second, reality hit him hard, and he collapsed to the ground, letting out a pained cry. The pointy-eared guy, now struggling immensely, wondered in confusion, "What the hell is this?" The source of this pain was Han Sangun, activating his special skill, Endless Pain. Bathed in an aura, Han Sangun stood proudly, not forgetting to taunt his opponent. "Isn't it because you're carelessly using someone else's holy power? The system says that if an opponent suddenly gets stronger mid-fight, the damage inflicted is directly proportional to that power boost." He asked cheerfully, "How do you like it?" The pointy-eared guy's pride took another hit, but being powerless now, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. Han Sang-gyun pondered for a moment before continuing, "But before I kill you, I have to take back my holy power." And so, the system immediately followed his command, deactivating the trial battlefield warrior myth. Because the power was lost, the holy power that had been absorbed through combat disappeared. A stream of blue light immediately shot out from the pointy-eared guy's body. He clutched his stomach in pain and furiously demanded, "The holy power is vanishing. What did you do?" Han Sang-gyun kindly explained to the pathetic leech before him. "Before I fought you, I used the trial battlefield warrior on my own holy power. So, if the trial battlefield warrior is deactivated, the holy power you absorbed will also disappear and return to me. He thought he'd scored big, but instead, he was led around by the nose like a dog. The guy was so furious he could have ground his teeth to dust. In a moment of absolute desperation, he screamed his name. Han Sangun, filled with the utmost resentment, this guy still stubbornly threatened. Don't think this is the end. I will use every means possible to kill you. Of course, there was no next time, as his head was decisively chopped right off. As he sent his opponent off to meet his maker, Han Sangun even thoughtfully advised, "You should talk less." As soon as the battle ended, the system chimed with a series of notifications. You have obtained the command of the future apostle, the Orb of Power. Skill level has increased to 9, with 8% progress. You have obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail. Han Sangjun quickly held out his hand and caught it. Heian, currently possessed by the God of Shadows, clapped repeatedly. She said, "I was planning to step in if things took a turn for the worse." He turned to face her. The God of Shadows tossed the Holy Grail fragment toward him, adding a word of praise. "But it seems you're fighting just fine without my help." The moment Han Sang-gyun caught it, the status window displayed another message. "You have obtained a fragment of the Holy Grail," she continued. "I can see the curiosity written all over your face. Feel free to ask me anything, because the amount of information I'm able to answer has increased." He didn't hesitate. "Then I'll ask you directly." Seizing the opportunity, Han Sang-gun gave her a piercing stare and asked in a low voice, "Is my existence really that special to you? You intend to recruit me to be your apostle?" The God of Shadows replied softly, "I have a fondness for clever children." Her pupils began to glow, and her aura turned more menacing as she spoke, but being too straightforward can be a bad thing. Seeing Han Sang-gyun's stunned expression and furrowed brow, the God of Shadows continued, "That's right, kiddo. I want you to be my apostle. And there's also something I want from you." She began to reminisce and speak of the past, the moment you were granted an incredible power to carry out the tower's secret desire. "Whether things go as the tower wishes or there's a new ending, I just want to watch the moment it all concludes." She believes the tower wants to achieve omnipotence for its own purposes. Hansun remained silent, deep in thought. The demon god said so too, as if many invisible hands were trying to take hold of him. He began to worry that the tower needed a great deal of omnipotence, and that he was the chosen one. So what did that have to do with a new ending? The god of darkness suddenly chuckled softly. "My apologies." She sighed wearily and lamented, "I can no longer maintain my advent." Before collapsing completely, the god managed to share a few last words. "It will be difficult for us to meet again on this floor, but I have chosen a few followers to help you." Hansun caught Catherine's body, the god's final words still ringing in his ears. "I will also send the reward I obtained from the Great Tree Labyrinth through those followers. See you again in the tower." As soon as her presence completely vanished, a related notification appeared on the screen. The dark divine power vanished, causing the dark energy deeply embedded in the ground to disappear as well. Looking at the corpses scattered all around, Chun Yu said in dismay, "No matter how many times I look, I still can't believe it." Everywhere, bodies lay close together, each having suffered a painful death. Chunu crossed her arms, looking around, and exclaimed, "The fact that the god of darkness handled this many enemies while you fought the god of war is truly impressive." True to her overthinking nature, she said with relief, "If the god of darkness were your enemy, things would have been really complicated." Hansun, who was supporting Catherine, agreed. "She could have killed me in an instant, couldn't she?" Perhaps out of anxiety, Chun Yu coldly reminded him, "Remember this well, compared to the god of darkness, the god of war is just small fry." She was showing concern, but his response was blunt. Hansun replied nonchalantly, "You don't have to tell me. I already know." He resolved to train as much as possible upon returning to the tower to avoid ending up like these corpses. The status window continued with a notification. "You have received the body enhancement Moonlight's Favor from the remaining vampire trait in the human erasure skill. Thanks to the Moonlight's Favor enhancement, your abilities will increase by 10% when under the moonlight." Chun Yu exclaimed in horror, "No way!" But that wasn't all. Thanks to the Moonlight's Favor enhancement, all skills have increased by 4, and all growth rates have increased by 10%. The girl pointed at the screen in a panic, shouting, "What kind of crazy race is this? This is definitely cheating. There's no way a reward this huge is possible." Hansun replied while scrolling through the screen, "It's all part of the skill." The system advised him to use all currently owned commands to permanently increase his abilities. Chun Yu seemed indignant, trying to guilt-trip him. "A clever skill, huh? I had to grind day and night just to get what you have." But Hansun was completely absorbed in his rewards, thoroughly enjoying them. "Use commands? This new skill is interesting." The kid kept nagging in his ear. "Are you daring to ignore me?" Hansun replied helplessly, "I'm listening." Suddenly, a voice spoke from out of nowhere. "You're the challenger, Hansun, correct?" He was startled, having been distracted just a moment before. As soon as they saw each other, the person cheerfully introduced herself. It seems I'm right. I am an apostle of the God of Darkness, the white-haired beauty continued politely. My name is Arya. By the will of the God of Darkness, I will help you. Challenger Hansoon, until the end of the floor. He was on high alert, his trust issues flaring up. Hansoon thought suspiciously. Until the end? What is she planning? Is she really just an escort, or is she plotting something? Chun Yu then reassured him. No need to worry. This amount of divine power is enough to prove she's a real apostle. If the God of Darkness told her to serve you, then she will obey your every command. After getting input from the administrators, he asked again, Your name is Arya, right? She smiled and replied, Yes, that's right. Please don't hesitate to ask me anything. Hansoon stated, Unfortunately, I can't trust you just yet. He thought to himself, Let's try out this new skill. He immediately materialized a scroll and spoke. But if you sign this contract, he paused for a moment before continuing, I will definitely trust you. He even thoughtfully laid out all the necessary items. The status window sent a notification activating the Master Servant contract skill. 4th rank Apostle Arya has been selected as the skill's target. He commanded, Sign the contract. Once it's signed, the Master-Servant relationship cannot be violated. The mysterious beauty was left dumbfounded by his commanding presence. Shortly after, more notifications arrived. As both parties have consented, the Master-Servant contract has been formed. 4th rank Apostle Arya can never transcend the Master-Servant relationship. She felt the change within her body and exclaimed in amazement, The grace you've bestowed upon me has increased my stats by another 14 points. Because all ability points of 4th rank Apostle Arya have been increased by 14 points. She was as giddy as a child with candy, her eyes sparkling as she gushed, This is amazing. Your incredible generosity reminds me of the God of Darkness. However, a pensive Hansoon just replied quietly, Enough. Please heal my comrade over there. Arya replied, flustered, Sangun, unfortunately, I can't treat this prospective apostle. She looked up at him and explained, This prospective apostle is suffering from a divine fever due to his descent. He didn't understand at all and asked, What's a divine fever? Arya immediately took on the role of a kind teacher, ready to answer all his questions. People with low physical stats can't withstand divinity if a god descends upon them, resulting in a high fever. She won't wake up for another week, Hans Jun said softly with concern. If that's the case, then this isn't good. Suddenly, she reminded him solemnly. More importantly, you're in danger. She held up 2 fingers and said, Because you have more than 2 fragments of the Holy Grail, you will become a target for the other camps. That meant his teammates would also be in trouble. Hans Gyun was startled, and without a word he leaped high into the air. Arya, supporting Catherine with one arm, shouted out to him, Where are you going, Hans Jun? The young man looked at them coldly and ordered, Arya, protect her and follow me. Along the way, he was constantly preoccupied. I was so caught up in the fight that I forgot. Catherine being unconscious meant the shield protecting Kim Seung-hun and Oh Chon-sok had been dispelled. He feared they might have already become targets for the other camps. In his mind, he seemed to have completely forgotten about the girl struggling to carry another girl behind him. Arya shouted desperately, Hans Jun, wait for me! Soon enough, he returned to the old forest. Stepping silently, he reached the spot where he had hidden his friends. GM Chun-Yu spoke with concern. Their condition is worse than I thought. Looking at his 2 friends collapsed on the ground, the girl continued, It wouldn't be surprising if they died soon. Arya, right behind him, analyzed the surroundings. It's a poison attack. It seems the enemy used a poisoned weapon to attack them. She explained that although they might have been able to defeat this many people while poisoned before, it ultimately must have exceeded their limits. And Arya believed that they were attacked because their enemies knew we had left. At that moment, frustration washed over him. Just as he was about to despair, Arya reassured him. However, this poison can be completely cured after a few months, so don't you worry. For now, I suggest sending them back to Earth by draining their mana. Hans Gyun walked over to his teammates and said softly, I understand. The system announced that challengers Kim Seung-hun and Oh Chon-sok had exhausted their mana and were now returning to their original world. After sending his comrades to safety, he looked at the screen with worry. Arya quickly reminded him, Since you've sent your comrades away, you should prepare for a fight. There are a few challengers heading our way. Hans Jun replied grimly, I know. Please wait a moment. He continuously manipulated the screen, thinking to himself, Let me just grind up all these useless items and turn them into holy power. As soon as he had it in his hand, Hans Jun was relieved. All right, it's done. This should be fine. With that, the condition was met. 11 of the 20 divine camps had lost their Holy Grail fragments. Any divine camp with more than 10 Holy Grail fragments would receive the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is activating. The god of the transcendent camp is a lesser god, but since Hans Yun has satisfied the condition, the system has temporarily granted the power of deification and the power of incarnation to gods with lower-grade souls. Not only that, but it also announced the unsealing of the divine authority of fire for challenger Hans Jiyun. Because of this, all of his stats were completely changed, increasing significantly. He looked at the light in front of him and rejoiced inwardly. I've achieved deification just like that? According to the information provided, the bizarre fallen god, the clumsy observer god, and the false god of suffering have bestowed the special power of incarnation upon challenger Hans Gyun. At the same time, it cheekily revealed his location to all the camps. Although Hans Jun was prepared for battle, he was still curious, as this was his first time seeing incarnation. What is this? Hans Jun furrowed his brows, wondering with annoyance. Wait a minute, why are they so obsessed with capturing me? Arya went into rage mode, questioning in a loud voice as if afraid her master was being bullied. Do these minor gods dare to mess with Hans Gyun? She gritted her teeth, looking like a shrew about to fly into a rage, and said, Hans Gyun, if you give me the order, I will kill every single one of those pathetic bastards targeting you, without leaving a single one alive. Jiam Chun Yu, from within the sword, was speechless at her display. Wow, apostles really are a bunch of lunatics. Indeed, seeing Arya looking like she was about to turn into a demon scared even him. That night, numerous others continued the hunt, and the status window kept updating with news. Challenger Rebig has been chosen as the apostle of the fallen camp and has been given a fragment of the Holy Grail. He led his troops and shouted, For the great fallen god, we will punish that bastard Hans Jun. Suddenly, a large orb appeared in the sky before him, and he was too stunned to speak. Is that the moon? It was, and it wasn't. This was the special power, miserable, deceitful moonlight, which caused chosen targets to experience immense sorrow. The small fry subordinates behind him immediately clutched their heads and screamed, Ugh, my head! My head! Everyone was writhing in pain, crying incessantly. My tears won't stop flowing. This happened because when enemies not targeted by deceitful moonlight felt the sorrow, it would drain their life force. Rebig was also crying his eyes out, shouting in disbelief, This can't be! Not only that, there was also the special power, Gaze of Contempt for all things, which caused all stats to decrease by 10 points. The system announced that the bizarre fallen god was shouting, telling them to advance quickly. However, receiving this signal made him tremble as he said, I apologize, my lord, but if we continue to advance, we will all die. The bizarre fallen god said, You bastards are nothing but a bunch of pathetic, nameless mercenaries. He relentlessly insulted their painful predicaments. Rebels struggled to stand, barely managing to say, I. He suppressed his anger and said, Understood. Han Sangun, standing on high ground, immediately activated the Holy Light skill. The forest ahead exploded like fireworks. 17 members of the fallen camp were killed, 11 members of the observer camp were killed, 14 members of the suffering camp were killed. Looking at these numbers, he smiled with satisfaction and said, Using the moonlight to inflict a debuff on them increases the accuracy of Holy Light. Remembering the little fairy, he happily recalled how he had destroyed the items he obtained during the fallen fairy phase to get the moonlight, which became a game changer for him. However, new events were updated. The bizarre fallen god, the clumsy observer god, and the false god of suffering vowed to cooperate to eliminate the challenger, Han Sangun. After reading this, Jiam Chun Yu couldn't help but be impressed by their comprehension. It seems they've finally realized their strength and unity. Looking at the spatial rift before them, the little girl warned, Get ready, those minor gods are coming. You'll have to face 3 of them, so be careful. Han Sangun gripped his sword tightly, focused his mind, and replied, I know. Soon after, 3 bizarrely shaped figures emerged from the spatial gate. The purple-haired girl serving the bizarre fallen god, as if holding a deep-seated grudge, said, Threatening us right off the bat, how arrogant. I'll show you just how pathetic you are, while activating her physical incarnation and appearing before Han Sangun. The white-haired man, the physical vessel for the observer god, questioned from behind, You're clearly a god, so how did you manage to enter this labyrinth? The false god of suffering, like the others, assessed him with a stern face. So this is the candidate the tower has chosen? This is a clear abuse of authority. Han Sangun took the opportunity to judge the appearance of all 3. Judging by their doll-like appearances, their physical incarnation wasn't about possessing a person's body, but rather transferring their souls into dolls that resembled them. Thinking this, he smirked and then taunted, I thought this physical incarnation was supposed to be something impressive, but it turns out you're all just a bunch of ordinary dolls. Faced with their 3 frustrated expressions, Han Sangun didn't beat around the bush and criticized them directly. How pathetic. However, they simply replied, You'll regret this? This veiled threat made Han Sangun's handsome face freeze, because by angering them, they immediately launched a coordinated attack in his direction. On the cliff's edge, the 2 sides clashed, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Sangun tried his best to dodge the deadly blows. A sudden silence fell over the area. They still charged down ferociously. He worried that even if they were just dolls, gods were still gods. Facing the impending 3-on-1 fight, the young man came to a realization. Facing all three at once was going to be difficult. Suddenly, the three of them rushed up from below to ambush him, launching orbs of energy in his direction. Sangun swung his twin swords, slashing through the attacks and sending them flying aimlessly through the air. Then, due to the dense barrage of attacks, he was struck, and blood sprayed into the air. Following that, more blows landed on his stomach and leg, causing blood to gush out relentlessly. Injured, Sangun gritted his teeth and glared at them. Next, before he could regain his composure, another flaming orb shot towards him, scorching everything in its path as it headed his way. Sangun immediately blocked it, being pushed back continuously. A massive explosion shook the area, lighting up a portion of the sky. Next, in the forest, swift, almost invisible footsteps caused leaves to stir and fall. The purple-haired girl's voice rang out, "Sangun, you coward!" The three of them quickly pursued Sangun, concluding, "Even if you run, you're still in the palm of our hands." Then, Sangun turned to face them, grimacing and gritting his teeth. A thought forming in his mind. It would be great if I could take one of them down. Then, he asked himself, is running away all I can do right now? Suddenly, a communication circle appeared by his ear, and a voice spoke. Sangun, I will take on one of the minor gods, which surprised him a little. Immediately after, Arya, carrying a sleeping red-haired girl on her back, spoke with determination to confirm it with him. I can hold one of them off. Then she added with certainty, just trust me. Right after, the system window announced, B-rank apostle, Arya, has activated the unique trait, Shadow Step. The system described, her body has become a shadow and can teleport anywhere at will. Next, a purple light appeared in front of him and his three pursuers, causing them all to look over in confusion. Then, a hand reached out from within the light, accompanied by a cursing voice, "You fool." Arya, holding the red-haired girl slumped on her back, gathered a dark purple orb in her outstretched hand and shouted, her face dark with rage, "How dare you act so foolishly in front of Lord Sangun? Let me teach you what true darkness is." Next, the system window announced again, B-rank apostle Arya has activated the unique apostle authority, Endless Abyss. From the orb, a mass of black tendrils shot out, reaching for the three who were chasing Sangun. Next, the white-haired man was quickly bound by the shadow tendrils, causing him to gasp in shock and glare over. Arya pulled her hand back, yanking the tendrils with wide, determined eyes. The bound, white-haired man was unceremoniously dragged back towards her. His legs flailed as he screamed, while she continued to pull relentlessly from behind. Seeing this, the other two stared wide-eyed in alarm, shouted in disbelief, wondering, why would a fanatical apostle of an old god be here? Then, the system announced a countdown. The designated target would be banished to the abyss in 10 minutes. Hearing this, the man screamed in shock. Impossible! But before he could finish, he was sucked into and engulfed by an orb of darkness. The system chimed in with another announcement. Connection to the observing divinity has been severed, deactivating. The man vanished, leaving only two others, one with dark purple hair and a slimy creature, both staring at him. Seeing this, he suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. All right then. Startling them both, Sangun drew his sword and pointed it forward, declaring, I'll play with you two for 10 minutes. The purple-haired girl's face darkened. I can't believe you're involved with the god of darkness. Sangun, you don't deserve to exist. She then added her own judgment. I'll make you die a death just as painful as your friends. Her words startled him, and he stared at them with wide, uncomprehending eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he asked them, You're the fallen god, aren't you? Unable to hold back, he then questioned her directly. Were you the one who poisoned them? The fallen god laughed like a maniac, her face flushing with excitement as she confirmed it. Yes, to corner you, I made the other challengers serve me. She then added, Killing those two was a bit difficult since they were as tenacious as leeches, so I had to poison them. Then, she arrogantly added, Don't worry, I'll kill you just as slowly and painfully as I tortured them. Sangun listened silently to her crazed rant without a word. Then, he growled at the fallen god, Are you done with your last words? Hearing him say that, she looked bewildered, her face scrunching up as she stopped laughing and asked, Huh? His body was enveloped in a red aura as he said to her, It seems you're finished. The system announced the activation of divine authority, deification. Next, Sangun transformed into a god, holding dual swords as the ground beneath him cracked and sank from his power. I'll tear you to pieces. Then, system notifications began to ring out non-stop. Activating Soul Master, True Blood Demon's skill, Magic Burst A+. Your magical power has increased. Activating Soul Master, True Blood Demon Sword's skill, Thought Acceleration A. Your thoughts have been accelerated. activating Soul Master, True Blood Demon Sword's function. Lesser Heart B, a virtual magic organ has been created to support magic circulation. Activating Myth, Trial Grounds Warrior, all stats plus 41. Activating Special Buff, Divine Rejection, nullifying 20% of damage from external divinities. Finally, after all activations were complete, the ground around him had sunk into a large, upturned crater. The other two were sent flying by his aura, staring in utter astonishment. Then, in his deified form, his eyes flashed gold as he declared, "Still not enough." Next, the system notifications continued to ring out. Authority. Boiling Sword Intent activates powerfully, activating Divinity of Death. The inevitable end has been imbued into the sword. His foot stepped onto the ground, which automatically sank under his power, causing it to crack and buckle. The system notifications continued. The power of the Death God is reacting, enhancing the Death God's power imbued with holy power. Activating the unique effect of authority, Immortal Demon Sword Style, Twin Strike Chain. The fallen god and the slimy creature buckled to their knees with great difficulty. They were both bewildered by the pressure crushing down on them as the ground itself became uneven and shattered. The system continued to announce activations, consuming holy power to increase the authority's pressure fourfold. The slimy creature looked at Han Sang-jun, its face strained from the suppression, and remarked, "What is this terrifying pressure? Fallen god, hurry up and use your authority of the fall on him." The creature urged her on. The system chimed in again, activating Soul Master, True Blood Demon Sword's passive skill, Aptitude Enhancement B+. The fallen god struggled to say, "I can't." Then, another system notification, activating the skill, Fear Amplification. Hearing the fallen god's words, the creature looked at her doubtfully, gritting its teeth and asking, "What?" The fallen god screamed in agony, her eyes wide as she stared at him, explaining to the slimy creature, "How can I possibly beat him? The pressure from the countless skills he's using is so strong that..." She trailed off. The slimy creature also gritted its teeth, enduring as it looked at him. The fallen god screamed in misery, her eyes bulging as she lost her composure and yelled, "I can't even use my authority of the fall." Seeing this, the creature cursed at her. "You useless thing." The slimy creature launched some water from its palm, urgently instructing the fallen god, "I can at least withstand one of his attacks on my own. Once I make my move, get ready to run." It then launched an attack at Han Sangun, but he quickly leaped into the air, dodging with a spin, which made the creature's face contort in fear. The creature's face darkened, stunned and confused by his movements. Then, he tucked into a roll and landed coolly. On the other side, the fallen god had been forced to her knees by the pressure. Next to the slimy creature, something fell to the ground, causing it to stare in shock and scream in pain. "My arm!" Then, Han Sang-gyun's eyes flashed as he looked up at them and remarked, "Based on that reaction, it seems you can still feel pain." At his words, the area fell silent. The two of them stood in the circle of upturned, destroyed earth while he remained in his cool landing pose, watching them. And then, fast as lightning, he unleashed a dense, unending barrage of massive sword strikes at them. Then, he taunted them, "Don't think for a second you'll get an easy death." The sword strikes followed his words, mercilessly piercing their bodies and forcing them to scream in agony. His eyes blazed with fury as he finished, "For daring to touch my comrades." Then, a series of system notifications rang out. "You have obtained the achievement, Legendary God-Slaying Labyrinth Swordsman. You have received 100 Labyrinth points, and your total health and mana will increase by 100. Activating the special authority, God-Slaying Sword Style S+. Han Sang-gyun's expression darkened as he looked down at the dying fallen god, half buried in the ground. Half of her face was gone, still smoking as she stared at him in terror. Her terrified eyes widened as she screamed, "The tower has created a monster!" She gasped for breath. Then, she wondered aloud in doubt, "Is the tower's wish finally coming true?" He looked down at her, puzzled, and wondered to himself, "The tower's wish?" Then, a system notification appeared. The physical body of the bizarre fallen god has sustained irreparable damage and has been annihilated. You have absorbed the soul fragment. 2 out of 3. He held the soul stone in his hand as the armor on his body began to dissipate. Han Sang-yun stared at the empty space where her body had been. He thought to himself, "So, defeating a god's physical body drops a soul fragment." Then, he clenched his fist, and the soul fragment shattered and absorbed into his body. He thought with determination, "I've got 2 now, only 1 left." The system announced again, "The clumsy observer god has used the unique authority of Labyrinth Ascension 007. The clumsy observer god has paid a great price in divine authority and holy power." Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, and he looked towards it as the system announced, "The clumsy observer god has escaped the abyss using the unique authority of Labyrinth Ascension 007. The spatial rift opened, and the white-haired guy who had been trapped shot out in a panic, glancing back at the abyss and screaming in fury. He flew out, growling. I had to waste my divinity because of her. But before he could finish his sentence, a fist appeared right in front of him. He didn't even have time to react, as Han Sang-yoon's fist smashed right into his face. It sent him reeling backward with a scream of pain. Han Sang-yoon called out, "Hey," but the guy had already crashed to the ground, and he just smiled. He held his punching pose, watching him fall. The guy sat on the ground, mouth agape in shock and unable to speak, while Han Sang-yoon said softly, "Oh well." Then, the system issued a reminder. Time is up. The Apotheosis Authority has been deactivated and cannot be used for the next 8 hours. Han Sang-yoon looked at his fist as the power faded from it, remarking, "That wasn't enough to kill him." The white-haired guy struggled, tied to a large tree, gritting his teeth and cursing at him. "Grr! Damn it! How did it end up like this?" Han Sang-yoon stood before him and answered softly, "Isn't it because you guys made the first move?" Hearing this, the white-haired guy strained his neck and argued back through gritted teeth. "Nonsense! If you didn't exist, we wouldn't be in this mess," he then added. "You shouldn't have existed in the first place." Hearing this, Han Sang-yoon drew his sword and threatened, "Did that punch not wake you up?" Then, he brought the sword down on the guy's head. The guy's eyes bulged and his face contorted. Han Sang-yoon then repeatedly struck his face with the flat of his sword, remarking, "Even though this is just a physical body, you can still feel pain." Then he added, "I'm going to beat you senseless until you learn your place." After the torture, the guy screamed in agony, "Stop!" His wretched scream echoed through the night, scaring away the wildlife. The white-haired guy's face was completely swollen as he stammered, "I get it, so you've annihilated the other gods." He then added his own conclusion, "And you're sparing me because you have something to ask." Then, he questioned him, "What is your goal, Challenger Han Sang-yoon? What do you want from me?" Han Sang-yoon stood over him, sword in hand, and replied softly, "I have a few questions, and I want to know more about this Labyrinth competition." The white-haired guy lowered his head and proposed a deal. "I want to make an exchange. Will you hear me out?" Hearing this, Han Sang-gun stroked his chin and looked at him with a threatening tone. "Are you saying I can't kill this physical body of yours?" The guy's head snapped up as he shouted in panic. "That's not it!" He quickly added, "I just want you to promise not to harm me afterward." His face was swollen, but his expression was comically serious as he stated, "If we mess with you, we will definitely pay the price." Hearing this, Han Sang-gun looked at him and softly agreed, "All right." Then, a system notification appeared for the god. If the clumsy observer god violates the tower's oath, the trial will reclaim the divinity staked on this vow. Next, Han Sang-yoon urged him, "Good, now we can start the Q&A, right?" The guy lifted his head arrogantly and replied, "I'm waiting." Hearing that, Han Sang-yoon glanced around cautiously and asked, "Tell me about the tower first." The white-haired guy frowned and answered seriously, "I don't know anything." Han Sang-yoon was left speechless, staring at him in contemplation. The guy looked up at him. Then Han Sang-yoon's face darkened, his eyes turning sharp. He slung his sword over his shoulder, tilted his head, and asked, "You still don't understand your position, do you?" Seeing Han Sang-yoon's face darken, the guy panicked, his eyes widening as he tried to shout through his swollen lips, "Wait, I only know the basics." He honestly added, "I only became a god a short while ago, so that's all I know." Hearing that, Han Sang-yoon sneered and frowned, asking, "Then I want to know about the Great Tree Labyrinth competition," he said seriously. The guy's eyes darkened as he began to speak in a somber tone, confirming with complete resignation. "All right," he said softly. "The Great Tree Labyrinth is an event created by redesigning the World Tree, and the Tower of Trials will be the one to redesign it." He then added that it would send invitations to the gods, stating that it was hosting a competition for them, and the invited gods could choose the labyrinth's difficulty. The altar would be changed, and challengers would be turned into followers. Ultimately, the winner would be decided by the challenger who reaches the final floor first and the god they serve. This was illustrated by a cloaked figure pushing from behind, with a challenger in front, who we can imagine is Arya, joyfully dancing and cheering. "Hooray for the god of darkness," he continued, and as for the competition's prize, the man was interrupted. "Then, the prize will be randomly selected from one of the tower's administrative rights." Hearing this, Han Si-eun was stunned, looking at him in complete surprise. He seemed to understand, realizing internally, "So I'll have to choose one of the tower's administrators." He recalled the two white-haired women he had met, the iron-blooded tyrant king and his master, the white crane swordmaster. Then, his face hardened as he questioned him. "What do you know about the god of darkness?" The white-haired man's body began to fade away, and he looked at him, his face darkening as he replied, "I only know that she is one of the 7 ancient gods who have existed since the beginning of time. Han Si-eun, you may seem close to the god of darkness now, but you never know when she might absorb you." Hearing this, he stared back at him, remaining silent. He vanished, with only his mouth remaining to remind him, "If light exists, it will eventually fade and give way to darkness. That's when the god of darkness will truly find it amusing, he asserted, as Han Seun stood in the forest, the wind blowing silently amidst his solemn contemplation of the man's words. A moment later, Arya knelt down and repented. I'm sorry, Seun. I accidentally lost the minor god. I have committed a capital crime. Oh my gosh, you scared me, he replied, startled. There's no need for that. I've already caught him, so please stand up. Hearing what she wanted to hear, she quickly stood up and said with flattery, as expected of someone blessed by the darkness, you're on a completely different level from ordinary beings like us. Then, the sword quipped annoyedly. She changes her tune so fast. After that, she handed him a large bag and said gratefully, please take this. As soon as she finished speaking, she poured them out. It turned out to be full of Holy Grail fragments from the Shadow Camp, the Nature Camp, the Relic Camp, and the Demon Camp. Arya squatted down, examining them before speaking. The minor god's Holy Grail has a total of 10 pieces, so, before she could finish, the system explained further. Camp conditions have been met. Having obtained 10 or more fragments of the Holy Grail, you will receive the Holy Grail from the god's apostle. It's the Holy Grail. Instantly, the fragments connected to form a complete Holy Grail in his hand. A notification sound rang out again. The unique effect, 1 out of 1 floor skip, will allow you to skip all floors up to the final floor of the Labyrinth. However, to use floor skip, you must enter the Labyrinth Temple before moving to the final floor. In the Labyrinth Temple, you will meet all the divine entities who participated in the Great Tree Labyrinth event. In this battle, you will need faith and hope. Hearing this, Seun wondered in surprise. Meet all the gods? Meanwhile, Arya shyly praised him. You've finally made it to the end, Han Seun. I'm sorry, but I don't have any more Holy Grail fragments, so, from the next floor onward, I can't accompany you. This encouragement made him happy, and he smiled slightly and replied, this is unavoidable. I'll go alone then. It was nice meeting you. Thank you. Ah, that gorgeous smiling face seemed to captivate her, making her cheeks turn as red as a tomato. She covered her face and replied excitedly, Ah, Han Seun, you say such lovely things to a lowly person like me. The sword, still disliking her, said sarcastically, she's quite the actress. Then, she took out a ticket as a parting gift. Please use this in an emergency, Seun. It turned out to be an A+ Labyrinth escape ticket. A unique Labyrinth ticket obtained after satisfying the special condition of the 4th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Dragon's Sanctuary. If you designate a target after tearing this ticket, the unique effect 1 out of 1 escape will be activated. If you use this ticket to escape the labyrinth, you can return to your original dimension without suffering a skill reduction penalty. It also carefully warned. However, if you designate another person as the target, the ticket will not work unless that person is not in combat. Suddenly, without a word, he tore the ticket. She screamed in surprise. Ah, a notification rang out. Number of uses 1 out of 1. Remaining uses 0 out of 1. Item destroyed. As the ticket was activated, Catherine Benet, who was lying collapsed at the base of a tree, began to glow with a powerful light. Then she suddenly disappeared. As it turned out, the challenger Catherine Benet had returned to her original dimension. A short while later, Arya looked up at Seun. With no regrets left, she smiled contentedly and said her farewell. Now it's my turn. Seun, it was an honor to serve you, even for a short time. I look forward to the day we meet again. Stay well until then. The sword, who had always disliked her, immediately said cheerfully, finally, some peace and quiet. Are you planning to go now? But he refused. No. If I'm going to the place of the gods, I need to get strong enough to face them at their best. The sword, bored, urged him on. Ugh, just hurry up and do it. Waiting is so boring. A notification appeared. You are heading to the sanctuary's labyrinth before proceeding to the final floor by skipping floors. The labyrinth's gate was built in an ancient style, combined with intricate details. Suddenly, the gate creaked open. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the gods sitting together in the stands. The god of darkness and the demon god greeted Han Sangun. It's good to see you're unharmed. Kid Han Sangun, the trial was very interesting. You fulfilled the contract, and I will grant you your reward soon. Their sudden kindness made him glance suspiciously to the other side. The bizarre fallen god looked at challenger Han Sangun with envy. The bizarre fallen god is the false god of suffering, and the false god of suffering gnashed its teeth in anger toward challenger Han Sangun. The system also warned him that the clumsy observer god was a little scared of challenger Han Sangun. Meanwhile, the god of war clenched his fists in anger the moment he saw him. The god of war radiated killing intent toward challenger Han Sangun. Suddenly, a light flashed along with a warning voice. Silence. Cease your impudent actions and make your decision. Now, the vote appeared above his head. 0 in favor, 0 opposed. The challenge begins. Decide whether challenger Han Sangjun has the right to know the truth. Everyone cast their votes simultaneously, and after the allotted time, the voting ended. The result was 81 in favor and 77 opposed. Based on this result, it has been decided that challenger Han Sangun has the right to know the secret of the tower. Suddenly, a voice encouraged him, "Be proud. Challenger Han Sangun, you have earned the right to know the truth. All right, I hate complications, so let's make this quick. Oh, by the way, this is the God of Light, an ancient being." But then someone shouted, "Silence! You must already know what the tower wants from you, having heard it from that insolent demon god, right?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, an ancient being means he's an existence that has possessed power for a very long time. Then he spoke fearfully, "It wants an omnipotent, transcendent being, and absolute control." The God of Light agreed and said, "That's right. The tower wants only one thing from a transcendent being, to annihilate all the gods, leaving no one alive. So the reason the tower helped me grow was to kill the gods? What the hell? Then why have they let me live until now? The more I think about it, the more terrifying it gets. Why did the gods help me? Are they planning to kill me here? Damn it, this place feels like it wants to manipulate him into a puppet, only to kill the very puppet it created." Under the terrifying gazes of thousands of beings, he thought with a tremble, could it be? Suddenly, a voice rang out again. "There's no need to worry. If we wanted to kill you, we would have done so already. We are here only to decide if you, who has the potential to kill gods, are worthy." Holy crap, the more I listen, the darker their intentions seem. He stammered and asked them, If what I'm thinking is right, are you telling me to destroy the tower?" The God of Light answered without a hint of hesitation, "Precisely." Hearing this, his mind went blank. Sangjun broke out in a cold sweat and said hesitantly, I'm not strong enough to go against the tower. I don't think I can destroy the tower as I am now." Not letting him back out, the god continued to persuade him. "Well, that's obvious. Would you like to make a deal? From now on, the ancient gods will never interfere in your affairs. In exchange, you must not be hostile toward gods who do not threaten you. If any god confronts you, you can kill them or let them live. It's up to you." Having come this far, he had no choice but to accept and said, "I understand. Those terms are acceptable to me." The god continued, "Then the deal is made. You may speak now, my friend." Suddenly, the demon god laughed loudly. "I thought I was going to die of boredom." The God of Light replied, "Demon god, how rude. I tried to finish as quickly as possible." Then it turned to him and announced, "Han Sangun, you have successfully fulfilled the contract from the heavenly demon." And the demon god exclaimed, "I didn't think you could expel countless gods on the 7th floor. You're even better than I thought. This is your reward. Unique power. A9871. Block vision has been acquired. You can now block the vision of gods and administrators. It can be turned on or off by the user at any time." Suddenly, the dragon god shouted, "Challenger Han Sangun, I can give you something like that too. I'll give it to you, so come with me. Don't follow that bastard." He vaguely recognized the voice. Suddenly, that god gave him another power. Unique power C1547. View information has been acquired. You can view the information of lower beings through the system. This unique power can also be used on non-living beings. What do you think? I gave you something amazing, right? So come with me. He desperately tried to win him over. "You've learned the dragon god's martial arts, so I'll treat you well." "Ah, so this crazy voice could only belong to the dragon god," he said sarcastically. "I thought you'd be a dragon since you're the dragon god, but it seems not." Before he could finish his sentence, the god immediately transformed. "I can turn into a dragon whenever I want. Cool, right? Now come with me." But he regretfully refused. "I don't want to, but I'm very grateful for what you gave me. Damn it." The god flew into a rage and yelled, "What, you bastard? Even though you've learned the dragon god's martial arts?" Right after that, he used the view information ability. It displayed Zheng Chun-gu, the 7-blooded demon of the blood demon cult, and a challenger who has climbed to the 41st floor of the trial tower. Although she once possessed the crimson blood divinity, that divinity has now been revoked. She is awaiting a decisive moment. She is afraid. The dragon god grew even angrier. The dragon god is demanding that challenger Han Sangun become his disciple. Unique power 9871. Block vision has been activated. You have completely blocked the dragon god's vision. He screamed in fear. "If you're going to accept my power, you should accept my request, shouldn't you?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Ah, very well, challenger Han Sang-gyeon, you have proven yourself. I shall grant you a reward," the system announced. "If we were to harm you, we would have to pay the price. Due to the violation committed by the clumsy observing deity, the Tower of Trials will retract the divinity etched into the vow." "Good. Now, shall we begin the questions?" He replied cheerfully. "I was hoping you'd say that." Then the being asked, "First, tell me about the tower." He answered honestly, "I don't know anything at all." But the being mocked him. "You're not even aware of your own situation, are you?" Sion pleaded. "Wait, I only know the basics. I became a god a long time ago, so I'm not very knowledgeable. Suddenly, the system announced the transfer to the final floor of the labyrinth. After transferring to the final floor of the labyrinth, because you have skipped floors, none of your skills will be restored. In exchange, the difficulty of the final floor will be adjusted according to the number of skills restored. And upon arrival, you have entered the 10th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the apocalyptic dimension. This is the final floor of the labyrinth, and the place where everything about the challenger who entered it will be tested. The sword spoke fearfully. The announcement continued to echo. If you can withstand the power of the god of the apocalypse 4 times, you will complete the final floor of the labyrinth. The god of despair, the fallen god, and the mad god are rejoicing at your divinity. He then looked up at the sky in terror and thought, I'm looking at the sky and I can feel it. Staring at that giant eye, he recoiled in fear, thinking he couldn't win this fight. Witnessing Sion's powerlessness and despair, the god of despair and the fallen god were immensely amused and laughed maniacally. But before Sion could even process what was happening, the sky suddenly filled with those eyes, and tentacles shot down from above. The system then updated the completion condition for the final floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth once more. You must withstand the power of the god of the apocalypse 4 times. Instantly, thousands of tentacles shot directly towards Sion. Due to the swift and unpredictable movements of the tentacles, Sion found it incredibly difficult to evade the attacks. The god sensed that Han Sang-gyeon's power was not human. The god of the apocalypse was trying to force Sion to hand it over. As it spoke, it relentlessly swung its tentacles in a frenzy to capture Sion. It threatened Han Sang-gyeon, saying that if he didn't hand it over, it would kill him personally to take it. Simultaneously, the tentacles spewed streams of jet black ink, and that viscous black substance began to envelop Sion's body. Surrounded by the jet black ink, Han Sang-gyeon felt his body begin to dissolve. The only thing he could do now was to quickly use his divinity to regenerate. Suddenly, a brilliant golden orb erupted from Sion's chest. Amidst a swirling vortex like an endless black hole, a ray of light burst forth, illuminating Sion. From that endless black hole, he escaped the infinite darkness and quickly landed back on the ground to stabilize himself. Having survived the power of the god of despair, the fallen, and the mad once, he had successfully withstood the power of the god of the apocalypse for the first time. Just then, Zhang reminded him from the side that if he had been just a little slower, he would have died. This served as a reminder to always be on guard. But before Sion could even catch his breath, the tentacles of the fallen, frenzied, and mad god once again lunged toward him. The cityscape now looked utterly hopeless, shrouded in a purple haze. Each tentacle brought with it endless destruction. The fallen, frenzied, and mad god continued to look down from above, tracking Sion's location. And the moment it spotted Han Sang-gyeon's figure, the tentacles immediately gave chase. The fallen, frenzied, and mad god pursued Sion, roaring ceaselessly and sowing despair. You arrogant mortal, no matter where you run, I will stick to you like a shadow and kill you. Sion immediately did a flip and escaped the pursuit in the blink of an eye. Next, he activated the skill Soul Master of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. For thought acceleration, rank A-. His thoughts were instantly accelerated by activating the skill Soul Master of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Heavenly Heart, rank B+. An innate magical property was generated to support the flow of magic, activating the passive skill True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Divinity Amplification, rank B. Facing the fallen, frenzied, and mad god, upon seeing Han Sang-gyeon activate multiple skills simultaneously, it roared arrogantly and thrust a tentacle straight towards Sion. Thanks to his thought acceleration skill, he instantly executed a rapid technique, delivering countless slashes at the tentacle, thinking he had severed the appendage pursuing him, but the god of the apocalypse instantly absorbed Sion's divinity. As a result, he could no longer use the rank B passive skill, Divinity Amplification. Stunned by the god of the apocalypse's absorption attack, Sion's expression hardened. Thousands of ink bombs were dropped continuously into the heart of the city, setting off a chain of explosions. The city now looked like nothing more than a disturbed hornet's nest, while Sion continuously used his sword to slash away the bombs hurtling toward him. He used the power of the Holy Order and activated Mythical Warrior of the Proving Grounds. As a result, all of his abilities increased 47-fold. With the activation of the Saint's Gaze skill, a beam of black and red lightning shot straight across the sky. The system announced for the second time that Sangun had survived the power of the fallen, insane god of despair. Oh, seeing things begin to spiral beyond its calculations, the apocalypse god started to get furious. It relentlessly hurled sarcastic insults at Han Sang-gyeon. You are so foolish, you arrogant mortal. Right here, today, I myself will shatter that pride of yours soon enough. Then, it absorbed his divinity and temporarily sealed Sangun's holy light skill. Han Sang-gyeon immediately gritted his teeth, his blood boiling, as he angrily activated a special blessing, the blessing of the one who will not fall. This ability allowed him to resist all divinity-based attacks. Sangun intended to resist all of the Apocalypse God's absorption attacks, but the god roared, "Resistance is meaningless." Immediately after, it directly absorbed more divinity than the specified amount, piercing right through Han Sangun's defensive resistance. His intention was to use the blessing so he would not fall, preventing the deranged fallen god from absorbing his divine power. However, contrary to his expectations, the Apocalypse God still managed to absorb Han Sangun's divinity. Thus, his holy light skill was temporarily sealed by the fury of the deranged and fallen god. Sangun then suddenly remembered the specified amount the system had mentioned earlier. As he was lost in thought, the Apocalypse God felt slighted and lunged its tentacles straight at Sangun, saying, "You don't have time to rest." Instantly, Sangun activated the Heavenly Cave skill. The broken limit was released, and Sangun immediately unleashed a flurry of direct sword strikes. It sealed Sangun's B-rank passive skill, Divinity Amplification, creating a conflict between the two skills. As a result, Han Sangun's Heavenly Cave skill was temporarily sealed, so all of Sangun's skills returned to their normal state. It did this to prevent him from using the Heavenly Cave skill, and thus, just as Yam Chun Gyo had been observing and speculating all this time, the God of Apocalypse has a fatal weakness, in that he cannot seal an opponent's multiple skills at once. With his fatal weakness exposed, the Apocalypse God lost its composure and frantically charged at Sangun, but since he had already figured out its weakness, he immediately activated his passive skill, the B-rank Great Divinity, True Blood Demon Sword Art. Instantly, Gayam Chun Gyo understood Han Sangun's intention and told him to trust her, as she was ready. He just had to execute his move perfectly, and then Sangun swung his sword, slashing away the tentacles. After that, the Heavenly Cave skill was released from its seal. Waiting for just that moment, Sangun unleashed a finishing blow. The sword in Sangun's hand began to emit a blue light as he activated the Heavenly Cave skill. The broken limit was released. At the same time, the power of the Immortal Dragon Demon Sword Art and its unique effect, Twin Strike, were activated. The absorbed holy power would amplify the ability's strength fourfold. Seizing the opportunity, he charged straight forward and unleashed a single, powerful slash. The lunging tentacle was split in two. The system then announced that Sangun had successfully survived the power of the fallen, insane god of despair for a third time. Seeing the situation turn critical, the god relentlessly cursed Sangun, calling him a fool for daring to resist. After executing a graceful maneuver, Sangun retreated into a defensive stance. Instantly, the hellish eye charged at him. As dark patches enveloped the building where Sangun stood, the fallen, insane god of despair unleashed its power. Having absorbed too much authority, it had now evolved into a myth-grade being known as the Gluttonous Myth. Sangun's left eye and the entire right side of his head were absorbed. He knew the situation was dire. He told himself he had to get out of there immediately. But just as he tried to break free, he suddenly collapsed, as if an immense weight was crushing his legs. Sangun used his two swords to prop himself up, struggling to stand. He figured he wouldn't be able to block an attack of this level. However, he immediately activated his near-death skill. The fatal wound was instantly nullified. He returned to his previous state and successfully survived the power of the fallen, insane god of despair for a fourth time. He had officially met the conditions and completed the 10th floor of the apocalyptic dimensional Great Tree Labyrinth. The rewards began to arrive, and the system congratulated Han Sangun for being the first challenger to clear the Great Tree Labyrinth. For clearing it on insane difficulty, the reward was the triple S+ rank Regressor's luxury wristwatch, which was sent directly to his inventory. At that moment, the Apocalypse God was gradually disintegrating, groaning in agony as it died. "The tower is my ally. Once the restrictions of the Great Tree Labyrinth are gone, a creature like you will be torn to shreds instantly. The next time we meet, I will kill you without fail." With those final words, the Apocalypse God shattered into 100 pieces. Sangun then calmly sheathed his two swords. Jiam Chun-gyo, who had been watching anxiously the whole time, was still in disbelief. She thought they were both going to die there, but because he fought to the very end, they managed to survive. "Amazing work, thank you so much." But she didn't forget to add that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to clear this stage, so he'd better be grateful. Although the battle and the trial of the Great Tree Labyrinth were over, but no matter what, he still felt that something was strange. Han Seun once again recalled the desires of the fallen, frantic, and insane god. He always wanted his power, even going so far as to call the tower his friend. He then opened the system to check again. He activated the unique K-rank power, 1547, and upon reviewing the information, he learned that the fallen and insane god of despair was the very first candidate this tower had chosen. The system explained that they were not classified as challengers and were preserving a seal received from the tower. They were originally just 3 ancient gods, and thus their true names were at the very top. They now hold an immense craving for the challenger, Han Sang-gyun. Upon hearing this, he finally understood that the fallen, frantic, and insane god was indeed the first candidate the tower had chosen, and that they were also ancient gods. The system then announced that Seun had completed the final floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Now, the labyrinth's data would be completely erased, and he would be returned to reality. At that moment, the countdown hourglass reached its end and suddenly shattered into countless pieces. The system immediately announced that an error was occurring. The clear blue sky shattered once more. Due to the system error, the challenger Han Seun would be transferred to a random area. He showed an incredibly excited and curious expression. The system announced again, the SSS-Rank Absolute Labyrinth Preservation benefit has been activated. Sangun was now in a space of infinite time. He shared, "I bought this because the cat at the Labyrinth shop recommended it. I hope it works well." Zhang, who had been by his side from the very beginning, told him not to worry, saying that Cat was quite famous and very reliable. Hearing this, Sangun was satisfied and relieved. Even though the price was a bit steep, he had still managed to buy a very good item. The system appeared once more, announcing that all powers obtained in the labyrinth would be integrated with the challenger's current data. Transcendent potential mythology. Accumulate sufficient divine power. If this mythology is activated, the reversal of causality effect will also activate. When you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, causality will be reversed, creating a state of absolute victory. If this mythology is activated, the divinity enhancement effect will also activate. Each time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase in level, and as your divinity rises, you can receive a special reward. Each victory you achieve will bring you closer to ascension. Hearing this, Han Seun felt a bit curious about the system's phrase, closer to ascension. He didn't really understand what it meant, but he hoped he would find the answer soon enough through battle. The grains of sand continued to fall, signaling that time was running out. Finally, the appropriate settings were complete. A brilliant golden light burst from the shattered hourglass, shooting across the sky. The system announced that all powers obtained in the labyrinth had been integrated into Challenger Han Seun's data. However, the system also warned that health and mana were exclusive functions of the labyrinth and would not be applied. Sangun then prepared to stand up and fight. The status window appeared, displaying the status of Challenger Han Sangun. Title, Ruler of the Halo. Strength, 217. Agility, 218. Stamina, 214. Endurance, 219. Magic power, 224. Sangun was now radiating a brilliant golden aura. He said, "Now that I think about it, all my stats have surpassed the threshold. I'm not really human anymore, am I? My stats have increased so much compared to before. If I threw a punch now, I could probably destroy an entire building with ease." Sangyun then set his feet on the ground, standing before the vast, endless hourglass in front of him, when suddenly everything began to collapse. The system explained that Challenger Han Sangyun would be teleported from the random space to Earth's dimension. Sangyun smiled. "It's time to go back." The system continued, "All of your equipment has been moved to your inventory. You can retrieve your equipment from the inventory as soon as you return to the tower." The portal to Earth then appeared. The system announced that Seun was now in the 18th floor waiting room. Zhang let out a sigh of relief. "We're finally back in the tower." He replied, "It took long enough." Although they both returned safe and sound, Zhang kept reminding him that they needed to stay vigilant and not let their guard down. She never wanted to meet the fallen and insane god of despair ever again, but she was certain that one day they would surely face him again as they reached the higher floors. She then clenched her fists, her expression filled with determination, vowing to herself, "By then, I must be stronger than ever before." Hearing this, Sangyun smiled, amused. He gently patted her head to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry about a thing. I'm here now, and I'll never let anything happen to us. And we'll both become even stronger than the fallen and insane god of despair. So the next time we meet him, we'll be the ones to make him tremble." Hearing Sangyun's comforting words, Zhang threw a punch at Sangyun's shoulder for daring to pat her head, but she also flashed a mischievous and delighted smile. As for Han Sangyun, he was always left wondering why she kept hitting him. He also didn't forget to praise her, noting that she packed quite a punch for her size. Just then, Zhang's attention was drawn to the watch on his wrist. She asked what it was, so Sangun held it up and said, "I'm not sure what this is, but I think it was the reward for the giant tree maze mission on the 10th floor, so I have no idea how to equip it or how it works." Hearing this, Zhang looked disappointed and said, "Just a simple wristwatch as a reward for the 10th floor? That's hardly worth all the effort and hard work you put in." So, Sangyun opened the system window with her to check its effects. The system automatically introduced it as the tattered wristwatch of the regressor, SSS+ rank. It was an old wristwatch, once used by the regressor chosen by the god of time. It can randomly designate a signature attack within a 50-meter range, then revert to the state before the attack was activated. After using this attack nullification, the cooldown time is 30 minutes. Even if you die, the world will rewind to 10 minutes prior. As for the return from death, it has a 30-minute cooldown. Hearing this, both of them were shocked by the powerful and overpowered nature of the watch. Sangun looked at the watch again. Attack nullification and return from death? He thought that a divine-related reward that could save a life and nullify any enemy's attack, wouldn't that make this an invincible watch? But to obtain such an absolutely incredible reward, the difficulty of the trial must have come at a corresponding price. Immediately, he asked the administrators a question. Anyone will do, just invite me. However, no one answered his question. Feeling a bit scared, he thought that perhaps the administrators were no longer watching, so he had to resort to this ultimate move. Activate B-rank privilege ability 714, domain teleportation. This was something Arya had given him as an apology for not catching the minor deity, so having it now was reassuring. The system announced, you can teleport to an administrator's domain from anywhere. If you know the administrator's title, the teleportation is unlimited. At that moment, in the martial god's palace, the Sword Sovereign was feeling that on such beautiful days, her small joy was sipping hot tea and enjoying delicious snacks while wrapped in a blanket. Just as she was feeling immense pleasure from enjoying the tasty snacks with her steaming hot tea, she thought of Sangun, reminding herself to invite him for snacks sometime. And speak of the devil, he appeared. Sangun suddenly appeared right above the Sword Sovereign's head, causing dust to fall from the ceiling and catching her attention. The Sword Sovereign even looked up at the ceiling. That's right, there must be a mouse running around here. Sangun immediately appeared directly in front of the Sword Sovereign, even remembering to imitate a mouse by squeaking squeak squeak in front of her. The recent teleportation had caused Sangun to fall right into the Sword Sovereign's house, knocking over all the tea cakes and her favorite snacks, and even he himself didn't know why it had teleported him to this place. Afterward, she gave him a good beating for this incredibly rude behavior. The peaceful scene returned once more. Having been beaten up by the Sword Sovereign, Sangun obediently listened to her scolding. She was at a loss for words over Sangun showing up unannounced. She said, "You can't just barge into someone's house so rudely like that." Hearing the Sword Sovereign's very reasonable lecture, he could only bow his head and apologize profusely. Then suddenly, the Sword Sovereign's expression changed 180 degrees. Her face radiated a cold, murderous aura. Sangun must have had a wonderful time with the Ice Sword Sovereign. Sangun didn't understand what was happening, but he quickly explained that it was all just a misunderstanding. Immediately, the Sword Sovereign's expression returned to normal. She clearly stated that she believed her disciple. Seeing the Sword Sovereign's erratic mood swings, Zhang, who was nearby, felt that no one was normal anymore. She slowly sat down and congratulated him on successfully conquering the giant tree maze. From the bottom of her heart, Sangun was truly a wonderful and outstanding contractor. She reached out, gently caressed Sangun's face, and said, "You are also a proud disciple that I have taken in, so you have done very well." Hearing this, Sangun slowly expressed his sincere gratitude. Because thanks to the Divine Sword Sovereign and her swordsmanship, he was able to escape danger and become this strong. It was all thanks to her guidance. He affirmed that he was very happy to be taken in as a disciple by someone like the Sword Sovereign, and that being her pride was his greatest honor. Hearing those sincere words from Sangun, the Sword Sovereign felt extremely flustered. Zhang looked at the Sword Sovereign's expression and heard what Sangun had just said, wondering, he's just a talented contractor. Why is she acting like this? However, she immediately got serious and returned to the main topic, as she had guessed the reason Sangun came here was surely to find out who the first contestant chosen by the tower was. Sangun was a bit stunned, wondering how the Sword Sovereign knew. The Sword Sovereign simply replied, "I have always watched how things unfold. Knowing you survived your encounter with the incarnation of that fanatic puts my mind at ease. Actually, I didn't plan on telling you at first, but since things have turned out this way, most of the restrictions and information were removed long ago. The fallen and insane god of despair, he, is like a flawed creation of the tower. He was an early attempt at creating someone capable of slaying gods, but because of his bottomless greed, he exploited the tower's power to obtain 3 divine titles." Hearing this, Hansun's expression turned grim. The sword official continued, "The problem is that just by obtaining 1 divine title, your mental strength reaches its limit, and a part of your soul begins to be destroyed. However, because that fanatic accepted multiple divinities at once, he couldn't bear it and his mind eventually collapsed. And bastards like the God of War caused that kind of chaos. He assumed that scumbags like the God of War were completely immature and unfit to become gods." The sword official continued to explain that, on the other hand, even though that fanatic had obtained 3 divine titles, that was his limit and he couldn't absorb any more. In exchange for that, he lost the ability to absorb transcendent power. In other words, he was abandoned by the tower. Not long after, he gradually went insane and became an enemy of the tower. A person's divine title represents their divinity. So, having 3 divine titles combined means he is much stronger, and you must be careful. Besides, I just received a warning from the tower, so I hope you understand. Sangun understood and said, I suppose there's no other way, but thank you for explaining the questions that have been tormenting me for so long. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Seeing this, the sword official asked what he intended to do, but Sangun simply turned his back and said, the fallen and insane god of despair. I need to prepare so I don't lose to him. With that, he left. The system announced that he had entered the 18th week of the Tower of Judgment. Difficulty: hard. The theme of this trial is caution. The time remaining to complete this challenge is 30 days. The condition for passing the trial is to protect a world on the brink of collapse caused by a god. The reward for passing this trial is the S-Rank gauntlets of the second usurper. Penalty for failure: death. Suddenly, someone called out, Hey! Sangun immediately turned to look. One of the 3 people then pointed a sword at him. It is you. Hand over everything you have while we're still being merciful. Sangun immediately gritted his teeth and glared back at them. Hearing this, Zhang felt he was being hopelessly stubborn. The girl immediately became enraged. Don't you get it? Suddenly, her entire body was enveloped in flames. I am a wish-type ability user. If you dare to resist, I'll show you the meaning of suffering. Sangun wondered, a wish-type ability user? The girl was startled, suddenly sensing something. Right then, in front of all 3 of them, Sangun unleashed his power. Amidst the pressure he was creating, Sangun asked, You mean something like this, right? The girl, once so confident in her wish-type ability, now looked at Sangun in fear and asked, You can't feel it at all? Damn it, that bruised her ego, making her fly into a rage and declare, I'm a manifestation-type superhuman. If you keep messing around, I'll show you what real pain is. He didn't back down either and asked back, a manifestation-type superhuman? Hearing that, her brain couldn't process it, and she blankly said, Huh? Suddenly, he used his powers, shaking the heavens and the earth, then turned to confirm with her, like this, right? Before she could even answer, he continued his attack. Seeing that scene, she was utterly stunned and said, There's another manifestation-type superhuman? The sheer frustration made her so angry she gritted her teeth. To avoid getting her butt kicked, she changed the subject. You're from the Chongryuk Guild. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a smoke screen, a growing flame that shot towards Sangun's group. Then it exploded violently, making the scene look like hell on earth. That sight made the blue-haired guy mistakenly think they'd won and excitedly ask her, Did you get him? But she screamed in fear. Shut up! The system announced, Skill. Eternal spell absorption has been activated. All spells that touch you will be converted into pure mana. Suddenly, he got up as if nothing had happened. What the hell, my attack had no effect again? So she thought, anyone scared of dying can go home. The rest of us, let's all charge. Then they all swarmed towards him. The blue-haired guy and the blonde guy leaped up, throwing a punch to provoke him. Superhumans, right? Suddenly he punched them back. I'm sure they're fine. Fine, as in completely wrecked. Then Sangun said contemptuously, but you seem a little weak. How pathetic. Their skills and their actual power are both terribly weak. Their techniques are too basic. If they used manifestation skills to fight, it would at least be a little interesting. This time, he continued his style of punching the blonde guy away, then said, feeling guilty, I think I used a little too much force. Looking at the useless trash lying defeated on the ground, she yelled angrily, You're making such a mess. He replied remorsefully, You're right. Next time I'll focus on controlling my strength better. At the same time, he looked up at her, and the more he looked, the more annoyed he got. She quickly unleashed an attack and shouted, Damn it, you monster, just die. Holy crap, her ultimate move was so lame, he caught it easily with his quick reflexes. That scene left her speechless and crestfallen. The system chimed in again. Skill. Blood debilitation has been activated. Hein looked like her soul was about to leave her body, kneeling down in despair and asking in disbelief, This can't be real, right? My laser-cutting attack can slice through almost any enhancement-type empowered shield. Knowing she was about to die, she said weakly, So this is how I'm going to die? Suddenly, he said, Don't worry, as long as you're cooperative, I'll spare your life. It turned out the absolute charm skill had activated. A moment later, he proposed a deal. Isn't this a win-win situation for both of us? The choice is yours. Then, she began to explain about this world. This world is like this. Your powers awaken randomly when you turn 7. There are 4 types of powers: enhancement, manifestation, alteration, and creation. The alteration and creation types cause changes to your body, while enhancement and manifestation grant you immense power. But then one day, a group calling themselves the Supreme Power Group appeared and began launching continuous terrorist attacks on the city, declaring that the empowered should rule this world. Everyone tried to use the power of machines to stop those terrorist attacks, but they only held out for a short time. After the machines created by the Supreme Power Group, the Foul Sphere, appeared, most other machines became unusable, causing most regions to be defeated, leaving only a few machines modified by the empowered still operational. Heian continued. And that's how this world fell into the hands of the Supreme Power Group. And now, the cities here can barely recover. Now, even finding food is extremely difficult, so we have to steal and scavenge to survive. Hearing this, Chunyu pointed towards Sangun and sneered. So, the thing you mentioned is here? What the hell? Why is this brat speaking so rudely? Although she thought this, she didn't dare say it out loud and instead replied, Yes, the thing up there is the strange foul sphere. Every time the people fall into extreme suffering, it grows larger and shines even brighter. Suddenly, the system announced, Conditions have been met. You have discovered the source of a god's growth. The special quest savior has been initiated. This god has achieved absolute faith and is in its growth phase. Before the source of faith income is sealed, the god's source cannot be destroyed, and its growth will continue. Stop the god that is trying to devour this world and save it. If you complete this special quest, you will receive additional rewards. And finally, the authority grace of the hero has been activated, temporarily boosting your luck stats significantly. An SSS-Rank special skill has been activated. Situational analysis of challenger Han Sang-jun is complete. The special skill Acquire Faith has made it possible to acquire faith. As soon as the announcement ended, a blue bolt of light like lightning struck down where the three of them were standing. Sensing something ominous, he gritted his teeth and thought, I can feel the pain, fear, panic, anger, denial, and sorrow of countless people. To be able to harvest so much faith just through the suffering of countless people. Even someone like me who values efficiency doesn't want to get stronger by tormenting so many innocent people like this. The announcement continued. The special skill Acquire Faith has been disabled. Suddenly, Chunyu's face turned serious as she said tensely, Han Sang-gyun, if my speculation is correct, then crisis and fear are also a type of faith here, and they're using it to grow. Therefore, we must defeat the god here before it completes its growth phase. He immediately understood her and added, so basically, we have to defeat the Supreme Power Group and put an end to this faith acquisition. To get more information, he turned to Heian and questioned her. Heian, right? Do you know where they are? She trembled in fear and said, I don't know their exact location, but I know a broker who does. Hearing that, his face lit up. Then you'll have to come with us. Chunyu also said slyly, Don't worry, we'll let you live. At the same time, on Earth 17 in Sidan City, Lax Santa was sipping wine while observing from a tall building, exclaiming with pride, How wonderful. He, the supreme leader of the Supreme Power Group, will surely love this. Just tossing down a scrap of food makes them go wild, become more fearful, and just want to snatch it for themselves. Oh, it's truly. Suddenly, he laughed like a madman and said, How brilliant, this world has truly become so much better. Just as he said, the day the foul sphere completes its mission will be the day he becomes the god of a new world and returns here. But his joy didn't last long, as an explosion went off behind him. It turned out those people had arrived. Sangjun, having easily destroyed the wall, taunted, for the hideout of a broker for that so-called group. The security here is pretty lame, huh? Beside him, a shocked Heian yelled, How could you just destroy his office like that? I haven't even had a chance to greet him yet. Then he turned and gently threatened her. I don't like guides who talk too much. Damn. Hearing that, she broke out in a cold sweat. Afraid of getting on his bad side, she apologized. I'm sorry, I'll keep quiet. Seeing her being so obedient, he decided to let it go. Good, I want to talk to the broker. Lax Santa asked him curiously. Who are you? He answered, feigning ignorance. Someone who wants to learn more about the Supreme Power Group. To think he'd give an answer like that, he angrily crushed the wine glass and yelled, Holy crap, it's been a long time since I've met a crazy bastard like you. Suddenly he transformed into a demon and said spitefully, You look like some psycho trying to play the wannabe hero, but unlike in comic books, there are no heroes here. Then his eyes glowed purple, and he bared his fangs threateningly. Let me put an end to your hero act right now. Then I'll offer you as a sacrifice to him. But he had already anticipated this and immediately used the King of 10,000 Demons skill. He opened the system to look up his information. Judging by this appearance, you must be a demon from the demon realm, right? But that guy's tricks won't work on me. Then the system announced, Special Ability 1547 Information Scan has been activated. The system displayed his information, one of the 12 administrators of the Power Brigade, a modified type awakened. He can transform his body to resemble a demon from the demon realm. In this transformed state, he can use demonic energy. He is currently on high alert. Hearing that meager information, he said with some disappointment, I thought I'd get more information than this, but I guess not. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, What a surprise! Sangun didn't understand and asked, What? He replied, Who would have thought another awakened this powerful existed? What do you say? Want to join the Power Brigade? Those with power that transcends the limits of humanity should stand at the top of this world. But he stood his ground and replied, someone like you calls himself a person who has transcended humanity? Despite the taunt, the man calmly answered, that's right, think about it. You were born with immense power. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to make me tremble like this. That's why you must join us, and then you can enjoy the privileges our leader provides. Hearing that, he asked himself, privileges? Thinking his prey had taken the bait, the man continued to entice him. That's right. If you knew what they were, you'd definitely be interested. We have the privilege of doing whatever we want to the weak. We've basically conquered this world, so we can do anything we please. At this, he taunted back, that's your so-called privilege? The man eagerly replied, for example, that woman behind you, she opposed the Power Brigade, so we killed her little sister. It's really hard to find food now, right? We made a deal that whoever killed that wench's sister first would get food. What the hell? Doing something so disgusting made him turn pale. The man continued, so all of them rushed in, wanting to strangle that little girl. Among them, one guy even cut off her arm while she was trying to protect her sister. But even so, it seems her sister was killed in the end. She's an example to show others what happens if they dare to oppose the Power Brigade. Only the strong have the right to do such things. I'm a genius for coming up with something so entertaining. As soon as he finished, he laughed gleefully. Sangun was furious and yelled at him, you're too damn loud! So trampling on those weaker than you is fun? The man froze. What? He continued. You can't even fight their technology. You have to rely on that stinking orb, and with just a tiny bit of power, you're this arrogant? You think you're all that, huh? Very quickly, the instantaneous acceleration skill activated. He swung his arm at the man and slammed his head down, making the ground shake. Sangun said, let me play with you for a bit. At the same time, a notification rang out. You have obtained the achievement, the price of humiliation. Stamina has increased by 1. Watching Sangun mercilessly beat Dong Su, Heian thought to herself, he defeated Dong Su, one of the Power Brigade's administrators, so easily. Maybe he's our savior. Being beaten relentlessly, the man refused to submit and yelled, wait. Before he could finish, he threw a powerful punch down and interrogated him threateningly. Where is the Power Brigade's headquarters? Speak! Dong Su, now afraid, screamed, wait, but was still hit with another punch from Sangun. Seeing him stubbornly refuse to answer, he frowned and asked, where is the headquarters of the Supreme Power Federation? Speak up. A moment later, the man's body was limp, being dragged by him like a worthless object. He fearfully begged for help. Help! Help! But he didn't hesitate and slammed the man's body down hard. Overwhelmed by pain, he finally relented. I'll tell you the location of the headquarters. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The myth of transcendent power has been activated. The inverted causality effect has been activated. Each time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase. With every victory, you can get closer to ascension. By winning this mock trial, you are 0.1% closer to ascension. Hearing that notification, he wondered in surprise. My divinity increased just by defeating this small fry? I can't believe I can infinitely increase my divinity just by winning. The system cheerfully announced, you are getting closer to becoming a transcendent being. Sangun gradually realized the implications and replied gleefully, is that so? This power can make me a true transcendent being. If I keep this up, I might be able to surpass the god of despair, corruption, and madness. Suddenly, he paused, pondering something. From a distance, Heian called out, She was pulling a cart full of sacks and said, I've brought all the food from the warehouse. Seeing she had completed her task perfectly, he praised her. Good job. She then asked hesitantly, is it okay for me to take all of this? I don't even know if I have the right to accept it, when I couldn't even protect my own family. If I had been as strong as you and had the power to defeat that administrator, my sister wouldn't have had to die for food. Then, he comforted her, saying, I think you deserve better than that. Many people aren't even smart enough to tell me his location like you did. Don't underestimate yourself like that. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for your little sister. That's what she would want, right? As he finished speaking, he gave her a small, encouraging smile. Those words truly touched her heart, causing her to break down in tears. The system announced that the seed of hope had begun to blossom. Suddenly, Heian spoke up, then bowed a full 90 degrees in gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness. Although it was a small thing, he still felt a warmth and smiled. A moment later, he made an offer. In that case, I'll give you all the food I have, if you'll do something for me. Hearing this, she eagerly accepted. Yes, just leave it to me. Another notification rang out. You have obtained the achievement, Seed of Hope. In the 7th land, at the Rionensen food production plant, in a desolate place, a demon boy covered in wounds cried for help. Save me! Suddenly, someone brought an iron bar down, making the boy scream in agony. It turned out to be Hanshin, standing before a pile of corpses. Suddenly, someone leaning against a cliff asked, Hey, Why don't you join the Supreme Power Federation? Then he criticized and yelled in Hanshin's face, especially when you have so much power? How strange, for someone to suddenly curse at him. He angrily lopped the man's head off, then nonchalantly replied, because I don't like the things you do. The system spoke. The exclusive effect, blood absorption of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword, has been activated. The sword spoke with delight. Well, it's been a long time since I've absorbed this much blood. A notification rang out. Through the absorption of a large amount of blood, the item's rank has increased to A, with 8,431 out of 9,200 points. Hearing this, he thought to himself that after defeating the members of the Supreme Power Federation, his strength and skills had grown. The system quickly displayed the status window. Halcyon, Aura of the Ruler, Strength 285, Stamina 287, Agility 284, Magic Power 299, Endurance 282, Trait, Necromancy, Unique Authority, Synthesis Skill. Authorities include Divine Power, Supreme Blood Technique, Hero's Grace, Unwavering Mind, Gaining Trust, Flash Step, Sword Intent Enhancement, Domination of Evil Spirits, Heavenly Demon Stats, Iron Wings, Iron Blood Sword, Path of the Sword King, God-Slaying Sword Style, and Aegis of Faith. Skills require detailed viewing. After a quick glance, he realized that all he needed to do was catch the leader. The sword asked him, Hanshin, do you see that? That orb is getting redder and redder since the first time we saw it. He agreed and replied, that means it's almost time for a god to be born again. Then the system explained to him, the origin of a god has absorbed countless faiths and has completed its development process. The god of usurpation is watching you. The god inside the orb of Asen will soon emerge. The sword added, the god born from the orb is not like a possession. It is a real body. A god's body possesses immense power. Hearing this, he felt divinely blessed and confidently declared, I think I can take down a god in my current state. Instantly, the orb shattered, and a god appeared. As soon as he looked up at the being, he was startled. The god said, it's you. You're the one who caused all this foolishness while I was gathering my power. Tsk. But it doesn't matter anymore. I've already obtained everything I wanted, so I no longer need this world. Farewell. And just like that, it was gone. He watched in shock as the petrified form crumbled to dust. An urgent notification arrived. Divinity Collapse has been activated, initiating the collapse of this world. Afterward, a beam of light flashed, struck the earth, and shattered in the night. Then the system responded, because Divinity Collapse has been used, a 100-year ice age has begun. The collapse period cannot be shortened by any effects, and has a unique effect. Regressor's luxury wristwatch has been activated. Meteorite fragments shattered, scattering everywhere. One after another, beams of light rained down from an unknown source. Machinery was affected, but he could only stand there and watch, unable to do anything. He shouted in anger, damn it! A notification rang out. You have obtained the achievement. Regressor, the skill resistance to time manipulation has been created. Impossible, he thought, frozen in place. The collapse of the world? How can that be? The sword asked him in confusion, what nonsense are you spouting? Even on the verge of death, he gritted his teeth and thought, it seems the sword doesn't know that time has been reversed after the world's collapse. It asked, confused, what's with that expression? What happened? Despite this, he maintained an all-or-nothing mentality, trying to figure things out. There's only one way to stop it. Before the god is fully formed, I need to get inside that orb. A notification rang out. The authority, Iron Wings, has been activated. Strangely, he didn't answer its question, so the sword asked angrily, are you ignoring me again? But he paid it no mind, thinking, I need to get inside the orb before it gets any redder. The system immediately spoke. The skill Combat Focus has been activated. The user's concentration is increased tenfold. The proficiency of the skill Combat Focus has reached 100%. The skill Combat Focus has leveled up to 1. The authority Supreme Blood Technique has been activated. He ran like the wind, wielding 2 swords as he moved. Passive skill, Blood Essence. Enhancement of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. Passive skill, Aptitude Enhancement of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. Passive skill, the Fear Amplification of the true Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The unique effect, Twin Strike, of the Immortal Demon Sword style skill has been activated, absorbing divine power and increasing its strength 5 times. Immediately after, Sion brandished his sword and slashed repeatedly, muttering his own mantra, destroy, 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 shattering everything in his path. Then he continued to destroy, destroy, and then the heavens and earth trembled, the ground emitting 2 beams of blue and red light. The Earthshaker skill has been activated, the ground now shattered and cracked into pieces. From those cracks, a white light emanated. Then the system announced, you have obtained the achievement, destroyed the origin of a deity. The power, Rapid Spell Recovery, has been activated. Immediately after, a fragment broke off, causing him to fall into a new land. You have entered the seized sacred ground. As soon as he landed, he silently considered himself lucky. If it weren't for this status window notification, I would have entered here before the growth period was complete. As if reading his thoughts, the entity joyfully praised him. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting being. I should say it's a pleasure to meet you. The God of Plunder is looking at you with a smile, you filthy hunting dog. Chosen by the tower, Sion stared back at him without a word. The entity continued to speak. This certainly isn't a place you can just stroll into. He laughed loudly and continued, too bad. I always get what I want, he boasted arrogantly to him. These are the abilities and faiths I have seized, making many tremble in fear and destroying what was the sole hope of steampunk. He asked him, you see my trophies? He gestured to the pile of items behind him. Impressive, isn't it? These books are the trophies I've seized from the strong. He spoke of the floating gears and machinery, and these machine parts are a sign that I've seized this world's civilization. Sion looked at him grimly and questioned, are you also the one who ordered the 12 leaders of the Power Alliance to harass the common people? He laughed loudly in response. Exactly. Because when they tremble in fear, I can gather faith, he asked back. Are you worried? Hearing this, Sion angrily gripped his sword, silently cursing him. Bastard? The entity pushed himself up to his feet, his voice turning cold. Perhaps because you are a challenger of the tower, Sion asked. Do you know who I am? Christopher Rhee stood up, turning to Stretch as he answered. A little. I know you're someone who can kill gods, and your goal is to kill me, and you have the power to turn back time. Sion calmly looked at him. The entity looked back at him and continued. There's one known as the God of Despair, fallen and insane. You know him, right? His eyes widened as he spoke angrily. Do you know what that mad god told me? He said that because you have the ability to destroy all the gods, we need to eliminate you, he continued. You know what? I'm starting to get interested. For the first time in a long while, his hands reached out as he continued. Even that monster said you need to be eliminated. You must be very strong. His eyes widened, glowing, and he stuck his tongue out, looking terrifying as he spoke. How would it feel if I made you experience the same terror as those people down there before killing you? He clenched his fist, his voice rising. I want to see you tremble in fear like them and then die. And finally, I'll kill you for dessert and absorb your power, so I can become even stronger than that mad god, Sion thought. Now I understand why those 12 leaders went insane. Sion gathered his energy and said, Is that so? I was thinking the same thing. He used the power, deification, and streams of red light erupted around him as his body transformed into an armored figure. He declared, I'll make you drown in fear too, Christopher Rhee said. Your powerful divinity. Ah. The two stood facing each other, and Christopher Rhee shouted, You want to obtain my divinity? How amazing! He lunged toward Sion, yelling, All right, I'll show you. Forced Sanctuary, transferring a certain amount of mana per second to its master. Sion gripped his sword tightly. Christopher Rhee laughed and said, Thanks for the mana. A ball of energy gathered in his palm. Sion looked at him, speechless, then gripped his sword tighter and declared, Then I'm coming for you.